and good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and welcome to the continuing coverage of the Kyle Rittenhouse rewatch party of the trial. I'm still half asleep, let's face it. How are we all doing, people? Let's get stuck straight into it, shall we? We left off, and I believe everyone was saying we're about to get stuck into Photochad, so here we go. Where am I going to put myself? I'm going to put myself down over there. There we go. Alrighty. Pump up the audio. Alrighty.
Look, I don't normally bring stuff from my Discord, but I had to bring this one.
Oh, that is so wrong.
I love your degenerates. They're the best.
Oh, damn it. And that's how asleep I am. 1 second, guys. Oh, you know what, stuff. It doesn't matter about the opener.
No, Binger. I don't want to get a salad.
This is going to replace all those Biden-Obama memes. That picture right there. All those Biden-Obama.
I saw that, Tom. Thank you very much for that. So we don't have to watch the
Biden.
entire...
Big boy's going to be Obama.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Kraus, I have to remember his name is Kraus, and stop calling him Big Boy.
That's me. You can put that on me. I started that, Nick.
I'm trying so
Could you come
hard.
down, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, boy.
Just once, I wanted to order a pizza instead.
Is this a hot mic? Is this he doesn't realize he's on, does he?
No,
he's
damaged. He's been on mic every time he calls the jury.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Would any of you guys just arrested if you were the defense and not call any witnesses?
No.
I was
Would have been very, very tempting, but these two witnesses are good, plus their expert is good. I don't know if they need to call anybody beyond that.
I think they want their expert in there.
Yeah.
I think John Black is from his whatchamacallit, Dober hearing. He was just like he's really well presented on his ability to speak, and I think he'll play really well in front of a jury.
Certainly less of what happened to Kyle that evening.
Yeah.
That's called Nathan DeBrune.
I'll be right back.
Your Honor, if the record reflects that Mr. represented by Attorney Rose and Rose attorneys.
Sounds like your testimony about to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Nathan DeBruin, D-E-B-R-U-I-N.
Mr. DeBrune, not your address, but where do you reside?
Kenosha.
And are you employed in a local business?
In the area.
Okay. And do you have any hobbies?
Photography and photojournalist.
Okay. And are you what would be considered a freelance photojournalist?
Yes, sir.
And in the course of those duties, did you come down to the Kenosha demonstrations and riots?
I did.
Okay. And could you describe for the jury, please, what was the first night, Sunday night, like?
There was a lot of people. I started capturing pictures over by the Jacob Blake's residence. There was a lot of police presence over there. So I started over there, and it eventually went down to the area of Civic Park.
Okay. And now, on that night, was there a lot of property destruction?
On Sunday?
Yes.
Not necessarily property, I would say.
Okay.
I saw a lot of police cars damaged, and police, like sheriff vehicles damaged.
Okay. And where was most of that damage centered, if you know?
I don't know the avenue, but where the Jacob Blake's, like where
Monuments.
the original situation happened.
Okay. Did you spend any time in downtown in
Say
Civic Park?
thanks
I
for
did.
becoming a member.
Okay. Was there any damage or destruction down there?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the night the second night, which would be Monday night. Did you come down and cover the civil unrest?
I did.
Okay. Was that night different than the first night?
Yes.
Okay. Could you describe for the jury that difference, please?
The difference was there was a lot of vehicles that the city used as barricades that were ended up being torched, lit on fire. There's a heavy police presence. Also, when the police were present, there was a lot of rioters, protesters.
And Vince, thank you very much for becoming a member.
At the police.
And during the night of the 24th, you took a lot of still photographs?
Yes, I did.
And you also took video photographs, correct?
Yes, I did.
And a lot of those still photographs and video photographs were of interest.
Gathering this is a good witness, so I'm going to do a couple of things before he gets too stuck into
law
the
enforcement regarding the arson that
testimony,
was occurring
and I'll be right
in
back.
the community, correct?
Correct.
And you provided all of your information to the ATF, FBI?
Yes, I did.
You let them download your cameras and phones?
Yes.
And eventually, that same information was turned over to the Kenosha Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you met with Detective Howard sitting at the table?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you told him about your observations of that evening?
I did.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you were able to tell the story through pointing at pictures that had date stamps, times, and you were able, because you're a resident, able to tell places. When you took a photograph, did you know where it was taken?
I did.
Did you know what time it was?
I did.
How'd you do that?
The time stamp on the camera.
Okay.
And then my knowledge of being a resident.
Honestly, it gets better testimony to not ask
And
leading questions
You're
anyway.
the first witness that has ever done this, but you brought your own exhibits, correct?
I did.
Okay. And I didn't ask you to do that?
You did not.
Okay. And there's a series of like 24 big photographs that I'm going to go through with you.
I don't get why you're smiling so
I did.
much.
Okay.
Someone said if the Discord
Showing
was
you
a person.
what's been marked. Could you tell me what that
It's
is?
the avatar of your Discord.
Oh
I
God.
am standing on the corner of Ruther's
wrong corner is
high school parking lot, just about to walk towards Sheridan Road.
And what does that picture depict?
The police lining up as they started to clear out Civic Park.
You know what time that is about?
9:03. So I do believe 10:03 because my camera was off 1 hour.
And you and Detective Howard worked out that problem, correct?
Yes, we did, but it's not going to reflect on this.
Okay. Because your times were off by 1 hour, correct?
Correct.
Compared to all the other evidence.
Yes.
And you know how that happened?
Yes, because just prior to that, I was on vacation in South Dakota.
Okay, and that's in a different time zone?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 112. Could you tell me what that is?
I'm moving closer towards Sheridan Road. I'm now on the corner of Ruther Central High School on the grass just before going onto the sidewalk, and the police are closing the gap on Sheridan Road.
What night are all these exhibits taken?
August 25th.
Showing you what's been marked on the front as Defense Exhibit 113. Could you tell me what that is?
I am now on Sheridan Road and hugged up against Ruther Central High School.
Does Ruther Central High School have any significance to you?
I did. That was my high school.
And this photograph would be looking down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction from your point of view?
Yes, it is.
And what does it depict in the back part of the photograph?
Like you saw in the two photographs earlier, the police were still in Civic Park. Now the police lined up actually on Sheridan Road.
Okay. And there are other individuals, demonstrators or rioters or whatever you want to call them, and they're more to the right.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Could you hand that to the judge? Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit Defendants 114.
I am still advancing southbound on Sheridan Road, and I captured a photo when the police started using the tear gas bombs. I don't know the technical term.
Can you tell me what time that is?
That is at 9:43.
And that's 9:43 real time.
Yes, I do believe.
Showing you what has been marked. Well, let me back up a second. Through your involvement in this case, reading things, you became aware of who Joseph Rosenbaum is.
Yes.
You became aware of the significance of him.
Yes, I did.
And you went over that with Detective Howard from the Kenosha Police Department.
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been marked as on the front, Defendant's Exhibit 115. Could you tell me what that is?
That is a picture of a cone that is on fire with Rosenbaum with his hands up with his, what I assume to be a bag that you just got out of jail with at the time, in an angry stance.
Okay. And where is Mr. Rosenbaum standing?
The Ultimate gas station.
Okay. In the street?
Yes, just off of the driveway to go into Ultimate Gas.
Okay. And in the fore of the picture, there's some people trying to get some cones burning.
Correct.
And there's everybody's attention seems directed at somebody or something. Do you know who that is or what it was? Your Honor, I wasn't quite done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Everybody seems to be looking in a general northerly direction, correct?
Correct.
Do you know who or what they're looking at?
There was recently a dumpster fire that was on fire. I do believe that was before this.
116, once again.
Once again, there is some protesters, rioters, adding to the fire, adding more cones to make the fire bigger, with Rosenbaum in the back still screaming, and almost in the exact same location.
What time is that?
That is at 10:08.
Defense Exhibit 117. What does this depict?
This is a garbage can that was just recently on fire, and a gentleman, I do not know who it is, holding a loaded pistol.
And did you see him? What was he doing with the pistol? He's just walking around with a pistol out.
When people in the Ultimate Gas station started arguing and things started heating up, he pulled out his pistol from his waistband, cocked it, and held it at his side.
When you say cocked it, describe
Objection.
that.
How does he know it was loaded?
He took it from his waistband and loaded it.
And I'm behind because I'm listening to the wrong source.
Rack back, and it was armed then, ready to shoot.
Directing your attention to Defendant's Exhibit 118. What does that show?
So there was a time where the police pushed us towards the Ultimate Gas station, but then they retreated. And that's when the rioters and protesters advanced again back northbound on Sheridan Road, so closer back to Ruther Central High School. But in this photo, this is a photo of Rosenbaum walking to the St. James lot that was under construction at the time. And this is where, just before he tips over a porta potty.
Okay, and just so this record is, you're not just taking pictures of Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
I am not. I
Okay.
did not know who he was.
Okay, you're just taking pictures of everything you see that interests you?
Correct.
And then later on, you turn those over to the state, the ATF, and you go through them and you start seeing what you think might be important. Is that a fair statement?
Thank you, AP, for
It
the
is.
membership.
And could I have a time on Defendants 118?
10:15 p.m., August 25th.
Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 119. Could you tell me what that is?
This is Mr. Rosenbaum with another gentleman who I do not know, tipping over a porta potty that was in the St. James lot that was under construction at the time.
And so where is the St. James lot, as you refer to it, in relationship to Car Source at 59th?
It is directly next to it.
Okay, it's right across the street.
There is a there is a road, and then the car source.
And that porta potty had been in an upward position.
Yes, it was.
And Mr. Rosenbaum and this masked individual tipped it over and threw it over the fence.
They did.
And what were they trying to do to it once they got it out in the road?
It looked like they were going to use it as a barrier.
Okay. And in that picture, describe Mr. Rosenbaum's clothing.
He has, it looks like black shorts on, a reddish t-shirt, a blue bandana wrapped around his entire face, and he's holding a plastic bag in his right hand.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 120. Tell me what that depicts.
This is a trailer that was also in the St. James parking lot at the time. After they flipped over the porta potty, they went back for a trailer, and Mr. Rosenbaum helped pull and push this trailer out to the road that was eventually tipped on its side and lit on fire.
And when you took the picture, did you know what they were going to do with the trailer?
I did not.
Did you see any chains or anything like that on that trailer? Did you notice anything on that trailer that might later be used as a weapon?
He'll allow it.
It is leading. A leading question is one that's, we talked about that already. It's leading.
Did you notice anything on that trailer?
He's asking a yes or no question. That is leading.
Anything from that trailer?
Yeah, you got to
Yes,
ask
he
open-ended
did.
questions.
Yeah.
Once it was out in the middle of the road and set on its side, there was chains dangling from what I perceived the front end of the trailer that you would connect to a
Even
vehicle.
if you get
There
stuck
was
in a
multiple
leading
chains
question like
hanging
that,
from there.
the witness also hears the question that you tried to ask them, so it also clues them into where you're going.
Yes.
Used to take the trailer.
You only rang the bell. You don't need to like
from the trailer
word it
to
perfectly.
a vehicle that's going to tow it. So if it were to separate,
Yes, sir.
it's a protective chain, correct?
Yes, sir.
These aren't thin little chains?
No.
And you personally saw him take those?
Yes.
He's still leading.
Leading the hell out of
Yeah.
August 25th,
Completely.
10:16 p.m.
There's no leading in this court.
I can look at the report when I'm done and clear that up.
No, mine's clear up now, so we are clear on that.
To the chat, I was off camera because the chat was making me laugh, and I did not want it to come across as I was being mean to this individual who I am not. When I'm going to be mean to someone, you'll know because I'm directly mean to them.
Shame on you, chat.
Yeah,
And
he's,
equal
he's
opportunity.
definitely-
And
he's
it'll be
definitely-
Joe.
Consider
And-
yourselves chastised, chat.
Are off by 1 hour, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they're on South Dakota.
And I've got to say, this
Correct.
witness is coming across so genuinely and pure-hearted.
So
Yeah.
if it were to say.
It's going to be hard to
back
cross
at
him, I
least,
think,
They're
maybe.
printed off from.
Yeah, if Binger pulls another
Yes.
Grambo, he's in for some
Number
trouble.
Here in the back of has a JPEG number.
Yes.
So you don't really know, as you sit here today.
Correct?
No, I.
Yeah.
I know it's his own witness.
Printed
He's
out
like
to match the time.
cross-examining him.
Okay, so if a time.
Is it just
is
me, or is that
8:11 p.m.,
as you sit here today, like fingernails on the
Correct.
chalkboard?
Oh, the worst.
Yeah.
Were you lying then, or are you lying now?
and that's
I give him a
all of
little
the
leeway
photographs
because it's
and all of the
highly
labels.
publicized and a year later.
Showing you what's been marked, Defense Exhibit 1.
But there are better ways to phrase that.
This is
Less
how,
cliche.
like I said earlier, trailer was pulled out of the St. James parking lot. This is the trailer itself tipped over on its side and being lit on fire next to a garbage can. And you can also see Mr. Rosenbaum armed himself with a chain, and there's still also chains hanging from the trailer.
And that's would be in Mr. Rosenbaum's left hand, correct?
Yes, correct.
And there's a length of chain on each side of his left hand hanging down to the ground.
Correct.
It goes through the hand. There's chain here and chain here.
Separate chains or one chain?
I don't think the picture can tell.
Okay, gotcha.
I like
you
that
know
the
whether
judge
it's one
is so
chain or
interested
two?
in
I
his
do believe it
testimony,
was
he's
just one
asking a
chain.
clarifying question.
And go ahead. Defense Exhibit 122, once again.
This is also another picture of Mr. Rosenbaum with his what I
Rosenbaum.
assume to be.
Did he move these into evidence?
Rosenbaums, lighting cones.
Not yet.
The
I think so.
chain.
No wonder
I thought
there's
he did.
no. You expect people to be
They've been
mellow
doing a
then.
lot where
Now the
they-
chain is up, so
They
you
have
see
the
the full
witness
length
look
of
at
it.
something,
Not
authenticate it,
it's
and move
obscured
it
by
to
the back.
evidence.
Correct.
Even when they show the jury, it's weird.
Defendant's Exhibit.
But doesn't
one
seem like
by
they're
the way-
publishing. He's describing the picture. He doesn't publish which one he's talking
I
about.
do.
and then
This
he
is
just moves on
Mr.
to the next one.
Rosenbaum.
Well,
now
he already
holding
authentic. He
in the
already
upright
authenticated them
position,
all. He took them.
holding his
But how's the
chain
jury gonna know
in
which ones they're
the
talking
bag
about?
that I
You
described.
just said
I assume
exhibit
they're on-
and the blue
123.
bandana
They're on the
wrapped
screen,
around
I
his
assume.
face.
And they're
They have-
marked.
We can't see
They,
it.
they have a jury book, or
Continuation of this series.
Yes, it's still the trailer that is lit on fire.
Are you that close, or are you using a lens? You know?
I am pretty close.
Okay. 121.
I'm assuming people in court can see these
This is
exhibits.
a farther away picture of the trailer that was
Because if they
kept on its
can't-
side. Mr. Rosenbaum is
It's getting
It's a waste of time.
away from the
They
fire.
can't see it.
about
The
to-
jury
Now
can't
at
see the
this
pictures.
time,
He
he's
hasn't
still
admitted
holding
them yet.
his
If he didn't move them in,
bag,
they
and I
can't.
cannot tell what is in his other hand. And it was brought to my knowledge that another person in here is named Joshua Zeminski.
Okay. And Mr. Zeminski.
How is this helpful if the jury isn't seeing the
in
picture at the
that
same time
pants
that
with
they're
black
testifying?
hoodie
They're probably
Yes.
just going to use it
and
during
fire.
closing
looks
or,
like he is
or through another
picking
witness.
It's ridiculous.
More debris into the fire to accelerate it.
Just take a minute to publish it so the jury can look at the picture you're
Would
looking
it be
at.
fair to say that
I think they're laying
photograph
foundation for the
124,
pictures.
You're further away when the picture is taken?
Correct.
Maybe they're putting the photos on some kind of projector.
Defendant's
and the jury can see
125.
it.
That's what I've been assuming.
I was advancing again south on
These are
Sheridan
sort of
Road. I am
defendant's
now
exhibit
at
125.
almost
They
the
haven't admitted them
corner
or offered them.
where the gas station next to Car Source is. And the police just released more gas or tear bombs. I don't know the
Okay.
technical term.
Now, I'm going to show you some video later on, but were you anywhere near the gunshots that eventually broke out about 10 to midnight?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Could you hand that to the judge? Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 126. Do you know what that is?
Yes, this is one of the very last photos I took from Sheridan Road in 61st, I want to say. This photo is of the armored sheriff vehicles showing up to attend to Gaige that was just shot in his bicep.
And you can even, I mean, your picture is so good, you can read where that is from, or
Yes, it says sheriff's rescue vehicle. I don't see a name or a
Okay.
city.
but that's, I mean, this is before the area's even been cordoned off, correct?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead. If you, and why don't you give me a time on that one?
August 25th, 10:51 p.m.
Showing you a picture of
That's South Dakota time.
7.
After the shots were fired and it started getting really intense, I decided to retreat and go back home for the night. I did not have a vehicle down there. I was walking back towards 22nd Avenue, and there was gunshots going on all around me. And there was a group of police outside. I don't know the technical term. I think it's like a correctional use facility here in Kenosha. They were out there with their rifles out and pistols drawn. And I had a black camera around my neck, and they pointed their lights at me. And I raised my hands, and they just told me to keep going. And I asked what's going on, and they just confirmed that there was multiple gunshots. And that was at August 25th, 11:04 p.m.
Defense 128.
This is a little further up 63rd Street, just past the last officers that I talked to.
And this one somehow got a little bit out of order. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 130. Can you tell me what that is?
This is a photo of a gentleman walking through some tear gas outside of our courthouse in Kenosha.
Okay.
As gentlemen will do.
8:11 p.m. August 25th.
Okay, so that would be for real-time 9.
Yes.
And lastly, showing you Defense Exhibit 129. Could you tell me when that photograph was taken?
This is the very last photo I took of that night. And this is of where Rhodey's camera shop used to be.
Okay. And where is Rhodey's camera shop in Kenosha?
I'm going to object to the relevance of this line of questioning. This is not happening.
It's this evening. It's his opinion as to what was going on and why he covered the story.
Yeah, it's a little bit much.
Sorry, what was the judge's ruling?
Sustained.
Oh.
Does Rhodey's camera have a special significance to you?
I don't want to get sidetracked.
Okay.
Objection is sustained.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome. These have or haven't. Oh, I'm sorry.
Wondering why they chose then to pipe up on objections if he's just introducing a bunch of pictures that are I don't know.
Inflammatory, shall we say?
I mean, maybe.
Thank you. Thank you. I will be here all night.
Try the field. Show you a very large photograph on the back marked Defense Exhibit 131. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell me what that is?
This
Anybody
is
want to
a
go with me to the
Central
art museum,
High
by the way?
School
Or
of a bunch of
tell you about all the
people
stuff that's on the
cleaning
wall.
graffiti off from the night before.
Okay. Is there, when you took that picture, did you know anybody in it?
I did not.
After knowing about this case and meeting with Detective Howard, did you know the significance of this picture?
Oh, result
I do.
And what is it?
He got there where he wants
Mr.
to.
Rittenhouse is in
Finally.
there cleaning graffiti off of Ruther Central High School.
And
And that's really
There's-
valuable testimony.
how many people in this photograph?
9, including Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay. And could you tell me what time that photograph is taken?
That's awesome.
August 25th, 11:43 a.m.
So that would be right before 1 o'clock,
Correct.
real time. And this photograph,
This is of a group of protesters. I do believe the night before, August 24th.
I don't know what, why don't you put in a question?
you were covering all 3 nights of the demonstrations and riots, correct?
Yes.
During the photograph, the large photograph, and I can't see on the back, I think it's 134, 133.
Look on the back of it, and can
Is
you point
this
the front towards the
before or
jury a
after-
couple times, please?
Things turned on.
What happened the night of August 24th?
No worries, Gigi. I've been a bit MIA myself, so.
That they not be shown to the jury while it's process of figuring out the correct time.
Oh, here we go. This is exactly the point. What kind of presentation is this, though? He's been talking about. So this one is different from the other ones, I think.
This one's from 2 nights before, or the night before.
I
One
don't
of
see
those
the
two.
relevance.
You schlepped that all the way into court without being able to argue for relevance.
And he even put up a counter argument, like an
To make a
explanation.
proffer, and he has to send out the jury if he makes a proffer, and the judge is going to get
Whether or not
pissed off at him.
you heard any statements from Mr. Rosenbaum. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
And do you remember what Mr.
He
Rosenbaum?
didn't make very many objections, and he doesn't seem to make any arguments against
Yes, I
objections.
remember a
It's-
few phrases.
yeah.
It's a
Hey.
style, right? It's a style.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you
I
made a
guess.
statement about the source of the
It's the
fact.
style of appeasement.
What
He's
was
like the
the-
Neville Chamberlain of lawyers.
Why did you believe that? That he just got out of jail?
That's what you want in a capital
wait.
crime, capital.
You want Neville Chamberlain?
It just goes with the flow. You don't want someone to be too aggressive.
Provided they're not objected to, then yes, they should be being seen by the jury.
Which even, well,
Love it.
There we go.
And
argument is still present sense impression. Why did you think he just
2
got
months
out of
ago?
jail?
there was paperwork came in here that made somewhat different from what has been stated here in testimony as far as the origin. Is that somewhere in the evidence?
Yes.
I mean, in the available evidence, not in the evidence that's been presented.
No.
Yes. This goes to what the court said could be gone into about Mr. Rosenbaum's behavior. Those statements.
Well, there's a specific statement. Is there an available witness that's going to testify to this?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
I'm really sorry, but I think there's some
I'm sorry,
misunderstanding.
can you start over?
I think I know where the court's going. I think there's a misunderstanding we should discuss.
You know what? Let's.
Jury's got to go.
I have to go upstairs. You're welcome to do so.
Yep.
But in the meantime,
Let's
we'll
remind
go
the
to
chat that the problem with this is that
Brewers,
Rosenbaum is a convicted
library.
child rapist, and they
And,
have to be very careful about not saying that because the jury might be
Please don't
okay
talk
with
about
someone
the
shooting
case.
a convicted
This won't be
child
long.
rapist.
I would hope they are.
Yeah, I think it's worth doing.
I mean, I was not saying that as a lawyer, but as an extremely ignorant person who might be on a jury. Ooh, the sidebar is off the record.
No, I think they're just waiting for
Off
the
the
jury
audio.
to leave.
No.
They're waiting.
I think
They're
that
not gonna
they have a really high noise gate on their. It's weird. Like, I think someone's live in the courtroom doing audio, and they crank the gain on the mic that's active, and then the others have a really high noise gate so that little squeaks and creaks and stuff don't come through. That's why we don't often hear Richard say
I'm quite
objection. We
certain
hear
at one point I
objection.
read that a remark was attributed to Mr. Rosenbaum. I just got out of jail, and I'm not afraid to go back, or words to that effect.
He did say that. I saw it on the video.
You say you have a witness who could testify to that?
Yes.
Oh, he heard it?
Yes.
It was on the video.
Objection?
My objection is discussing this belief of where this bag came from. He doesn't know. If he wants to, I mean, I would object him hearsay to the Rosenbaum statements because
Would have objected to it at the time. It's already in the evidence.
Here to testify, so I do believe they are hearsay. Although I understand the court's pretrial ruling.
Isn't that the hearsay objection?
I thought we were getting a little mixed up here,
Yeah,
which I wanted to
that is
clarify.
Exception.
I thought that when Your Honor was talking about things coming in that indicated something else, I thought we were going to go into this
declarations.
line of questioning that Mr. Rosenbaum was getting out of jail, which I believe is not in dispute that he's getting out of the hospital. So I just wanted to clarify that. I do believe if they want to ask him what he heard, fine, but I don't believe the proper form of the question is how did you get your belief that this bag was from jail? There's no dispute that this bag was from jail, that this bag was not from jail. And I think you repeatedly mentioned jail when it wasn't an issue in this case.
You know, I'm not in a position to know. You say it's not in dispute, and that may be that it hasn't been in dispute up to this point. If the witness that is his recollection, it's not for me to slam the door.
Thanks, Gigi, for the super sticker. I really
understand
appreciate that.
what you're saying. But if the
But it's
witness
bullshit.
recalls that, you're certainly welcome to cross-examine him on that.
It's not asserting the truth of him being in jail, just the claim that he
Probably
made he was in jail.
censor the evidence.
I just believe the form of the question is appropriate, which is how did you form your belief that the bag was from jail?
But didn't that the witness already say that?
No.
Oh, he just said it. So now he's asking him, why do you say that?
Exactly.
My memory just.
I'm trying not to lead him, so I was setting the stage for the statement. I mean, you want me to?
What did you hear him say?
There's three different
Well,
statements.
Careful what you say, Richards.
Okay, the objection's overruled.
Excellent.
Gotcha.
It's not the truth of the matter that's being asserted.
Right.
It's just his
Right.
just
He made the
impression
statement.
Present sense
It's not hearsay at all.
based on claims that could have been BS that were made by Rosenbaum. We don't know whether
Which
Rosenbaum
would-
was
which-
in jail. We just know he.
Listen, he had to make the objection. He had to make the objection.
Yeah, he can't.
I think it's the
he can't
right
have-
ruling.
He can't have this guy coming out of a mental hospital or a jail, or the fact that he's a child rapist. Like, if that happens, if they get to all the way back, the state's case is obliterated immediately. That's their big issue here.
Yeah.
I don't think he should let it get back there. Honestly, like
I don't think they will
wish he
anymore.
could. I wish he could, but I'm saying
The girlfriend was the catalyst. The girlfriend was the catalyst to get back there, and they didn't go after her hard on cross. I don't think they'll get back there. But the jail thing and the hospital thing, based on his statement, I'm not afraid to go back to jail, or I just got out of jail.
Yeah.
I mean, that should
It tells
come
you his
in.
mental state at the time. Yeah, it tells you his mental state, how crazy he was, and how threatening and menacing he was to Kyle.
You guys, that was on-
Yeah,
that was
not
on
so much about
video.
his mental state, but his behavior that was observable by the people around him.
Objection's been overruled. Go ahead.
Sir, did you hear Mr. Rosenbaum say anything about the bag?
I did.
What was that?
That he's not afraid to go back to jail.
And you told the detective that when you were interviewed back on September 11th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Never forget.
Now, directing your attention to the ultimate gas station, approximately 5900 Sheridan Road, did you see an incident regarding a dumpster?
I did.
Did you see who was lighting and pushing that dumpster?
I did not.
Did you see what happened to that dumpster?
I did.
What?
It was the fire was put out by a fire extinguisher.
And when the fire in the dumpster was put out by the fire extinguisher, was there any reaction from the people who were starting the fire?
Yes, a very angry reaction.
Okay. Did you recognize or notice anybody's specific reaction at that time?
I did, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Okay. Describe that, please.
He was very agitated. He was yelling, "Fuck the police," over and over and over. "I'm not afraid to go back to jail," and "shoot me N-word, shoot me N-word."
But he was using the whole word
Correct.
at a Black Lives Matter rally.
Correct.
And he had to be held back from attacking people. Is that a fair statement?
That is a first.
No.
No.
What? Come on, stream.
Oh no. Mercado, what's wrong with your
Censorship.
internet?
It's
No,
not my
man.
internet.
Nick, you broke the internet.
Oh.
You know, I think
Oh man.
Hold on, I'll get it back up.
Damn it.
I have an
Dinger
alternate.
Yes, a
also what
very
Dana said.
angry reaction.
Okay.
Hold on.
Did you recognize or notice anybody's
There you go.
specific reaction at that time?
I did, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Okay. Describe that, please.
He was very agitated. He was
Wait,
yelling,
so we went back a couple seconds, actually.
"Fuck the police," over and over and over.
So we won't miss
"I'm not
anything.
afraid to
We
go
get this
back to
again.
jail,"
better the
and
second
"shoot
time
me
around.
N-word, shoot me N-word."
But he was using the whole word
Correct.
at a Black Lives Matter rally.
Correct.
And he had to be held back from attacking people. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement.
Done. It's done. It's in. Thank
Overruled.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not meaningful. I mean, you could ask them 2 questions
That's
instead of
depicted
1.
in the pictures you brought, correct?
Correct.
And you told Detective Howard about that?
Correct.
And the incident regarding the chain and that he kept it and was swinging it around, you told the detective about that?
This is all leading.
Necessary to develop the testimony.
Rephrase your question.
Did you?
Did the topic of the chain come up in your interview with law enforcement?
Not that I recall.
Still yes or no question.
If it's contained in a report taken by the detective, you wouldn't dispute that, would you?
I wouldn't.
That's why.
I wouldn't dispute it.
Because I'm a nice guy.
You went south of 60th and Sheridan, correct?
Correct.
And you were taking photographs, observing?
Yes, I was.
And what direction were you walking?
Southbound.
Okay. Did anything strange or out of the ordinary happen as you were heading south?
Yes, I saw a gentleman start running, and then a crowd kind of followed behind them.
The individual who you saw running, do you know who that is?
Not at the time.
Okay. Did you know the significance of him running at the time?
I did not.
Had you heard anything before you saw this individual running at you? Not running at you, but running.
No.
Okay. And do you know who that individual is now?
I do.
And how do you know that?
Through identification through photographs in the media, I
Okay.
guess I could say.
Okay. And who is that person?
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Okay. Describe what you observed. What direction was Kyle running?
He was running southbound towards 63rd Street.
Okay.
Looks
So
like
he's
a
running
shiny.
away from the 60th Street?
No, hang on. Running south, if that's easier.
Okay. And how far did you see him get?
I saw him enter, I don't know what car source it is, but the car source that's on the corner across from the hospital, I saw him go up in that driveway, and that was the last.
Pointer?
Yes. Oh, this pointer?
The laser one?
Yeah.
Did you see the map behind you? Orient you. This is north.
Yes.
This is south. So this would be east, west. Here's a car source, gas station, ultimate, car source, car source. Where did you first see Kyle Rittenhouse on this map, if you could point with the laser pointer?
Is that the hospital down here?
Yeah, this is the hospital parking lot.
Is this Sheridan Road?
Yes, it is.
I would probably say I saw Kyle right around here.
Okay. And he was heading in a southerly direction?
Yes.
And he goes where?
To car source.
Okay. And when he goes into the car source parking lot, could you see him anymore?
I could not know.
Did you follow him?
I was making my way up there, but not in a urgent manner.
Okay. And
Making my way uptown.
I heard what seemed to be like a firework, and then I could tell between them there was multiple gunshots.
And then what did you observe?
I observed Kyle walking down the same driveway that I witnessed him going up, and then pick up his pace as he continued northbound on Sheridan Road.
Okay. Was anybody taking note of Kyle as he headed in the northward direction on Sheridan?
There was people screaming at him and also following him.
Okay. Did you see anybody run up to him?
I did.
Okay. And how close were you to Kyle when this individual ran up to him?
15 feet maybe.
Okay. And that individual who ran up to him, what happened?
What I seen was an individual run up to him with a skateboard and swing it at him, letting go of the skateboard, and it hit Kyle between the neck and I would say the mid back. And the skateboard, I don't know if Kyle kicked it because he was running when the skateboard fell, but the skateboard flew off to the side.
Okay. And did that knock Kyle to the ground? Just tell us what you saw, sir.
What was the effect?
He stumbled. He wasn't necessarily on the ground at that point.
Okay. And then what did you observe?
The next thing I observed was, at the time, I did not know who it was. Now I can say Anthony Huber. It looked like he was trying to subdue Kyle. And that's when everything happened in a matter of a second. That's when Kyle turned. It looked like he turned because Kyle was on the ground at this time. And that's when he kind of turned and he released one shot and it hit Anthony Huber in the chest.
Okay. Did you see Anthony Huber do anything with his skateboard as he's trying to, as you said, subdue Kyle?
Yes, he also whacked him. I don't know if it was on his head or like his neck area again.
Okay. This is all happening very fast.
Yes, it did. And there was also a lot of people on my side of.
Can you bring up the exhibit, please?
That may become a point for cross-examination. The people that
Yeah,
were
I
in
think
his
it will
way,
be.
maybe, for
Subdue.
visibility.
The
I want
word
to point out
subdue, too.
the state is using objections really effectively, and it's getting to Richards.
He needs to calm
because
down and just ask the questions right.
he has a frustrating witness. I mean, he's a good witness, but he doesn't keep going.
He's highly literal.
You just want to say, and then.
Were you able to see that video?
If you could play it one more time.
Can you go back even 10 seconds earlier?
Was hesitant of approaching him, but then Kyle Rittenhouse fired a shot and it hit Anthony Huber.
Okay. Did you see anything after that?
He, who I now know as Gaige, took a couple steps forward towards Kyle and with a gun, and Kyle shot him in the bicep.
Did you see what Gaige Grosskreutz was doing with his hands?
Yes, he had a firearm in his hand.
You could see that.
Yes, I could see that.
And he was approaching Kyle with a firearm in his hand?
I don't know if he was running with it, but once he got up to Kyle, I did see the firearm.
Okay, and what did he do as he approached Kyle?
So I would have been on the back side of Gaige, so I don't know.
The witness used the formal mode of address as he's been ordered to do so.
Go ahead. Mr. Grosskreutz. Using his first name.
Oh, okay. Mr. How do you say his last name?
Grosskreutz.
Grosskreutz.
Good enough.
Okay. Mr. Grosskreutz back was towards me. Well, it was at an angle. I wasn't directly behind him, so I only could see
They should have
one
let him
of his
stick with
hands.
Gaige.
Okay. And describe what you saw happen.
He had his firearm out, pointing at Kyle.
Okay. And
Oh, no.
as the gun's pointing at Kyle, what happened?
Kyle shot Mr. Grosskreutz.
How close was Kyle Rittenhouse and Mr. Grosskreutz from your vantage point?
If I would have had to have guessed, under 3 feet.
Now, you
How
were
annoying for the prosecution attorneys does it have to be to watch witnesses answer questions?
Oh, trust me, Mandy. If I could have been, I would have been.
And there was
I'm hoping for the next big trial.
Correct.
There was.
And they weren't happy with what you were telling them. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
I'm going to ask, A, it is leading, and B, I want no reaction. Facial reaction, please.
Describe your meeting
Interesting.
with Mr. Binger and Mr. Kraus in their office.
Overruled.
Please.
I don't know the date off the top of my head, but I was called down to the district attorney's office. I met with Mr. Binger and I don't remember his name.
The individual who's
in the blue. And I was called into
May last year. I'm coming up on a year.
Table, handed my police statement.
I think it was the 31st of May.
Got to read over my police statement.
I better double check.
And then I was asked if I would like to add anything to the police statement, and I said I would not. Mr. Binger pulled out a cell phone and showed me a video and also a photo, which was actually one photo that I brought today, and asked me if I knew who a gentleman was in that photo, and I said I did not. And he asked me to, he said this is Joshua Zeminski. Mr. Binger also has a case with him, and I am subpoenaed for that case also. And he says, well, that's who that is. He put the phone down, he picked the phone back up and says, who is this? And I confusedly said, like, Joshua Zeminski, and he's like, would you like to add that to your statement? And I just felt,
wow.
Change my
And as a result, what did you do?
I hired an attorney.
And that's Mr. Rose.
Smart.
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 Good move.
Smart idiot.
This dude's
Yeah.
amazing.
No, he's not an idiot.
No.
objection.
Except for the ones that were objected to relevancy. No.
Well, the one that I guess there were two that I sustained objection. The remainder will be received. The two big ones, and then the third big one wasn't even presented. So all the big ones are rejected. Well, two of the big ones are rejected. One of the big ones was not offered. I'm sure they'll be very happy wherever it goes when they're defined as the big ones. But all of the smaller number.
I don't think so.
Is it
He's
the
not
court's
like you,
ruling
Nick.
that size matters?
That was the name of my master's thesis, by the way.
That's fine.
Okay.
Who's your master?
Mr. De Bruin, you said there was a lot of tension in the room when you met with me and Mr. Binger and Ms. Beasy.
Yes,
Is it fair to say that you were very nervous?
absolutely.
And we did have you read over your statement, right?
Correct.
And we asked if you knew anything beyond that statement.
Correct.
We didn't ask you to change it.
Yes, you did.
So you asked to identify Mr. Zeminski?
Or if I wanted to change any details if I remember anything else throughout that night, and to add Joshua Zeminski.
Now, we met for the case against Kyle Rittenhouse,
It's
correct?
not perfectly
Is it
perfectly
fair to say
unclear what he's
that
talking
most of the discussion involved Mr. Zeminski?
I would say probably half of it,
Because Attorney Binger is prosecuting Mr. Zeminski for arson.
apparently.
And you took a number of pictures of that perhaps include Mr. Zeminski, correct?
Correct.
So Mr. Binger was
I think it's like,
verifying
oh
if
shit,
you
here comes the
knew
ethics
Mr.
violation.
Zeminski and asked you if you saw him in some pictures.
Is that testimony?
Apparently, and
It's like testimony to me.
and I did not know who Joshua Zeminski was.
It's
Now-
never good when most of your
Just that I
cross is spent
was
trying to say, "Hey, we didn't do anything unethical when we spoke to you." That's screw the case. Don't prosecute us.
Look at Binger's face.
Why would
His case against Zeminski is being torched?
so your testimony is that the state
Torched, good word.
in the case against Kyle Rittenhouse wanted you to present incriminating evidence against Mr. Zeminski?
I don't know why he asked me that question. I found it odd too.
Is it possible you didn't understand the question?
No, he was pretty clear.
And then you said you went and you hired an attorney.
I did.
How did the meeting end?
What do you mean?
What
how
did-
did it end?
I mean, how did our meeting end?
I mean,
What a
my
dumpster fire!
No, I can't ask about your attorney. I mean our meeting in my office with Mr. Binger and Ms. Beasy.
it ended with Mr. Binger saying that he would be in touch with me in regards to the Zeminski case.
Because we indicated that we would subpoena you for that case.
You did subpoena me for that case,
And that was the absolute end of the meeting?
that I recall.
Do you remember that afterwards you and I spoke about your photography and I complimented your photography? We talked about your photography
That was in the beginning,
What?
and at the end.
mostly in the beginning, because we were waiting for Mr. Binger to get in the room because I don't know, Heather, maybe?
Do you remember I was being really nice to you?
You
remember us being nice? No.
You
And
can't
we-
fight with an
and you said
eidetic
we-
memory.
So we
You
never
said
asked
we'd
you
be
to put
friends.
anything in about or change anything about Kyle
I
Rittenhouse.
gave you that juice box.
Not specific.
Because Kyle Rittenhouse, that name doesn't even appear in your statement, does it?
No, I don't think so. Not to my knowledge.
And so the discussion about changing statements, did we actually ask you to retype your statement out?
No.
So what do you mean we
As
asked
if
you
they're
to
going to be
change
dumb
it?
enough to say
I'm
that.
assuming there wasn't details. I'm
question.
assuming either add Kyle's name or because I was also showing a video off of a cell phone by Mr. Binger. I don't know what that video or whose video that was, but it was of the shooting. And that's when I was asked
Keep
if I wanted
going.
to add anything
Keep
else to the
elaborating.
statement. And I said no.
And you took that literally, like actually writing out your statement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You did not take that to mean, is there anything your statement doesn't cover or that we should know?
God. Fat boy, let it go.
I don't mean this
You said
in a
literally
mean way.
to
Have they
retype
never
the
talked to
statement,
someone
Jesus
who
circumvented
Christ,
all that.
lunchbox.
He didn't say retype it, but he said, do I want to add anything to that? And to how I interpret that, that's pretty much
He wanted me to alter my statement.
and
Full of lying.
I felt uneasy about that.
Seriously.
You added things to your statement on the stand today.
That
we're
was
gonna beat up on
because
the-
I recall in videos of certain things happening. That when the day I gave my statement, when I walked to the police station, when I walked into that police station, there wasn't even a glass door on that.
So how is,
building.
I'm sorry, how is that different than what Attorney Binger asked? Did you want to add anything?
Oh, stop
How
trying
is
to
that
cover
any
his
different,
ass.
besides
This is
just-
making you look
than
worse.
asking if you remember other things?
This guy digs pretty well for someone who doesn't look like he gets a lot
I-
of exercise.
When I had a meeting with Mr. Richards, the following night, I want to say, the following day, around like maybe 3:30 at his office.
Mhm.
And
He remembers the
I
time.
was also showing videos
Yes.
there.
Sure, Krause
And
isn't
prior to
no
things
for the defense.
happening in those
This
videos,
is-
I was saying things that actually were just about to happen. And he asked me, do you mind if I bring this up? And I said, absolutely. But I did not change. I did not alter that statement. I did not write a new statement out.
So no
Like
one
I said
asked you
before,
to write a new
he
statement.
comes across as such
No,
a
not to
sincere,
write a new
genuine,
statement, just
kind-hearted
add.
person.
So
It's
Or
hard
alter.
to impeach
both
him, and,
asked the
and
same
he's
thing.
trying to go
You
hard on
know
him, and I don't think
beyond
it's
your
working.
statement.
I don't know about you guys.
But the way Mr.
Well, the guy's not
Binger
lying.
wanted it,
Right.
I mean,
how
you
he
are
portrayed
already
it to
want
me
but
was
he's not
to
lying.
add on to my statement physically. Mr. Richards just took notes.
Did someone ask you to type out a new statement?
Oh, let's just
You know,
type
I-
out
I-
shit.
Typing.
Oh, for God's
They
sakes.
sent you.
Whoa.
You don't want Mr. Rittenhouse to be found guilty or not guilty?
Oh, wait a minute.
Objection.
Objection.
You're not guilty?
You don't
What kind of
you
question
you don't
is
have an
that
interest
shit?
or a bias in which way this trial comes out?
I don't know. I'm
Did
a
you-
photographer, photojournalist. That's what I do. I take photos.
Did you go and give an interview to a gossip site that is biased against the district attorney?
Bias?
Jesus
Oh my God.
So you actually went to the media or someone who claims to be media to talk about this meeting with the prosecutors.
First of all, he came to me. I didn't go to him.
Oh my God.
Did the
I
defense
understand that he has
take a
bias.
break that no one else
Right.
took?
I don't know. I don't know him personally.
Who is he even talking about that he's supposed to appear on?
Let's do this. We need to take one more break before the day's done is anyway. So why don't we take just a 10-minute break? And
Nice.
talk
And
about the case.
maybe Mr. Farley will get his shit
Krause
together.
might be about to get his
He's
ass
getting
handed
elbowed
to
on
him.
the ropes
Yeah.
right now. I mean,
He's going to go
just getting-
down and get his notes from
He's-
the place where he lives down by the river. In advance.
And he might actually get snappy at the judge again, like he did yesterday.
What the hell?
And
is
you
he
wouldn't
thinking?
imagine that a guy who's 6'4", 112 pounds could take out that kind of girth, but he's burying him.
Eidetic
Honestly-
memory. You don't mess with that. You don't mess
Yes.
with that. I'm sorry. You don't fuck with that.
Explain that. Explain that. You're onto saying something serious.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
this guy has expressed like an eidetic memory, basically perfect
Photographic
recall
memory.
of so much stuff. And then he's got a very specific lensed interpretation that is extremely literal. I don't know
Right.
if he's I don't know if he's autistic, but it's characteristic of someone on the autism spectrum
Yes.
to tend to take things literal without nuance. And this guy has that. It's obvious. And so
And it's not only that, it's obvious that these prosecutors knew that.
Yes,
Yeah.
because I
Yeah.
talked to him before. They interviewed him
And
before.
they
Oh, here we-
figured
here we
they
go,
could
here we
trick
go.
him.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Speculation on it. He's asking what he knows about an unnamed reporter's bias.
Yeah, I've never heard that before. That he can testify about somebody else's bias. Well, you know, what is it? What does that mean? Do you know about the bias?
I can break it. I can ask a different way.
That would be good.
You could also abandon this line of questioning. Your Honor, what's the level of
Just
this?
run for the hills.
Why don't you go to details about the shooting or any of the facts relevant to the case as opposed to how unethical
No, let's
you were in
highlight how
interviewing this guy?
sleazy the
You can
prosecutors
walk
have been
around if you
acting
like, but we need to
by
make a bunch of
cross-examining.
It's
I
a
don't
lot of
underst-
CYA here.
I
It's a lot of
do-
CYA. And
Yeah,
that's a
they're
big A,
worried.
by the way.
Yeah.
They look
They have a really
terrible.
big A.
Ron, you were saying right before the judge started speaking these guys know. They've talked to
Yes.
this guy. They
Yes.
know this is how he is. It makes them look extra slimy. The jury is sitting there watching these guys cross-examine this guy who seems really straightforward and forthright.
Oh no, but
with his testimony.
no. I'm actually saying something even more damning. When the prosecutors met with him, they figured they could get him to say and sign anything they suggested, because
Take
even
advantage of it.
because
It's a
if in
weak
fact he
market
has that, is it
Eidetic.
Eidetic.
Photographic. You can just say photographic memory. It's the same.
that's sort of that right. That's sort of almost photographic like memory that we associate with people who have autism. Like they come across as sounding stupid, but in other respects, they can recall things that we do not actually know anything about this fellow. But
Yeah, no.
the way he comes across, they figured, oh great, we've got Gomer Pyle here. He's gonna just go along and get along. He's a nice guy. Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, look at this video.
Oh,
That's
look
what's
at
coming
this.
across now.
Look at the
video.
phone. You want to change?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's really like
Yeah.
they're trying to bully Forrest Gump here. That's really what it is. Except
Yeah.
that
And
he's
it's-
just
Except
it's
for he's more
entirely
smarter
based
than
on
both
He's
of them.
Rain Man. He's not Forrest Gump.
It's based
Right,
on his
yeah, I would
speech
agree with that.
impediment. That's the thing. It's
Yeah.
based on his speech impediment. They got this guy in there. Ron's exactly right. Oh, well, let's just show him this picture. Then he puts the phone down, clear, like a very important detail there. He puts the phone down, then he picks it back up later. Are you sure you don't want to change your statement? You want to make any changes about who this is? You know, I mean, it looks
We've
so
already got
slimy.
these jokers
Yeah.
acting up anyway. We've got other testimony about these prosecutors acting up.
Right, exactly.
Mhm.
Yes.
This was stupid.
Like this
of
case.
them.
This case.
Yeah, well, yeah. But
Can we
I thought
just
this was
observe for a
stupid of them
moment
to
the
even
contrast-
going to this on cross.
the contrast of the witnesses that are, that the prosecution and the defense has brought, because every witness so far brought by the defense has been one after another someone who seems so completely credible in the way they present their story, their testimony, and how they're coming across compared to the Gaige Grosskreuzes that were put up there. I mean,
Are you saying that the kids of the car lot owner didn't seem credible?
The inventory guy that doesn't know how many cars there are.
Right, I'm not sure what you're saying here.
A couple
Pretty
fell off the
fine.
lot.
What is that you're saying?
This was again yet another just a
It's
disaster.
4 minutes. We can wait.
Unforced
Testimony
error.
from the state.
You know what
or
else is
on behalf of the
disastrous?
state.
The fact that we are 1,000 subscribers away from Ricada being 200,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
Isn't that
Ooh, I
great?
love
Come
that
on.
segue.
Come on, guys, let's get there. Let's get him to 200,000. I want to see
Nick
it.
over the top.
And while you're
Oh,
there,
yeah.
smash that
I'm
like
out
button.
grifting the grifter,
We're-
guys.
We're actually less than 500 away because I get to see the real
Oh!
number.
Oh, no, that's just
Ooh.
edgy. Come on, guys.
Okay,
500.
Rain Man.
Let's do this.
Krause's live is like a box of chocolates every 20 minutes. I love that. Holy hell, that was great. Someone asked if I'd ever seen a lawyer get taken apart like that. 2 very rare occasions. But that was beautiful. Because it was very clear exactly what Binger had been trying to do at the time. And this guy, because his credibility's so high, because he has absolutely no reason to lie, and because he comes across as the Rain Man, it's 5 at 6, it's 5 at 6, whatever. It's literally, there's no reason to disbelieve anything that he said. And I have no doubt in my mind as to exactly what happened in that interview, with Binger showing him that video and suggesting, do you want to make any changes? Oh, it continues? Oh, I'm looking forward to this. I really am. Someone look at post-trial, he did an interview with him? Yeah, I saw that. That's one of the things I think we'll look at. Took the freaking photos we've seen 100 times at this point. Yep. So, do not run, we are your friends. But wow. Okay, because it's very clear. They assumed that they could get him to sign whatever they like, so. But anyway. Alright.
Let's do this.
All right, I'll finally subscribe.
Well, do you guys think the prosecutor should have even gone into this on cross-examination?
No,
Why-
they
why
shouldn't
is
have.
your- The
They-
first
you
question
drop
you
it,
come
you-
out with is, "Oh, we didn't do this to you, did we? We didn't." It's like you're not going to address the photographic evidence. You're not going to address his testimony about Rose.
See, and that's the other thing. They weren't worried about any of the evidence in the case. They were so busy covering their own asses from what is likely going to be an ethical complaint. That it just... Oh, screw you, Marty. That it's just... Like, he was clutching at so many straws. Oh, well, he didn't tell you to type it out, did he? No! He didn't need to, because there would have been a recorder in the room taking down everything that he said. Like... Oh my god. Anyway.
Rosenbaum, you're not going to address anything relevant to the case. What you're really worried about is how
Covering your
unethical you
ass.
look in Zeminski's case.
Yes.
Terrible.
Yes.
Yeah. Imagine how much of it was a little shocker. We laughed. And then if they would have moved on to just like the facts of the case, it would have been a big deal. It's way worse now for them with the
I don't know,
cross-examination.
couldn't
They
believe
took
they
a small
crossed over
problem and made it a huge problem.
I think we
just
hit
want-
200K.
I would
Good job, Nick.
200K. Congratulations.
Really?
Wow.
Oh, thank
And-
you.
And the
We
number
did.
one streaming site, we're 2,000 ahead of PBS, the number one streaming site.
Wow.
Thank you to the chat. You guys are amazing. Even
Yes.
though you're making me laugh a little too much, and I didn't want to come across as rude or mean because I really was not. Again, if I'm going to be rude or mean to someone, you'll know. Look at the big prosecutor. I've been rude and mean to him the whole time.
Except you just called him big instead of fat.
Well, that he's
He's
had a
fat.
hard day. He's had
He's
a hard
husky.
day, Ron.
He's not just fat,
I'm
he's
husky.
damn.
I'm husky.
Big bone.
Quick boned.
No, he's well, like
Chris
you
Christie
said,
imitator.
Makes me look foofy.
for a guy that doesn't look
Yeah, but
like
Mandy,
he
that's
gets
not
up and
healthy
works
for your
out too much.
kidneys.
He's really good at digging.
Who said that? Who said that?
Oh man.
No, it's this has been. I mean, unforced error is a phrase that my friend Ty uses a lot, and there's a lot of unforced error going on from the prosecution here. Again, in the defense, I mean, Richards, he's gotten tripped up on leading. I think he had a tough witness to direct examine because the guy
Yeah.
is
Very
responsive.
literal.
Well, you know,
But yes.
he's not making a. I understand. You know, when I always have a second chair, and the guy, usually it's a younger guy, and he wants.
You know, I'm just putting it out there. If anyone really wants to make sure that Nick stays on stream for longer periods, they do have these, which I've kept talking. And you know what? If someone doesn't buy him one, I'm going to get him one and hand it to him at Matsuri just so I can see his face. The Stadium Pal portable hearing kit. As described on The Big Bang Theory.
Wants me to object 10 times more than is appropriate
Yep.
because he's going by
See you, Mandy.
what he learned in law school is
Right.
an
For
improper
45
question.
bucks, you
know
too
you
can make
gotta
sure that
save
Nick
your
never leaves the
objections.
stream.
You got to count. They got to matter. Good. These guys are letting too much go by. They're not making a record of improper. This entire thing about the journalist. Forget about the state of mind of the journalist. The relevance of it. So you want to prove
Right.
bias?
Might be Hermit, I never saw it.
You didn't come close. You didn't come close to setting a foundation up for that.
Right.
No.
And the judge is also. I mean, at some point, the judge needs to do his job too, even if there isn't an objection. You gotta ride on. You know,
And there's Emily.
Hey,
manage
Emily.
the case.
What's up, Emily?
I heard you hit
Emily's back.
200K.
I did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the prosecutor's attacking a witness trying to ask him someone else's opinion? What's happening?
Yeah.
That was funny.
Not just anyone.
I
Yeah.
I would like to take a tally of how many lawsuits have just gone up in flames just in the last couple of days, aside from this one.
Oh, yeah.
He seriously could not have done a worse job if he called him Elmer Fudd. Like there was seriously that was terrible.
I
That was-
see what you did there, Joe. I
don't
saw
know
what
what
you
to
did.
do.
Zeminski was an arsonist. Like getting in the word arsonist on the record. I mean, this is just looking good.
And these questions, aren't you biased? No. Like that just no. Don't you have an interest in the outcome of the case? And I'm sitting here like, why the hell
No.
are you asking this? You know he's gonna say no, and he's gonna say
And it
it
just
in a
makes you
very
look
matter
bad.
of fact way. He looked terrible.
At least ask yourself, what am I going to say if he says no? Before
Yes.
you ask that question.
Yes.
Well, you
yes.
really do, though, don't you? I mean,
No,
that's
what
all
you
you
should
can
say is
say.
thank you for being
Really?
honest.
I think his follow-up question is really, But are you sure? Really?
yeah.
That's.
Oh, yeah.
You want to change your statement?
No. Well,
No, that's
maybe
what he
a little
does.
bit-
What he
no.
does is he shows him the phone, then he puts it down, then he shows him again. You say, "You want to change your statement? Are you biased now?"
It was very interesting watching them say, well, no, they wanted me to change it to say what he wanted me to say. That never looks good for the prosecution.
And
when
they
a
could
witness
not
is like,
Never.
shake off that
No.
either.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look a little too sticky now.
and he comes across very earnest.
I think
Yes.
the judge
So
failed.
going
Yes,
after
the
him is
witness.
not good. Yes, the witness.
Yes.
I think
is
the
a
judge
very
trying to
earnest
bail
witness.
prosecutors out
Yes.
by calling this break. I really
All
do.
they-
Yes.
Well,
So they can look
think-
at them and say, what the fuck are you thinking?
Yes.
I think there was about to be some cross glances there, but again, with this type of witness, you see him on direct and how he is. You just go ahead and you hit the factual statements pertinent to the night. The other stuff is fluff, and if this guy blanks you, you're gonna look terrible.
Because you can't
stupid
go after
move.
him. He's not aggressive. He's just coming with the facts. And again, defense attorneys can go a little harder on people than prosecutors can. Juries don't have a tolerance for prosecutors bringing the weight of the state and looking like they're being slimy. They just don't like it because people don't like it. The chat doesn't like it. Nobody likes it.
No,
You're representing the government. You have to be better than that. People in the government.
That's
please
a
take
neat
note.
thought.
I know.
it's a tough
what a
burden
world that
because you
would
get
be.
paid less.
That's a fair point. It just.
How do I get a chair that is the judges? So not only does it swivel,
Yes.
it rocks. It's giant. It's made
It's
of
got all
wood.
that. That's a prison-made
It's
chair.
stately.
That's got to be a
It's-
prison-made chair.
It's a great chair, and it's got the seal of the state in the leather.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
That's
This
the
is
worst
way better
part.
than the cases.
They need a
in,
better seal.
Not even the
LA.
federal judges have that. They have palaces.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They-
this
they-
is probably the
$30
best
$35
judicial
on that.
throne I've seen.
Yes. Game of
Justice
Judicial
prisoners
Thrones.
will make
Yeah.
chairs that the courts
That's why he mentioned trial by combat.
So I wonder if they're going to try and squeeze another witness in. It's 4:00 Central, so they technically, he's been ending around 4:30 to 5. This guy's going to get done in the next couple minutes.
Oh, you mean the
Sure.
witness? I thought you were talking about the prosecutor.
Yeah. Well, no. Look, Ty, he's a little bigger. He takes longer to cook.
Yeah, but he's been done for a while.
Yeah.
What is the judge ordering? Is he ordering lunch for tomorrow?
Ooh, yeah. What is
Those
that?
are
Cookies?
Christmas cookies?
Those are
Is that
cookies,
somebody's
Those are
kid's
cookies.
fundraiser?
Oh my
Right?
God,
He's getting
yes.
some wrapping paper.
kid's
He's,
fundraiser.
Yes, I think it's
I love
somebody's
it.
kid's fundraiser. The
I love it.
Improper.
I wonder if it's
so
like the
wholesome,
clerk's
it's
kid or
almost
something.
sickening.
Maybe it's Rittenhouse Boy Scout cookies or something. I don't know.
No, they
We
don't
used
do
to
Boy
actually
Scout
have-
cookies.
We used to have Christmas parties at our various courthouses with the court staffs, with gift exchanges and white elephants. It was always really fun. Criminal courthouses are so unique, especially when they're small prosecution office, small defense bar. It can be a lot of fun.
Remember,
Can
it's
also be really
Kayla, that's
stressful.
just how I do it. I don't generally skip through the breaks if there's something that I think is going to be interesting. And after that one,
All right.
He just
No
I
wants
think
to
it
further
was
questions. That's the only thing you should say. No
I wanted to hear what they were
further
going to say
questions.
about
Sit
tearing
down.
your
or ask
press
about
apart.
the actual details of the case.
Blogger approached you.
to this blogger. Why do we care about a blogger?
He's gonna do it.
we don't. We never have.
He,
This blogger's going to be thrilled.
can you repeat the question?
Do you know how he found out that you had something to say?
What do you mean something to say?
Well, you said he approached you. Do you know how he knew to approach you?
Yikes! He's so
He
angry.
was at my attorney's office.
Did you waive attorney-client privilege so that your attorney could talk to him about it?
Whoa!
He wasn't in the meetings with my
Schmuck. You
with me
big moose.
You
This
walked by
witness
your
is
attorney's
way
office
smarter
and
than the
said-
attorney.
He was at my attorney's office, just not in conversations in regards to
He was waiting for me to
file
talk.
was there.
And you know this blogger and your attorney have a very close business relationship.
I do not.
Objection.
You know anything about this blogger?
Foundation.
I do not.
So why did you talk to him?
He was with the media.
You talked to all media
This
that
guy
have
is part
contacted
of the
you?
media.
Judge, get involved in this
You know
case.
this blogger has posted.
No,
I don't know.
Let me finish the question.
Which blogger?
it's turning.
You know
It's
this
turning the
blogger
process.
has posted many articles.
Object.
Why?
He wants
They're going to let them
thousands of
skewer
people
themselves
back.
in front of the jury. Why
Yeah,
object? They don't
yeah,
need to protect
yeah.
this
You
witness.
You might
Exactly
be
what
right.
it was.
You
This
might
This witness
be,
is protecting himself.
Most
You
people
get
in
the-
my
you
office,
get the
this
price.
attorney's office.
I do not know this.
Did you do any research about who this person was before you spoke to him?
No.
No.
Yeah, I
Yep,
agree.
now
Why
he's
object when you're
objecting.
winning? Oh.
Yes. Because nothing's going to hurt the defense. It hurts the prosecution acting like
On
this.
that. Perfect. So
He didn't get
no,
his
on that
cookies.
topic,
The judge was
I
hogging
know
the
it's on that topic. Thank you.
the magazine.
So, would you describe our meeting in the DA's office as cordial and uneventful?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Besides
gosh.
the uneasy feeling I had.
So when we asked you to add or beyond your statement,
I'm going to adopt this guy.
So when Attorney Richards asked you the next day,
He's just so honest and genuine.
So we asked you, you felt that
Let me back it up. I wasn't prepared.
really
Back it
anything.
way up.
Fair to say.
Correct, because I didn't want to change it.
So then when Attorney Richards asked you the next day if you have anything to add to your statement, you tell him all sorts of things.
He didn't present it to adding my statement. He said, "Can I take notes?" He didn't use the word statement like I'm changing my statement.
So that the verbiage is what made you uncomfortable.
Correct.
Did he have you read your statement before you talked to him?
I just read it the night before.
Okay, so
I already knew.
so the fact that you physically had your statement with us is what made you uneasy.
Correct.
You're laughing, boy.
So
You're
now we're
laughing.
talking about your statement. Let's show you what is marked as. Is it
Agony.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Oh, he's so pissed. He practically threw
That
it
is
at him.
the police statement I gave on 9/11/2020.
And this is the one that we asked you to read in my office.
Correct.
And
When you tried to have me change.
you make no mention at all of Mr.
did I mention?
Rosenbaum having to be held back.
Because this was taken on 9/11, I was a year prior to this when I walked into a building that I really didn't even want to be in. But the ATF, however you guys work on your cases, it was brought to you guys, not me voluntarily. The ATF brought it to you and got you guys involved.
By you guys, you mean the detective that's investigating this case?
Yes. I had a homicide detective over at my house.
So you gave the statement on
Name
September
one
11th,
element of
2020.
any of the charged crimes that's
Is
been
it fair to
addressed
say
in
your
this
memory
prosecution.
of the events was better on September 11th, 2020?
ass.
Pretty much the same. You're not going to forget this situation ever.
Well, then why did you forget to put things in your report?
Objection.
First of all, it was like I said, when I first walked into the police station, I walked through a police station that didn't even have a door, didn't have no glass attached. There was glass on the ground, completely all shattered on the ground. I have photos, don't worry.
I love it.
He came with receipts because they couldn't get a hold of Detective Howard. So when he came in, it was a really
Paging Dr.
I don't wanna
Howard.
say
Paging
rush,
Dr. Howard.
but it wasn't take your time type of deal.
You were there for, your statement was an hour and a half long,
Don't know what,
right?
I don't know how long it was.
And they were in the room within 5 minutes of you walking in the
I
in
don't
the
believe
interrogation
that.
room.
I don't
So
believe that.
your explanation for why your statement leaves things out is because you walked through a door without a window?
No,
Rude.
I was trying to explain how nervous and anxious I was because, I mean,
I'm a human.
all around that area, just local businesses are being destroyed. Everything.
Oh my God.
And to be walking
So
into
good
a
for the
police
defense.
department in the middle of this time isn't good. I was threatened numerous times throughout the week of me photographing and capturing all these photos. I was threatened numerous times. So I was uneasy with people still standing outside the police department, walking in, knowing I have to walk out with these people out here.
So you gave this statement 17 days after the shooting. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And you're still saying that property was being destroyed and there were protests
There was
7 days later? Let me finish my question, please.
Oh,
That's
man.
better question.
Oh,
Not a good luck.
Not to the extent of the week of the shooting, nothing to that extent, but there was no window in the police station.
So the
Let
fact
it
there's no window,
Go. Let it go, man.
you could not give.
Yesterday
an
we saw a murder. Today we're seeing a suicide.
People outside could see him.
Yeah, so make sure you say what I'm saying.
He's angry. Oh my God.
Not mine.
Wow.
Things were left out of your statement.
Not on intentionally. I mean, those are little details. That's a traumatic.
There's always a
situation
chance that he
someone
wanted
has
to,
go through.
but
I
we'll
just
never know.
witnessed someone dying, and another person getting their arm almost blowing off.
17 days prior.
Doesn't matter how long it is. I still suffer from that traumatic still to this day.
Do you have? You said you've been nervous. You said you were anxious. Does that really affect your perception of events?
Oh my God, he just doesn't let go. What a schmuck.
You know, I was critical of the defense on some of their cross-exam. I thought they should have pushed
right now, I'm
harder,
anxious.
done some other stuff to
I
some
have
of the
anxiety
witnesses.
right now.
And this is why you probably don't
anxiety
do
when you
that.
smoke
It's-
Hey,
it's
Jude, just
bad.
say
Let
don't.
this shithead go on and on and on.
Now, you in your statement, there's no mention of Mr. Rosenbaum having to be held back.
Correct.
There's no mention of him saying anything about shoot me N-words.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure, sorry. There's
We've
nothing
seen
in
the
there
video.
about saying shoot me N-words.
Are
Correct.
you disputing that was
And
said?
is that because you saw it on a video later?
When I was showing a video at Mr. Richard's office, as the video was playing, I was telling things that was happening before the video was actually playing. Like, I don't know, before the details that I said coming out my mouth happened on the video.
So did you observe him say that, or did you see it on video?
I heard him say it, and what's your question?
Look at Bingo. As you were there that night, did you see Mr. Rosenbaum say that?
Yes.
Or is that
See
based on
him say
video
something?
after?
No, I saw him.
Down.
Oh, I
It's
heard
getting worse.
But it's not in your
Look at
statement.
Binger too.
Correct.
Look at Binger.
Binger should be telling him, like, sit down.
There's nothing in your statement about seeing Mr. Rittenhouse walk
Oh,
down
he's a
to car source.
Dog with a bone. He should be texting someone in his office to pull the fire alarm.
Like, those details I'm not to get into. I don't know to get those details. I'm sorry.
So this homicide suspect and his actions seconds before the alleged homicide, that's a little detail.
Also, remember going back. I didn't.
bully.
This whole situation got blown out of the water when the ATF got involved,
Oh my
and
God.
I was so many people showing up at my house, showing up at my job. The FBI showed up at my job and asking me questions. So when this statement was given, I gave it to the best recollection of my memory that I could, with everything else that was going on around me in my life at that time
With
regarding
the anxiety
You'd
and the
agree
intimidation of
watching
law
a
enforcement.
homicide suspect walk up to the scene of the first homicide is not a little detail?
Oh my God.
I was stressed out at the time. I'm sorry.
Does he think the next question is going to make this go better?
You testified
he's just a
with
bully.
Mr.
This
Richards
guy's just a
Lunchbox
that
has
you
broken the
saw
cardinal
Mr.
rules
Gaige,
so many
Mr.
times.
Grosskreutz point his gun.
Don't ask a
at
question
Mr.
you don't know
Rittenhouse?
the answer
Yes.
to.
That's nowhere in your statement.
Correct.
There you
so
go.
That wasn't important to include on September 11th.
Like I said, I'm not a detective.
You're asking me the question.
But you can tell you gave us this about sitting over a porta potty. Is that more important than someone pointing a gun at a homicide suspect?
Oh my God.
No, but it's easier to remember when I captured the photos.
Oh!
So true.
To remember.
This guy
That's-
is.
Man, this guy's landing some blows.
So are these your memories?
this
or are
witness
these
is
what you've
obviously
seen on
pissed.
photos and you've changed your memory
Give up,
or
Tubbs.
altered your memory because of the photos?
Well,
No,
it shows
that's
the
not what he
advantage
said.
of being
Probably a little
polite to
old,
your
but
witnesses. I mean,
nothing's altered.
they're adversarial
So
now.
you had a
and
camera on you
the
that
witness
night?
is way better than the attorney.
That's how I would have got those
Yep.
photos.
And did that
More
take
credible.
photos and video?
It did.
So
They should take away his
you
law
watched
degree and
this
give it to the
scene unfold in
witness.
front of you with people chasing Mr. Rittenhouse?
I did.
Did you turn your camera on? He said I did.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry.
Did you turn your camera on
To take photos?
to take anything?
No. I didn't. If there's a video of, I don't know whose video.
Finish
I'm
him.
talking about your video.
Did you turn your camera on?
No.
He should have said, "Let me finish."
No. It's a very chaotic situation.
Well, you're there to document things, aren't you?
And I'm not a professional.
Ooh.
So, in your statement, it says nothing about Gaige pointing the gun, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you said
He's going to keep Harris.
Anthony walked through the
facts
street
aren't
3 steps
disputed.
and collapsed. That's when I stepped back. I was at the corner house on the southwest corner of Sheridan 61st Street at this time. That's what you said?
Correct.
I hugged the north wall of the house for cover. Is that correct?
Correct.
But somehow from hugging the north wall of the house, you saw what happened with Mr. Grosskreutz?
That was by the time I got to the house, everything was done. That's how fast that happened. I didn't even get out of the street. I was still in the street when he was shot. When Grosskreutz was shot. I'm sorry.
All you say about the shooting is,
Good
I
fact.
saw Gaige get shot in the arm and it was a mist of blood. That's all you say about the interaction between Mr. Grosskreutz and Mr. Rittenhouse.
Correct.
So that was important to say, but nothing else regarding that incident.
Like I said, I'm not a detective. I don't know what you guys look for. I'm sorry that I left that out.
Should have asked me better questions in
This
my
is the first time I
interview.
ever had to do anything like this.
Wow.
He's doing a great job as a witness.
Oh,
every
such
day.
a great
Beautiful.
job.
If
Yeah.
Brian
Yeah.
Stelter and Brian Stelter had a baby, they
I
would do
watched
this
him.
cross-examination. This is what they would look like this and they ask these questions.
You know if he had
If
any
Brian
mission?
Stelter multiplied himself, this is what
I know
Bumbling
how
fool.
firearms work. The slide would have stayed back if there was no ammunition in it.
Did you watch him load the gun?
No.
He's just going down his list of questions. At this point, abandon the fucking list.
Yes. Yes.
Just walk away, Tubby. Just
Now,
walk
when
away.
you
Fire.
are
Put it
given a
out.
Statement by a detective. They tell you to put everything in it that's important, right?
Oh God, he's
Let's just clarify here right now, okay? Lunchbox has started a dumpster fire. Binger desperately wants to pee on it to put it out. And Lunchbox keeps adding gasoline. This is fun watching. It really is.
going back.
Why?
Through my eyes.
Can't let it go.
You signed
Yeah,
a
he-
statement that says
He's
this
a
statement
bully.
is being
He's
typed
a
for me by
classic
Detective
bully.
Martin
He's not
Howard of the
this way.
Kenosha
He's
Police
just gonna-
Department, and is a true
He's
and
got his
accurate
ego
account
in
of my
it.
statement to him.
This
He
is an
just made
ego
a
Find
thing
that
for
on
him.
the top of each page.
It is.
Yeah.
Or the
This
top of
witness
the
made a
first
great
page.
point. It said this was what was important
signed
through
up
my
that.
eyes. I don't know what's
Maybe
important,
at the bottom
essentially,
of the page.
for you.
All right, so let's go
So
there.
he
Now,
keeps
you
saying, don't
signed
you
at
think
the
it's
bottom,
important? He's like, I think
I have made
what
the
I
above
said's
statement without any threats or promises.
I don't know what
It is
you
my
think's
desire to
important.
state the true
Right.
facts as to this incident.
And it
Yeah,
just
John,
makes
we've already
Rosenbaum
seen that.
look like a dick that he keeps hammering it.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And it's,
Definite
and it's,
small
it's
D
an
energy.
unindictable position. You can't.
And the
you
statement
can't
on
say,
top,
well, your position's wrong.
would also indicate
because
that
that's what I
it should
think
be
is
true.
important. He's Teflon now. There's nothing.
And
more
this
to
is all
say.
over facts that really don't matter all that much.
Yeah, it's not your statement.
All that
This
were
statement is being
undisputed?
typed for me by Detective Martin Howard.
Oh,
of
on the
Kenosha-
very first page,
If I could finish my question, please. She has to type everything.
Rude.
down.
Oh, my
So,
God.
one person can talk at a time. Thank you.
What a
This statement is being typed
What a
by
dick.
Detective Martin
Dick.
Howard of the
Yeah.
Kenosha Police
Dick
Department,
move.
and is a true and accurate account of my statement to him.
Correct.
He's saying his statement's true. He
Is
just
there
left
anything
out
else you
stuff that
left out of
y'all
the
think's
statement?
more important.
Not to my knowledge.
Do you consider my question to be asking you to change your statement?
Not right now.
If this was in a stadium, there would be chants
He
of
indicated that
"Hey-ho,
a
hey-ho."
chain and kept it for a while, swinging it around.
Correct.
So you saw Mr. Rosenbaum drop or leave the chain behind.
I don't know when Mr. Rosenbaum separated with that chain.
But you said kept it for a while,
Correct.
so it was gone.
At some point, yes.
None of this matters.
Like when he was in heaven.
Like when he didn't have it anymore.
Probably not there, but anyway.
The
Don't
thing
think he
is,
made
they're
it.
going to do this long enough that the last impression this jury will have is the prosecutor being a dick to this witness that has
No.
been nothing but patient.
Yes.
The
In our
burning egg.
meeting,
Patient, but has stood his ground.
let me ask you,
Yes.
did you see Kyle
He's
Rittenhouse
shut up.
before
Because he's telling the
car
truth.
source lot on that night?
Yes.
And you described him to us as being notable because he was always out alone on his own.
Mr. Rosenbaum?
Mr. Rittenhouse.
Yes.
So you saw him out on his own doing whatever he was doing by himself.
The couple times that I seen him.
It's like he wasn't part of a
And when you
militia or
saw
anything.
Mr. Rosenbaum, you never saw him actually lay hands on anyone.
No.
Never saw him hit anyone.
No.
Never saw him kick anyone.
No.
Never saw him strike anyone with a chain or any other weapon?
No, sir.
Never
Haven't
saw him
raped
with a gun?
anyone.
No.
Did you see him eat a sandwich? 'Cause I like a sandwich now, really bad.
Thank you, Ty. Now I'm hungry.
Let me just check the audio. Am I too loud, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good.
I'm turning you down.
It's funny, Nick, because when I went over to my stream, they're like, "Why are you so quiet?" I'm like, sorry."
Let's try
Now,
to
you
skip-
indicated in your statement that as Mr. Rittenhouse is being chased back north on Sheridan Road, you heard someone say, "You just shot someone. Stop." Is that true?
Yes, it is.
And you said that Anthony and Gaige, meaning Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, were yelling at Kyle to stop.
Yes,
Kyle did not stop and kept going.
correct.
Now, in my office, you indicated that you were fearful of an active shooter.
Look, Sovereign, I could have invited another 8 people. I decided
I don't
not
remember
to.
saying
Because we wouldn't be able to
that,
see the video.
You thought they were trying to stop an active shooter?
I think it's time to put the prosecutor on the
Trying to
stand.
stop an active shooter?
Yeah.
They were trying to stop the person that was running.
Did you feel?
At that time, like I said, I don't know. I didn't know what happened at that corner.
Lawyer making himself a
So
witness.
you, as a amateur journalist, you were not drawn to go to that location, to the 63rd Street car source.
Is that the one on the corner?
Well, they're all kind of on the corner, but the
Across
one on
from the hospital?
63rd, the one on 63rd and Sheridan.
Why don't
yes,
you
I
let the
was
witness
drawn
finish?
towards that.
Okay, but you didn't get there in time to see any of the shooting.
No.
You're not going to find a better question on that notepad. Stop.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Rosenbaum said, "I just got out of jail and I'm not afraid to go back," or something to that level.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if he got out of jail or not?
At the time, I did not know.
Does this open
And
the door?
you said you saw him have a small plastic water bottle that night.
I saw a plastic baggie.
Did you? And you told us in our meeting that you saw a plastic bottle in the baggie.
Yes.
Baggie.
Now, Mr. Rosenbaum, when he made that comment, you didn't see Kyle Rittenhouse around.
No.
When he was at the 59th Street Ultimart, and he was saying what's not in your statement, but you have said, "Shoot me, N-word," and having to be restrained. You didn't see Kyle Rittenhouse around.
No, I did not. There was many people.
Keep watching Binger in the background. This is funny to watch.
Okay.
Yes.
He's checking.
He's suffering
He's
inside.
checking for prosecutor openings
said-
in Guam.
I didn't quite hear when Attorney Mitchell was saying. Did you say you had a picture of Mr. Rosenbaum by a cone on fire,
Yes.
like a traffic cone?
Well, he's in the background just outside the driveway of the gas station.
I think I
I'm
see a
trying to
dumpster on
tell what
fire.
it is. Is it a traffic cone or what is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Construction cone, I guess. you could
Construction
say.
cone?
Yeah.
Now, you didn't see Kyle Rittenhouse anywhere.
Is it like the one in
Anywhere
the
around
movie
there.
Cars? Like the cozy cone.
Not at that time.
We've established that there was a cone.
And right, I mean, at that time, you did not see Kyle Rittenhouse around there, and that didn't threaten anyone's safety relating a traffic cone on fire.
No.
Except for the traffic cones.
That's a devastating point.
I think they're going to win on that
Are
question.
you alleged you saw Mr. Rosenbaum tip
danger with the
over
traffic cone.
a porta potty?
I did.
Is he about to go back into it again?
We'll phrase this question as he sees fit.
Now, you indicated in your statement that it smelled terrible.
It did.
So that was a detail you felt important to continue to-
So genuine. So genuine.
Yes.
Now, when Mr. Rosenbaum tipped over the porta potty, Mr. Rittenhouse was not around.
Not that I seen.
There was no one in the porta potty that you're aware of.
Not that I'm aware of.
So that didn't actually endanger anyone's safety.
Another devastating rejoinder
Well,
by the
but no,
prosecution.
How is he supposed to attest to that if there's someone in it or
You
calls out
indicated
someone?
that there was a trailer that was lit on fire.
Yes.
Mr. Rittenhouse wasn't around to see that.
Not that I.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say objection.
Sure.
Does that affect someone's safety?
You did not see
If
Mr. Rittenhouse around then?
No.
And the trailer was
I
unoccupied?
looked at a few different cases. Hang on. I'm just going to pause it quickly here. I looked at a few different cases to what to do, sort of like a weekly, sort of like what Jeff does with the OG trial. Holderson was one of the ones that I was looking at. I shall consider.
What do you mean?
None of this is going to go to the
There was no one in
self-defense.
it.
There was what?
There was nobody in it.
How would he know?
There could be nobody in it.
It doesn't have an enclosure.
Yeah, it's a flatbed.
So that didn't endanger anyone's safety.
No, unless it tipped over.
Now, you said you saw Mr. Rosenbaum arm himself with a chain. He picked up a chain off the ground or off the trailer?
Off the trailer.
Armed himself is your phraseology?
Yes.
And did you see Kyle Rittenhouse around when he did that?
Not that I am aware of.
And you never saw him swing it at anyone or threaten or anyone with that?
I saw him just swinging it, but it was not directed towards anybody or like any human being.
Even that little win he can't get.
Do you consider handguns or chains more dangerous?
Oh, come on, objection.
I'm not an expert.
Mr. Cross.
Where are you going?
No,
Mr. Cross, you're killing the court.
This has spoken a great deal of what he saw Mr. Rosenbaum do, and I am establishing that
I have no idea how I can
That
overcome
I
this
am
objection.
a
I'm
giant
gonna close my
asshole.
eyes
Which
and say words.
more dangerous. Chains are
No, but if you drop him in the ocean, we may lose our water
Draw
sources.
yourself.
From the entire courtroom. Just get out of here.
You know, if they zoom in on his notes, I'm betting it's like a stick figure and
It's a subway menu.
It's a hangman.
You know, actually, this cross-examination is sponsored by Southwest.
Sure,
Want to get away?
He might be ordering the cookies that the judge had the list for.
By the way, Nick, I think Tim Pool is
What
sending
happened last
you
couple
for a
weeks?
link backstage
What?
here, so maybe you
You
should
did work
report.
for a grocery chain?
A while
Because
ago, yes.
He keeps
How do you make
retweeting
your
you.
living now?
I work for a National
Who
Bottling
cares?
Company.
So your photography is a hobby, or you're hoping to? You told me you're hoping to become a professional.
Eventually, yes.
Now
Just get a YouTube channel.
you brought your own exhibit, to watch,
I did.
and the defense
It's better
didn't
to
ask you to
be
do that. You did that on your own,
I did.
and you know that this case has gotten a great deal of publicity.
Manx, if Lunchbox was around, he'd be the reason the
And
Titanic
you know
sank.
there are media outlets here covering the trial.
we're all covering you as well here. With
This
the
camera.
Are you trying to indicate
And
that he's trying to get a
You
job?
actually have offered
that's what he's going
your
for.
photographs for sale on that blogger's site who spoke to you.
He put those up.
So are these
Ooh,
photographs for
copyright
sale?
infringement.
If somebody would want them, but I'm not advertising them.
Did you bring your own exhibits because you're trying to
Oh, does he?
enrich yourself with your photography?
Nice photos for sale.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's the
How dare
website?
you make money on your hobby?
What a
Hell outta
and he
here.
sat
Oh,
down
God
on
forbid
the-
someone should make money on a
his
hobby.
main
One second,
motivation.
one second, one second.
Does Kyle Rittenhouse have any significance to you?
Stand up.
Before the 25th?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Get
The
up.
night of the 25th before the shooting, did you know who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
I did not. I didn't even know after.
Yeah,
taking
that's what I was
that
going to
graffiti
say.
picture.
Yeah.
Okay.
Buoyancy wouldn't have mattered because they would have run into him.
Looking for Kyle Rittenhouse to know where Kyle Rittenhouse was in relationship to what Mr. Rosenbaum was doing?
No, I did not know any of those individuals at that time.
And when you met with me in my office, there was a private investigator present, correct?
Correct.
And I asked you what you remembered and took notes, correct?
Correct.
And then I showed you video, correct?
Leading.
Correct.
Stain.
Story in the
They
record.
would know.
The private investigator and then myself.
Okay. And what did we do first?
I don't recall.
He's taking it very,
Did I,
very literally.
you come in and did I show you videos right away?
Oh, no. You introduced yourself. You introduced the private investigator. I don't remember his name. And then you asked, like, if I remembered my police statement. And I said I did because it was just refreshed to me by the district attorney's office. And then you asked when did I talk to the district attorney's office? And I said just the day prior. and then we started going into my police statement.
And after I was done going into your police statement with you, then what did I do?
Showed me some videos.
Okay. And in the videos I showed you, were you able to identify yourself?
Yes. I don't know who recorded the videos, but I can identify myself in a video.
And that's
You can request an
not just
autograph.
any video, it's right before the shooting. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
I don't need to show the video. No, that's all I need. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Don't do a recross.
Get Krause
Don't
back
do
up there.
Please do.
No.
Do it.
No.
Do it.
Come on, Krause.
One,
Do it.
two.
Do it. Do it.
We're back up.
Here we go. Here we go.
I
Oh.
appreciate that the attorney was accusing this witness of trying to profit
Video and say what
Yes.
compared to what
I love it.
Grosskreutz did.
Yeah.
Round
he
of
thinks
applause
he's
for
gonna
this
sell it?
witness, man.
Yeah, this was legendary.
Well done, Photochad.
Seriously.
He's going to get another witness to authenticate a video to see what he saw that night, I think he said.
They need to show that to
Giga Chad.
prosecutors and defense attorneys, because that prosecutor should have been able to see that the jury would have liked that witness and they were going to hate the way he was questioning that witness. You don't do that to witnesses unless you absolutely have.
He is selling a photo of Kyle Rittenhouse helping clean graffiti off the roof of Central High School in Kenosha on August 25th, 2020. Kyle's right there. I'm actually half tempted to buy this and hang it in my office. Mighty wants an Aussie autograph. You can't afford it. Pause and react. Did he live up to the hype? Abso-fucking-lutely he did. That was amazing testimony. He ran rings around Lunchbox. That was hilarious. So did you... No, this is how I was... I loved that, honestly. Thank you so much, guys, for letting me know that that was going to be as good as it was. Because, admittedly, I was doing some work, and then I started paying attention and watching him just tear us apart. That was beautiful. Yeah, his testimony was definitely in front of the jury. Oh, that was brilliant. That was great.
Have to, and there was no point in that.
There's no
Right.
problem
He
there.
didn't
It's
have
not
to
that
at
big-
all.
It's not that big a deal.
I've got the photos, don't worry. That was great.
Yep.
Exactly.
That guy was
Kyle
so
looks happy for the
endearingly
first
honest.
time since the night of the shooting. He actually looks legitimately happy.
That, I
Because
mean,
he just saw a roast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that means Krause is happy too.
And
Come
He said a
on.
roast, not a luau.
when you look at that testimony with that witness, you can understand why he said he was uncomfortable being interviewed with the DA's office.
He's selling the photo of Grosskreutz losing after he's lost his bicep. I love it.
You can
Yes.
get the vibe. It shows
Yes.
why he was nervous, which explains why he might not have been completely thorough in his statement.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
here we go.
and
Who's-
then they
this
tried
guy?
to say, "Oh, we're gonna be nice."
Oh, I don't doubt it, Shizzy. He was. Oh, who's this
Please
guy?
state your name, spelling your last
Rambo.
name for the record.
And then we got an even better witness.
Lucas
There's no way he can
Zanin.
Yeah, this poor guy.
And
How's he gonna
I am.
measure up?
Mr. Zanin, where do you currently reside? The city?
Kenosha.
Were you president of the city of Kenosha on August 25th of 2020?
I was.
Directing your attention to approximately 10 before midnight on the 25th, where were you?
I was parked in my car on 63rd Street in the corner of Sheridan Road, across the street from the car lot.
Okay. And can you look behind you? See that map?
Yes.
Can you, if
No result leg. Have a good day.
north and this is south, this here is labeled Sheridan Road, and this is 63rd Street. Where were you?
Do you want me to point out on the map?
Yeah, I think this is right here.
Great, yeah, that's it. Great.
Can you give him a pen to mark it? And
I think you
initial
have to
it?
hold the button down. Okay.
So I was approximately right there on the south
Suddenly a
side.
cat comes barreling up trying to kill the laser.
Were you parked?
I was parked.
And were you driving passenger what?
I was a driver.
Okay. And was there somebody with you?
Yes, my stepdaughter.
Okay. And was she filming anything?
Yes.
He can't stop but lead.
She was leaning out the window of the passenger side, and she was videotaping, and I was watching the events.
Were you watching what she was videotaping?
Yeah, I was watching what was going on in the parking lot at the time.
Okay, and what was exciting or interesting about Car Source at that time?
Well, the reason I was passing south on Sheridan, and I took a right on 63rd, and then I turned around and parked because as I was going south, I saw fire coming out of the passenger seat of one of the cars. And so I turned around and I decided to park, and I saw people smashing the cars with pipes and bats, standing on the hood, kicking the windows in.
Okay. You can stop a second, Mr. Zadine. I'm going to show you a video and ask you if you recognize, okay? Exhibit 135, please.
What caught your attention? Shit was on fire.
Stop it. Not me. Not me.
No, over here.
Banging?
Yeah.
What is that?
That's people kicking and hitting cars with pipes and bats.
Okay.
Mostly peacefully hitting them.
Oh, hang on. Let's just take an opportunity, guys, because I'm just whipping through Nate DeBruin's gallery, and we can actually see some of the photos that were referred to. Specifically, here's the one with Rosenbaum and the traffic cone. That's interesting. Like, looking at these photos, there he is, bending over to grab his bag off the ground while arming himself with a chain. Unknown gentleman with pole stick with jump kick man behind him. Okay. This, it gives you more of a sense of what the hell it would have been like that night. Like, someone from the press. Sitting and listening to the testimony and all that sort of thing, it's really, you know, compared to seeing it. There's Cole taking the graffiti off the wall. Alright, I'm going to buy some of these, I really am. All copyright obviously belongs to Nate DeBruin, by the way. It's insane. But anyway, I just thought that was interesting.
Those are metal bats.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just wantonly destroying property, though peacefully.
You can pay to go to those places where you can bash in cars and destroy plates.
I thought that was just
Sounds
Walmart.
cathartic.
I will, Maya. Thank you.
Thanks, Maya.
You can buy one of the downloads for $36 American.
Heck, I don't think legal mindset should keep his place if he's not going to be here. I think everybody should drop it.
I see. Everyone's about climbing the monkey ladder. Nice.
Not exactly what I was thinking.
How did that happen? What is the other prosecuting attorney's name again? Not Binger, the other one.
Kraus.
Okay. Like sour Kraus.
Cranky pants.
Nobody's getting shot here though, so quite clearly there's no risk to anybody.
Right. Yeah. It's a very peaceful destruction of these cars. And baseball hats.
If you don't try and stop them, they won't harm you.
Yeah.
Are we just gonna watch like 6 minutes of this?
I agree with the chat that the witness
It sure
should be
looks
arrested
like it,
for
right?
vertical video.
I mean, why not? We've got to authenticate the whole thing.
This is true, Afix. That's why I'm trying to pick which ones to.
Okay.
Okay. That
Getting
escalated.
spicy.
Yes, I can see that he's in chat, guys. Relax. Whilst I don't
response,
necessarily doubt that it's him, I don't have any way to personally verify it. Otherwise, I'd send him a damn link,
The
okay?
black blazer on the black button-up shirt is serious fashion statement for court.
Oh shit. They shooting.
Whose voice is that?
That's my stepdaughter's.
Did you hear those gunshots?
Yes.
Could you describe them for the jury, please?
Loud.
I heard multiple gunshots.
Bang, bang, bang.
Was there a
They
first
sounded like
gunshot, a series of gunshots? How did you?
Yeah, I heard one and then bang, bang, bang.
Okay. And
I
after
heard you, Emily.
the shots, did the people then start to move?
Yeah, they started running.
Okay. Before the shots, nothing was disturbing them. They were just bashing in cars.
Yeah.
Now, you or your stepdaughter turned over this
Just bashing in cars.
to Detective Howard, correct?
I did. Yes.
Okay. And you told them what you observed,
Yes, I did.
and that was back in October 28th of 2020.
Holy crap. Nate, thank you for dropping by. And I really am going to buy some of those
Where
photos.
did you
I'm thinking of doing a nice collage and
We're
putting it in my
defense
law
attorneys.
office.
We can't help it.
Exactly with the officers.
Not exactly. I mean, it seemed like about a year ago they told me that I might be called to be a witness within a year, but they never called me.
Okay. Would looking at your statement that you signed tell you the date that you met with the detective?
Maybe.
Well, if it has a date on it, yeah.
So hold on, this is another witness that the prosecution initially advised might
Showing
testify,
two
then they
page
never called.
document that is not stapled together. Do you recognize this?
Yeah,
What is
I
this?
love it when people just
it's
answer
my
the logical
signature.
answer
28th of
to the
October.
question.
Okay. And there's a date on it?
Yeah,
Will that
Okay.
help only
October
if there's a
28th,
date?
2020.
Is
What's
that
this
your
lawyer's
handwriting?
name?
It certainly is.
This the defense lawyer here,
Mark Richards.
Richards. I would cast him in the next Mafia movie as the consigliere.
Can you describe the gunshots? I heard gunshots.
They went bang,
Predictions
bang,
on
bang.
how many times is he going to say, "Can I finish
Oh,
my
dear.
question"?
Oh God, this could
Sir,
be.
why are you up here from Texas?
If they weren't compound questions,
Actually,
let them finish.
I'm a licensed real estate agent in Texas, and I'm a licensed real estate agent in Wisconsin.
That explains
I was
the outfit.
born and raised in Wisconsin. I had moved to Texas
Now remember, the question is, why did you
to
come
work
here
in the
from
oil
Texas?
fields for a
Trying to
time.
make him an outsider.
My mother passed away, and
That's not a
I
Texas
came back
accent.
up here. So my plan has been to sell real estate in Wisconsin in the summer and flip houses, and then to go to Texas in the
When it's
winter.
fucking cold.
Real estate,
Not as cold as Wisconsin.
to flip houses in Texas.
No, I'm saying when it's cold in Wisconsin, he's going to Texas.
Oh yeah.
You give a Texas address.
Yes, so I mean, the goal was to be like a lot of Wisconsin people, snowbird.
Snowbird. So on August 25th, were you?
I was
living in
here.
Kenosha, or
Yeah, my fiance is here in Kenosha.
Oh boy.
were you concerned that these
Cross can't
individuals
buy a
would
break.
your car as you parked right across the
You
street?
just can't buy one.
It was, well, because there was dozens of people in the parking lot, and then there was, I'd say at least 100 or more behind us. So I was frightened. I'm a lifelong, I was born and raised in Kenosha, and I love my town. And I
Thanks. Thank
watched
you very much for
every
the super
single night of
sticker.
riots. And
Here
the
we
night
go.
before,
Wow.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
Oh, let me stop you on the emotional interlude.
Please let me stop.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry to hear that.
The question is, were you concerned about people behind you? And I thought he was testifying in the narrative.
Correct.
It
So
was a good narrative.
what brought you up past curfew that night?
I wanted to,
Objection, there's no
first of
curfew.
all, these were historical events that were happening in my hometown. First
Keep
of
saying
all,
hometown.
Second of all,
Well, I think we know why they.
the night before, rioters had burned dozens of buildings, small businesses. Me being a real estate agent, I have empathy for small business owners. I was very upset that these rioters were destroying my town, burning my town. So I was hoping if I could see that the night that Kyle was chased and attacked, if I could see somebody,
even if it was Rosalio,
set a
unfortunately
fire,
this is
I could take
prior.
a video and
So
they could be prosecuted by the prosecutors and the police.
Instead of Kyle.
This is you mentioned somebody called Kyle. Did you know Mr. Rittenhouse before that evening?
Not at all.
Did you know him at all since then, except
Not at
through
all.
media? Sir, she's got to take on what we say, so it's got to be one at a time. Okay, I know it's not how people usually speak, but we just got to be kind of careful about that.
No, I've never met Kyle. I don't know Kyle Rittenhouse.
And you didn't see Kyle Rittenhouse before the shooting,
sneer that guy
surveying
has
the
is
area
just
or
maddening.
looking at the people breaking windows or anything like that?
That would be the
So you have to understand my. Okay. No, I did not.
All right, thank you.
So, by the way, that testimony was literally out of the
Trouble is, I don't know if he
Stop
would
you
have.
from seeing Mr. Rittenhouse. Is that a fair statement?
I could not see Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay. If Mr. Rittenhouse was in the far corner of the car source lot, was there things blocking your view?
All I can say is I did not see the shooting. I just heard it.
Okay. And you never saw Mr. Rittenhouse?
After the shooting, people scattered, and I could see his face.
And you never spoke to him before or after this event?
No.
Nothing further.
Any question?
No.
Thank you. You may step down, sir. Let's break it this time, and
Yes, let's break.
Bender's got this huge frown.
Please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Except
Don't
on
discuss
Ricada
it with
law.
anyone.
Okay, first of all-
And I think the clerk will take care of you in the jury room. Enjoy the evening.
Okay, let's
I'm
see if
not
they
saying
have any closing
motions
or statements. Like motion to buy Kraus something to calm him down. Like maybe like a cat toy or something.
Motion to remove the
Chill
prior
out.
witnesses
He
foot
needs
out
an
of
emotional
his-
support animal.
At this point, he needs some icy hot because that pain ain't gonna go away.
Gross's demeanor is oddly like Brian Steltner from CNN. Now that I've seen it, I can't unsee it.
Yeah, I wish somebody would have said that earlier, Viva. That is such a great point. Thank you
He's
for bringing
always
that up.
stealing my work, this guy. He's like
Oh, he
right
said it.
below me. I said if Brian Stelter had a baby with Brian Stelter, it would be this guy.
Yeah, I
You
heard
said
say
it
that.
earlier.
So there.
I did not hear that, and damn it.
And he said Brian
you said it
Seltzer,
better,
he would do
though.
this cross-examination with himself. For the
Real
last
quick,
witness.
to the chat. I know many of you are about to take off. I'll keep watching to see if the judge pulls anybody up or they turn mics on. But I know many of the chat are about to take off. I'll be back here tomorrow, 9 a.m. Well, I'll be on at 8:45 a.m. Central Time for tomorrow's
Anything
coverage.
else?
Yep.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
Right.
Okay,
there we go.
So there we go. I will be on 8:45 a.m. Central Time. I'll be sending invites out to the panel again so that they can come and comment along with me. So if you want to get notified of that, check me out on locals, ricadalaw.locals.com. Or at, oh wait, one second.
I'm wondering if we can make arrangements through Zoom under the emergency order of the Supreme Court. The government has no right to confrontation. Obviously, they would have to ask questions via Zoom, just like we would. Just throwing it out there, and the court can think about it tonight.
I don't have to think about it. I can tell you my response. If both parties agree and the defendant personally waives, that's fine.
Who are they trying to bring in?
Okay.
There, I did.
Thank you very much.
It wasn't on mic.
Yeah, so they've got
They're
to
bringing
witness. So it
someone in
sounds
by
like they
Zoom?
want to bring in somebody by Zoom, and that's okay if the defendant waives his right to
'cause he has-
confrontation, which is not going to be hard if it's a defense witness.
Hopefully,
He
it's
has
El
he has an
Chapo.
automatic right to confront anyone who comes in there. And see him
But
face to
but
face.
yes, if you want to get notified of the stream, you can follow me for free on locals, ricadalaw.locals.com. It's in the description, or Ricada Media on Twitter, and there will be announcements for the stream. So thanks to everybody new. Now let's open it up to the panel for commentary about how today went.
You know, I did not expect that. Like today, I thought was going to be boring. I thought it was going to be human centered. I thought it couldn't.
Okay, first things first, I had a look. Nate, I'm going to send you an email through your website. I would love to have an interview with you if you've ever got time. That'd be very much appreciated. If you just let me know whenever it suits, because there is a bit of a time difference, so we can talk. But that would be amazing. Holy hell. that was great. I'm not really going to bother listening to everybody's commentary because it goes for like another hour and then he goes through super chats. And I'm not going to lie, I just love the fact that opening up the next day is this image. Like I clicked on the next video and it's literally this. Oh, good God. Okay. So here we go with day 8. And I'll just shoot it ahead to the... Where are we? Court.
Being discussed at the moment. Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I had to switch browsers because I think the browser I
fantastic.
was
Okay, not a problem.
on was not going to stay working.
Okay.
Everything was slowing down.
Okay. I was just like, whoa, hey, there's my face.
Yeah, sorry about that. I
That's
I
okay.
didn't consider that it would also remove the feed, but
Yeah, no worries.
okay. So yes, he
Oh.
just called the jury in.
Yeah.
And we will see what happens. There are a couple chats that I'm going to try and read real quickly as we wait. Richard Grubber says, "Look out, King. There's a woman on your stream. Bang, bang." Peter says, "Nikki boy, Jim." Yes, that Jim shares a stream on Twitter this morning. So guessing he'll be in the chat. Praying for your health. Jim, you magnificent bastard. Caden IR says, "Which case is more entertaining, the lawsuit or Rittenhouse?" They are completely different. I think the Rittenhouse case is more fascinating. The lawsuit was just comedy gold. Oh, I forgot my audio is way up. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Thank you for letting me know. When I switched
So-
browsers, it changed everything.
I realize I'm still on Wi-Fi and I should be on Ethernet, so I may disappear for a second. I'll be in 1 second here.
No worries. Okay, hopefully, guys, the audio is more balanced now. I apologize.
Okay. There we go.
Stand, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may be seated.
Sir, will you state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Jacob Marshall, JACOB MARSHALL.
And Mr. Marshall, do you know Gaige Grosskreutz?
I do.
Would
Here
you
he
say
is.
that he's a friend of yours?
I would.
And has he been a roommate of yours in the past?
Yes.
Okay. And from what period of time to what period of time were you guys living as roommates?
I want to say maybe 3 months up prior to the incident of, I don't recall the exact night that happened, but probably like 3 months prior to that, he was living with me up until.
So if I said May of 2020, sound fair?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And after August 25th, 2020, did you visit your friend Gaige Grosskreutz in the hospital?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember when you visited him?
I believe the following day after the incident happened that night, I went to see him the next day as soon as I could get a hold of his family and stuff. So yeah.
And when you saw him, did you see him in Milwaukee?
Yes.
And you posed for a picture with him in the hospital in Milwaukee. Is that right?
Objection leading.
You
This
know,
is-
we've heard that objection.
It's definitely leading.
the suggestiveness is the offensive part of a leading question, and somehow I don't feel from what we've heard already that he's going to lead this witness into an answer. So the objection is overruled.
So you're
Bigger's already
some.
pissed. Do you see his smirk?
With him at the hospital in Milwaukee.
Yes, we did.
You're allowed some leading questions to sort of set up a fact pattern.
Did you have a Facebook account?
At the time, yes.
And after you took that photograph with Mr. Grosskreutz, did you post that photograph on your Facebook account?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7 for identification. Mr. Marshall, can you take a look at that? Is that a picture of you and Mr. Grosskreutz?
It is.
Okay, and that's a picture in the hospital that was taken?
Yes.
Okay. And I want you to look to the right of the photograph. There's some, not that familiar with Facebook, but there's an entry that you made with your name and then some writing on it. Is that right?
It appears so, yes.
Okay.
He is breathing right into that microphone. It is amazing.
Well, he's not used to testifying in court, I think.
Well, they got the gain on that thing way high.
We're talking about. Tell me if this is fair. It says, I just talked to Gaige Grosskreutz.
Oh, here we go.
2. His only regret was not killing the kid and hesitating to pull the gun before emptying the entire mag into it.
Ba-na-ba-na-ba-na-bum.
No.
Well, that'll do it.
He didn't say that to you.
He never said that to me.
Then why did you post it?
Something about your friend, your roommate, that was a lie.
I did. Given the circumstances and all the threats I've received on the internet, I've never been put in a position like that. Addresses of ours were posted. My mother was getting inboxed. My sister. It was insane with everything going on at the time. I made a bad remark. I was trying to stick up for my friend at the time who, he didn't know any of this was going on. He didn't see the post or anything.
This is the expected answer.
You're saying what he said.
No.
Hold on. This post down here should have killed him right then and there. That's you saying that, right?
That is me saying that, yes.
Okay. This post right here is you equating something that Mr. Grosskreutz said to you.
I lied. He never said that. Those words have never came out of his mouth.
Overruled.
Yeah, overrule that one.
Yeah.
You made it all up.
He's allowed to
100%
confront
made it
him
all
somewhat.
up.
Nothing else. Thank you.
That's
I
it.
made it all up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if if he's saying that
After
in
you
court,
learned that your roommate had been
Does
shot
the
that
jury
night, what
believe
did you
him?
do?
yes.
I actually went to Kenosha trying to figure out if he was alive. My sister was one that notified me. She was watching his live stream, and I had to figure out if my friend was alive. Even at the time, I had no answers. So I drove from Milwaukee to Kenosha to the first hospital. They were transferring him to a secondary hospital, which then he got flight lifted back to Milwaukee. So I basically drove down to Kenosha to drive back to see him in Freighter, but I wasn't able to see him until the following day, at least, I don't know, like 12 hours at least or plus after the incident happened. So
As you came down to Kenosha, you first went to KMH or Freighter South looking for him. Is that right?
yes, it is.
And you got
See,
there
this
a few
has
minutes
nothing to
after he'd
do-
been moved to another hospital.
Or wait,
in
no.
Kenosha. Is that
Never
right?
mind.
Yes, I don't know the exact second hospital. It's like St. Mary's or something along those lines, something like that.
And then when you went to that second hospital, you got there a few minutes after the helicopter had flown him all the way back up to Milwaukee.
Yeah, I actually was watching him get loaded into the flight for life. I kind of assumed it was him, and still, I had no idea if he was going to make it. I didn't know the severity of things.
And so then you drove back up to Milwaukee to Freighter there to try and see
Sure,
whether or
PC
not
on cross
your
or on
roommate
redirect.
was alive.
But you lied, right?
Well, yeah, that was the
And you're a
goal.
liar,
But like I said,
Gouveia?
I wasn't able to get a hold of anyone. He was obviously anonymous at the hospital. I was just trying to get answers for his mom and his family to make sure, I wasn't sure if my friend was going to make it or not. So I was just, following him around, trying to figure it out. But
You were worried, you were scared.
I've never been in that position in my life. It was very traumatic watching, my roommate, best friend get shot. And like I said, I thought he was dead from the second of how everything played out. So yeah, I was very scared, very worried about everything.
On top of being worried about his safety, you were also experiencing people putting his name on the internet, correct?
Yes.
And then all sorts of people who supported the defendant were making threats against him and you, correct?
Yes, I actually believe one of the guys that was sending threats was with the defendant that night. His name is like Dustin Collette or something. He was sending pictures of guns to us. That was just
Objection,
a little thing.
hearsay.
Old addresses of ours got leaked out. I was in fear for my family and fear for my friends. Like it was pretty crazy.
So
I mean, that would be present sense impression.
Where you're talking about emptying a magazine. Was that your way of kind of?
I don't know on the gun.
It's within the whole fear. His fear.
You guys are armed and ready to defend yourselves.
Maybe.
That was 100% it. Gaige has never said those words. I was trying to stick up for him more or less. Was looking back, obviously not a good choice of words to say. I put in my emotions of, what I wish would have happened. I guess you could say it that way that night. But
what I wish would have happened
out of my friend's mouth. When I seen him the next day at the hospital, I cried. I was like, I'm so glad you're alive. Kind of let him know like the severity of everything going on social media. It was pretty wild. So
hey man, I'm so glad you're alive. Your arm is in shambles. Let me tell you about Twitter.
After that, in the year, 14 months since then, you and Gaige have continued to experience threats, harassment online, things like that.
The second I got subpoenaed out of court on Monday, instantly was already getting hundreds of messages, friend requests from people I have no idea. It still goes on to this day. Like it's insane.
Is your friend Gaige the type of person who would take another life?
No, and that's clearly shows of.
Yeah.
The objection is sustained.
Gaige is a medic.
He is a medic,
a paramedic, and an EMT.
See, this is well beyond.
Fair to say he's dedicated his life preserving.
Cross is beyond the scope of direct.
Other people.
Yes, he cares about
dedicated
the
his life
of others.
Nothing further.
I wonder if they can ask him about his criminal charges now.
Because that sounds like character evidence.
They should.
After getting all the harassment and stuff and instantly seeing that comment screenshot and knowing people are going to try to twist that right away, yeah, I took it down immediately.
And you knew from this post, can you bring up the post again?
I don't think they will, but man, it'd be funny if they did.
Because the picture on the bottom shows Mr. Grosskreutz with a firearm, right? You see that?
I do.
Okay. So you, out of anger or frustration, you knew that if you said that if his only regret was not killing the kid, you knew that would hurt him, right?
I did not at the time. Like I said, I was trying to stick up for my friend. It was a very hectic thing. I've never dealt with that situation like that. It was bad judgment.
So your method of sticking up for your friend who you know is possessing a firearm is to lie about something he said.
And like I said, bad.
Overruled, yeah.
Yeah, that's a proper
Like
question.
I said, it was going to be bad. It was a bad judgment, bad call on my part of even wording.
All right, guys, two things. One, legitimately, is Nate in chat. I emailed him. We've organised it that he'll come on at some point for an interview. Nate, I've got a couple of things that I've got to sort out after watching this trial, but we will definitely organise a time. That'd be fantastic. Thank you so much.
Something like that, and it was out of pure anger. That's really all I have.
I have no other questions.
Any objection?
I have no objection to the exhibit, and I have no further questions.
You may step down, sir. Received.
This is the hard part of calling someone on direct because they got that, but I don't know that was. I don't know that was a win for the defense there.
It entirely depends on how the jury sees that. I mean, he went a little sharply against him. He didn't go too hard though, which I think is good. He had some restraint there.
Checking audio, Nick, so that the chat doesn't get angry.
Yeah, no, I have everybody balanced fairly well, I hope. Welcome
I
to the
missed-
show, Viva. Good to see you.
Thank you
buddy.
very much. I missed
Hey,
the last
Viva.
30 seconds of his testimony. Alita, how you doing?
I'm sure I've seen
Good,
this
how are
hipster
you?
guide
Good
before.
morning. Good morning, sir. And the judge has told you that you are still under oath. You understand that?
Back to this guy.
And
huh?
do you recall testifying? The state had called you as a witness back on November 5th regarding this case.
Oh, that's funny. That
I don't know
I,
the
it-
date, but
I
yes.
completely spaced. I just swear I've seen him
And do you
somewhere else.
remember that I was asking you some questions
Is
regarding
this Sal or Sam?
the
I don't
vehicles,
know.
the number
I'm
of
sorry.
vehicles that had been damaged, the
racist,
amount of
Nick.
loss that
They
your
used his
business
real
had
name.
suffered, and information regarding insurance, things of that nature.
True. Yes.
And do you recall part of? And I've got a transcript, so I'll be happy to show you.
Chat says
if you
Sam.
have questions about what you
Okay.
had said. Do you remember me asking you about the? I asked this question. Can you give me a ballpark, meaning the amount of loss that your business suffered?
Uh-oh.
And you had said that you couldn't
Bring up the
remember.
interview.
I asked you more than 100,000. You said yes. I said more than 250,000, and you said I do not know, sir. You remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember saying, being asked this question, and you don't know what the loss from those fires were? Your answer was, I personally never calculated it. My dad does the money part.
Yes. Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
That
Uh-oh.
you
Yes.
still don't, you didn't know at the time what the loss was?
Well, when we arrived on Monday, seeing all the destruction, all the cars, looking at the property, because a lot of oil has lost, it had gone into the asphalt, the soil replacement and all that. So, I mean, we were in shock.
That was a
My
year
question
ago.
to you is, as
Didn't
you
answer
sit
the
here
question.
today, are you still under oath stating that you don't know and didn't know what the loss was?
Sorry, I cannot remember.
You can't remember if that's your statement today?
Could you repeat the question, please?
On November
Hey.
5th, you agree that you testified under oath. You did not know what the loss was from your business.
Restructure the question. Where's System RCN's pointer? This word order is not acceptable.
Okay.
Okay.
You recall testifying last week?
Yes.
And do you recall when you testified last week, you were asked if you were aware of the total amount of loss to your properties? You remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember you testified under oath that you didn't personally know what the loss was, that you never calculated it?
I personally didn't.
And is that your testimony today?
At the time, I didn't know what the exact loss was.
No, that's not the question. Answer the question he asked. please.
Sorry. Sorry, please repeat the question.
Is that your answer today, that you don't know what the loss was?
I do have approximation what the loss was.
And did you learn that from the last time you were in court till today?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Interesting.
What is it?
It was approximately $400,000.
Okay. I'm going to show you.
Uh-oh.
You provided an interview the day after.
John Black in the house
this
there.
happened. Is that right?
By the way, welcome, Ron
I'll
Coleman.
show you. Tell me if you're on the screen.
Thank you. I'm going to try to find my draft summary judgment motion while we're watching this. Don't mind me.
It does sound low, but I mean, it depends whether or not it's a second-hand car lot or if they had new vehicles on the lot.
Muted. Chat, yell at them like you would yell at me that it's muted. Come on. Where is this? I get all kinds of heat. Sheriff Easy gets a pass.
By the way, and it's one of the tactics described in a number of books.
Your lot, right?
At that time, yes.
Is that your brother?
Yes.
Okay. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. You go ahead.
Oh boy.
And obviously,
Well, I can't.
Yeah. None of us can hear it, buddy.
Now I got my sinus earplug, but can other people hear it? No. Okay.
Judge has been working sick all week with those sinuses. Good job, Judge. What a trooper.
I wouldn't think that would control this. I think it's going to be earlier in the system.
Just everyone appreciate it's pretty obvious, but when he was answering that question, he's asked a question, then goes into the detail about the oil in the ground, and it's like that is the peppering of details to get away from answering the question.
Mm-hmm. But Sheriff Easy does a good job of kind of breaking his question down into little pieces to sort of get him back on track.
He's also saying it's hard to approximate the damage that I lied about because there's oil in the asphalt. I mean,
yeah.
I would think because it is, I thought, connected into the system here.
They've had no problems with these audio levels all week.
Is there any place where it's coming in clearly? Are you getting it clearly?
No, Your Honor.
I'll text him. Nah, Judge, actually here in YouTube land, we can't hear nothing. So while tech support is going on, let's see.
Is anyone getting it clearly?
Yellow Flash 2 says, let's go, Brandon. Free Kyle. Fac Uniga says, how would this trial go differently?
Let's talk. So this is your
here we
business. And this obviously is affecting you pretty hard.
Good question.
Yeah.
When we started this business back in 2013, we had about 5 to 7 cars. 7 cars. I counted the first day we had only 7 cars. 7 cars.
Yeah. Do you feel like right now with this that you're still Kenosha now? You're going to stay here in Kenosha and rebuild?
Probably not. Well, the thing is, if there's no government funding or if there's no help from anybody, because there's nothing I can do. I mean,
There's no help from anyone. There's nothing I can do.
If there's no government funding for this, there's nothing we're going to be able to do, right?
I must have. I don't remember saying that.
Oh, jeez.
Come on, man. Come on.
I must have.
You must have. You heard yourself say it just now.
It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of people. It takes a lot of effort. We have to build the capital first to reinvest it. Yeah. We would have been at least so happy that, okay, we lost only 5 cars. 10, 15, okay, max 20, okay, 25.
How many cars were lost total, you know? In total?
Yeah. In all 3 locations? 137.
137 cars. Yep. I heard that there was at least $1.5 million.
That was the first 2.5 in total.
Just like
2.5.
2.5 million in total. That's what you said to him the day after, right?
I must have.
Oh God.
Right?
Yes.
So when you said 400,000 today, is that a lie?
It's not a lie. It's what it is when we, like I said, when we saw that from in our eyes, we were in shock.
Okay.
To be able to, to be able to how to come back from it, we were taking everything in consideration in terms of all the oil, the gas has gone into the asphalt, the DOR. So we're basically putting
guys,
everything into consideration
the
to get
Grosskreutz
back on
civil actions,
track.
both for and against Kyle.
Understand that. But I want you to
I've looked
answer
at
my
the
question.
civil
My question
pleadings,
was,
and we may
when
look
you
at that in
testified
the near
today
future,
under oath
I think.
Your loss was 400,000. You'd agree that's not what you said.
Particularly given that Grosskreutz pleading starts with the words, these white nationalist militia vigilantes. Yeah.
On the team, right?
That is correct.
So what you testified today under oath, that's a lie, right?
It was a mistake
Today?
last time, but in the video.
The two
137 cars is pretty specific.
Oh no shit!
Yes,
They found the
because we
verdict.
were in shock.
So where'd you come up with that number?
Like I just explained to you.
Okay, well we know we're gonna have to do that. Give me a second. Is Vices going live or is it just the? There he is. Yeah. Vice is going live, guys. Feel free to open another tab. I'll watch it here, but you know, he's the one that's been live streaming it. So, no, actually, no, I can't. I'm not gonna snipe it like that.
Over the property loss, the building, the roof, the glass. We didn't know. We looking at the condition of the lot. I mean, you can clearly see it. The asphalt, the soil contamination. There's DOR involved, so that stuff is not cheap. So we were just approximating it. That's probably how much it's gonna be for us to be back on track.
400,000 divided by 137 is just under $3,000 per car.
And then you corrected them and said, no, it's 2.5.
Well, that's what I said because of the DOR and we knew we had to go through the permits again and stuff like
Plus
that.
the building.
So I didn't have.
Plus
it
the
was just
oil in the asphalt.
The number that was.
Second verdict, State of Ohio versus Andrew Kirk
Not
Mitchell.
guilty on the first charge.
19 CR 1662. We, the jury, upon our oaths and law and evidence in this case, find the defendant not guilty of voluntary manslaughter as charged in count 2 of the
There you go. He's a free man.
Signed this 18th
Well,
day of
for
April
now.
2020 by each and every juror. Do you guys want the jury pooled?
Oh man, I've
All right,
spent the
ladies
last
and gentlemen,
4
thank
hours
you. On behalf of the
in
community, on
Vaughn
behalf of
Cook's
the
chat
court,
trying
on
to
behalf of the
convince
parties,
these
thank
people.
you so much for being responsible citizens and coming down.
Well, there you go. Not guilty on both charges.
Was out there with me being in shock of the damages that has occurred to my dad's business.
You knew the specific number of cars, right?
I didn't remember on last week, but now I know it.
And it's 137.
I cannot remember what it was in total.
This is still the
I don't have
inventory
anything else.
manager,
Thank you.
guys, and he still
Oh, I
can't
would
remember
judge
how
it
many
that
cars.
was marked as one.
More incredible catatonic.
Exhibit. Then I would use that. No.
Trying to figure out how to even approach this cross there, Binger.
Mr. Kindry, the video that we just saw, do you remember what day that was?
I honestly do not.
Do you remember what day all of those cars burned?
This video seems like that was early Monday morning. People said Sunday night the lot burned, but when we came to find out, it was Monday early morning in between 12:30 2 o'clock.
$2.5 million. The cars are $15,000
Make
each.
sure we're clear about what we're talking about, Mr. Kindry. We looked at this map when you testified on Friday.
I think $2.5
and
million is a
the
low
video we
ball.
just saw
Yep.
is at this location, the car source on the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan, correct?
That is correct.
And
I think that would also depend
that
if
is
it's
the
used or
lot
new.
that burned
Possibly.
2 in the morning on Monday morning.
That is correct.
All of that damage had been done a couple days before the shootings where Mr. Rittenhouse killed people on the night of Tuesday, August 25th.
That is correct.
And Your interview there that we just watched is what, maybe 6 or 8 hours after the cars had all burned?
Honestly, I don't remember what the time or the date was.
When that property burned, it wasn't just the cars, it was the building too.
Exactly, yes.
There was
Banger.
records, computers,
yes,
business
Keep telling us
files
about how much
inside
damage
that
there
building
was.
Yes.
that
And how
were
400,000 is
destroyed
an
or
obvious
damaged.
lie.
Yes.
Did that make it hard for you as a bit or your family to figure out all of your business inventory, the property value, things like that?
Very hard, yes.
Is it fair to say that 6 or 8 hours after the incident, you didn't have a clear picture of the full value of your cars?
That is correct.
I have nothing further.
Clear enough to have 137 cars identified as destroyed.
That's a very specific number.
And then you just do an easy calculation from there. But
Of this year.
I did not.
Nothing else.
The question was, you didn't have a clear picture on November 5th either.
Did they ask the
Wait,
roommate?
did they just call Kyle Rittenhouse?
We need to do something to take about 5 minutes. Can
Are you serious?
Step out just into the library here for a sec. Anybody wants to go upstairs may do so, but this will be less than 5 minutes, I'm expecting.
Are they calling Kyle? Because he just stood up and someone
That's
in the
what
chat
he
said.
said. They're calling Kyle Rittenhouse.
Let me just go check the results of that Twitter poll. Jack Posobiec retweeted an emphatic no. Do not call him. Jury, while they're pausing, did anyone ask that witness the question, so you would lie to protect your friend? They didn't ask him that in redirect?
I don't know if it was that specific, but they did go ahead with, they hit back on the lie.
Yeah.
Did they mention any correlation between the potential effect of that Facebook post on his $10 million lawsuit?
No. Because I don't think that guy's a party to the suit, so I don't know that he could comment on it.
Your lawyer has called you to testify as a witness in this case, and I just want to advise you what your rights are. You are allowed to testify if you wish under the Constitution, and no one can keep you from testifying, even your own lawyer, if that's what you want to do. If you do decide to testify, then the district attorney will be allowed to cross-examine you about anything that is relevant to this case, and that are there any claimed prior?
He's not going to limit the scope across.
90608.
What we've had testimony regarding the things he said about not shooting anyone.
No. I'm talking about prior instance of dishonesty under 90608. Okay. So that's not an issue. The district attorney will also be allowed to ask you if you've got any criminal history or juvenile adjudications. Are there any of that?
Not aware of it.
Okay. And you could be asked about any other crimes, wrongs, or prior events that I think I've ruled on everything that's been presented to me.
You have left the door open on some things, Your Honor.
Yeah, and I've been thinking about it, and nothing, I've not heard anything in the case that would suggest to me that I would change any of those rulings. So unless there's something else on that, I don't need to cover that in terms of a possible inquiry. He will be able to ask you anything which is relevant to this case, germane, pertinent to this case.
Which is
and
everything.
you will have to answer those questions, even though it may ensnare you in some other criminal prosecution. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any question about that at all?
No, Your Honor.
You also have a right not to testify if you don't wish to do so. And if you decide that you do not wish to
Too late for that now.
then no comment can be made on your silence by the district attorney. And I will not comment on your silence unless I am asked by your attorney to do so. And the only comment that I would make on it, if I were asked to do so, would be to instruct the jury that the defendant in a criminal case has the absolute constitutional right not to testify.
He's telling you
and
not
that
to.
your silence should not be considered by the jury in any manner in deliberation or in reaching their verdict. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that'll be a choice that I would ask Mr. Sharofsky or Mr. Richards at a later point as to what you wanted to do if you decided not to testify, but that won't be an issue if you decide that you do want to testify, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any question about this at all?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to discuss this matter with your lawyers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to think about what you're doing?
Yes, Your Honor.
You think what you're doing
Are
is
you
best in
sure?
the circumstances?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened you or pressured you or forced you in any way with respect to this decision?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything in exchange for this?
No, Your Honor.
Is your mind clear today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you feeling all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you
Is
had
this normal? Is this standard questioning by the judge?
any drugs? or
Yes.
controlled
I think so.
substances of any kind within the last 24 hours?
No, Your
Because
Honor.
he has to, I mean, if he's giving up
They
his
should
Fifth
not
Amendment
accept
rights,
this,
he has to be absolutely sure.
Consistent with advice of counsel.
Okay.
Oh my.
Any questions? Okay. All right then. Anything else?
May I just have a moment to run back to my office real quick? I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Let me just go get my giant folder of questions that I didn't think I'd ever get to ask this kid. Is what Binger just said.
Oh my God.
Binger's going to go relieve some nervous tension. He can't believe he's just gotten this gift.
So yesterday I suggested that I asked the question, is the scope on cross-examination in a criminal case different from in a civil case? And we ended up talking about the Fifth Amendment a little bit. An experienced friend on Twitter sent me the following DM last night. The limit on cross being limited to the scope of direct does not apply in criminal cases to the degree that it applies in civil cases. That's because the Fifth Amendment, that's because of the Fifth Amendment, and that the prosecution cannot put the defendant on the stand. So two things can happen. The judge can simply allow the prosecution to expand the scope of cross, or because he's waived his Fifth Amendment rights, the prosecution can call him in rebuttal as their own witness, have him declared hostile, and go to town. So I don't know how that is even remotely consistent with the beginning of the statement and what I thought, which was that there is some limitation. It sounds almost as if there's virtually no limitation, and something that the judge said just now sounded a lot like that.
Yeah, it's why you don't do it.
People in the chat are saying, don't count the kid out. He's smart. It's not a question of that. It's just that there's no real benefit to be gained from this, and arguably only exposure and
right.
The loss.
Clearly not.
What's he going to say that the witnesses haven't already said?
Yeah, that's the real thing. I'll tell you what he's going to say that the witness, or what he could say that the witnesses haven't already said. Something that would compromise his ability to not say something else. That's the risk, is that if he gets up on the stand and says anything regarding his character, if he says he's a peaceful person, if he says that he doesn't engage in violence and that he's just a good boy, then they get to bring up the fact that he got into a fight and there's videos where he's punching a woman in the face. They get to bring up the fact that he sat in a CVS truck wishing that he had his gun with him so he could shoot people who he believed were stealing things out of that CVS. He could open the door to prejudicial prior acts that are irrelevant to this. If he says, I'm not a member of any organizations, maybe they can attack his later association with the Proud Boys, even though it would normally be irrelevant to this case and has been excluded from being mentioned at the time. This is just a bowl of risk with basically no reward, because I think, Viva, you just said they've already made their case. There's nothing you need.
Nick,
well, those comments aged like milk.
Factually incorrectly, and then they get.
Ooh.
For whatever
talking to you,
reason, he answers one question incorrectly. I just got scolded by the judge. One question incorrectly, and they'll get to contradict him, admit documents or evidence which have not yet been seen on the basis that I didn't know he was going to lie, and then turn him into the liar on the stand, even if it's just an honest mistake or doesn't remember. Like some of the other witnesses don't remember very specific details. Anyone else notice a change in the judge's demeanor right now, or am I projecting?
No, he
Judge
looks
is leaning back
nervous.
now. In my opinion, I do not believe that the judge believes what's going on.
You may be seated. Swear to the witness, please.
Can I ask you to stand, please, and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Wait, what? You were the courtroom photographer for the Anderson trial? Nate, we've got to talk.
Please state your name, spelling your last name for the record.
Kyle Rittenhouse, Rittenhouse,
Kyle, where do you reside?
Walworth County,
How old are you?
18.
On August 25th of 2020, did you come to downtown Kenosha to look for trouble?
No.
Would you have shot Joseph Rosenbaum if he hadn't chased you trying to take your firearm?
Objection, leading.
It sounds kind of leading.
Would you?
Would you
I'll
is
get to it.
leading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You a high school?
Well, it's speculation.
What high school?
Penn Foster Online High School.
Are you currently enrolled in any further studies?
I'm a college student studying nursing at Arizona State University.
Do you
online?
Who do you currently live with?
My mom and
I'm going to say this. This is the wrong thing to
your
do.
attention
I'm 100%
to
against this. This is
25th.
ridiculous having him on the
Agreed.
stand. 100% ridiculous.
Antioch, Illinois.
Do you remember the address?
286 Anita Terrace, apartment 104, Antioch, Illinois.
Who did you live with there?
My mother and two sisters.
They made him fully dox himself?
Michael Rittenhouse.
No, that's his former
Back
address.
on August
Oh.
25th of 2020,
Hey, Matt Banger.
where did he reside?
He lived in Kenosha, in the city
Showing
of
his ties to Kenosha.
in the apartments behind the Pick and Save on 50th. On 50.
Do you have any other family that's from Kenosha?
Yes.
What?
My grandmother, my aunt, my uncle, and cousins all live in the city of Kenosha.
Okay. There's been testimony in this trial about the firearm in question, which has been marked. States 28. You've seen that gun?
Yes.
Before August 25th of 2020, had that gun ever left the state of Wisconsin?
No.
Now, before this event happened on August 25th of 2020, did you have any hobbies?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you like to do.
I was a swimmer. I enjoyed working. I was a lifeguard, hanging out with friends, going to the beach, just normal teenage stuff.
Were you a member of any groups, organized groups?
Organized.
Yes.
What?
I was a police explorer for Grays Lake Police Department, and I was a firefighter EMT cadet for Antioch Fire Department.
Did you have any training in?
So far, everything he's testified to, his mom can testify
Yes.
to.
What?
I was a certified lifeguard. I am a certified lifeguard and swim instructor. I am certified in Stop the Bleed, CPR, AED, automatic external defibrillator, and basic life support.
Okay. On August 25th of 2020, where were you employed?
I was furloughed at the YMCA in Lindenhurst, Illinois, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I was working at the Recplex in Pleasant Prairie.
Okay. Recplex here in Kenosha County?
Yes.
Now, on the night of the 24th, did you come to downtown Kenosha?
Not downtown, but I came to Kenosha for work.
Okay. And after your shift at work completed, where did you go?
I went to Dominic Black's stepfather's house. I believe his name is Scott Dickhart. It's been a while since I've seen him.
Okay. And
Careful,
who is
Nick.
Dominic Black in relationship to you?
Him and my Dominic Black and my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse used to date.
Okay. And on the night of the 24th, were you aware of anything going on in Kenosha?
I knew there was protests, demonstrations, and riots going on in the later evening.
Okay. And how were you aware of that?
I saw videos on social media, on Facebook live streams, TikTok of. I saw the car source lot being burned down, the car source one, what we've been referring to. I saw a police officer get assaulted. He had a brick thrown at his head. And I saw the mattress store owner get knocked out, and I believe his jaw was broken and had to be wired shut or something.
And you saw all of that on the 24th?
Yes.
Did you go to downtown Kenosha at that time and try and do anything about that?
No, I did not.
Directing your attention to the late morning of August 25th, 2020, did you have occasion to go downtown?
I did go to downtown in the morning of August 25th.
Who did you go there with?
I went there with Dominic Black, my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse, and Ray Dickhart.
And describe what you did.
We walked around for a little bit, and then I believe at around 11:30 noon, we ended up at Ruther Central High School, where we ended up cleaning graffiti for about, I want to say, an hour and a half to 2 hours.
There's photos of that.
This is
Guess
the
they're
exact
trying
narrative. This is the narrative the prosecution wants to come
Show
up
us
with.
been previously marked
Knowing with a
as
gun.
131. You recognize that?
I do.
Could you describe what you see in that photo?
Towards the left in the olive green shirt, that's me, and then to my left, that's Ray Dickhart, and to my right, that's my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse. And
What are you doing there?
we're cleaning graffiti off of Ruther Central High School.
And were you getting paid to do this?
No, I was not.
And you see what the graffiti says?
Yes.
And you knew what it said as you were cleaning it off?
Yes.
I won't repeat it. After you were done doing that, what did you do?
We were walking, and we went to the car source lot, the first location, and we were looking at the destruction of the burnt cars, and we saw the owner, Sam and Sal, I believe that's what they told us their names were.
And you saw, when we say car source, the one that you met Sam and Sal at is what we've been referring to as car source number 1?
Yes.
And that's the one that they just played a video of all the burnt out cars?
Yes.
Did you have any discussions with Sam and Sal?
Briefly, I offered my condolences, and I said, if there's anything I can do, please reach out to me. He gave me his number. I gave him my number.
And you were with Dominic Black at that time?
I was.
And your sister?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
After that, we walked back to, I believe, we parked their car by, you see the parking lot?
Do you have the pointer up there?
Yes. We parked our car right in this parking lot in that corner, somewhere over there.
I can't see that far, I'm sorry. You're referring to the parking lot, which is at the corner 59th and Sheridan. It would be the southeast corner, correct?
Correct.
And you're pointing the dot. You parked closer to 8th Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you can put the pointer down. And whose car did you get there in?
Dominic Black's.
And when you left, where did you go?
Once we left that parking lot, we went to Dominic Black's stepfather's house again, and we hung out there for a little bit.
Okay. And you know who Nick Smith is?
I do.
And did you have any contact with Nick Smith that afternoon?
Later in the evening, around 3:30, 4 o'clock, Nick Smith called me and Dominic.
And when he called you, what was the nature of the call?
At first, Nick Smith wanted us to drive him to Chicago by O'Hare Airport, the suburbs of Chicago, because he wanted to buy a bulletproof vest. And Dominic said, okay, we'll drive him. And then he said, okay, I need you to pick me up at like 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Okay. Did you go and pick him up eventually?
Yes. We actually, before we picked him up, we went to Jelensky's.
Okay. What did you do at Jelensky's?
We bought, Dominic wanted me to buy 2 rifle slings.
And did you?
I did.
One was for what?
One was for my rifle, and the other one was for Dominic's rifle.
That contradicts Dominic's testimony.
Why did you care about your rifles that evening?
The reason for the slings were just so it's like a retainer. So if I'm helping somebody with first aid, I can just like dangle my rifle behind me, and I don't have to worry about somebody just randomly going and picking it up off the ground, just as like an extra measure, so it won't be taken from the ground.
And what time did you go to Jelensky's?
I want to say about 2:30, but I don't know exactly for sure.
Okay. When did you first have contact with Nick Smith?
3:30, 3:15.
Okay.
3:15.
And was there any discussion regarding car source at that time?
Yes.
What?
Nick Smith, once we picked him up, he wanted to go to a bank to withdraw money. The bank was closed. And then he was like, hey, would you guys like to come with me and help watch over the car source, make sure there's no fires or anything? And Dominic said, yes, I agreed. I said, okay. And then I said, here, Nick, I don't really need my bulletproof vest. I'm going to be helping people with first aid. So I gave him my bulletproof vest.
And by you giving him your bulletproof vest, that stopped the need to go to someplace by Ohio Airport?
Yes.
Okay. And why does a 17-year-old kid have a bulletproof vest?
It was issued to me by the Grays Lake Police Department.
You didn't purchase it?
No, I did not.
Whoa.
After you gave him your bulletproof vest, where did you go?
We went back to Nick Smith's house where we parked Dominic Black's car.
And then what did you do?
We walked from Mr. Smith's house. Once we parked at Nick Smith's house, we walked from Nick Smith's house to the car source 1, cutting through the Ruther Central backside parking lot because Nick Smith lives on the same street.
You don't have to say where Nick Smith
Okay.
lives. He lives within walking distance from here?
Yes.
Okay. And so you go to car source 1?
Yes.
And that's the bird belt one?
No, car source 2, my bad, across the street.
Okay. And at car source 2, that's where you spent most of the evening?
Yes.
Okay. When you first got to car source 2, the one at 59th and Sheridan, what happened?
The owners were there, Sam, Sal, and his father, and I believe, I think it was his uncle there also. He was driving a van of some sort.
And what was the discussion?
Sam and Sal thanked us for coming out to help. And then Sal said, hey, why don't you guys hop in my car? If I remember correctly, it was either a white or black BMW or Mercedes. I don't recall exactly.
And why did he want you to get in his car?
He was going to drive us down to car source lot number 3.
Okay. And did you agree to get in his car?
I did.
And who went to car source number 3?
Me, Dominic Black, and Nick Smith.
And who was driving?
Sal.
And when you got there, what happened?
We got out and we hung around for a couple minutes, and then some people showed up. I now know who they are, but at the time I didn't.
Real quick, I want to say it's possible that Kyle insisted on testifying. Lots of criminal defendants want to tell their story, and you can't stop them.
So it's been marked as exhibit.
That's also possible.
30.
Yeah.
Recognize
You can
that?
obviously
but a good
advise them
attorney would
strongly against
make
doing
sure
so.
Their client doesn't testify. You let them know, right? It's ridiculous.
But when you get a client that
I
feels
understand
very
you might be
strongly about it and want the
You're a
day
good
in
attorney,
court,
you let them know.
it happens.
Point out. Can you point out the people who you knew before that picture was taken and name them?
Yes.
If Kyle insisted, I hope Richard's got it in writing because
yes,
it's a liability.
Well, but he can't show
He
it
would
to
have
anybody
to.
anyway. But he could, yeah, he would have to. But he couldn't show it to
Well,
anybody.
he could on a malpractice
claim.
claim.
Yeah.
Yeah, on malpractice, yeah. But I'm talking about like,
This
you
is
know.
Joanne Cooper. This is Justin Hamilton. This is Dustin Colette. This is Nicholas Smith. I don't recall his name.
Real quick, no, he
This
did
is
not
me,
say that he
and
was
this is
doing
Dominic
it on advice of counsel. He said the recitation of Kyle's rights was consistent with advice of counsel.
We've heard testimony about you, Nick, and Dominic. You knew those individuals before August 25th of 2020?
I knew Nicholas Smith and Dominic Black.
Okay. You did not know the owner of Car Source previously?
I did not.
Was he being nice to you guys? Was he happy you were there? Was he mad at you for being there? Describe it.
He was happy we were there.
Okay. And you heard their testimony, the two owners. I believe that was Friday afternoon.
I did.
And did they give you permission to be there?
They did.
Objection leading.
And the other individuals
Let
in
him
this
talk
photograph, some of
on
whom
this
have
one.
testified in this trial.
Yeah, there's no way in hell that the
10
prosecution
minutes
objects.
before this photograph was taken, did you
Every
know
word that
any
comes
of
out of
them?
the kid's mouth is
I
an
did
opening
not.
for them.
Did you ever spoken to any of them?
No.
And when you were there, what was the idea? Was there a plan? What was going to happen?
Yes, the plan was to, I went down there to provide first aid. I brought my orange first aid kit, the fanny pack, and I also brought my Pelican box, which was filled with first aid stuff by my feet to provide first aid.
The orange box by your feet you referred to as a Pelican box?
Yes.
Did you have that before the 25th?
Yes.
Was it stocked
Yes.
with things that you had bought and brought?
Yes.
And do you go with that every day, or is that because of the situation?
It was in the trunk of my car.
Okay. And the fanny pack, what's the situation with that?
It was my work bag. I brought it to work with me, and I would put it under my lifeguard booth.
Okay. And that had first
Damn it,
aid
it's that
supplies.
time of the morning
Yes.
again, peeps. I'm going to get the little
Now,
one ready for daycare.
After the meeting here at
Hopefully, I'm not going to
63rd
miss anything if I
Sheridan
do a
Road,
run, but
what's
right
been
back.
referred to as Car Source 3, what happened?
After the photograph, I believe, I don't recall exactly, but there was about 2 or 3 vans that pulled up, like big vans with people inside of them.
Okay. And what was their role in this evening?
Well, they showed up and they wanted to protect the business, and I didn't really have a say in what everybody was doing. I was just there doing my first aid stuff. And then Ryan Ball said, hey, why don't you guys stay here? And we'll go down to the car source number 2.
Okay. And so the people, a group of people was going to stay at Car Source 3, and the people depicted in this photograph were going to go where?
Car source 2.
And is that what happened?
Yes.
And so at that point, then Sam and Sal had coverage, for lack of a better word, at both of their businesses to protect the property, correct?
Yes.
So you get down to Car Source 2. Did all of these people go there?
Yes. Besides Sal, the owner, he did not.
Okay. During the night, was Sam and Sal there?
They were not.
They left you guys there.
Yes. I believe Nick Smith was in contact with them throughout the night. I'm not certain, but I believe they were.
And you get down there, were you able to get in and out of the business?
Yes.
How?
Sal, the owner, actually gave Nick Smith a set of keys.
Did you personally see that?
I did.
Did he give you any other direction regarding any equipment or anything like that?
He let us know where, like, the power washers and the fire. I think there was a single fire extinguisher in the building and some hoses, the hose hookups, just in case there was any fires we needed to put out at the lot.
Anything else about roof?
He
certainly well
showed,
prepared.
I believe it was Dominic Black and Nick Smith, the 2 ladders that were there to get up on the roof.
Okay. And did you guys use those ladders?
I didn't personally, but the people that were on the roof did.
Okay. And you saw them use those ladders?
I didn't see them, but that's how they got up there.
He comes across very credible, though. I'm not gonna.
Yes.
Where were you
Credible
predominantly? Or so?
and clean cut
I was in
and
front
American
of the
and
car source, too.
earnest.
Yeah, it's like apple pie. Yeah, I was out there. He's out there scribbling off thing from the high school. So
Now, during the night at Car Source 2, did you stay there the whole time?
No, not
Okay.
the whole time.
When you would leave Car Source 2, what
notice how he's not looking at the jury.
When-
He's looking at the person.
when I
asking
left, I was
questions, you know.
with Ryan Balch, and we would go out and ask if anybody needed any first aid assistance, and we would see if there were any fires, and we would put them out.
Okay. Did you personally put out any fires?
I did.
Where?
I put one out at the church.
Use a pointer.
So right here was where there was the demolishing. They were breaking some stuff down. But right here, I believe there was another building with an alleyway. It was either right here or right here. I don't remember fully. But there was a fire down the alleyway where they were trying to set the building and church on fire, and me and Mr. Balch, and I believe somebody else was with us. We went to go put that fire out.
Did you put it out?
We did.
Then what did you
do? Around that time, we saw Ruther Central High School on fire, the front doors, and we were walking north down Sheridan Road to go put the fire out. And then somebody else put the fire out before we got to Ruther Central High School.
When you say the front, is that right here in Civic Park?
No, sorry, that's my mistake. You're walking north on Sheridan. It's the side of the building on Sheridan Road, towards the left when you're walking north.
In the general area where you had tried to help remove graffiti earlier?
Yes, in that photo to the right.
Okay. And during the evening, was there any friction between your group and protesters/rioters?
No. The only type of stuff that happened was the person that attacked me first threatened to kill me twice.
Okay. And the person who threatened to kill you, we now know was Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
Before August 25th of 2020, had you ever seen him before?
I did not.
Had you ever done anything to upset him?
No.
Now, you said he threatened to kill you twice.
Yes.
Describe the first time.
The first time was me and Ryan Bolt were a little bit north, towards the north corner of 59th and Sheridan, and Mr. Rosenbaum was walking with a steel chain, and he had a blue mask around his face, and he was just mad about something. Me and Mr. Balch were asking people if they needed medical help, and then he screamed, sorry for my language, he screamed, "If I catch any of you fuckers alone, I'm going to fucking kill you."
And that was directed at you and Mr. Balch?
It was directed at both of us, what I believe.
And there was a second occasion where he threatened you?
Yes. The second time was outside of the car source. And I don't know if it was directed towards me, but I heard it. He said to, I believe it was Joanne Fiedler, Dustin, Colette, and another guy. He was screaming. He said, "I'm going to cut your fucking hearts out and kill." I'm not going to repeat the second word, but kill you N-words.
That's new.
Now, did you ever see
No, it's not.
Rosenbaum doing anything?
We heard that before.
Well,
I did.
The N-word statement, but cut your heart
I-
out.
the
that-
heart's
that
out,
does
yeah.
feel new.
I now know to be Joshua Zeminski. I saw him tip that trailer over and the porta potty. I saw him do both. And I believe he tried to start the porta potty on fire. I don't know. I don't think he succeeded. But then I saw him with Mr. Zeminski. He was either helping start it or he was like throwing stuff on it. I don't know which one he was doing.
Where did you originally see that trailer?
That trailer.
Oh, Grambo
was in
said the heart
St.
outline
James-
too.
In the St. James Church parking lot. Sort of.
Oh, she said it also?
Over here in like the back
chat.
corner. What I remember.
And did you see how it got from there to where it was put on fire?
It was pulled.
By who?
It was several people that pulled it into the street, but I can't tell you definitely who pulled it into the street.
And you went down there and saw them starting a fire?
I didn't go down there. I was at the corner of the car source lot.
Okay. And you referred to Mr. Zeminski. Before August 25th of 2020, had you ever met Mr. Zeminski?
I have not.
Did you ever meet him since?
I have not.
Now, when you first saw Mr. Rosenbaum, was his top half of his body clothed or unclothed?
He was clothed with a blue mask the first time I saw him. Yeah, blue mask.
And what color was his shirt, if you remember?
A dark red-ish color.
Now, did you provide medical help to anyone?
I did.
Describe a couple of those occasions.
The first time I provided medical help to someone was this lady. I think she sprained her ankle or twisted it. I don't know exactly. I'm not an expert on x-rays, or I wouldn't know. She hurt her ankle and she was being carried by two gentlemen. And I said, hey, before that I was just pepper sprayed, but I was like, hey, do you need help? And she said yes. And I said, okay, let's go into the car source where I was helping people. And I wrapped her ankle and then she went on her way. And I let her know there was a hospital. If you go, I want to say southbound Sheridan, across the street from car source 3, I let her know that the hospital was over there and she should go get it looked at.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes.
What?
Somebody threw a chemical bomb, actually right after I heard I'm going to cut your hearts out from Mr. Rosenbaum. I don't know who threw it, but somebody threw a chemical bomb, and Ryan Balch had some effects of it. So I helped Mr. Balch with being able to breathe, and I helped flush his eyes out and had him drink some water.
Okay. You, in the answer to the question just before, you said something about being pepper sprayed?
I did.
And where did that happen?
That happened at the car source, I believe it's the first time a big crowd of people were over there. I was pepper sprayed by somebody that was in the crowd. I don't know why, but I was pepper sprayed.
Did you do anything in retaliation?
I did not.
Now, directing your attention to later in the evening, did there come an occasion where you had contact with Mr. McGinnis?
There was.
And before this evening, August 25th, 2020, did you ever met or spoke to Mr. McGinnis?
I have not.
And you and Mr. McGinnis and Mr. Balch go someplace?
Yes.
And describe that.
I get done with my interview with Mr. McGinnis and I ask him, Mr. McGinnis, no, I don't ask him. I said, if you want to come with us, that's fine, to document and film me and Ryan helping people. And he said, yeah, sure. And he followed behind us.
And in that tape for Mr. McGinnis, there's talk about you being an EMT, correct?
Yes.
Are you an EMT?
I am not.
You have first aid and other training?
I do.
And you go to south on Sheridan Road?
Correct.
You cross 60th and Sheridan Road?
I believe we stay just to the right going south on Sheridan Road.
And eventually you cross Sheridan Road?
Eventually.
And were the Bearcats there yet?
No. Yes, they were.
Okay. Had they set up a line to stop people that you were aware of?
Not that I was aware of. I just know they were parked right there. People were throwing rocks at them.
Did anybody tell you not to cross that line? You wouldn't be able to go back?
Not until later in the evening.
Okay. You cross that line, where do you go?
We continue straight in a southerly direction down Sheridan Road.
Okay. Were you going any place in particular?
No, we were just going to see if anybody needed medical help, and I looked at a guy's shoulder on the way there.
Okay. And you finished with the guy's shoulder, and you continue on, and what happens?
I continue walking in a southerly direction down Sheridan Road, and then as I'm walking, I believe you guys have been referring to him as Yellow Pants. He said he said something to me. I believe it was, you were the one that pointed your rifle at me with the laser pointed at me. I believe that's what I heard. and I didn't. That's the first time I saw him that night, so I was confused. So I said I did, and then I continued to walk away.
And was the did an admission that you did it, or more of a statement with a question?
It was a
leading
sarcastic remark.
That would be a leading
Did you
question.
engage
Yeah.
with them any further?
No.
And
Binger just wants
from
to let him
there,
talk,
where
though.
did you go?
There I continue walking in a
Binger is
southern
feverishly
direction,
taking notes, is what Binger's doing.
merging towards the middle of Sheridan Road.
Okay, at that point, did you become aware of anything?
In about as I'm walking, I start to look because I realize Mr. Balch is not with me anymore.
Okay, did you continue on your way down Sheridan Road without Mr. Balch?
No, I actually went to go look for Mr. Balch in the Ultimate gas station parking lot.
Okay, when you went to the Ultimate gas station parking lot, describe what was going on there.
There were a lot of people there. I don't really know what was going on. I was just focused on trying to find Mr. Balch. As I was looking for him, couldn't find him. I said, okay, no problem. I'll just go back to the car source number 2.
Okay, and describe what happened as you did that.
As I did that, I received a phone call from Dominic Black.
Okay, let me back up. Were you able to get back to car source number 2?
No, I did not.
Describe that.
As I was trying to get back, the police stopped me. Well, didn't stop me. They told me, I believe they said something along the lines of to not go down there. And I was telling them, hey, I need to go down there. That's where I'm at, that business. I don't remember exactly how that conversation went, but they wouldn't let me go back to car source lot number 2.
So you weren't able to get back to car source 2?
I was not.
Did you disobey the police's order?
No.
And you're alone, you're stuck on the other side of the police line from the car source 2. Where do you go?
I go to where there's other people at the gas station protecting the gas station, and I go there because I believe that's the safest place to go because there's other people there. And
at that point, were you able to find Mr. Balch?
I was not.
Well, you're at the Ultimate gas station, I think we've been calling it.
Correct.
Point it out, just there's no.
So he's not looking for trouble. He's looking for safety. He's looking to help people.
Golf gas station.
That's a good point.
And
State of mind is
when
the
you were
only
there,
thing that
what's
makes
the
any sense, but I
next
still
significant
disagree.
thing that happened?
Dominic Black calls me and he says, Kyle, I need you to get down to the car source lot number 3. The cars are being bashed in. They're setting all the cars on fire. I need you to go and put the fires out.
Okay. And did you do anything as a result of that phone call?
I did.
What?
At the Ultimate gas station, I asked, I don't know who he is, but I asked an individual if he could come with me and if I could have a fire extinguisher to put out the fires.
Were both of those requests satisfied?
One of them were.
What?
I was given a fire extinguisher, but he said he can't come with me, and he said he believes there's already people down there helping protect the business.
Okay. And what did you do then?
I start running towards the car source lot number 3 to put out the fires, pausing occasionally to catch my breath and walk.
Okay. On the way to car source 3, did you have any interaction with Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
Did you notice Mr. Rosenbaum doing anything as you went down to car source 3?
I didn't notice Mr. Rosenbaum until he came out from behind the car and ambushed me.
Okay, I'll get to that. Did you run the whole way?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You had your gun, correct?
Yes.
And you had a fire extinguisher?
Yes.
And you had your medic?
My medical bag, yes.
And were you asking people about medic at that point?
I was asking people if they needed medical help as I was getting down there.
Did you receive any responses?
No, I didn't.
Describe your approach to car source number 3.
as I'm walking down Sheridan Road, I hear somebody scream, "Burn in hell," and I reply with friendly, friendly, friendly to let them know, hey, I'm just here to help. I don't want any problems. I just want to put out the fires if there are any. I continue walking, and then I notice the Duramax. I notice a flame in the back seat of the Duramax, and I step towards the Duramax, and as I'm stepping forward, I believe his name is now Joshua Zeminski. He steps towards me with a pistol in his hand, and as I'm walking towards to put out the fire, I drop the fire extinguisher and I take a step back.
Okay. When you step back from Mr. Zeminski, what's your plan?
My plan is to get out of that situation and go back north down Sheridan Road to where the car source lot number 2 was.
I bet he's going to cry when he talks about killing Rosenbaum.
Back? Were you able to go in a northerly direction?
I believe this kid. I believe this kid 100%.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder, and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side, and I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski, and there were.
Yep.
Question is, will the jury believe it, or will they think it's rehearsed?
Right.
No, they're gonna believe it. But
people right there.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
I believe this kid. I believe this fucking kid. I'm sorry. I believe him. I'm not sorry. I believe this kid.
Whatever. That's where I run.
This is a 17-year-old kid who just killed 2 people.
this is post-traumatic stress disorder, and it's not.
It's a 17-year-old kid who just, this kid was 17. People think this kid is like a 40-year-old man. It's a 17-year-old kid
Right,
who's out there cleaning off graffiti from a high school.
Yeah.
Of course he's going to be upset.
Someone in the chat said he was being hunted, and you realize he was being hunted by like a pack of wolves. One was taking one side,
Thanks,
the other one
Caleb.
brandished a firearm from another side. But this kid suffers from PTSD, and this is reliving it in real time.
Yeah.
I want to point something out to address the chat. Yes, Kyle is doing well. He's doing great. He's very believable, and he's coming across very real right now. The jury is certainly going to be, they're at worst, each juror is going to have a conflict inside. If they hate Kyle, they're going to be conflicted by what's going on. The problem is not now on direct.
It's cross-examination.
That is not the problem. He's going to do direct well. They've been probably rehearsing this for the past month, getting this testimony down. It's why he's crisp on the facts. He's confident. He's been doing all this. And this moment they knew was going to come. Barnes said,
Let's aim for 10 minutes, but it'll probably be a tad longer.
Barnes said for the first month while he was in jail, he's throwing up every day. We know Kyle feels guilt and remorse over this. The problem comes on cross because this is now, and when they hit cross, Binger gets to ask him every question, and all the jury needs, all the people who hate him and are conflicted right now, if they do, I'm not saying they do, we don't know, but if they're conflicted right now, it takes one question and one answer on cross to put them back and go, wait, that was a charade. They can justify it.
There's two things, by the way, crying like that, most people with half a heart will acknowledge that it's PTSD. Others will just say it's a sign of instability, and you have an unstable kid coming with an AR-15 to protect burnt out cars. What did he think was going to happen? And he's guilty. And I'm taking notes, like Binger's going to ask questions about his other hobbies. He's testified to hobbies. Cross, what are his other hobbies? From an optics point of view, having the kid holding a laser on stand is not a good optics. And if you're a sassy prosecutor in cross, you can find a way to work in jabby remarks.
All right. Yeah. That's not being a sassy prosecutor is not on the table here.
No, they have to be very careful.
No, but I'm saying he's not he's not good. His technique is not good. The question is, I think the point is, Viva, and I think we all agree, he doesn't necessarily have to be that good.
No.
He's got now a wide canvas to paint on, and
he's got one. He's already got one lie when Rittenhouse says, "I did point the laser." So were you lying then, or were you lying now? It's the exact same strategy you'd use on the roommate. Were you lying then, or were you lying now? And you've got one statement right there. It's not, the kid is clearly distraught. It was always going to go this way, and the question is, how is anyone going to interpret this? People with any experience might interpret it for what it is, but people with confirmation bias will read it a whole different way.
And the last point about his emotional breakdown, there are a lot of people in prison for the rest of their lives who cried on the stand and genuinely meant it, that they felt regret over killing someone. It happens in courtrooms basically every
people who kill
day.
their entire families crying on the stand.
Yes.
And,
So
and the judge ruled, and I'm not sure that Kyle fully appreciated it, that we're going to allow an unlimited cross. This whole idea of the scope of direct is a concept that is completely gone.
Yeah.
The prosecution can ask any question that is relevant to that night.
Other than the few restricted by in limine, which is currently his association with the Proud Boys, although they asked him if he was a member of any
Memberships.
organizations.
That
so
probably
that
opens the door.
That opens the
Right.
door.
And then the other
Not a
questions.
member of any organizations. Let's talk a little bit about this. If the prosecution has any sense at all, they will come to Cross almost as a friend. They will come to him as a friend, and they will be kind. They won't berate him like we saw yesterday.
Maybe.
And that would be my idea.
He said
at
if they
least.
had
That'd be my
sense.
idea. Come to him as a friend and make him trip up.
Yeah, and the current other thing they can't ask about right now are his two prior bad acts. That's all, which is the fight and the CVS incident. They can't ask about those currently, although we still have time on direct. Sorry, Viva, I didn't mean to go over you there.
No, I was going to say two things. I mean, from a damage control perspective, if I'm saying now as defense, get him off the stand now, is there a way they can just end this right now and say he's unable to continue? He'll still get crossed to some extent, but much more limited?
You still got to get crossed.
No limit on cross. Judge said
he's
no
gotta get
limit
crossed,
on cross.
And now everyone in the chat should also appreciate that the defense, what people think is building the defense, is actually just building the exact narrative that the prosecution wants to build, is that this kid shows up with a gun to protect what were by and large already burnt out cars, to go protect property that has been destroyed to some extent, no plan, shows up with a gun, and then, this happens. This is the narrative that the prosecution is painting in the hopes that people are just going to say he shouldn't have been there. It was culpable from the beginning, therefore we'll find guilt. So they're not even contradicting the prosecution's narrative.
No, I can't agree, Viva. I can't agree. I think what I heard here was that he's a guy looking for people to help. And when cops tell him to do something, he does it. When he doesn't know where to go, he goes where there is safety and people and light. He didn't say light, but that's what you have at a gas station. So, in fact, I think that was a very important point and a theme that had to have purposely been injected into the narrative along with the lawyers, which is here, at every juncture, what you don't have, what you have is he's not talking about his gun. He's talking about his first aid kit. He's talking about people. He's talking about connection, body armor. It's all defensive. So you're right, Viva. If confirmation bias is in play, none of this matters. None of this matters.
He's going to be talking. He's going to talk about that gun on cross.
Oh yeah, but I think the big point here, I think a lot of people just don't understand. Is that we want to be emotional on direct, right? This is what they want us to be. They want us to be emotional. They want us to be invested. But like Nick said earlier, this is not the show, right? This is not the show. It's really on cross. And on cross, I think people have to really understand Binger is a professional prosecutor. He's done, like when I was a prosecutor, I had 70 cases holding at one time. This is something that you do as par course. This guy's a professional. So the fact that he's even taking the stand, you're taking the stand against a professional who's done this thousands of times, who knows how to break a witness on the stand. That's the reason. That's the one reason why I say, he shouldn't be up there anyway. So
I agree. That was my thought, Nate. Also, is that even though we have seen that the prosecutors do not have good technique. In fact, their technique is less than average. But in this moment, this is the critical moment. This is right down the middle of what a prosecutor does in terms of cross-examination. And as you said, he's done it a gazillion times. I guess the only question
put
is,
the gun in his hand. They're going to literally ask Kyle to take hold of the gun. Show us how you were holding it that night, Kyle. Show us how you pointed it, Kyle. Literally hold the gun for the jury so they can see you do it right now.
Yeah, well, I think in terms of the emotion here in his direct, really what's gonna matter for the jury is how consistent his emotion stays, not just in his direct, but then in his cross. Because remember with Grosskreutz,
so we had a Vice's raid come through. Thank you very much for joining, everybody.
He was very well rehearsed, and then he also had some like
getting myself set up
moments.
Seems like it's gonna be rough.
You know, kind of spinning up. That then, as soon as he was put pressure on him on cross. Under that pressure, all of that sort of shifted around. He got uncomfortable, and it's like the mask kind of slipped for him. So whether or not the jury saw that is obviously another question. But that's the kind of stuff that they're going to be looking for in terms of credibility of the witness. They're going to be looking for the same things for Kyle, and probably more for him than anyone else, than any other witness in this whole trial.
People in the chat, I mean, you guys have to appreciate, if he testifies and tells the truth, the facts are on his side. You have motivated parties here who are not, for right or for wrong, and it's probably for wrong, are less interested in the facts and more interested in getting a conviction. So he had the right to be there with the gun. That's not the issue right now. The narrative for the prosecution is that he should never have been there with the gun. By doing so, it was all wrong to begin with, and this is what happened. And he went there to protect burnt out property with an AR-15. That's, like it or not, that's what they're going to spin this as. And they're going to get at the fact that he knew a lot of the property had already been damaged. And so what's he going there armed with a gun for? And they've opened the door for that.
And for everybody out there who hates the phrase "my truth" or "our truth" or whatever, lawyers invented that. that came from the legal profession. We figured out that my truth can trump the truth a long time ago. And if you hate that expression and how it plays into society, that's the courtroom, man. That's what you want. The jury has two sets of truths that are competing, and their job is to pick the one that they agree with or believe the most. And that's what happens. So all of the legal justification in the world that I fully believe Kyle is 100% not guilty of all of the charges in this case. But that doesn't matter because it's what the jury thinks about the fact set that will determine their thing. And as Viva mentioned, confirmation bias can be very strong. He shouldn't have been there. He can never be justified, might be in the mind of these jurors. And that's the terrifying gamble that's going on.
And everybody's saying, you know, he's crying, he looks authentic. There's an expression in law, if they're crying, they're lying. And typically it's under different circumstances. When someone gets caught in a lie, their first reaction is to cry, to, you know, try to create sympathy. It is obviously contextually dependent, and this is totally different. But people say crying authenticity. Other people say if you're crying, you're lying. And that's the question of how you view the exact same circumstances here.
I say if you're robot-y, you're nobody, Viva.
Not unstable.
That's what I say.
I might have
Yeah, I mean, but that
you're a robot.
It's hard. It's hard to make an ugly cry look authentic though, and that was a little bit of an ugly cry there that was going on. So for me personally, I find that very authentic, but I also I find that you know what just happened on the stand, I find that very authentic, but I don't know if maybe I'm biased because of the previous testimony that we've seen here and the video and my opinions that I have formed up to this point. That maybe I have confirmation bias as well. That's totally a possibility. So I'm trying to like put my brain into the perspective of somebody who's doubtful of all of that right now.
You know, the one time, I don't know if you guys remember the Michael Jackson when he was on trial with the two kids and they found him not guilty. And during that trial, I watched and I was like, oh, you know, I like, there were moments in the trial where I was like, oh, this is so important. The jury's going to be considering that. But then when they asked the jury, like, what, like, you know, why did you find Michael Jackson not guilty? I remember the juror came on and she said, because that woman on the stand pointed at me. And I was like, man, you better not point at me. And because you pointed at me, I'm just not going to believe you. And at that point, because the juries are really a crapshoot. You don't know what, like, some jurors may look at this and say,
that is a really
hey,
nice way of describing it.
And some juries are going to look at this and say he's totally full of BS, right? We expected him to do this. So, it's a crapshoot. And that's why you don't put your defendant on the stand when you have your case won, because I'm assuming he's not guilty. I personally believe he's not guilty, but I'm assuming he's not guilty. But I don't believe you're going to get a guilty verdict no matter how bad he does here. I think what you can do is get a hung jury, which gives you another bite at the apple. That's my biggest fear for Kyle now. It's not finding him, keeping him found guilty. It's about him being found, this being a mistrial, and they get the second bite.
I wouldn't bank on the lack of a guilty verdict. The amount of people who have said things that put them in jail. The Innocence Project would like to have a word about the false confessions. The probability that he just needs to say like the 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 words that in isolation are going to be damning. And then the prosecution, all they have to do is blow it up into huge font. I never liked the guy, to use the illustration from that famous video, and they're most of the way home. The idea that he's not going to be saying something damning, this is ridiculous.
Where in my wisdom did I start roboting up?
We heard you.
Okay, I'm tethering off my iPhone now, so it'll be different. No, I don't see any good coming out of this.
I don't either. But I mean, the problem with this is, to me, it seems like at best it will be neutral.
Emily,
what's up, Emily?
Make it
What
make sense,
are they
Emily.
doing? Am I too? Hopefully, I'm not too loud. Chat, let me know. I don't know why they chose to do this, but I was watching y'all because I was prepping for other things today because I didn't think there was a chance that this would happen. We talked about this yesterday. Why would they do this? But I don't know if you guys touched on it, but this is not the lawyer's choice. This is Kyle's choice.
Yes.
If Kyle wants to testify and his lawyers say, this is a terrible plan, Kyle can say, I don't care what you say. I need to be heard, and I'm going to be heard.
And in that case, they have two choices. They either say, okay, we will support you and we will prepare you for it, or they have to withdraw. That's the rules of professional responsibility.
So
someone in the chat had said that apparently, according to Wisconsin lawyers, it's standard practice to have the defendant testify in their own trial. I mean, I don't know who can attest to that accuracy in Wisconsin specifically.
I can't imagine the entire Wisconsin defense bar being functionally idiots. I just can't imagine that is the case, but
it's a very strange thing, but this might be his choice. So far, he rings authentic to me. He is, and Viva hit it right on the head. He's clearly hitting the PTSD of this night. He's been reliving it, watching it in this trial for 9 days now. And you heard his voice starting to crack. Witnesses who are forcing a cry don't have the same vocal cues that people who are trying to hold back a cry. And it can be very hard for the jury. I'd be interested to see if any jurors were trying to hold back tears as he was starting to cry, because it can be very emotional for those in the courtroom as well.
You could see him visibly reliving the memory in his own mind and the feeling that he had when he was being cornered by one Zeminski, who just showed him the gun, Rosenbaum, who's now chasing him around the car. You could see him back in the emotional moment at the time, if you're amenable to viewing him that way. If you're not, Lord knows how you're going to view it.
Well, you might view it as being manipulative, but it's hard to authentically manipulate emotion.
I don't think he was faking. I don't think any reasonable person views that as faking.
Well, but the thing is that you can just go on Twitter and see a whole bunch of people who I might have considered reasonable for, who think that he's faking. Oh, this was planned. This was this. So I don't think so. I think this kid is authentic. But a jury is just such a crapshoot. It's really, you're really throwing dice right now. That's why you don't put them on.
I want to let the chat know one really important thing about the judge going through all the reading of the rights, excusing the jury and all that. That is a standard thing when judges are confronting defendants who are making a decision that might run averse to their constitutional rights. They make sure they understand it. In fact, in all of my cases, they wouldn't excuse a jury to even ask the questions. They just would ask them directly to the person. But that's just how it kind of goes. That's not the judge saying no. That's the Constitution saying no, and the judge just informing them. And that's a very common thing. Sorry,
there was
Emily.
one thing that no, I was interrupting because I am ADHD and I interrupt. There's one thing that really struck me about this. I know they're going to try to paint it like Kyle's part of a militia or what have you, but he was alone. And in all the
Yeah.
gang cases I did, I've never seen someone attacked like this be alone and not have anyone coming to their aid that was in support of them, which I think goes strongly against him having anyone there that knew him or was a part of a group with him.
Saw Mr. Rosenbaum. What happened?
Once I got to that car and I stepped forward to put that fire in the Duramax out, and Mr. Zeminski stepped towards me, I went to go run back south down Sheridan, and Mr. Rosenbaum was right there at the corner of the Duramax, starting to chase me. And that's when I realized the only place I can run with the people around me is straight towards the building of the car source lot number 3.
When you saw Mr. Rosenbaum, that's when you said friendly.
When I heard burn inside, I don't know exactly where I was at in the time for that.
Did Mr. Rosenbaum say anything to you?
No, Mr. Zeminski instructed Mr. Rosenbaum to get him and kill him. That's what I heard.
And
These are that's a new fact, big time new fact.
The southwest corner of car source?
Yes.
And as you're running in that direction, describe being chased. What was happening?
As I'm running in that southwest direction, Mr. Rosenbaum throws, at the time, I know it's a bag now, but when he threw it at me, with the light, it looked silver and it looked like the chain when he threw it at me. And then I continue, I turn around for about a second while continuing to run, and I point my gun at Mr. Rosenbaum.
Does that stop him from chasing you?
It does not.
Okay. After you turn around and you had your hands up kind of in a low ready position?
Yes.
And you see Mr. Rosenbaum coming at you?
Yes.
And what do you do then?
After he throws the bag and he continues to run, he's gaining speed on me. A gunshot is fired from behind me, directly behind me. And I take a few steps, and that's when I turn around. And as I'm turning around, Mr. Rosenbaum is, I would say, from me to where the judge is, coming at me with his arms out in front of him. I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
And why didn't you just keep running?
When I was over there, there were about 100 people surrounding those cars, and there was no space for me to continue to run to.
And so you turned around?
Yes.
And as you see him lunging at you, what do you do?
I shoot him.
And how many times did you shoot?
I believe 4.
And after you shot him, what did you do?
The people around the cars that were originally there were not there anymore. They moved away, and I ran around to see if I could help Mr. Rosenbaum.
And when you got to Mr. Rosenbaum, what was happening?
Mr. McGinnis he took off his helmet and slammed it on the ground and took off his shirt, and I don't remember what he said. I wasn't focused on that. I was in shock, sort of.
Let me back up a second. Did you know Mr. McGinnis was even around?
I didn't.
Okay. And he says something to you, and what do you do?
I pull out my phone and I call Dominic Black.
And you call Dominic, and what do you say?
I told him I just shot somebody. I had to shoot him.
And what do you do then?
I now know it to be Kelly Zeminski, Joshua Zeminski, and I don't know the other people were screaming, "Get his ass, get his ass, get him, get him, get him."
And based upon that, did you feel as though you were safe to stay where you were at?
I thought the safest option would be to go north down Sheridan to turn myself into the law enforcement down there.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, describe what's going on.
As I'm running, at first I'm in the sidewalk, and Mr. Lukowski, Jason Lukowski, is in the sidewalk, and I stop to talk to Mr. Lukowski for a brief second. I remember telling him that I just shot somebody and I need help to get to the police because the crowd, there was a mob was chasing me.
And did Mr. Lukowski offer you any help?
I don't remember.
Okay, what do you do then?
I continued to run after hearing people were saying cranium him, get him, kill him. People were screaming, and I just was trying to get to the police running down Sheridan Road.
And you say I'm trying to get to the police. Why were you trying to get to the police?
So I didn't do anything wrong. I defended myself.
Did you feel as though there was safety where the police were?
Yes.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, what's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember is Anthony Huber striking me in the head with a skateboard.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you remember talking to Gaige Grosskreutz?
Yeah, sorta, a little bit. I didn't know it was Gaige Grosskreutz when he came up to me, but sorta.
Okay. And when this individual runs up to you and gets how close?
I would say within a foot.
Did you shoot him?
I did not.
Did you point your gun at him?
I did not.
Why not?
I didn't see him as a threat to my safety or life.
Okay. Was he armed at that time?
Not that I noticed.
Okay. And you continue running in a northerly direction down Sheridan Road?
Correct.
And as you're running in that direction, you said the next thing you remember is Anthony Huber.
Yes.
Describe that.
Anthony Huber, what I remember is running past Anthony Huber, and as I'm running past Mr. Huber, he's holding a skateboard like a baseball bat, and he swings it down, and I block it with my arm, trying to prevent it from hitting me, but it still hits me in the neck. And as I block it, it goes flying somewhere off in the distance.
And do you stop then?
No.
What do you do next?
I keep running down Sheridan Road towards the police line.
Then what happens?
I get lightheaded. I almost pass out, and I stumble and hit the ground.
Okay. Before you hit the ground, how many times were you struck?
I believe twice.
Okay. Do you remember anything about the other one?
I remember the first one being a rock. I don't remember who did it, but I remember like the bumpiness of like a concrete rock hitting me in the back of the head.
Okay. Now, after being struck with Mr. Huber's skateboard, you end up on the ground.
Yes.
You're on the ground. What's the first thing you remember?
As I'm on the ground, there are people around me. I don't recall how many, but I remember moving my rifle in their direction, and they back off besides one person.
Okay. When you noticed people by you, you said you moved your rifle in their direction?
Yes.
Did that individual keep coming?
The last person did.
Okay. The people that stopped, what did you do to them?
Nothing.
Okay. And you're saying the last person in that group continued to come at you?
Yes.
And describe what happened.
The last person, I don't know his name. I don't think he was ever identified. Jumps at me he was wearing boots, I believe. And as he's running at me and jumping, as his boot is making contact with my face, I fired 2 shots at him.
Why did you shoot at him?
I thought if I were to be knocked out, or he would have stomped my face in if I didn't fire.
As a result of being kicked in the face, what happens?
Mr. Huber, immediately after I'm kicked in the face, runs up as I'm sitting up to try to get up and get to the police. I'm on my back, and Mr. Huber runs up. As I'm getting up, he strikes me in the neck with his skateboard a second time.
Then what happened?
he grabs my gun and I can feel it pulling away from me, and I can feel the strap starting to come off my body.
And what do you do then?
I fire one shot.
And after you fire striking, we now know, Mr. Huber, what do you do?
I lower my weapon and I see Mr. Grosskreutz with his hands up, and as I'm lowering my weapon, I look down, and then Mr. Grosskreutz, he lunges at me with his pistol pointed directly at my head.
Now, you heard Mr. Grosskreitz's testimony about re-racking?
Yes.
Did you re-rack your weapon?
I did not.
This was the only reason to call him.
Because the videos would have showed that too, and they don't.
This was the
Wait,
only.
are you going to put the gun in his hand?
No, no, no.
Oh,
This was the only thing that
No.
Am I really watching this? Is this really happening?
But
Keep
wait a
that
minute,
gun-
though. If you're saying that, Nate, was it you who said that they were going to put the gun in his hand?
No,
Unless
I
they show re-racking.
said the prosecution was going to do it, not the defense.
No. Right. My point is,
Well,
if
the
we
defense
all
has to
agree
get
that
it
the
out.
prosecution is going to do it, why not take the
defense has to
sting
do it
out of it
first.
Maybe, yeah.
by having the plaintiff do it first?
He might be
I mean, by having
doing
the
it to
defense do
show.
it first.
He might be doing it to show the process of re-racking.
Marked Exhibit 28. Recognize
They could have called a firearms expert to
Now-
show that and then say we didn't see it in the photo.
As Mr. Grosskreutz said, re-rack.
What you don't need is a jury to see him with the gun in his hands, but they already saw it on video too.
Yes.
It's not like it's a big secret that he
I
had
know
a
it's
gun.
not.
Yeah, but
Putting a live round into the chamber.
And to recharge, you have to pull this all the way back.
Yes.
Say that's about 4 inches. No, I'm asking you if you agree with that approximation. Mr. Rittenhouse, how far do you think that is?
3-4 inches.
And if the weapon is loaded
Okay.
and you re-rack, what happens?
If there is already a round in the chamber, when you re-rack the rifle, a live round would come out, chambering a new round into the chamber.
Now, we got to the point where Mr. Grosskreutz is standing in front of you.
They put it down.
Correct.
They showed the jury the process and then they put it down. Okay.
At that point, I do see a pistol in his hand.
Is that the same or different from your first encounter with Mr. Grosskreutz?
That is different.
And he is standing, you said?
They're going to do a demonstrative with this.
What I remember is our feet. were
Position
touching.
Richards as
Like-
Grosskreutz.
And you do what?
My rifle is down. His hands are up. His pistol is in his hand. And then Mr. Grosskreutz looks at me. And that's when Mr. Grosskreutz brings his arm down like this. Like his arm is like that with me on the ground, and his pistol is pointed at me, and that's when I shoot him.
How many times did you shoot him?
Once.
And after you shoot Mr. Grosskreutz, do you know where you shot him?
No.
What happens after you shoot him?
He's no longer a threat to me. There's only one person in front of me, and his hands are up. I briefly point my rifle at him, and I get onto one knee, getting up, and he backs up with his hands up, and I don't shoot him.
Did you notice anybody to your side?
To my left, there was a gentleman with a pipe. And to my right, I believe it was a fence post. I don't know what it was, but it was a large object.
He has real good trigger discipline. I will say that.
What do you do?
I start walking towards the police line to turn myself into the police.
Describe, where is the police line? Is it still in the same place?
It moved up a little bit. I was down in the road about approximately right here. I'd say over here somewhere in this area. I don't remember exactly, but the police line was right here. I could see the flashing lights as I was trying to get to the police before.
Okay. And as you go towards the police line, describe what happens.
I run and walk. I put my hands up, and as I'm walking towards the police, I can't really hear anything. My vision is very narrow. I can only see directly in front of me. I see the flashing lights. I remember I occasionally tried to move my rifle behind me to put it behind me so the police didn't see me as a threat when I tried to turn myself in. I continue to walk, and then I walk towards the window of the sedan, the police cruiser sedan. I don't know what they're called. And I tell the officer, I just shot somebody. And the officer says, get the fuck back or you're going to get pepper sprayed. Go home, go home, go home.
And then pepper sprayed him.
And where do you go after you step back from the police car?
I go to car source number 2.
Okay. And now there wasn't a line there. They weren't stopping people from going in a northerly direction?
No, they weren't.
And you go to car source, what we refer to as car source number 2, and who do you see?
I get there and I think the first person I see is Joanne Fiedler. I don't remember exactly, but I believe that's who's outside at the door. They let me inside. The door was locked, so somebody had to get the key to unlock it. And then we go inside, and I'm in shock. I don't really remember what was happening in there. I was freaking out. I was just attacked. My head was spinning.
And did you go and turn yourself into the Kenosha Police Department?
I did not.
Why not?
The Kenosha Police Department was barricaded off with a fence, and I don't think they were accepting anybody to come to the police department at that time.
What did you do then?
I went to the nearest police department that I knew of, which was Antioch Police Department in Illinois by my house.
Who took you there?
My mother.
Okay. How did you get to Antioch from downtown Kenosha?
Dominic Black drove me.
Okay. And then Dominic Black drives you where?
He drives me to my house in Antioch, Illinois, where I meet with my mother and sisters, and I tell them what happened. I sort of tell them what happened. I was still in shock. My head was still spinning, and then we go to the Antioch Police Department where I turn myself in.
Who drove you to the Antioch Police Department?
My mother.
And did anybody else go there with you?
Not at first.
Okay. And you get to the Antioch Police Department approximately what time?
I would say about an hour after the shooting.
Okay. And when you get there, are they looking for you?
No.
Did you have to explain to somebody?
I had to tell them that I was just involved in a shooting in Kenosha and I needed Kenosha detectives.
Okay. Did they take you into custody immediately?
No.
What did they do?
They had me sit in the lobby of the police department.
Were you handcuffed to a chair?
I was not.
Did you stay there?
For about, I couldn't give you the exact time, but until Detective Howard and Detective Antaranium showed up.
Okay. And were you having any physical discomfort as you waited there?
I was vomiting and having panic attacks, and my head was spinning, and I couldn't think clearly at that point.
Did he ever get diagnosed with a concussion?
Well, I was gonna say vomiting might be head trauma.
Yeah.
Did he go to the hospital?
I wonder if they'll bring that up.
Oh
This
boy.
is the show, people. This is the show.
Here's the real, yeah.
Forget about everything you just heard on direct, because that's going to be like a distant memory after this.
Well, let's just see the demeanor of Binger.
Yeah.
I hope they call
see the
Fatlock.
demeanor.
Bring Fatlock up to do it, Binger. Don't you do
No.
it. Give it to Kraus.
No, this is
No.
Binger's show right now.
This has to be Binger, and he
He's the
has
big
to
dog
be
right
careful.
now.
Elliot
This is
Smith
not-
says, "Enter the Fatlock 2 diabetic boogaloo."
This is not someone the jury hates at this point. They've got to read the room correctly.
Right.
Yeah.
They haven't done that yet.
Yeah.
No,
Kyle
they
did.
haven't.
Kyle did about the best job you could ask. Now it's up to Binger
Yeah.
to
Everybody that you shot
win
at
or lose.
that night, you intended to kill. Correct?
I didn't intend to kill them. I intended to stop the people who were attacking me.
By killing them.
I did what I had to do to stop the person who was attacking me.
By killing them.
2 of them passed away, but I stopped the threat from attacking me.
By using deadly force.
I used deadly
Oh.
force.
That you knew was
I
going
heard you the first 3 times.
I didn't know if it was going to kill them, but I used deadly force to stop the threat that was attacking me.
Good.
You intentionally used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
You intentionally used deadly force against the man who came and tried to kick you in the face,
Yes.
correct? You intentionally used deadly force against Anthony Huber, correct?
Yes.
You intentionally used deadly force against Gaige Grosskreutz, correct?
Yes.
Did Binger
With
just
regard
bill his
to Joseph
reckless
Rosenbaum,
homicide
you
charge?
fired 4 shots at him, correct?
Yes.
You intended to kill him, correct?
I didn't intend to kill him. I intended to stop the person who was attacking me and trying to steal my gun.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Not lulled
Nice.
into submission.
Since August 25th, 2020, this is the first time that you have told your story.
Yeah, object, absolutely
yeah.
object.
Sustained.
He's a Fifth Amendment right.
Since August 25th, 2020, you've had the benefit of watching countless videos of your actions that night, correct?
I've seen certain videos, not all of them. I've seen the majority of them actually here during the trial.
This is
You've
true.
also had the
Fair.
opportunity to read articles. People have written interviews, things like that, about what happened that night, correct?
I do my best to avoid what people write on the internet. A majority of it is not true.
You have also had 8 days of trial, correct?
Yes.
And you've had the opportunity to watch all of the videos that have been
Yes.
played in this trial.
Yes.
Sir, if you could please let me finish my question.
Oh,
Stop,
here we
Binger.
go.
Stop being.
I
Why are
will
you
do
being
my
a
best
dick?
To let you finish your answer before I go on to the next question. Fair?
He's
He wants to make sure the
answering
jury
fairly
doesn't
fast.
forget what a jerk he
He's
is.
You've also
answering-
had the
but he's
opportunity
answering
to
fast for the court
listen
reporter.
to the testimony of all
To be
30
But
some
there is
witnesses
a smoother
testified
way
in the trial so far,
to ask
correct?
him to slow down.
Yes.
Yes,
And
there
after
is.
all of that, now you are telling us your side of the story, correct?
Correct.
That's objectionable.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who's going to talk about the case?
Binger
Yeah,
might
he's gonna
just
pull
be
the
a fucking
prosecutor
idiot.
up. Bigger's gonna get
Bring him.
roasted.
Yeah, he's about to
Binger's
get.
going
He's about
to
to
get
get added.
roasted.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
gonna whack him over
I've
the
seen
head
this
with a little-
before.
roasted.
This is
This
it's
is
gonna
not
be good.
He
This
is
is not
going-
good.
This is not
You
good.
cannot.
Shh, okay. Well, let's listen to
Yeah, Bigger's about to
We're all
get.
just so excited.
Well, the jury's walking out. The
The
jury's
jury's walking out.
Yeah, I know.
They're not
The-
talking.
Yeah,
The
the
jury's
judge
walking out.
dismissed the jury.
We'll spot the
Good.
black.
The reason why the judge is dismissing a jury because this is so bad. That's why.
Because he's
The reason
gonna
He
be
why-
knows he just did something bad. He had a sheepish look to the side.
And the
Because he
jury
got objected to the first
knows.
time, and then he went again to say, "This is the first time you've talked." He has a right to remain silent. Don't be a
Exactly.
scummy prosecutor. What the fuck are you doing?
He's pissed.
Be
Here we
better.
go.
I'm pissed.
Okay, hold-
Yeah. Binger might
You need
figure
to account for this.
mistrial is not so bad from Binger's
Your Honor.
perspective.
I don't want
Oh no, it's over.
Yeah, no, put
Jeopardy's
it on the
attached.
mic.
Hold on,
Get
hold
on the
on.
mic.
commenting on my client's right to remain silent.
Yep.
Your Honor,
Yep.
I'm making the point that after hearing everything
never
in the
spoken.
case, now he's tailoring his story to what has already been introduced.
The problem,
To the evidence.
this is a grave constitutional violation
Yes.
for you to talk about the defendant's
Judge is pissed.
silence.
Sanction.
And that is, and you're right. You're right on the borderline.
A great
Ooh.
constitutional violation.
Oh, come on.
You may be over, but it better
Yeah.
stop.
Yes, you may
Well
be.
over it.
This is,
Appalling.
I can't
Yeah.
think of the case, the initial case.
It's crazy.
This is not permitted.
No
All right.
shit.
Should've been
Let the
sanctioned.
jury come in, please.
Great
Wow. That was
constitutional
Wow.
violation.
Right. That
I
was
wonder
He
if,
said- he said
I wonder
it
if he's
may have
gonna
been-
hold on. I wonder if he's gonna comment to the jury to say that you know that this has something to do with his
He's
Fifth
not
Amendment
gonna
rights.
say
I don't
it.
know
Mhm.
He,
because he may be so pissed that he wants to rehabilitate
might
Kyle a little bit
he
in
might
that.
remind the jury about his Fifth Amendment right, but he's not
Right,
going
he
to say
should.
anything
Exactly.
bad about. He's not going to say anything bad about Binger though.
He
Well,
might.
he
Mhm.
might.
Well, but his
He said
tone
you
will.
might be. He said you might be over the line on a constitutional violation. Like that's you might have just earned a mistrial, is what he just said. In
Alina's
I don't.
right, though. I think the tone will tell the jury if he reminds the jury the defendant has a right to not testify and
Yes.
to not, the defendant has a right to not speak.
Well, that's different from saying
Yeah,
Binger
so-
just violated the Constitution.
They're not.
To
But his tone while talking about while reminding them of their Fifth Amendment constitutional right. I mean, that's going to be they're going to say like, oh, he got really pissed at the prosecutor. He really stepped over the line.
He got pissed. He took the jury out of the room, and then he's probably going to admonish them. It'll read for itself.
Yeah.
Good logic.
Yeah, to the chat who maybe doesn't if they don't know what's going on, what just happened there was Binger is oh, never mind.
You were armed with an AR-15
didn't even
semi-automatic
comment on it.
rifle that evening, correct?
Yes.
You had it loaded with 30 rounds of
He
full
didn't say anything to
metal
the jury
jet
at all.
ammunition, correct?
Yes.
That weapon with 30 rounds is capable of killing at least 30 people, correct?
Yes.
You had arranged to have Dominic Black
So's a car.
purchase that weapon for you in Ladysmith, Wisconsin in early May of 2020. Is that correct?
We were up north shooting and not shooting. We were up north going camping, and Dominic Black brought his rifle, and we were talking. I was like, hey, what if we get a rifle for me? I'll give you the money. You can purchase it. It's yours until I'm 18. So I bought the rifle for Dominic, and I can use it. But once I'm 18, we can do a private sale, and we can have it turned over to my name once I turned 18.
Because you knew as a 17-year-old, you could not have that gun.
You
correct?
can't buy
I
it.
knew I could not buy that gun.
Nailed it.
So you
Well done.
possessed the gun also, correct?
No.
You weren't aware that under Wisconsin law,
I'm going to instruct the jury later about the law.
Yes.
That-
Yep.
Thank
There you
you.
go. There you go.
He's talking down to him in a very rude way.
So,
The judge is pissed at this
it was
prosecutor.
unlawful for him to purchase the gun.
And the judge is also looking like he's looking for opportunities to step in where he needs to.
Hold on.
In Illinois, I wasn't able to bring it home because I didn't have a FOID card, a firearm owner identification card.
you
in
knew
Illinois.
you knew in Illinois that you couldn't get that until you turned 18, correct?
No, you can get a FOID card at 16 in Illinois.
But you didn't have one.
I did not.
And even after this gun was purchased for you in May, you never got one after that either, did you?
You didn't need to.
Actually, I applied for a FOID card in May of 2020, but due to the charges, and there was a backlog in Illinois because for the FOID card. But after you filed the charges against me, it was denied because of the charges here in this state.
You found out about that after you were criminally charged in this case?
I found out about this in November of 2020. A letter was sent to my old residence.
So you knew that without that FOID card, the gun could not go back to your residence in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you agreed that the gun would be kept at Dominic Black's stepfather's house here in Kenosha, correct?
Because he had a safe, yes.
And you agreed that you wouldn't have access to that gun, correct?
We agreed that the only time I would use the gun is when I was with him and we would go to like the Bristol shooting range or up north to his land.
But the only time prior to the night of August 25th, 2020, that you ever used that gun was up in Ladysmith, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't go to the Bristol shooting range ever.
I
with that
did.
gun.
Not with that rifle, but I did.
Pay attention to my question, please. You didn't ever go
Rude.
to the Bristol shooting range with that
Bad
gun,
approach.
correct?
Correct.
And you picked out that gun because Dominic had one, correct?
Yeah.
You could have, if you wanted to, chosen from any number of guns that were for sale. Fair enough?
That were at that store. There weren't many, but yes.
I'm sure the store in Ladysmith isn't the only store that sells guns, correct?
Oh, really? Are you under oath?
No, it was a statement.
That was a
Yep.
statement.
Isn't it correct, Mr. Rittenhouse, that there are
Don't
other
smile,
places
Kyle.
to purchase guns besides that one store?
Binger has weird smirks at
odd
times.
I believe so, but that's where we're at, so that's where we got the gun.
And you, if you wanted to, could have given Dominic Black money to purchase a gun at other locations. Fair?
didn't cross my mind, but now that you say it, yeah.
What a trivial
Why
line of question.
pick
Who cares?
or want Dominic Black to buy for you an AR-15 as opposed to a pistol?
Because they're cool, you pussy.
Objection,
pistol
ask and
raises its
answer.
own set of
I
problems.
cannot legally possess or carry a pistol because I'm
There you
not
go.
18 in Wisconsin. I believe it's 18 in Wisconsin for a pistol.
He knows the law better than the prosecutor.
He really does.
With the rifle, I knew I could possess that rifle. I knew I couldn't buy it, but I knew I could like take it to like the shooting range or possess it. And with shotguns, they didn't have any shotguns in stock. That was my original plan, to get a shotgun for trap shooting, but there weren't any at that Ladysmith store, and I didn't want to go to Walmart and buy one.
Binger has been better for the defense than the defense.
Was that Wisconsin
They sell
law
guns at
prohibited
Walmart?
You as a 17-year-old,
Yeah, they do.
possessing a pistol, but you could have an AR-15?
Yes.
That's
You're
the law.
arguing with the
What was
law?
that understanding based on?
The understanding was based
cares?
on,
It's the same law in
when we
Canada.
Go up north.
It's a long
we were-
gun versus a
It
short
was
gun.
me, Dominic, and my sister, and we
And he's
were
not
allowed
wrong.
to carry the rifles around. And the officers over there said it was fine.
I'm going to move to strike as hearsay.
No, you asked the question.
You asked him the basis of his knowledge.
You asked how he knew.
Well, that's
Nice.
what I heard. That's
That's what the
Also, he's not testifying. You're right, he's not testifying.
None of this
That's
is
why I
admissible.
interrupted.
Also, it's not
Hold on,
hearsay
hold
because
on,
it's
hold
not.
on.
What the defendant believes the law to be, what the district attorney believes the law to be, what the defense believes the law to be, are irrelevant. I will tell
Completely.
you, when I instruct you what the law of Wisconsin is pertaining to the possession of a firearm by a person under 18, and that'll be the source of your knowledge. I'm allowing the testimony right now because it bears on
His statement.
there's an old maxim under the law of ignorantia juris non excusat. Ignorance of the
I love this,
of the
Judge.
law is not an excuse. Ignorance of the criminal law is not an excuse. If you commit a criminal act, whether you knew it was criminal or not, you're responsible for your conduct, and because you're responsible to know the law. It's not relevant, except in this case, there are specific issues about his awareness and knowledge about certain conduct that is relevant on some issues. So it's quite complicated. Hopefully it'll sort out when I instruct you at the end. But that's why I'm allowing the questions and the answers. But do not be confused about what anything that these people say is not necessarily accurate as to the state of Wisconsin law. Any question about that?
I like this, Judge.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
I do too.
So you're telling us that
Bad,
the
not bad.
reason that you wanted Dominic
He's certainly
to an
patient.
AR-15 as opposed to a pistol is the only reason was because you felt you couldn't lawfully possess a pistol?
Correct.
You didn't pick out the AR-15 for any other reason?
I thought it looked cool, but no.
You didn't pick it
And
out
it does.
because you wanted to go hunting with it, did you?
No.
You didn't pick it out because you were
He
going to
wanted to trap shoot.
use it to
I
press.
have an objection on relevance here. What's the relevance of this?
You picked it out because it looked cool.
I thought it looked cool. Guess
It-
that's the reason, yes.
It resembled the types of weapons that are used in first-person shooter video games, correct?
Call of Duty.
What?
Objection, relevance.
Relevance.
I played first-person shooter video games. I have, but I believe there's a variety of guns, including
fair.
True.
Yeah, very fair.
guns in video games that resemble all guns.
Isn't it
Yeah.
true
Also
when
melee
you would hang out
weapons,
with
Molotov
Dominic
cocktails.
Black, you'd play Call of Duty and other first-person shooter video games?
This is not a good line of
This is-
questioning.
this
And
is
those are
terrible.
games in which you use weapons like AR.
He's reinforcing the fact that he's a kid.
Pretty much
The
shoot.
video games made you do it.
No. Yes, he's going to try to say he was living a real life video game
where two
out there.
players are
I thought he was trying to reenact PUBG on the street.
Well, let's hear his answer, please, guys.
understand the
Yeah.
meaning of your question, to be honest.
Isn't one of the things people do in these video games try and kill everyone else with your guns?
No.
Yeah, the video game, it's just a video game. It's not real life.
Now, you introduced yourself as living in Walworth County right now. Is that right?
Right.
On the date that this all happened, you were an Illinois resident?
Correct.
You had grown up in Illinois?
Correct.
You had not spent any significant time living here in Wisconsin, correct?
No.
You'd agree with me that's correct?
No, I've spent time in my father's house and partially live here also, so no, that's not correct.
You indicated you had attended, was it Penn Foster High School?
Yes.
That's an online high school?
Correct.
So you were not attending high school in person?
No.
And at the time that all of the things in this case were happening, from the time the AR-15 was purchased to the night of August 25th, you were 17 years old that entire time, correct?
Correct.
Could we have exhibit number 7 up, please?
I don't like that they tried to go the video game route of, see, he was taken to the streets to play Call of Duty.
No,
I
because
don't think it
in
looks
Call of
good
Duty,
for them.
in Call of Duty, you go treat the injured in the game. That's the other part of what Kyle was doing that night, which is annihilates any shooting game theory.
There aren't any 5'4" manlets in Call of Duty screaming at you either.
But his
I don't think
response
you
was great.
clean
He was
graffiti
like,
either.
It's a video game. It's a video. It's not real life.
It's not real life.
That was a great answer. He didn't just say
I don't.
yes.
I think everyone knows that when he says it's a video game.
Well, of course, but that's a good answer.
Yeah, Kyle did a great job distinguishing that he doesn't get lost in virtual reality and confusion.
Exactly.
It's a cheap shot. It's a cheap shot, but this is what he's got.
Yes, that's
Oh,
my
here we go.
old TikTok account.
That was a TikTok account that you had during the summer.
More doors, more whores.
Wait, a 17-year-old's offensive on
Yes.
the internet with bad
And
jokes?
it says your name on there, Kyle?
Yes.
Your
It's the tagline.
username on TikTok was 4 doors, more whores.
Yes.
Good times.
And that's a picture of you there with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
And underneath that, you have put on your profile the phrase bruh, B-R-U-H, I'm just trying, T-R-Y-N-A, be famous. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're the one who wrote that.
Yes.
It's his profile. Duh.
Famous versus infamous.
You
is a very important
testified
distinction.
that at some point you were involved in some sort of EMT cadet program.
I was a firefighter EMT cadet at Antioch Fire Department.
When was that?
I do love this troll.
I was a cadet at the Antioch Fire Department, I believe from 2018 or 2019 up until the incident of August 25th.
An EMT cadet is someone who's just beginning the process of eventually achieving full EMT certification. Is that correct?
No.
Were you studying to be an EMT before August 25th, 2020?
I was learning about certain things in the field of firefighting and EMS.
But
He was
that's
also a
not
lifeguard.
actually formal classes, is it?
No, we met once a week, and we would either, depending on the day, we would either do EMT stuff like learning how to do airways, or we do firefighter stuff like doing hose drags and learning how to crawl through buildings.
And these are things that you did with the, which firefighter? Antioch?
Antioch Fire Department.
You weren't a member of the fire department, were you?
I was.
You were a actual on-duty member on the roster of the Antioch Fire Department?
No.
So when you say you're a member, what do you mean?
I was a member of the Antioch Fire Cadet program. We were issued shirts, Antioch Fire Cadet member. We would help with the pancake breakfast at the BFWs, and we would wear Antioch Fire Department staff shirts. I still have one in my closet.
And maybe I didn't express myself clearly. You were
He's lost. Accurate. Completely.
Fire department.
Kyle was kicking his butt.
I was a member of the cadet program, which was through the fire department.
So
He's lost his pace. He is
go on ride-alongs
rehumanized, Kyle.
during
He's
building.
talking about the pancake breakfast. He's a regular kid again. He's not a video game killer.
Not me personally.
There's no pace. No. There's no order. There's no
They
sense
would
to
have
it.
let
There's-
any of the cadets go into
There's
an
no
active
order.
live fire.
At the end of whatever this program is, You weren't.
And that TikTok thing, there was like
official
these
fight.
man's forgetting about it already.
No, it's to help.
Yeah, you put the TikTok thing up, but you're also Pancake Breakfast Fire Boy.
You weren't going to be an EMT at the end of this program either, were you?
No.
You know that to be an EMT, you have to be 18 and a high school graduate, correct?
You bastard.
Depending on the state, in Illinois, you can take a class at the college at 16, and you can have your EMT license by the age of 17. I wasn't in that
He's
class.
correcting him on.
You never did.
Consistently.
No, I-
Consistently. This guy.
Let's listen. Let's
The
listen.
night of August 25th, you're here in Kenosha, Wisconsin, saying you're an EMT, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
You were also telling people you were 18 or 19 years old. That was a lie too, right?
No, I didn't tell anybody my age that night.
You never volunteered it at all, did you?
I didn't.
Because you knew as a 17-year-old you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, I just didn't find it relevant to give my name. Well, I gave my name, but my age to anybody. It wasn't something that came up in conversation.
It's because you felt if people found out how old you were, they'd realize you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, it just because it didn't come up in conversation. If somebody would have asked, I would have been like, yeah, I'm 17.
So you felt that as a 17-year-old, it was appropriate for you to be out on the streets of Kenosha with an AR-15 that night. Fair?
I believe I had any other right to be there as anybody else.
As any other adult.
Question.
As anybody.
But you weren't an adult.
No.
Boy, he's a winner. He knows how to win hearts and minds, huh?
And had been working at the Y before that. Is that right?
Yes.
That was a YMCA down in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you had gotten furloughed there when COVID hit in March.
Yes.
And you'd only started working at the Recplex on August 14th, correct?
I believe I got hired before that, but I was on vacation on August 14th, so I was on vacation, so I couldn't start until August 14th.
Your first time working at the Recplex was on August 14th, correct?
I believe that was my first day.
And then you worked the week after that from August 17th to August 23rd, correct?
I believe so, till August 24th I worked.
And then your final shift was on August 24th, correct?
Yes.
You worked a total of 41 and a half hours at the Recplex, correct?
That's the number you got?
And you were a lifeguard.
Yes.
You were walking around their swim area with one of those red, long, life-saving things, monitoring the pool, correct?
He's been watching Baywatch.
So, but that was at the indoor
Trying to
pool, correct?
trivialize.
It was at the indoor. It was at the, I don't know if you're familiar.
Oh
no! No!
Hold on. You
Nick,
guys
what'd you do?
Hold on.
Poor
This is,
TV speed shut down. I'm getting the next one.
this is perfect time for a joke that I've been thinking of for a while now. Binger is such a glutton for punishment. We're going to have to call him Binger.
No.
This is live. This is live.
Yeah. Is this thing on? Is this thing on?
Is anybody out there? Hello?
Well, you know, I
Well,
tell you, that
Kyle,
joke
I
was
think,
even
is doing
funnier
a
than the
good
joke.
job of trying to hold his ground without coming off as angry, even
Yeah.
though the prosecutor's
You
getting
have-
snappy with him.
Kyle,
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Here we go.
That you used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, the man who attempted to kick you in the face, and Gaige Grosskreutz on the night of August 25th, correct?
Yes.
And you did that because you felt that your life was in danger from those four people, correct?
Yes.
And you are telling this jury that it was, in your mind, justified to use deadly force to protect your own life, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that car source building, correct?
Well, I wasn't using deadly force to protect the property. I used deadly force to protect myself. So.
Please listen to my question and answer my question.
No,
He did.
He answered.
He did answer your
did
question.
You
answer.
agree with me that you
Ask
were
better
not
questions.
allowed to use deadly force to protect that car source.
You're asking
You're
for
actually
legal
for a legal
objection.
conclusion.
Thank you.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to stop someone from
He's
smashing
asking for
the
legal
windows
conclusions.
Objection.
of an unoccupied parked car, correct?
I don't think you could use deadly force for that.
You'd agree with me that
But
you
I'm not
can't
a
use
lawyer.
deadly force to stop someone from lighting a metal dumpster on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't.
Thanks for listing all the terrible things that are happening around him.
Tipping over. Correct. You'd agree you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a flatbed trailer on fire, correct? Correct. You'd
That
agree
just shows
with
how
me
he can distinguish between all of these.
deadly force to stop someone who is about to start an unoccupied car on fire, correct? Correct. You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting some traffic cones in the middle of the street on fire, correct? Correct. So you understand
None of which
there's
you
a
did.
difference between using deadly force to protect yourself and using it to protect property, correct? Yes. And you'd agree with me that you're not allowed to use deadly force to protect property, correct?
Good, we showed that Kyle's reasonable.
But yet you have previously indicated that you wished you had
Thank
your
you.
AR-15 to
Object.
protect someone's property,
Object to
correct?
this. Object.
He did.
Get him out.
I'm going to ask you to go into the library again for.
Ooh.
Binger's getting chewed out again.
Jury's out.
He's getting chewed out again.
He's
he was
kicking the
warned
guy
about
out
it.
for a reason.
Look at he's making the same pose he did the last time he did something wrong. He's
Look at the judge's face.
This is dealt with by a pretrial motion. He did not ask permission to go into this line of questioning. There's nothing that opens the door to this line of questioning.
Oh my goodness.
The defense either made a mistake by not objecting earlier or allowed Kyle to stand for himself and show, I know the difference between this
Yes.
and this.
Yeah.
What a
That's
stupid
hard
line
type
of questioning
bold
to make.
Yeah.
Bold move. Bold
Yes,
move,
it
but
is a bold
it's working
tactical
out.
move.
It's a bold move,
But
Kyle.
it's
We'll see if
working
it
out
pays
for them.
off.
We will see.
Binger, I tweeted out a minute ago. The defense teed this case up for Binger to win. He's still losing it.
Mr. Richards.
Your Honor, Mr. Binger is
Sucks.
either forgetting court's rulings or attempting to provoke a mistrial in this matter.
Oh.
The court can't go into this, and he's asking the questions. I asked the court to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an
Sanctions.
Oh God, the court internet must be shit.
First of all, Your Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that. And the court left the door open.
No, it didn't.
For me, not for you.
For me. Oh shit.
Ooh.
My understanding of
You
your-
should have come and asked.
Oh my God.
For
this is rare.
You did on the one motion, and in fact, I granted your motion for reconsideration.
That was not our motion.
That's a, excuse me. I did. I granted.
We did not move
That
to
was their
reconsider.
motion.
Don't shake your head at the judge, man.
During this case.
That was their motion.
Dude, shut the fuck up. You were about to get chewed.
I said I denied it, or I indicated a bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. Why would you think that that made it okay for you without any advance notice to bring this matter before the jury?
Yes.
You are already.
Because my pants are
I was
currently wet.
astonished when you began your
I think he should've wore his
examination
brown
by
pants
commenting
today.
on the defendant's post-arrest silence.
Oh my God.
That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, well, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know.
Don't leave it at that. For the kill. For the kill.
Yes.
With prejudice.
We filed another acts motion on this exact issue because
lost.
in my mind, and I argued this,
In
it
my
is
mind.
identical to what was going on the night of August 25th, in the sense
In your mind, counts for nothing.
using this
In your case, very
exact same
little.
weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect
Yes, we do have the
property.
right to silence.
No, he wasn't.
There's,
Right against
Your Honor,
self-incrimination.
with all due respect,
I'm not going to rehash the motion. Yeah, that's absolutely untrue.
It
And
is-
there's no. Your arguments of record, my comments are of record, and why I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest that anything's changed, even if you're correct in your assumption that you know more than I did at the time.
Ooh.
You should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this. Why you would think that you could go into it without any advance notice to the court, I don't understand that. And as the defense is pointing out, you're an experienced trial lawyer, and this should not have been gone into.
Your Honor, there have been things in this case.
Oh, don't defend
one
it.
in this case that I believe opens the door to this. For example,
No.
the defense
No.
has
Motion.
introduced evidence that the defendant pointed a gun
Hold on.
at a man wearing yellow pants because that person was on a car on the car source lot. Now, there's no justification that I can think of why the defendant would point that gun at someone. The defendant has just testified this morning that he agreed with that person in the yellow pants, that he pointed the gun at him. He said, I was joking when I said that to the guy in the yellow pants, but he said, he's acknowledged that he told the person in the yellow pants, yeah, you're right. I did point a gun at you when you were sitting on a car.
He said, I did.
I said laser.
Exactly. So he's agreeing. May I finish, please? I'd like to have a chance to make a record if I could, without being interrupted, if that's okay.
What a dick.
No, you're
He's
being
a
a
victim.
dick.
He has mentioned that he's acknowledged that he's
I've watched this
used
before,
gun to
but with the
protect
entire trial in
property.
context, this is
He's also
amazing.
just acknowledged that he knows he can't do that. I am attempting to impeach him now with the prior August 10th
Talking down to
incident,
the judge.
15 days prior, involving the same gun, where he is threatening to use that gun to protect property. It goes,
He had the gun with him.
Your Honor, he is saying he wished he did so he could shoot people.
You know, there's a lot of difference between commenting about something when you haven't got a gun and threatening someone when you do.
You know, it's interesting, Your Honor,
It's a
because the entire
conditional
defense
threat.
theory in this case is Joseph Rosenbaum, who
Get
was
fucked,
unarmed.
Binger.
Tell me what the defense theory of the case is. I want,
May I
look,
respond to what you just said, Your Honor? I'd like to respond to what you just said.
Ooh, that judge face.
I apologize, Madam Court Reporter, but I'd like to try and make a record without anyone interrupting me, if that's okay.
Without the judge.
I believe that there is a central part of this case that Mr. Rosenbaum is making threats that he has no ability to carry out. So,
Use it,
to your point,
Rosenbaum!
Your Honor, you're arguing that this August 10th incident, one aspect of why you don't believe it's relevant is the defendant didn't have the gun with him. This case is about someone who didn't have a weapon, and yet the jury is being told because of those threats, that means the defendant has to defend himself. So,
Thank
with
you,
all
Dylan.
due
Now
respect,
I
Your
can't look at
Honor,
anything else but the
mere
pen about to
verbal
fall out of his
threats
jacket.
have already been shown to this jury and used as a basis for someone's subsequent actions. I am attempting with the defendant to use his mere verbal threat on August 10th,
Not a verbal
15
threat.
days
not a
prior,
threat.
that he's going to shoot shoplifters with his AR-15 to impeach the defendant in a murder trial. I would
That was the
ask the
actions,
court's
not the
forbearance
words.
to do that.
It's not
I
Rosenbaum's words that was
apologize,
read.
Your
It
Honor.
was actions.
You're right. I probably should have brought this to your attention earlier. I may have
shit.
misunderstood your ruling because
No, you
I
didn't.
No.
Willfully.
made that more relevant. You would admit it or at least consider it it's an admittance. I believe, based on the evidence that we've heard, and more specifically, exactly what the defendant said earlier about admitting pointing a gun at someone who was merely jumping or sitting on a car, that the door is open now to this testimony. And I continue to believe that his state of mind, his intent, his belief as to self-defense is the core of this case. That was the basis for my motion. You were strongly inclined against it. I understand that. But now we're in the middle of trial, and there's been a lot of evidence that's come in that I think makes this relevant. So I'm attempting to impeach the defendant
You're bullshit.
on his
You're bullshitting
beliefs.
through your teeth.
I believe I'm entitled to impeach the defendant on his beliefs and on his statements.
You're entitled to bring a motion.
Talking about his beliefs. I think that's what they call
His statements to Your Honor. Because he just said, can't use deadly force, can't threaten to use deadly force to protect property. So now I'm impeaching him on that.
I don't think he said threatened.
Your Honor,
I think you're
what's, the court has seen no reason to change its ruling. And just so this record is clear, in spite of the lengthy statement by Mr. Binger, before we started today, the court specifically stated in Mr. Binger's presence, there's been nothing to have me change any of my rulings. There have been numerous occasions during this trial
Rich is getting
where
pissed.
they've opened the door. The one time when they're going into Mr. Rosenbaum's prior reason he doesn't like guns, and I said something, I whispered in Mr. Krause's ear, it's because of the prior convictions. Please stop. And he did. He knows if you're going to go into something that's been excluded in a pretrial order, you better ask the court, you better get permission. This is ridiculous.
It wasn't excluded, Your Honor.
You know why it was excluded in the first place? Because it was propensity evidence. That is exactly what 90404 is designed to prevent. You're talking about his attitudes. His attitude is he wants to shoot people. Now, I've admitted that kind of evidence in other trials when it's been appropriate. I didn't admit it in this case because to me, what I've heard in this trial, and by the way, Mr. Richards absolutely correctly points out that just hours ago, I said I had heard nothing in this trial to change any of my rulings. So why?
Testimony, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
defense testimony.
get brazen with me. You knew very well. You know very well that an attorney can't go into these types of areas when the judge has already ruled without asking outside the presence of the jury to do so. So don't give me that. That's number one.
God
Number
damn.
two, this is propensity evidence. I said at the time that I made my ruling, and I'll repeat again now for you. I see no similarity between talking about wishing you had your AR gun, which you don't have, so that you could fire rounds at these thought to be shoplifters, and the incidents in these cases, which are not.
Thank you, Kimmy.
There's nothing in your case that suggests the defendant was lying in wait to shoot at somebody or reflecting upon the shooting for a vast amount of time. Every one of the incidents involves matters that involve seconds in time. So I commented at the time, I don't see the similarity, and I don't see the similarity now. If it's not similar, that's the whole rule. Those are all the exceptions to 90404. Check the authorities. Wigmore and evidence. Judge Weinstein, Colonel McCormick. It's the crime. The prior act has to bear the signature of the accused, or it has to be so similar as to suggest it's a common plan or something like that. You have an incident where he's making comments about some alleged shoplifters versus crimes that involve instantaneous actions, whether premeditated murder or whether self-defense, that's for the jury to decide. But I don't see the similarity. I said it couldn't come in, and it isn't coming in, no matter what you think.
Wow.
Number two, I have to be concerned that with what Mr. Richards has said about the progress of the trial, and when you were I said you were over the line, close to or over the line on commenting on the defendant's pretrial silence, which is a well-known rule.
He's still getting cranky about that.
I'm astonished.
So pissed.
He was pissed an hour ago.
So I don't want to have another issue as long as this case continues. Is that
We're
clear?
all astonished.
Thank you. Ask the jury.
Know the law and do better.
They didn't.
Oh my God.
Neither
His
the judge nor
ego.
Richards pointed out.
You
neither
never
pointed
talk to
out,
the judge like that.
Kyle was not reacting to the threat of words. He was reacting. His self-defense was to the threat of actions. Charging by Rosenbaum, hit by skateboard, the action of aiming a gun at him, as opposed to Kyle's.
You're right.
comments to Yellow Pants.
You're right, Joe. Judge
That's
doesn't
the
want to
real
go
answer.
that. You'll notice how the judge presented that in a very neutral way because he knows. I think he knows where he's going, but he doesn't want to go there now.
Guys in the
He's
chat,
riled the judge.
slow mode is on. There's 66,000 people watching. There is no slow mode.
He riled the
That'll do it. Now, the other thing that he was going on about, him saying that it goes to his mindset because he wanted the gun to be able to shoot people, is fucking irrelevant. It's what's called a conditional threat and therefore does not constitute assault or anything like that in terms of the state of mind. There's a very famous quote from when a gentleman back in England, back in the old times, said to somebody, "Were it not for the time of the assizes, I would beat your ass." Which is basically translates to, if the court were not currently sitting in our town, I would beat your ass. That itself was determined not to be a threat, it was not sufficient of a threat to constitute an assault on somebody. What Binger was going through is complete and utter bullshit and doesn't hold up. What a dipshit.
the
Go any
judge,
slower.
and one more misstep, and the judge will mistrial this
Yeah,
case.
that's what I heard.
Single
Yeah.
toe
That's
out line.
exactly what I heard.
He also set himself up to lose basically any future objections
Yes.
or any possible arguments for the rest of the case.
He-
or
he
for
gets-
the rest of the day at least.
Zero leeway from this judge.
He can't help himself. He's going to walk into a dismissal with prejudice.
He may.
Yeah. I mean,
I just can't believe that I can't believe he was talking down to the judge. You don't do that ever.
Interrupting.
So you think that he thinks he's already lost on?
Yeah, he's desperate.
And he's anticipating the appeal. I want to make my record. That's for an appeal.
Yeah.
He said, with all due respect, like 3
I want
times
to
to an
turn
already
your
angry
attention
judge.
to the day of August 25th, 2020.
Okay.
You had spent
That's what
the
it is,
night
Luke.
at
That's
Dominic
exactly it.
Black's house. Is that right?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had worked at the Recplex the night before. Is that right?
The 24th, correct.
Okay. And you worked until about 7 p.m.?
I couldn't give you the exact time, but I'd say I got off around between 6 and 7. I don't recall. It's been a while.
And then you drove your car over to Dominic's house?
Yes.
Okay. So the rest of the time, it seems like you're being driven around in Mr. Black's car. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Why did you guys use his instead of yours, if you know?
At the time, I didn't have a driver's license, and I would drive just to get to work and sometimes to go to Dominic's dad's house.
So even though you didn't have a driver's license, you drove from your home in Antioch to the Recplex to work that day?
Yes, to be able to get to work.
And then after work, you drove without a driver's license to Dominic Black's house.
Well, he's trying to nail him on whatever he can.
So I assume then
I'm not going to get you on murder. I'm going to get you on driving without a license.
That was also without a driver's license?
Yeah.
Completely irrelevant.
I'll move on.
His mum looks so relieved after that
drove
judge dressing him
You
down.
left your car there.
Yes.
And
also working at a Wendy's.
Yes.
And then the next day, you guys woke up at some point and came down to Ruther. Is that right?
Spent the night at his house and had dinner. Woke up in the morning. Had breakfast. We were going through I was on social media and we saw the damage. And we saw the car store, so we decided to go downtown.
And you came down in Dominic's car.
Correct.
And you said that there was a time in which you were cleaning graffiti at Ruther.
Yes.
And then at some point, I believe you said, and I want to make sure I'm understanding the timeline here, that you went to one of the car sources and encountered the owners, Sam or Sal or whoever they are, correct?
Yes.
Which of the car source locations was That's the one at the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan?
Correct.
And that's the one that had gotten totally burned out on one of the previous nights?
Yes, that was the one where everything was destroyed. The other car sources still had cars there. So.
Now, before that, had you ever worked at Car Source before?
I have not.
Had you ever bought a car there before?
I have not.
Had you ever even heard of Car Source before all that?
Yes.
Through Dominic?
Well, no. I would drive past it on a daily basis. I was in Kenosha almost every day, and I drive down Sheridan Road almost every day.
Okay. So you saw the business along with the churches and the ultimate gas station and the courthouse and everything else in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked to these owners yourself?
Me and Dominic did.
And did they ask you to come protect the property?
They didn't ask me
directly.
They didn't ask me directly. They asked Nick Smith.
Okay. And was Nick Smith around for that at that moment?
He wasn't there when me and Dominic were talking to them.
Did you ever personally witness any of these Car Source folks, Sal or Sam or any of the folks that were running that business? Did you ever personally witness them ask Nick Smith to guard any of their properties?
No.
Did you ever witness any of them ask anyone to guard any of their properties?
Not that I can recall.
What time, if you recall, did you find out that they'd asked Nick Smith?
I believe I said in my direct examination between 3:15 and 3:30.
And that was shortly after you had sent a text to Sam, right?
Correct.
And you texted him and asked him if you could protect his business that night, correct?
I did.
And in that text, you said, I'm more than willing and will be armed, correct?
Yes.
You meant you'd be armed with your AR-15?
Yes.
And you said that me and my brother would both be there armed. correct?
Yes.
By your brother, you meant Dominic?
Yes.
He's obviously not legally your brother.
No.
And you said in the text, I just need address. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why did you need the address of a location you'd already been to?
I just wanted to like pinpoint it and on the Google Maps because GPS, because you know with all the roads were closed down in Kenosha, I just wanted to know the best route to drive there with Dominic.
But you just told us that you drove past here every day up and down Sheridan. Why did you need GPS to help you find a place? That
He
you
just
drive
answered you.
Didn't listen to the answer.
I go past them every day.
But you still knew where you were going, right?
Sort of, but with like the back roads.
Okay, so let's talk about the roads being closed. What do you mean by that?
Well, Sheridan Road was closed off, and I'm trying to remember. I don't think there were a lot of roads closed off. I couldn't tell you exactly their names right now.
Was that because there was construction going on?
No, they were closed off because of the riots.
They were closed off to keep people out of the area, right?
I have no idea.
And you knew there was a curfew that night, right?
I went looking for memes. I was not disappointed.
I believe I got an emergency alert text at around 8 p.m.
Just like everybody else saying, stay off the streets.
Objection. There's no curfew charge.
It's still relevant to his decision making. Just like everybody else, you got a message.
How would you know everybody else got
Get off the streets at 8 o'clock that night, right?
Yes.
And you came down, correct?
Already in downtown when I got that message.
Once you got that message, you didn't decide, I'm going to leave and go home like I'm supposed to, correct?
Objection.
I stayed at the car stores.
And you knew that there was this curfew in place that meant you shouldn't be there anymore, correct?
No. There were, I'd say, hundreds, if not thousands of other people there that night that also got the same message.
So if they're all breaking the law, you can too?
I don't think the curfew was really being enforced.
So if a law is not being enforced, you can disregard it?
Argumentative. Also a stupid question.
Yep. Also calls for legal conclusion.
Also, it wasn't
Kind of.
lawful.
You said that there was a time in which Nick Smith asked you guys to drive him down to Chicago.
Correct.
To buy a piece of body armor.
Correct.
Down by O'Hare.
Correct.
And you guys were willing to do that at first.
Dominic was willing to do it. It was more of Dominic's thing because Nick Smith was going to give throw in like $20 to Dominic when he bought it for like gas.
So Nick Smith was going to pay $20 for the gas to drive down to O'Hare where Nick Smith was planning on buying this body armor.
Yes.
And he needed that body, or the idea was the body armor would be used that night, correct?
I believe so.
That's why there was some urgency about going down right away, right?
Yeah.
This was part of the plan to come downtown that night, right?
He wanted to go to O'Hare to buy the body armor, so yes.
He's had him on cross for so long.
Can you rephrase
Sure,
it?
absolutely.
Can you ask better
He's
questions?
taken the punch of whatever
That
he's
body
accomplishing.
armor that day was because he needed it.
Hey, Robert.
For that night, right?
Well, I wouldn't say
Hey,
he
Robert.
needed it, but he wanted it.
And instead of making the drive, you
should have had
that body, your own
at
body
the
armor.
most an hour worth of cross
Correct.
to ask the
You had it along
pinpoint
with
questions
you.
he wants.
Yes.
You
touch him up.
brought it along with you that day because you thought
Especially after
you
seeing
might
on
do it yourself. that
direct
day,
that he's a
correct?
good
No, I
witness.
kept it in my trunk of the car. I always had it.
You drive around with body armor in the trunk of your car regularly?
Well, it was just in the back of my trunk. I never really took it out.
And you said at some point that day you went to Jelinski's.
That ain't
That's the
illegal.
hunting goods, fishing store out on Highway 31 and 52nd Street to buy a couple of slings. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this was one sling for you and one for Dominic, right?
Yes.
And you bought two of the identical type of sling, correct?
Yes, the cheapest ones they had.
And that's a single point sling, meaning it attaches to the gun in one location, correct?
Yes.
And then it wraps around your body, correct?
Yes.
And it's designed to help you retain possession of that weapon, correct?
Yeah.
You probably know more about them than I do. I just got it to hold the rifle. So when I'm doing medical aid, I don't have to sit on the ground and have to worry about it being stolen.
Because you realize that you couldn't have that gun on you while you're doing any sort of medical aid, correct?
I knew that I couldn't, without a sling, have it on me. That's why I got the sling, so I could have my hands free.
But even when you had the sling, there was a time in which you took off your entire gun apparatus and handed it to Joanne Fiedler because it was in the way of you trying to treat someone, right?
At that instance, yes, because it was hitting the ground. The rifle was hitting the ground. When I bought it, that was the purpose of it. I don't think it really worked, now that I think of it.
This big, long AR-15 really got
long
whenever
Big
you
scary
tried to
gun.
help someone, right?
Sometimes.
I get what he's trying to prove.
If you had
but
a
it's not gonna
handgun,
work.
for example, you could have been, it would have been physically more easy for you to try and treat someone. Fair?
If I could have legally carried a handgun, I would have carried a handgun.
This whole thing is
instead of a
about
pistol.
him
I
trying
didn't
to say
have a
Kyle had
rifle.
no reason to worry about anybody grabbing the gun because it was on a sling.
Yeah, or protecting Grosskreutz for having a concealed small gun.
Or that he didn't really want to
Grab
render
some
aid,
medical
and he wouldn't have brought
supplies
such a big gun.
from Dominic Black's house before you came downtown.
What Kyle
Correct?
said is
I
absolutely
grabbed extra gauze, but
simple-minded.
that's about it.
Very simple-minded kid. He wasn't getting it thinking someone would take his gun off him. He thought, oh, this is easier to carry. That's exactly how the kid thinks.
You testified earlier that your AR-15 was loaded with 30 rounds of ammunition. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did that ammunition come from?
That was from our last trip up north, from May, the time we took it up north.
So when the gun was left at Dominic's Black's house, it had that ammunition with it?
The ammo was in a box, magazine, I don't really know.
When you were at Dominic Black's house on August 25th, you found that AR-15 downstairs in his basement, correct?
No.
Where did you find it at?
It was downstairs in the basement, but I was told by Dominic Black, hey, go downstairs, grab your rifle.
So you knew up until that point that rifle was being stored in a gun safe in the garage, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have the code or any access to that gun safe, correct?
I did not.
It just happened that on this particular day, Dominic Black's stepfather had moved that gun into the house, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know that beforehand?
I didn't.
You didn't know that it had been taken out of the safe?
No.
And so you went downstairs and grabbed it.
After instructed to do so by Dominic, I did.
And it had that magazine?
After I was instructed to do so. After I was instructed to do so by Dominic, I did go downstairs and grab it.
And it had the magazine already inserted in the rifle?
It did.
And the magazine was already loaded with 30 rounds?
I believe so.
When did you chamber a round?
I don't know if I ever did.
Well, you had to have to fire the gun, right?
Yeah, I think it was already chambered when I got it. That's what I remember. I remember racking it out all that night.
Because the way this type of gun works is that you have to have a magazine with ammo in it. You have to insert the magazine into the gun, and then you have to rack it to load one of those rounds into the chamber, correct?
Yes.
And you were familiar with how to do all of that, correct?
Yes.
And it can't discharge a bullet unless a bullet is racked into the chamber, correct?
Correct.
And so your testimony here, as best you can recall, is that you never had to do the initial racking because the bullet was already in the chamber when you took possession of it that day. Is that fair to say?
I believe so. I believe that it was already racked.
And the ammunition that was in that was full metal jacket ammunition, correct?
223 full metal jacket.
223 being the caliber.
Yes.
And full metal jacket being the type of casing, correct?
Yes. Full metal jacket is the bullet type.
The bullet type. Okay, I apologize. And you're aware there are different types of bullets, like hollow point bullets.
Are
correct?
you?
Yes. Yes.
And when you were in the process of purchasing this gun. Well, let me back up for a second. You said that the 30 rounds of ammo were left over from previous. I assume you mean when you were up in Ladysmith?
Yes.
And you were practicing with the gun up there?
Yes.
And Dominic Black's family has some sort of firing range or shooting range up there, is that right?
They have a gravel pit where it's safe to shoot.
And you and Dominic would practice with your AR-15s shooting at targets in that gravel pit, correct?
Correct.
And you would shoot at targets as far as what, 75 yards away?
No.
How close were the targets?
I think the furthest I ever got was maybe from me to the TV.
Good. Inanimate object.
You didn't shoot at any targets farther away than that?
No.
Dominic Black testified that he shot at targets 75 yards away. Did you see him do that?
I didn't, but I don't know what Dominic Black saw or what Dominic Black was shooting at. I wasn't with him when he did that.
You were aware of the fact that the AR-15 was capable of hitting targets much further away than you to the TV, correct?
I believe so.
Did you know the capabilities of your own weapon?
I knew that it could shoot, and I believe from a distance. I don't know how far. I'm not an expert on AR-15s.
There you go.
Yep.
Did you personally purchase that 223 full metal jacket ammunition?
I did not.
Who did?
Dominic did.
Did you ask him to purchase it?
I did not.
So you didn't know what type of ammo was in that gun. Is that right?
I knew they were 223 full metal jackets. I put it in the magazine.
So you knew the type of round, but you didn't know what those rounds were capable of doing. Is that fair to say?
I believe a bullet's a bullet.
As you sit here today, you know that there are different types of bullets, right?
Yeah.
Okay, think we're okay.
Bullets are designed to hit the animal
Objection.
that they're being shot at. Let's say a
Why
deer
are you testifying?
Who cares?
explode
Because the
inside.
judge is letting him. That's why.
Correct.
I have no clue what the fuck that was.
I don't think so.
Never seen anything like it.
When you say explode, are you saying expand?
This
or
is what
explode?
we're
Court's objecting.
Because there are such things as exploding.
It's not
bullets.
objecting.
Let me
It's clarifying.
For the defense.
Mr. Rittenhouse, what is your understanding of what a hollow point bullet would do if it were shot at, say, a deer?
Who cares?
I don't think people use hollow point.
That wasn't my question, sir. What is your understanding
was shot at
of
a
what
deer.
that bullet would do? Let me rephrase it then, because you're aware that people use hollow point
When
bullets
is lunch break
pistols to defend themselves against other people.
I wish he'd be like, I don't understand what you're asking.
I mean, I think he's dragging this
Hold
out
on.
just in
In this
case he
trial,
has the lunch
that he
break
was
to
carrying
figure
a
out
pistol
anything
loaded
more.
with
It's
hollow point
11:56 there.
ammunition for self-defense. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
So, what is your understanding, if you have one, as to what hollow point ammunition
This
would
is
do to a human?
Objection, speculation,
I believe it would do
objection,
the same
relevance.
thing as any other
Just
bullet.
hold on.
Like I said, a bullet's a bullet. I just believe hollow points. I'm sorry, I don't know much about ammo. I'm trying to think of what I remember, but I just don't know much about ammo.
So you didn't know the difference between what a full metal jacket bullet would do versus a hollow point, right?
I believe a hollow point I just don't know much about this.
Ask and answer.
I believe a hollow point would cause more damage
to the first target, but it wouldn't continue through to any other targets, right?
I don't know the answer
Whereas
to
a
that.
full metal jacket bullet is specifically designed to
I don't
continue
know.
through its first target and keep flying, correct?
You know,
Send the
first
jury
of
to
all,
lunch.
the hollow point is not guaranteed to stay in the first object struck, which is so. What you said was not correct.
Do his
Secondly, no, but you've been testifying, and that's what
There you go.
we're going to break the break for lunch.
Go to break for
Please
lunch.
Don't talk about the case.
Yes.
Read
Yes.
watch the rest money
Yes.
All right. You hope at
Let's-
about 12:45.
Let's watch based
Go for a
Wisconsin
break.
judge nuke this guy on ammo
I would
facts.
I would like
What-
to hear the
Oh,
prosecutor's
this is going to be
defense.
good.
I don't know if they should
And
move it.
I'm going to let this
Like,
one
they
go
should
through
move
at
for
least until
a
they start
mistrial with dismissal
peeling off
with
on terms of the
prejudice.
commentary.
Because what that
Because I want to
prosecutor
hear what
did
they've got to
was
say
a
about
patent
that.
Should definitely
violation
bring
of
that up
Fifth
again.
Amendment rights as more than half a century of law. The case should be dismissed with prejudice because it's a mistrial created by prosecutorial misconduct.
He's picking up the
One
books
and
to throw
two,
them at the
he should be
prosecutor.
fired from the prosecutor's office if the prosecutor's office has a iota of ethics in it. We're going to find out whether the Kenosha DA has an iota of ethics in it, because this was a high-profile trial in which his prosecutor went up and patently violated Fifth Amendment rights, an established precedent that's been around for more than 50 years. And third, this prosecutor, if the Wisconsin State Bar and OLR, Office of Lawyer Regulation, has any moral consistency, has any conscience at all, will disbar his ass, as should be the case, because what he did was a patent, flagrant Fifth Amendment violation that cannot withstand any degree of scrutiny.
Robert, what I love is you're as mad as I was when this went down. And for people who don't know, I'm a former prosecutor. You're a criminal defense attorney. All attorneys should be outraged by that.
Yes.
Are we gonna come on? Please
You gonna ream
deal
him out
with,
again?
deal with the
Well, at least
objection
more
while
than
you're
now.
mad, please.
Yes. Do it now.
Well, everybody's hangry.
I think the defense is too passive. I don't care what your style is. I think that
Yeah.
he let too
I
much.
agree.
You cannot. You can't
Oh, yeah.
get. If you don't object, you can't get a mistrial based on a line of questioning.
It was terrible.
Binger wanted those answers from Kyle. He wanted the answers he got. He wants to paint him as a kid who is out there irresponsibly with a gun, who doesn't know the ammo, he doesn't know the capabilities. I don't know. It's not the best line of questioning, but he got
No.
the answers he wanted on that, I think. I just think that I'm pretty much convinced that Binger is a walking moron, and I don't know the other conclusion.
The other conclusion is that he is slimy and that this
Yes.
is intentional and that he
Just-
thought he'd get away with it. That's the other interpretation of that.
It was
I
a
mean,
no,
look,
slimy. It was
as
no
far as
lose for
prosecutors-
Binger. He felt like I think he feels like he's drowning in this case. I think and that was a no lose. And Richard sort of implied that he's hoping for a mistrial. It's like, look, I can push the envelope here. And if I push the envelope, maybe I can find some sort of established thing, like, you know, in the jury's mind about the whole Fifth Amendment thing. The whole speculation that he's leading him down, all this pushing the envelope. I think he figures it's win-win for me because I'm sinking like the Titanic here. So either I get a mistrial for my misconduct here, we start all over again, or I manage to get evidence in that should not otherwise be allowed in.
Yeah, and if we're thinking about like the different types of disposition of or the types of people that have different dispositions on the jury. I mean, for me personally, I can say that I'm the kind of person, I know that not everybody here agrees. I'm the kind of person that I might trust a prosecutor in a case if I were on the jury, because I tend to feel that way towards authority sometimes. But in this particular case, like I absolutely hate the prosecution. I think they are slimy pieces of shit. Excuse my language. I know I don't like to curse much on YouTube. I know that
I'll
other
give you
people on
permission.
this panel do. I know.
You know who does the most is Viva.
I'm other people. Hello.
But I just like I cannot stand these people. I now am of the opinion that both of them have absolutely punchable faces. I'm sorry. Like I'm not one for violence myself.
This has been part of a pattern. This has been a part of all this case. But Binger has repeatedly lied and libeled Kyle using court filings to do so, which makes him immune from suit, knowing the media would repeat those lies and libels because they're immune from suit because it was filed in a court filing. He lied about bail issues. He lied, repeatedly. He even lied about whether Kyle had said where he was going to be during bail proceedings. He got caught lying because he was on video refuting, saying just the opposite to a different judge months before. So this is a guy who was repeatedly misused and abused his power. This is a guy who's repeatedly lied in court. He lied in his opening statement. That routine of, where the evidence will show Kyle chased Rosenbaum. Hogwash. No, it's just the opposite. He knew it was just the opposite. And he could try to manufacture the FBI video however he wanted. It was a ludicrous interpretation of it. And
did he say
now
shot in the back in his opening
comments
as well?
on a defendant taking the Fifth Amendment prior to trial. I mean, that is literally one of the worst things you can do as a prosecutor. There's not a single prosecutor who doesn't know that you can't ask that question. It's
the first
beyond
thing.
the pale. I would have
It's
asked
the
the
first
judge
thing.
to suspend him from the bar right there.
Yeah, I thought he should have been sanctioned for sure. And Richard's
might still
passivity,
be, though.
as Ron mentioned at the outset here, his passivity is so utterly inexcusable. The only thing that's saving Kyle is that he has the same poise on the stand that he had when people were training guns on him or lunging at him. His poise and his intelligence, the way he's addressing this, I didn't think I could be more impressed than what we saw from him on August 25th. But this is just astonishing how he is taking Binger behind the woodshed and dominating him.
and the way Binger was talking to the judge.
Oh my
and he
God.
was like, "Don't interrupt me." The judge, don't interrupt me.
I
pretty
think
sure
that's
the
the thing
judge is
that
allowed to
set
do
me
that.
off. I think that's the thing that set me off the most is the fact that, I mean, maybe this goes back to, how I feel about authority, but like the judge who throughout this entire time has been so calm, so kind. I mean, he comes across very, very well. That, I mean, to piss him off. I mean, talking to a judge and getting in trouble with a judge and getting in trouble where they only have the slightest angry tone is enough to whip me into shape as an attorney coming into court.
No, Bing is still in the same area. He's just not allowed back in Schroeder's courtroom, which I think is hilarious. That could well be why Gravely took the Anderson case, to be frank. If Kyle was convicted, Schroeder would have declared a mistrial with prejudice. He wanted to give Kyle a shot at a clean acquittal first. You really think? I don't know that I'd give him that much of a benefit of the doubt, but anyway. It's all because other judges have conflict of interest. Judges routinely rotate criminal to civil. Okay. Zeminski's has a media request logged for it already, and Schroeder granted it, so likely will be. Oh, interesting. Okay.
The fact that he was yelling
as
for
a prosecutor, also as a prosecutor, the jury understands that the defense is on the defendant, is on the defensive. They've got the whole world arrayed against them. They've got the police. They've got the state. They associate the judge with the state.
Yeah.
So it's understandable. Now, of course.
I was going to say, and the thing is too, is that this for Binger would affect not just his performance in this particular trial, but the next time he's in front of Schroeder, he's going to remember this. He's going to remember all of this.
I think this case is worth 10 cases to Binger, though. I mean, this is the case of his lifetime. So
in front of the entire judiciary at this point, because it's so public.
But I was trying to I don't know, maybe it's just me, but it's not a good look to try to build your career on a self-defense case that probably shouldn't have been filed in the first place, and worrying more about the cameras being in the courtroom and trying to have your moment versus the thing that prosecutors are supposed to do, which is justice, not winning. They're supposed to get to the truth of what happens, and that's not what we're seeing, and it just pisses me off.
No, but this was winning. They felt they won in the court of public opinion before they walked in the door. I mean,
Well, they're
going to
lose in court
multiple times. But I think they felt like, if they can get a jury in there, it was watched on the news for the last 14 months about how he's some kid who's rampaging through Kenosha, shouldn't have been there in the first place, and that he was stirring up a hornet's nest by walking around there with a gun. So any actions that happen afterwards are completely on him. As if he riled up Rosenbaum by being there with a gun. So now when Rosenbaum charges at him, there is no justifiable self-defense. It's a ludicrous position from the way anyone thinking, and from the way anyone who's rational and has analyzed the videos would think, because it's just that saying he has no right to be there. Well, no one had a right to be there. But that's where the DA is coming from, is that he figures a jury is gonna just be locked into whatever mainstream media has been selling them for the last 14 months.
Yep. I think the person who was powerful yesterday was the guy that came in to authenticate the cell phone footage, who was like, this is my hometown. And I think you've got a jury from that area as well, from Kenosha. You've got somebody from the community coming in saying, I was out there that night taking video to turn over to police because this was my hometown.
Thanks for letting me know, Robin. And Chisurian fraud, although I'm not going to bring it up on screen, I do agree with that, but Nick knows he's one of the 4 people that are on YouTube that I will drop everything if he asks. So, the others being Vice's Joe and Andrew Mindset. So,
and nobody was doing anything. I think it really brought the jury into remembering what this was like, and I think the prosecutor has just annoyed them. And if he keeps annoying them after lunch, any leeway they might have gotten, any cracks they might have found in Kyle's testimony is going to be forgotten, because now they're annoyed talking about ammo and asking someone who's clearly not an ammunitions expert, like, well, what does a hollow point do to a deer? I'm sorry, what? Why is that relevant?
And it also calls for speculation. There's so many bases to object, and Richard just sat there silently and just let this whole line of questioning go on. Well, yeah, what would it do to a human? What does he know about what hollow points do? And how are hollow points relevant here?
Although then again, the line of questioning that has no relevance on cross-examination also just kind of screws his cross-examination, because a most effective one is one that gets right to the point. It's short. You only ask the minimum questions that you need. You have no extra fluff. You get in, get out. That's it. And as soon as he's got this whole line of questioning that's irrelevant, it's actually screwing himself at the end of the day. So that may be why they didn't object.
It's two things, really. One is, I think he thought Kyle would go through lunch so that he would have lunch to prepare. And so that's like at the end, I was asking when's lunch.
He
figured he could ask 70 questions about bullets that would get him to lunch break. But the second is, both of these prosecutors don't know when to not ask a question. I mean, how many disastrous answers have they produced for the prosecution? I mean, like yesterday, we didn't tell you to change your testimony. Yes, you did. Maybe don't ask that question. He had an okay leading up to that point. Just skip that. Move on. Let the inference be there rather than overtly get smacked in the face by the part autistic witness. But that's who these guys are. The other guy's known as being smart but lazy. And Binger's such an ego-driven prick.
We saw that when he was talking to the
away
judge
with his own BS. Because, I mean, if you're a prosecutor, you should win 80% plus of the time. Right. So it seems,
but usually not,
depending on where you're at.
Because when you're the prosecutor, you get to dump the other stuff. You get to say, this is not a winner. I am not going to trial. You have that choice.
And the head DA did that. The head DA takes any high profile cases. He skipped this one because he thought it wasn't a winner.
Right.
Oh, really?
Are you surprised that Kyle's on the stand today? Because I was surprised.
Well, I mean, it's as now is probably can be public. This was where I also disagreed with the defense. I did, and I'm no longer part of the defense. My two disagreements was I thought the only risk to the case was a rogue jury or something going AWOL with Kyle on the stand. I thought there was no other risk. Law of self-defense basically said the same thing before trial started, and he's been doing these cases for a quarter century. So so I disagreed with the defense team on both of those points. This what they wanted and demanded that Kyle testify. This was their choice, not Kyle. I mean, technically Kyle's choice, but Kyle was going to follow their advice, and so they were insistent on that. My view is the kid's really innocent, and maybe the jury understands that. As people saw, he's got PTSD. I mean, the kid was traumatized by everything that happened. That's where the lies about him were so ridiculous. This kid spent 3 weeks vomiting in jail from every night, from reliving what took place. Felt horrible about the deaths that occurred, even though, I'll be honest, I don't feel that bad about some of these people no longer being on the planet Earth, just being honest. But that's not Kyle. Kyle's who felt terrible and horrible and awful about it. That he's a nurse at heart. He's a guy that went back and forth between cop, fireman, or nurse. That's a guy who only cares about protecting people. It's not a guy looking for power. It's not a guy looking for authority. You don't want to be a fireman or a nurse because you want power or authority. And so that's who the kid was. That's why he was there that night. I mean, his one curse, naivety. He's so innocent. If you understand, well, that he really would look at a sling and say, oh, this will help carry the gun. He won't think about somebody grabbing the gun. Why would somebody grab it? That doesn't even cross his mind. That's why he's out there that night walking around amongst people who want to kill him, thinking, oh, they don't really want to kill me. That can't really be the case. And that's why he's such in shock when Rosenbaum's chasing him. I mean, everything from that forward, he's in just complete shock, pure survival, just quick survival. Just can't understand. And that's why he doesn't shoot anybody, even when people are really threatening him, because he assumes they can't possibly be threatening him. That's why he doesn't shoot until the last possible second. He doesn't shoot until, oh my God, I'm about to die, because that's who the kid is. But putting somebody like that on the stand against an experienced prosecutor like Binger just has massive risk when you have all of his acquittal testimony already adduced from the state's own witnesses. So that's what's like, why take that risk with a kid that's clear, as you saw early on? I saw some BS on Twitter. Oh, he's exaggerating. You don't exaggerate hyperventilation, what he was experiencing. That was a pure anxiety attack. That was pure PTSD on the stand. You can't fake what that was. That was that his body was he was no longer in control of his own body, because that's what the experience meant for him. The problem is you don't know whether jurors understand that. Jurors often misunderstand
was with you
PTSD.
on him
often
not
misunderstand these
testifying.
other things, and that's why I thought don't take that risk when you don't have to.
Yeah, we basically have all agreed that he should not be testifying. The thing with Kyle in this case, and he's been rolling natural 20s, right? Just constantly. If you had a different judge than this with the permissivity of the defense, I mean, you've got Schrader objecting at several points because it's almost like he's tired that the defense hasn't done it yet. And so you have a different judge. You have a judge who's not going to stand up to the flagrant abuse of Fifth Amendment privilege, or who would let Binger try to weasel in those prior acts. That's the risks that we're talking about. And, you know, again, it goes back to that thing of we're all commenting on how, you know, we might do things or what kind of strategies there are. At the end of the day, Richards is hanging his ass on the line and Kyle's ass at the same time by having him testify. And right now, I think it's working out for him, but it could have gone a completely different way.
Completely.
It still
So
can.
here's
Right.
the thing. Here's the thing, though, and you know, I've heard Robert talk about how they did their mock jury, their random jury pools, and what they came up all the time is it was constantly most likely to be a mistrial, because and correct me if I'm mistaken, Robert, you said, you know, there's always one or two people who feel that from both sides, one or two who are saying that everything he did was justified, and one or two who are saying he never should have been there, it's all his fault, and we're going to punish him. And those two polar opposites could never reach a conclusion, and that's why you can never get 12 people to agree. So maybe you could say that given all the testimony that's worked in his favor throughout this trial, how the DA has been killing themselves, that you know that now you're playing with you're playing with house money, because you know he's not going to get convicted. No matter what he does when he gets on the stand, you will never get 12 people to convict him at this point. So, and I'm going to tell you, this is Monday morning quarterback on my part also, because I didn't say this last night, but as I think about it more, I can understand saying you have those one or two Karens who still are thinking to themselves, I don't care about the last few seconds. I care about the fact that he stirred up a hornet's nest by being there. So he's at fault for whatever happened. And he never should have been there. He came from outside. He never should have been there. To those one or two Karens, you want to give the jury ammunition that they can yell at that Karen and convince her to come off of her high perch and recognize, hey, he is a Kenosha, or him. Yes, you're correct. You're correct. Or him.
I've had
you
female
gotta come off
jurors
your
save
perch.
my jury.
And get those other jurors. Now you're giving them ammunition to go after that Karen on the jury and say, no, he does belong here as much as you or me. He's the guy who's cleaning up the streets of Kenosha, cleaning up graffiti. He's been coming here all the time. You establish his ties, and you figure, best case scenario, we give the jury ample rope that they can tie along Karen and get her joining with the other 12 in acquittal. Worst case scenario, if he does terrible, there's no way they're going to find 12 people to convict him. So maybe at this stage, I certainly would have said it at the outset, but maybe at this stage, Richards is making, once you see how well the trial has been going, it's like, let's try and go for the home run and make sure we get this acquittal and that all 12 have basis to let him go.
I think the prosecution
I would describe it
moving
as
into
two
a
things.
mistrial.
Yeah,
I think
one is,
prosecution.
Hung jury is what I meant, not mistrial.
Yeah.
I think the prosecution's walking themselves into a mistrial, but I think they're trying to hang that jury
Yeah.
because an 11-1 hang lets them live to fight another day, even though they shouldn't.
Right.
And there's definitely rewards. I just described it as a high risk gamble. So there's always upsides because there's people who may look at him and say, wow, this kid's clearly innocent. People may recognize the PTSD and realize, wow, this whole story of this kid being some sort of vigilante is obviously nonsense. This kid's still traumatized a year later after what happened. I mean, he's sure not behaving like a gangbanger up there. It's like, whatever, another day. None of that. There was just risks. The other component was I wanted the body language panel people to help review his testimony because they do interrogation. They help people deal with interrogation, make sure that nobody can misinterpret any of his physical, social signs. Because that's your biggest risk often is not what a witness substantively says. It's that your client is misinterpreted in how they emote because people emote so many. I mean, Scott Peterson, in my view, still got convicted because he emotes in a weird way. I still have doubts about his guilt. But when people saw him react the way he did, people are like, that guy's got to be guilty. It's like, well, actually, those kind of judgments don't tend to be accurate. But that's the risk. So there are definitely rewards. No question there are rewards available. But this had been Richard's view from the very beginning of trial. I mean, beginning of the case. He was going to put Kyle on.
But it gives the prosecutor the time to try to harass or hassle a 17-year-old until he starts getting snippy or coy or flippant because he's a teen and teens react like that. But it gives you time to push those buttons to try to bring the mask down. I mean, I've asked plenty of quasi-relevant questions to chip away at someone until they start getting annoyed with me, and then you see the other side of them. And in the Durst trial, he was on the stand for 15 days with the prosecutor going through this, and that allowed the prosecutor to show the jury who the prosecution believes him to be. And Binger's going to keep trying to push that, to push Kyle into getting snarky, snippy, flippant, and being like, see, he thinks he's smarter than everybody. See, he thought he was going to do whatever he wants. See, he drives without a license. And this is the kind of kid he is. He just doesn't give a shit. But it allows them to characterize him a certain way in their closing that he knows better than everyone. He doesn't give a shit. He came out there with a big scary gun that we're going to keep waving in front of you. So that's the risk they run.
But so far,
so
I mean,
likable.
his responses where he's actually correcting the prosecutor on the law.
He was
doing it in a way that is very like, well, actually, no, that's not the way that it is.
It only takes a moment.
Right.
It only takes one answer. And I know you guys talked about this earlier on the panel. It just takes that one or two answers to hurt everything he's worked for. And that is a big risk on a kid that, from my perspective, is also clearly dealing with PTSD. So
I think you're exactly right, Emily, on that one. This is what we've been saying. It's just the one thing, two things of that famous defense lawyer who gave that talk at Rutgers about why I never talked to the police. And his example was the phrase, I never liked the guy. And the prosecution just blows that up in huge letters. And you heard it from his own mouth, say he never liked the guy. So so far, Kyle's been doing great. He's been holding his own, correcting the prosecutor. Prosecutors seem like a bully, but things could still go wrong at this point. On the other hand, with the prosecution being completely chided and one breath away from a mistrial and dismissal with prejudice, you have to change your odds of directed verdict, judgment matter of law, or even if the jury comes back hanged. It's like, how about not hanged? So there's
how many of you
possibilities.
have I have very rarely, and I spent 10 years in and out of court every day. Barnes, I know it's been longer than that for you. I have very rarely seen a judge yell with his whole chest at any lawyer like that.
Yes.
You will get the no, you will get the judge saying, wait, you can see the agitation rise. He opened his mouth and yelled at the prosecutor, and that is very rare.
I saw a lawyer who got caught actively lying to the judge. He was caught out on it. The
Yes,
judge
yelling
was,
like that.
and he didn't yell. Not like
Wow.
that. It was just like, okay, that's what you're telling me. How about this? How about that? Send a transcript to the Law Society. But he didn't go ballistic like that. That is almost
the worst I've seen.
Prosecutor.
The worst I've seen is the judge take off their glasses very quickly and point them at them, and very severely talk to them. That's the worst that I've
Stern
ever
glasses
seen.
shaking.
Yes, exactly.
You guys got
I've
to work in New
experienced
York.
worse.
Yes,
Seriously,
sir.
the worst I've ever
In
seen.
New York,
I wanna
it's
hear
bad.
I've had judges.
Yeah.
Maybe this is just California.
Maybe California, you guys are
Worse
nice.
than that.
They
I
would
was
have
had a
taken
judge
me.
go red in the face explode at me because
Yeah,
I said the court was duped, and I just for using that word, I had a judge explode. Duped. How dare you say duped? You say a court's duped, I'll sanction you next time. I'm deciding this motion against you. Get out of here now. Like literally
In
yelling.
New York, they're rough.
No,
They're rough
I've
in
had
New York.
sanctions
That's
threatened
rough.
against me for sure, but the judge didn't yell quite like that. I've been told to go get my checkbook more than once, but the judge did not yell like that. But
I've
also
had
what I
judges
did
curse at me
was
in
not
court.
like that.
Wow.
Well,
Really?
Barnes, you're
That's
defensive
crazy.
of
Wow.
me.
Yeah.
On the record?
Yeah.
On the record?
Yeah, on the record.
Wow.
F you. He was a corrupt judge. That's what he was mad about.
Of course.
Yeah, I do want to say one thing. The Binger is an absolute embarrassment because he absolutely knew that he couldn't ask those first questions. I'm talking about like not even just who you like or who you think is going to win, but when he asked those questions, the first questions about why was he silent before and didn't and I was like, why is he asking him about him being silent? That doesn't make any sense. He has a Fifth Amendment right, and then when he stopped, because to show you how bad it was, I didn't realize how bad it was until the judge stopped it, and I was like, oh my God, he's right. This is a Fifth Amendment violation, and it just was like, this is an experienced prosecutor in front of this judge multiple times, and even the judge was like, when you said it, it was just so astonishing. I just didn't even know what the hell you were doing, and at this point, this is why people lose faith in our criminal justice system. Because when prosecutors do something like that, that's overtly just unethical, to be honest with you. I'll say it. Fuck, it's unethical.
Yeah.
It's just like, why?
Oh,
For what
he
reason?
should be disbarred.
For what reason?
He should be disbarred. He should be fired tomorrow, and he should be disbarred a week later. If we can go after Rudy Giuliani on some, random comments, this prosecutor violating somebody's Fifth Amendment rights in the highest profile case Kenosha ever has, if the Wisconsin Office of Lawyer Regulation has any courage and any conscience, he will be disbarred before the year is out.
Agreed.
The
and
court said
and
it.
yet we know it'll never happen. We know there's zero chance it's going to happen.
The court said, did they say gross constitutional violation?
Grave.
I believe it
Grave.
was. Was it
He said
grave?
you went over the
Grave.
line. He said you went over the line. And when the judge is saying, you kind of didn't go, they said, well, you did go over the line. Why is this case even still going on? At what point is like, what are we doing then, Judge? He's literally, you're saying he violated this kid's rights, constitutional rights, right? Why are we still here then? And then it goes on the propensity. Propensity stuff was crazy too. It's like,
The propensity
why
stuff
are you
was
bringing up
crazy.
propensity evidence? What's wrong with this guy?
But I
Ego.
think I want to say the propensity evidence that Binger tried to get back in, yes, ego, but also it highlights the risk of having Kyle take the stand and why we're so opposed to it. Binger thought that he could get Kyle to open the door in his own testimony, and he thought he did, and a different judge may not have gone this way.
True.
But the other thing about this is, I mean, now we know this is one. If Binger screws up royally again, judge has already said, I'm basically going to dismiss this thing with prejudice, which for the chat means they cannot retry. A mistrial, they could actually try the case again at a later date. But if it's dismissed with prejudice, it's gone. And I think that basically you add this record that Binger was very insistent on having. You just go ahead and add that record to the motion to dismiss at the end of when the defense rests.
But if
How
you
many
look at
people do you think are in Binger's office this lunch going, what are you doing? Because you know the prosecution's office, all the prosecutors in Kenosha and everywhere else are sitting in their offices watching this happen. His bosses, however many of them there are, because in LA I had like 7 at a time, but however many bosses there are sitting in their office watching this going, one of the most patient judges in our court just chewed you out on television in 4K, and you are at risk of mistrying this case and getting it dismissed. What are you doing? And they are trying to strategize around what's coming next as a team.
I just cynically kind of wonder if that isn't the point, though. He knows he's looking at an acquittal from the jury. That's his most likely outcome. So what he can do here is if he gets it dismissed with prejudice, he can walk out in front of a crowd of people and again in 4K say, listen, this is a miscarriage of justice. This mean judge is who killed it. And, you know, this is because I'm already seeing on Twitter and in news articles and so forth, people are saying,
get rid of the judge.
Get rid of the judge. This is a bad judge. He's going to say it's not me who ran this terrible trial. It's not me who screwed up repeatedly on, you know, direct and cross. He's going to say it's the judge's fault. And then he's going to run, you know, and say, listen, you know, I fought the good fight. That bad judge, that's why you need me.
Right.
I think that's
why
his
he
end
did
game.
this part. He did this deliberately because I think that was exactly his objective.
And that's Robert's right. That's why he should be disbarred. Robert,
I think Binger miscalculated. I agree with what you're saying, Ian, but I think he miscalculated because this type of moment.
All right, guys, I got to make a couple of work calls. We're going to keep this running just because it's brilliant. One's in chat if you want me to move it across to the actual court feed, or two's if you're happy listening to the commentary.
He's been a jackass, and I don't think he realizes how poorly that's going to read as far as his efforts. So if and when there is an acquittal, I don't think people will be like, well, it's despite Binger doing a great job after he just looked like a moron in front of millions of people in this clip. That's going to definitely be going in everywhere.
The problem is
any
that
other case
most of the
when
public doesn't see it. Most of the public sees it as the unfair judge.
Yeah,
that was going to be my point. Any other case when the prosecutor violates Fifth Amendment protection in court in a way that I have never seen, that is completely inappropriate, that would be the headline. The prosecutor, the government, the state is violating
Helpful,
the defendant's
guys.
rights. This is a miscarriage of justice.
All right,
this
you can
is
listen to the
unfair
commentary
and
then.
calling for someone's head, and those aren't going to be the headlines in this case. And that inconsistency makes me crazy.
Yeah,
I think Binger was trying to save his license, though. That's why he kept saying, at least let me make a clean, clear record.
I'm not sure how much that's helpful.
He knew that there might be a disciplinary committee. He was like, I had to make sure they know exactly why I did this.
And then as he's trying to clear up the record, the judge is yelling at him, basically, don't tell me what I thought. Don't tell me what I said.
But I need to make a clear record, Judge. I need my license for the line. I need to make
Are they back?
What? Will Binger be back? That's the next
no.
question.
I don't know. I don't know what that was because that's
hot mic.
Who's hot mic?
You got a hot mic.
It's a hot mic.
Is it in court though?
That's the court. That's the court. Sounds like.
No, I have the court muted.
Oh.
I don't know what that sound is.
It's one of us.
Yeah.
Say hello to
Weird.
the NSA. Hello, NSA.
Oh my gosh. So thank you all to the chat for being here. Thank you to my panel. And let me just go ahead and do what needs to be done. Guys, you have a wealth of legal experience on this panel, far exceeding my own. And I'm so happy to have all of them here. I've got all of their channels in the description of this video, as I've been doing for all of these panel streams. Please make sure and check out their channels. Make sure and go follow them on their social medias. Make sure you subscribe to what they are doing because it is really fantastic stuff. And all you have to do, go in the description, click on the name, and it'll take you right there, except for Barnes, who I have to put as vivabarneslaw.locals.com. But everybody else, you can just click on their name. It'll take you right to their channels. There's a wealth of legal topics that are covered by all of us. So, and thank you to the chat for watching.
Yeah, thanks, Nate. Or Nick.
I was
Nate gets the credit. He's not even here. Nate gets
Great
the
job,
credit.
Nate. Great job, Nate.
Sorry.
I was listening to you, Emily. I think it was yesterday when you were talking about the pop culture law. and you were saying how you just can't keep up with it all, and I was feeling the exact same way. There's just
Yeah.
too much stuff happening. I posted on Twitter like the 10 things competing for my attention. There's too much.
Well, there's a lot in the legal world in the non-serious. I mean, we've got 2 very big trials going on. We were supposed to have 3 because the Cardi B Tasha K trial was supposed to be going on right now.
Are they
and that got
rebooting
put
Binger?
over.
What is the?
Vader's coming in.
Oh no,
I don't know where
I
that
just
audio
muted.
is coming from.
The chat keeps blaming Ron.
The Chad.
The chat.
You see, I
Ron's-
muted, so that couldn't be me.
Vader has entered
Just
the
take
chat.
turns muting so we know where it's coming
Yep.
from.
And then there's the Astro World, which I don't know where I'm going to find the time to put that into the mix.
There's like
Astro
36
World.
lawsuits or more as of this morning. It's a lot of the lawsuits are going to keep going, and then there's a lot going
Cardi
on with
B's criminal
Britney. She
trial.
may be free on Friday, so the conservatorship may be ending.
Yeah.
Friday.
You guys
That's
are-
a big deal too.
Hey.
You guys are all watching boring stuff. The trial of Chris Chan is coming up, and if you may think that you've got all this nice, clean law, but I don't know if you guys understand the impact of the creator of Sonichu and the dimensional merge theorist going to trial for sleeping with his own mother. And if you don't know about that,
Don't
it's
Google
gonna
it.
be a bombshell. Oh, I can't
You know what
wait.
else is coming up? We've got Real Housewife Jen Shaw is going to be going
Yes.
to
Jen
trial
Shaw's one,
on a
yeah.
federal indictment. We've got Josh Duggar coming up for trial
Yep.
on all kinds of shady shit, allegedly at the end of the month. So there's a lot of legal happening. It's like this is the crunch time between kids going back to school in September and the courts slowing down in December, and then you add the panini on top of it, and trials have been delayed, and things are just getting very, very busy with people trying to get to court and get to trial. So, and then
Cardi B
the
has her
Girardi
two- her
cases.
two- what 17 count indictment. She's going to trial on November 22nd. So,
But she said she had a family emergency in the civil Tasha K case, and so it's very interesting. I want to see if she puts over the indictment case too, because there seem to be conflicting things happening in the different court cases with Cardi B, which is fascinating to me. When you say one thing to one court, one thing to another court, it's like, no, we're gonna know. We're gonna know what's being said. So I'm fascinated by it.
So do any of us think that that Binger's going to eat his own foot into a dismissal today?
I think it's
the probability is
possible.
pretty high.
It's-
It's pretty
Put
high.
it this way: if he comes back and does something else, then this was all clearly part of a plan. And by God, yeah, like I said, we'll have to get it trending on Twitter, and disbar Binger. Little Binger.
Yeah, really.
Binger
Should
needs
do
a
his-
nap
should.
and
It's like
some
Game of
lunch so he
Thrones
can
name.
just chill out.
And it's time to take him out.
A
Start
little
style.
legal mindset, by the way.
I don't think
Yes,
Schroeder.
and waking up to that dumpster fire. I mean, I replayed that footage time and time and time again, and I'm like, holy shit! I
Why
mean,
are
like,
you
dude,
sleeping, legal mindset?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Sorry, going on 2 hours of total sleep is really amazing. But
Regatta has been streaming for like 12 hours a day.
Do you see the size of that nose? It powers him unnaturally.
The nose actually starts to stream about an hour before I even wake up. It's amazing.
It's like that uncontrollable hand. But I mean, look, I number one, I didn't know what they were thinking, but after seeing this all, I'm starting to put on the tinfoil and call Alex Jones, because I mean, at this point, I'm like, what is going on in their mind to just go ahead and bring up these issues and give them cause for that motion to dismiss? Like, it just really, I've never seen anything like that. And I think the judge's statement about basic law couldn't be more true, because if someone like me, who's not even a criminal lawyer, is like, holy shit, right? This is a big problem.
There are a few things that are beaten into your head as a new prosecutor.
Yes.
This is the first one. The Fifth Amendment is the very first one. You don't mention it on closing. You don't mention it in questioning. You do not mention it ever. It is like ingrained in you.
Yeah.
So I don't, this could not have been accidental. And that makes it even more
egregious.
Yeah,
he mentioned it twice. It wasn't even once. He mentioned it. He did it twice.
He was going
First
down the line
objection-
of questioning.
Yeah,
He was
and then he
going
did
down
it
the line of
again.
questioning about
That's
it.
why I think. That's why I think this should be over. The first time, okay, objection. All right, I slipped up. the second time, and then the judge just crossed the line. That's why this should be over. This is now. It's just like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Well, I gotta say,
Ron.
Oh, it's you, Ron.
It's
Oh.
your mic
What do you got?
switched. You're on like a something happened. Are you on like the laptop mic or something? Did it get switched in StreamYard?
I don't
Your
think
gain is way up.
Hey,
Something
all right, we can
happened.
fix that.
Go on
Automatically adjust me.
Mike.
How about now? How about now? How about now? How about now?
No, that got way worse. Don't mess with those settings.
I was wondering if there was a difference between Canadian and U.S.
You'll
law.
never
'cause I was seeing that going,
That's better.
You know,
That's
holy
better.
crap!
The
You can't do that.
reason the right.
Yeah, and you guys barely have law in Canada.
I mean, we don't have the same level of like strict rights protections. There's all sorts of provisions that basically say they can violate your rights and it might still be okay, but
I
that
got-
would not be okay here. Like
No,
that.
I gotta
would've-
say,
it was
wa-
willful and
watching-
contumacious. Willful and contumacious. That's the lawyer way of
I'm
saying
gonna
it.
play devil's advocate here. I actually had no problem seeing what the prosecutor was trying clumsily to do. He stepped on that third rail. He didn't have to, because his entire where he was going was, you're going to change your story now because you've had a chance to hear all this evidence and see all those videos, and now he actually basically said that later on in the colloquy. That's what he really wanted to do, but his technique is so poor and his discipline is so poor that he instead stepped on his own organ and ended up hitting the Fifth Amendment point twice. But I think it's ironical. It's ironically, I think, not intending to besmirch him for not speaking up earlier, but rather to suggest that his testimony now had been improperly refreshed. Now, that's in and of itself an interesting question, and I'm not so sure why that would be okay. In other words,
could have done that,
I
though.
learned more and more about the case. I'm sorry?
He could have, no, I was just saying he could have done that though. He could have said, how many videos have you watched? How many articles have you watched? You aren't remembering this from your memory. You're remembering this from video. He could have done it.
I don't think this guy would even be able to take a civil deposition properly. He doesn't know how to ask focus questions to which the answer really should be yes, no, or I don't know. Instead, he asks impressionistic questions that give witnesses the opportunity to answer however the hell they want.
Ron,
And
you're
that's-
generous because he had very narrow leading questions through all of his direct early on in this trial.
Leading on direct.
He had very, very leading questions on direct, and we were all sitting here going, why isn't anyone objected? He was just like, and then you did this, right? And then you did this, right? And it was very leading. And now that he's actually in cross, he's opened up these broad multi-part questions without any specifically tailored questions that would warrant that yes, no. And it's very confusing to me because we've seen him ask leading questions.
Yeah.
Did the man not take a trial advocacy
he's
course?
not good on his feet. He's much
Consider
better
all the
if he is fully
advantages
prepped.
that when you consider all the advantages the state started with, you have to ask yourself whether Binger is the first human in history to knee himself in the groin. How it is that he managed to just walk all over this and just beg for both the judge, the jury, and public opinion to hate him when he started off so strongly with the world on his favor. It's not
When you're losing, when you're down by 7 and it's like 5 minutes,
Hail
5
Mary.
seconds to go in the fourth, you start taking a lot more risk. And I think that's what Binger's looking at. He's looking at a loser, and he's like, well, I can take some more calculated risk. And I think he's just, unfortunately, he's past that point of, now you're getting dangerous.
I think the panel was right, though, that he was not prepared to cross the defendant and was hoping for lunch to give him time to prepare. But you don't get that opportunity often as a prosecutor. You have to be able to take notes of a witness, stand up and do a cross. That's part of the job. And he's had this job for how many years? Does anyone know how long he's been a prosecutor? 15 years or more?
Well,
He hasn't been a
capital murder crime, so so he's got it. You're talking about.
But the
some
judge
real
said his
good
experience. So I mean, clearly the judge believes that. Which at this point we
Yeah.
should just be paying attention to that because he's the one who's going to be ruling on dismissal with prejudice or whatever other motion we're going to see coming forward in the case.
Joe, though, I will say this. Remember, at the end of the day, he actually has a terrible case. He came in with every advantage in terms of things that don't matter in the courtroom, except perhaps jury contamination, which is a big deal. I'm not saying otherwise. But he has a terrible case. He has a case that should never have been brought. He has a case that the more facts that come out, the more obvious it is the case should not have been brought. So what does he do now other than the right thing, which is not an option for him, of course?
You prepare your case and you do your job well and ethically, because they had the choice to bring it. Defense attorneys don't have a choice. They get the cases the prosecutor's office brings. The prosecution's office
100%.
has the benefit of all of the police reports, interviewing the witnesses, seeing what they have to say before deciding to file a case or not. They make that choice. And at this point, they made their bed. As I wouldn't have wanted to make this decision. This is not a case I would have ever wanted to file, because you look at the video and you're like, well, that's self-defense. And they can't go, well, the facts are bad. They have to do better because they chose to bring it.
Also, there's no excuse for them to not be prepared to do a cross-examination of Kyle, because the defense said in their opening statement that we would hear from Kyle. So they should have had notice then. They had a whole weekend to prepare a cross-examination.
And they have all these
hadn't prior.
videos. They knew what the course of events were from the videos. What else is Kyle going to say other than, yeah, I was cleaning up graffiti. You've seen the pictures.
It's a
You
self-defense
guys-
murder trial. You've got to be,
No, you guys are wrong, and here's why. They're like
facts and
Don't-
jokes. Facts and
they're
jokes.
like
people.
they're like, we have been nuking our case so hard for days and days and days. There's no way these guys are gonna bring Kyle to the stand. I know they said they were going to, but they can't possibly do it now because we did it for them. We already brought forth all the evidence they need. So that now I'm gonna go take my binder of questions. I'm gonna put it on my desk, and it's gonna just sit
They're
there
gonna
with
put it in
sound
the
of
dumpster.
silence playing.
Light it on fire and be like, look, we have a dumpster fire here for demonstrative purposes.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, it's God, what a disaster. I did look up Binger. I can't find his full time experience, but he has worked for Michael Gravely for 7 years, who allegedly is the country's top prosecutor. And he has also worked for the Milwaukee County Prosecutor's Office prior to coming to Kenosha. I think he's only been in Kenosha for a couple years, maybe like 2.
Ironically, though, he does not have a driver's license.
And all this information is on his grinder, right? This is all we are finding.
Yes.
You don't.
I do feel sorry.
You don't
for
know how.
Binger.
Hey, if he has
accurate-
one, I'm not
You don't
judging.
know how accurate that is. You have no idea.
I do feel. I feel sorry for
Binger
Binger
has
because
interesting
I've been in that
relationships with
situation.
many interesting people in Kenosha.
I'm just
I've been in
saying.
that situation where your boss gives you a shit case, and you're like, listen, I don't think this guy is guilty, and they're like, well, listen, you got enough facts to take it to where it needs to go. And just let's see what happens. And you got to walk that line, and you're like,
Nate, that's not Binger though. He didn't fight with his boss and say, this is a stinker, I will walk off this case, I'm not prosecuting it, which
wanted
you
it.
can do as a
He wanted
prosecutor.
this
He
case.
volunteered for the case.
He wanted this attention. This was not a take this case to trial and you're like, this case should never be filed, I'm not doing it. This is not that. And ethical prosecutors can stand up to their bosses, but it can be hard because you will get punished within your own office for doing so.
It was. I'll say this. I've had a shit case, and I went to my boss, and she was just adamant to take this case, and I was like, listen, I got all this evidence. It doesn't look good. I want to take it, and and at its instance, your job is on the line. You're at the prosecutor's office. I was kind of new there, so it was kind of
But
like.
you're
what
good
the
enough,
hell?
Nate,
So-
right? You got it done, and that guy's still in jail, right?
No. I didn't prosecute the case. I became like a fucking defense attorney and went and actually got a news report, right? So I go and find an actual news report to show that this person wasn't committing fraud. Sent it to my boss, and she said, "I know she was really trying to scam, but yeah, give them a dismissal." So it took that, but all during that case it was a fight, and then, but again, Binger may have wanted this case if he did.
You take
he's a
one
fool.
look at Binger at his clothing, and you know he wants the attention. His clothing says, it displays his personality. We dress, and it's a reflection. What we present to the outside world is a reflection of what's going on inside our minds.
I think he's
And
a snappy
this guy
dresser.
wants the
Yes,
attention.
I agree.
That's
why
the
I'm
least
wearing
offensive
this.
thing about him.
It's legal peacocking.
It is
that's
legal
the
peacocking.
least problem
Right.
he has.
You're accusing him of being a dandy prosecutor?
I wasn't.
Whoa,
even saying
whoa,
that.
whoa! I don't know
wasn't
about
saying
that.
I was just saying he dresses. I'm saying he dresses in a way that's designed to get attention far more than any DA I've ever seen. He dresses like a defense attorney. The defense attorney is the one you picture with a high cut with the expensive suits and things of that nature.
Do you
ever see
do
a
you picture
defense
them
attorney?
sitting in a wingback chair with like
the
a
purple-
vest on, maybe like a bright blue tie?
Exactly.
But he probably has real arms, not like Barnes.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say not like Gaige. I was like, wow, Ron's coming in hotter than an AR-15 round.
Oh God.
What
Well,
do you
they
think
look
of all
cool, you
the
know.
firearm discussion? Because I'm sitting
Right,
there
yeah,
like
that
he's
was weird.
testifying, and almost none of what was said was
Ian,
actually
Yeah,
correct.
it was.
This
There was
is
one
part
moment in
of the
particular
course,
where it
man.
really caught my attention because he's like, he said a
goes
couple
to the
times,
delay
I don't
point.
really know the difference. And then the prosecutor basically asked the question, okay, given the premise that they produce these wildly different effects, which you don't know about, then ask the next question. I'm like, where's this coming from? The
But
predicate doesn't exist.
that's not Binger's fault. That's the defense attorney's
Richard's.
fault for not
Yep.
objection
Yeah.
for those asked and answered. He asked the question like 5 times, and he asked and
Or-
answered. Asked and answered.
well,
he's not a
testifying
firearms
from
expert.
He got the same answer
Yeah,
5
like,
times though, so good
he's
for that. At
testifying.
least.
you
Yeah,
know?
I mean, it was also irrelevant, impermissible
Yeah.
opinion testimony, speculation, on and on and on.
Yeah,
If you
objection,
shot
Your
a
Honor.
deer with
Can
a
he-
hollow point, what would happen?
Objection.
If they
Objection,
wanted
Your
to-
Honor. Can he voir dire my expert, please? Like, can we qualify Mr. Rittenhouse as a ballistics expert?
Yeah, if they wanted to get into that whole thing of ammunition choice and so forth, where was the ballistics expert to talk about this? Where was all
Oh,
of
please
that?
don't bring her back. Oh God,
But-
please don't.
But the
Let's
good
call
part
her
about
back.
it,
so
Call her
horrid.
back on direct. That'd be
I do want to
I-
ask the panel this.
chat
Though.
is
I want to
saying
ask the
court is
panel one
back.
question.
Are the courts back?
The
Are they?
panel-
No,
Did we miss something?
it's not.
I do want to ask you
They're
guys
just
one
trolling.
question for
Bad chat.
It worked.
for Zeminski. Kyle said Zeminski told Rosenbaum, get him and kill him. Do you think the prosecution calls Zeminski as a rebuttal witness?
Oh, not if they're
Oh,
saying.
no.
Not if they
the
had
dirt
any.
on-
Yeah.
There's
No.
a reason they didn't call Zeminski. The dirt on him is a mile wide and a mile
I'm
deep.
assuming.
Yeah,
He's being prosecuted by the DA for arson.
Yes.
He's
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
sociopathic criminal who is helping orchestrate everything that night.
yeah.
That was a hell of a line.
Yeah, that was
Get 'em-
that was
get 'em
good.
and
They
get 'em.
they did it. It's also new. It's one of the. It's thank you for bringing it up. I meant to make a note of it because it was. It's like, oh, we haven't heard anything about Zeminski. They've been avoiding this guy. If I'm the jury, I'm thinking, why aren't they bringing this guy that is in every single video and has a gun, who is fired into the air? Why has the prosecution not brought him to at least testify? Oh no, I fired the gun in the air to try and defuse this. I mean, it could be a stupid answer, but maybe you'd give it. But the obvious is what Barnes said. That guy is a revolutionary. I mean, he is literally the hashtag resist, but also I go in the streets with a gun to make it happen. And you can't have someone that unhinged on the stand. They got close to it with Gaige Grosskreutz, and we saw how that went.
In the chat, Mark Polito is saying that Binger is prosecuted in front of this judge 462 times per Westlaw Analytics. I didn't know
Wow.
Westlaw had those analytics,
Damn.
but that can be that.
Gotta
can
have the
be
good plan.
Misdemeanors. That can be cases that come for hearing. That can be preliminary
Here's my
hearings.
attorney
And you
of
can do like
record.
20 of those a day. So he's
Probably about-
in this court then.
But probably at least
Yeah,
20
that's
trials.
true.
A lot
I've
of
done
them are
0
small.
criminal prosecutions, and I feel like I could do better, and that's sad.
No, well, but
Binger
the
Binger has won 13 jury trials in the past 2 years. He has won them. I don't know how many he's
he's
done,
good.
but
But about
Probably
the
not
analytics,
more than
could
that.
be-
Given a pandemic and everything, that's a lot of trials in 2 years. Given
Yeah.
That
those-
is.
given
those
COVID.
those Westlaw analytics could be off because, let's say, if you do arraignments, like in the Bronx, if you do arraignments,
Mhm.
that day you got 150 cases, right? And
Right.
you're going to be the attorney of record on all 150 cases. So it doesn't mean that,
Right.
you're in front of that judge, but it's just real quick stuff.
Right.
And some of them are open and shut.
Yep.
Yeah. A lot of them are just pleas and stuff like, hey, he's a
also
plea.
states don't fully report to Westlaw. Some states are better than others, and I have, who knows how well, because I have a decent Westlaw plan, and it has a lot of access to state materials, but it relies entirely on what the states provide to Westlaw. It's not like the federal stuff, which they get much easier.
Yes.
If it was funny, I called a few of my friends and former colleagues yesterday, and I was like, am I crazy watching this? Because I'm like, the prosecutors I've seen in trial are very much better than this. And they're like, no, it's not the same everywhere. I'm like, it is not the same everywhere. Yesterday and then today, this is just giving me PTSD watching the prosecutors not comport themselves ethically. It's really, really uncomfortable to watch.
Hey guys, sorry, just checking in. I am still here, just had to do some work stuff, so sorry about that. Probably be another 5-10 minutes, but hopefully this is entertaining enough that it's not going to drive too many of you away. I shall be back shortly.
Yeah, he's a slimy lawyer.
That's the worst
You said
part.
it
If
too,
he
Barnes.
was
Barnes called it early, and I didn't believe him. I was like, I think Barnes is just one of, again, anti-government. But you said it. I didn't believe you, but I will admit I was 100% wrong.
We're seeing it, Barnes.
Yeah, it's interesting because if he was just incompetent, like he's just a prosecutor. Look, the prosecution, most people who are brought before them are guilty of something. They get a high conviction rate because of sort of the bias that's baked into the system. And I don't mean that in a negative way to my two former prosecutors here. It's just how the system works out. Most of the people who are going to trial, they have something to protect, and they haven't resolved this prior to it. So it biases in favor of sort of victory. So you could see him just being incompetent in some sort of way if he got his victories in with sort of that coasting through in Kenosha. But to have him come out and also be a complete jackass makes it far worse and far more egregious.
Can you imagine if defense counsel was actually actively involved in this case rather than like sitting like in another room and walking by and saying, oh, maybe we'll object this time? I mean,
they would have been screaming in court today. They would have been, their heads would have popped off, and they would have been red in the face, yelling that once the jury left,
Correct
that
me
the
if I'm
prosecutor
wrong.
had violated the Fifth Amendment.
The Fifth Amendment violation that in this questioning here, I don't even think that it was Richards who first brought that up. He brought the other one. But the Fifth Amendment violation, I think Schroeder had to come in there and
No,
say,
Richards
did
said
he?
he's
Was I
commenting on
mistaken?
his right to remain silent.
Yeah, Richard objected to it.
But not in a zealous
Fine,
way.
eventually.
I don't know how you don't
He
jump out of
waited
your
a
chair.
while.
You have to
Yes.
jump. You should be jumping out of your chair, screaming.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, he hasn't banged the table, not even once.
Yeah. And there's been just cause. That table should
there
be
has
banged.
been just
That
cause.
table should have been banged many, many times.
Many times.
Should be
But
dented.
the facts are on his side, but that doesn't protect you on appeal if something wonky happens. Even with the facts on your side, you still have to protect your defendant. And I talked about it yesterday, saying you don't always protect a witness on the stand that's doing well with the prosecution's being a jackass. You let it go. The witness yesterday, the photojournalist, held his ground and made the prosecutor look like a total asshole. You let it go. But you have to protect the defendant when they're on the stand. And I don't know why I'm the one saying this. I am a former prosecutor. But Barnes, I mean, is it hard to watch? You're just like, object here, object now, do it now.
Yeah, it's probably good I wasn't in the courtroom, because if I had, I would need my own self-defense lawyer.
Yeah, it's and we've been calling it out, the panel the whole time. Object. And there have been some moments of pushback, like, well, you don't want to object too much, and that's true. But when you've got Kyle up on the stand like this, you have to protect your client, and you have to protect him from all of you've got to know the risks of bringing him on the stand. Not only if you don't know, if somehow you're an incompetent attorney, the judge also told you the risks of bringing him on the stand with his constitutional monologue prior to this. So you've got to be on the ball protecting your client. He's let some of these lines of questioning go way too far. No matter what you think about his strategy in the other aspects, you want to just, and Binger did this to Richards. On direct, he let Richards ask basically everything of Kyle, because all he's doing is sitting there taking notes. I'm going to go after this. I'm going to go after this. I'm going to go after this. Richards needs to be the opposite on cross-examination for his criminal defendant.
Especially with Binger being unprepared, clearly going in different directions, not knowing exactly how he was organized. That's where you really muck it up and throw a little wrench in, throw a wrench in. And you help take the steam off of Kyle in case, you're a kid, you're being attacked by this lying, corrupt prosecutor. you naturally communicate anger back. You let him transfer that to you by you expressing that anger to the prosecutor, and that helps relax usually your witness as well.
Because they know they're protected if
Yes.
you're objecting. They know. And then it also can slow them down. When Kyle was starting to talk over the prosecutor and the prosecutor got really demeaning and no, stop, let me finish. You can also object to break up that flow and to give a prepared witness the time, or a prepared defendant the time to pause before they answer, to think about the question. People tend to misspeak when they start going too fast and start answering the questions too fast. And you want to slow that down, and they can do that with objections. There's plenty to object to.
Although there might have been let your enemy make a mistake, because Bayer did not come off looking good there.
But plus with this judge, you can clearly do speaking objections like I've never seen before. So you can help coach your witness. No, here's why, bum, 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 bum. And because this judge allows it all to go right on in front of him, and boom, then your witness knows how to
Speaking
respond.
objections in front of the jury in trial are very different. I've seen that a lot in preliminary hearing. A lot of judges don't. And for the chat, a lot of judges in trial, you have to say objection, what's the ground, relevancy, asked and answered, and you give the legal grounds. You don't say, well, Your Honor, he's trying to do this and he's testifying himself and he's blah, blah, because they don't want the attorney's words to inform either the witness or the jury. But this judge is cool with it.
Yeah, he just lets it roll.
Sure.
I don't know. I know in New York, some judges will just tell you, just say objection and don't say anything behind it. And if I know what it is, I'll rule on that. But then if I need you to speak on it, then you can just tell me what the objection is.
Yeah,
I've always had to provide a reason.
In federal court, I've had judges say you only cite the rule. Just give me Rule 815, Rule 8, whatever. Rule 401, 403, 404 under the federal.
I hate having to cite the numbers. I always get them wrong. I'm like, I need to tell you the words. But thankfully in state court, we didn't have to use the actual rule.
Yeah, I memorized them for the Snipes case because that's what the judge loved. And then he started ruling in my favor by the end of the case, even when I was wrong on the objection, just because he liked the format. The objection was what he liked.
I mean, I just love getting to sit and talk to this many lawyers about our experiences, different courts. We all practice in different areas of the country, and sometimes not even the country of the U.S. So this panel's been great. Nick, I know they're going to be coming back from lunch, but thank you for having us all to actually give commentary, facts plus jokes about what's going on in this trial, because the other coverage isn't doing it.
Well, and a great chat, thanks to the chat. I mean, they've even coined, Grambo's got a nickname now. I mean, witnesses have nicknames on Nick's live stream.
Speaking of nicknames, I mean, I know that we've kind of talked about this over the previous weeks, even as various members of this group have gotten together. I mean, we have to come up with some sort of a name of this group of lawyers. Maybe the chat can help us out. I don't know, but I think
we represent LawTube.
I mean, I guess so.
This is
LawTubers.
all of LawTube.
We are the
LawTube. We are.
Oh, Attorney Tom got wrecked. He's not in here.
Sorry, Attorney Tom.
Viva
and Attorney busy filing lawsuits in the Astroworld case against Travis Scott. I think they're tearing down. He posted something that they're tearing down the location where Astroworld was, so they're busy documenting everything to preserve evidence for the last 2 days. But
my
he also wore a
heart
Christmas
is
sweater in November, so he can get wrecked on that.
My heart is ruined by that. I grew up going to Astroworld. That was the thing in the summertime. My parents would buy season passes, and my mom would take me, and we would get some guest passes. So we'd take a couple kids from the neighborhood to Astroworld and Waterworld, and when they shut it down, that was the closest I've come to crying in a long time. But I did not, because crying should never happen in public. And I love you, Kyle Rittenhouse, but stop crying. I kid. It's a joke. But no, the Astroworld thing is crazy, because I would go there as a kid and go to the amusement park. Then they're converting that to a concert venue, and now a bunch of people are dead, and who knows what's going to happen.
Well, what's going to happen is a whole lot of lawsuits, and now the FBI is involved in the criminal investigation, because it seems that the head of Houston PD knows Travis Scott and went to his trailer before the show and said, "Hey, we've got some problems with the crowd already." So the civil liability is writing itself across the accounts that we're starting to get on social. It's been really wild.
I wanted to echo, I think it was Emily's point, just to say that one of the nice real things about this entire experience for me as a professional is just the ability to have so many legal professionals to talk to, that they all understand my language, and the mutual support of this community, that we all mutually support each other and try to lift each other up, is something that's really, really encouraging. And thanks, Nick, again, for really spearheading this and helping this to be a thing. It's wonderful, and I look forward to doing more collabs with all of you as time will allow, because it's wonderful. It's great.
I
You're
saw
awesome.
somebody on Twitter referring to the clips, particularly the viral clip of Legal Mindset, Legal Bites, and Nick Recato responding to Gaige, saying this is like UFC commentary, but for trial. And I'm like, that's exactly what it is, where we're all going, oh, no,
Mystery Science Theater. It's Mystery Science Theater. You got little quips coming in there.
With lawyers.
For court drama.
Well, and we should bring back some ancient remedies like tar and feathering for Binger.
That would be an
Yes.
appropriate punishment.
Trial by combat.
I'm all about the pillory. I think that's, just put them up there in the stocks in the public, line the
Yeah,
streets with them. That's
a great
good shit,
idea.
man. Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
they
we
kind
can
of
do
do that
that
at fairs, when you get to do the pie in the face or throw something at somebody in the thing. But he needs something more deserving of his
The
baby.
gibbet? Would you give him the gibbet,
no,
Robert
you don't wanna
Barnes?
go that way. No.
Stockades.
Oh, my
That's the Binger Bangers. Yeah, there you go. From the
No,
chat.
I will not. I will
Really?
not accept that besmirchment of me.
Someone
I will not be
stupidly
called a
went ahead
Binger
and wrote that I
Banger.
was muted.
I don't want to be called a Binger Banger. Trust me.
Agreed.
I'm not.
Nope.
You
We
can
could
do much
go
better
back
than
to a cask of lawyers. I think that was one of the chat's suggestion the other day, when you get this many lawyers in a place, a billable of lawyers, a murder of lawyers.
I said an invoice
Someone-
of lawyers.
An invoice. Someone said the law enders, like the Avengers.
Did you
Oh, yeah.
You guys,
that. Okay.
You saw that meme yesterday with the whole WWF thing, right, Nick? You saw that meme?
No, I did not. What was the WWF
that was-
thing?
that was so
I'll
funny.
share it with you.
Classic.
Let me pull it up here.
Meanwhile, I'll share this authorized opinion from Mark Randazza, which he just texted me and told me I was authorized to share with the group. Holy crap. Littlefinger is so bad that I wonder if he's trying to get a mistrial, because he realizes that he has sucked so badly during this entire trial that a do-over might be better for him. I can't see why he would otherwise be that incompetent. Feel free to share that opinion on the live stream. I think that that's not so distant from what a lot of Twitter is saying. Now, by the way, if anyone has peeked into left-wing Twitter, they're not the slightest bit moved by facts or testimony or inconsistencies or
Or
incompetence
constitutional
incompetence.
violations.
Not at all.
Everyone. The thing is, it shouldn't. Sorry, I'm just going to outro. I'm an Enneagram 1. I'm just going to have a moment, but everyone should be offended by constitutional violations. Just everyone.
Yes.
That shouldn't
Yes.
be political.
Yep.
Defendants have rights, whether you agree or don't. That's
We're
what's
living
in
in
the
a world where
Constitution.
the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals said it's okay to appoint a private prosecutor who's already written an editorial opining on the guilt of the defendant because you suspect that the Justice Department has not sufficiently been doing its job. That's the world we're living in. So the ACLU had nothing to say about that. Most of the criminal bar had nothing to say about that. We're in a different world now from the one that we grew up in. Yes, this is an awesome meme.
I like how they put Ron front and center there with the yellow boots.
Yeah,
That
but
was-
but with the tiny head though.
Yeah, but
I
I
like,
got Sergeant
Nick's got the
Slaughter, so
cigar.
I'm happy getting Sergeant Slaughter. I think that was well chosen.
Why does Nick have the cigar and Barnes doesn't? Is what I want.
Look,
Very
Barnes is
confused.
sleeping on the job. I don't know. It's not my fault.
It's a live stream.
Wait, that
Oh, by
doesn't
the
stop
way-
Barnes from that doesn't
Here's
stop Barnes at all.
Here's another 2 cents second guessing. I would have trained Kyle not to say the words especially in the way he said it the first time. I shot him.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
That's,
I fired my weapon. I discharged the rifle.
Yep.
Yes, he'll then bring it home, but it sounds a little callous to just
I
say,
think
"Yeah, shot
he
him."
wasn't running away from the facts, though. You can't run away from the facts. It is what it is. So I
It
get
is what it is.
what you're saying, Ron. But I thought he didn't look like he was trying to hide from the facts.
No,
And I
not at
think
all.
that
I don't think he would
rings
have if he would have said,
fair.
I fired.
I fired is better than I
That's
shot
fair.
him.
Yeah.
I fired is better than I
Yeah.
shot him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a lot
That's
of people
fair.
in the chat react in the same way, and I take the chat as kind of a sampling of normal people, which may be a huge mistake because you are watching a bunch of lawyers on YouTube. What's wrong with you people? But that being said, it's nice to see the organic reactions in the chat because we have our biases as as lawyers and how we think something's going to go, but the more likely jury member would be a person in the chat. And so to see something like that, I agree. That was one of the ones where he messed up, but I think they did really well on him because Binger kept going back to you tried to kill them, you intended to kill them, you intentionally tried to kill them, and Kyle just said, no, I did what I thought necessary to stop the threat. I did what I thought.
He was
Yeah.
well prepared for that. Clearly, he was well prepared for that.
He was, and
yeah,
by the
textbook
third
Leo.
one, Richard should have objected. You should not have let him have to answer that question like 7 times.
Yeah.
But
Can we just talk about Nick's new background real quick and the shade
Yes.
that is
So
just exuding
amazing.
from it?
Yes, so much spice.
oh yes. I was going to ask you guys if you thought Binger is having a bad enough day that Kraus would offer him his sandwich at
Not
lunch.
the hot lunch. Not if
You
it's
need a
hot
sandwich,
lunch.
buddy.
Who
It's
eats lunch
tuna.
in trial?
Kraus.
Kraus.
You can make.
Sorry.
Sorry. I can get down a yogurt.
Yeah.
You don't want to fall asleep.
I know,
And
I know you wouldn't believe it looking at me, but I did not. I rarely ate lunch in trial. It was like
Oh,
soda,
I never did.
caffeine.
I can't
couldn't
eat
lunch.
lunch.
I couldn't eat lunch, and I was too busy. And then you don't need. Look, it's a real thing when you're a trial lawyer. People are like, you don't always have time to go to the bathroom, especially if you have a really rowdy judge that doesn't want to take breaks. So you have to be mindful of the fact that you are going to be in court for hours and hours with no break on your feet trying to think. So lunch doesn't always help.
Oh yeah, not. And I just can't. My nerves are too on edge.
Adrenaline is an
Yeah.
appetite suppressant. You
Yes.
get into it and it kill. I
Yeah.
struggle to get down a granola bar.
Yeah.
I can't sleep either. Can't do either.
Same,
Yep.
which is
Yeah,
really hard when
oh.
you get into like 3 weeks, a month.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
longer
that's
gets
Snipes'
really
trial.
wearing.
I fell asleep after closing in the middle of a Tupperware party. Didn't wake up until 2.5 weeks later. I mean,
You went to a
2.5 days
Tupperware
later.
party after a closing. I would be like, I'm unavailable for the next.
Yeah, well,
I was
what
at
is?
trial.
We were at the hotel. We were at this some hotel wherever it was. It was a hotel where they had Buddy the horse. You get to meet Buddy the horse. That was the whole trial. So Ocala, you have Buddy the horse walking in the elevator.
Ocala.
It's like, oh yeah, Ocala, Florida.
I'm
The,
very
I
sorry.
mean, ask yourself, why did they try Snipes in Ocala, Florida? Maybe because it was the per capita capital of white nationalist hatred events over the past 10 years
The
prior to
food
the trial date.
descends from the heavens for legal bikes.
Yeah.
Like
what did
manna
you
from
do?
heaven.
What did you do to make God so happy that he drops food in your lap?
I am the
Constantly.
best. Mr. Bites is the best husband in the world. I'm sorry. I'm going to say it in front of 30, 40,000 people.
I think we're at like 60.
Yeah.
63.
Oh, yeah, whatever. I've lost track.
We almost got to
60,000
70.
people now.
How many court TVs are we right now? Let's
Oh
use that
God,
metric.
it's not good. It's not good for court TV. Things
But
are
it's
not
good for
looking
you,
healthy.
isn't it?
Well,
Good
court
for you,
TV
isn't it, Nick?
brings
It's
in
good
all
for
the
me.
Talk about the
commentators
revenue
that are
issue
fighting.
here, Nick. The revenue issue here, Nick.
There's no revenue
Ron,
issue. I've seen the
you know what they
super chats
say?
coming in.
You know what
Yeah,
they say,
right.
Ron? When you have the law, pound the law. When you have the facts, pound the facts. And when you're mad about Nick's revenue, you pound the table.
You will hit 70, I think, when we come back on this.
Yeah, I think-
cross.
I
I
think
think everybody else
so.
is taking a lunch break too.
Is
Yeah,
there?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
is
will be
there
the
some
big
reason
gamble
that-
part of the case. Because if
must
Dean
be.
Binger
Shut it
got
slow-mo.
older,
Who's
try to come up with a way.
Shut it, Shlomo. Looks like I've got a friend here.
It's a lovable Shlomo. That's what
Yeah.
it is.
We're all lovable.
No, but Robert, you're right. We'll see.
No,
what
I
Binger
meant the
puts
chat
together over lunch.
message.
No, I'm the Shlomo. Get it?
But yeah,
I-
no,
All right, whatever.
it's
He'll call me in the
coming
middle of the
back
night
after
when he.
this could make or break the case, depending on if Binger came up with some way to trip up Kyle, either substantively or emotionally. Which I think the latter is a misunderstood aspect of. It's like they don't do this as well in TV dramas. I mean, I had well in Snipes there was a key witness that I could not trip up, and it was clear I couldn't trip up. And they did the same thing. They told me he was going to come after lunch, and he went up in the morning, and I was not ready for him because I was going to use lunch to prepare for him. And became clear I couldn't trip him up substantively, but it was also clear I could trip him up emotionally, that I could get him to come across as a contemptuous ass that the entire jury would hate. And that's what happened by the end of it. So those are the two risk points for Kyle: emotional reactions that the jury understands, doesn't misunderstand, and that Binger doesn't trip him up substantively. Both are critical.
But it cuts both ways, because if Binger brings up the trauma of the night and that is genuine emotion, it looks like a seasoned prosecutor picking on a kid, and that is not going to go well for the prosecution. They don't want the jury to see him as a young man. They want the jury to see him as unstable, I think is what they're going for, or untrained, or at least arrogant. And if they can very easily miscalculate that, and it'll be interesting to see what they do.
The odds of any of that happening seem so small, if only because we've watched this DA. We've watched him for the last 3 days. They cannot read a room. They can't figure out what's going to how the next question is going to be answered. They don't understand tone or inflection. They are so tone deaf and so oblivious as to how questions are playing out that to think that suddenly they're going to magically develop a capacity that they can figure out how to break him down and make Kyle look like the jerk rather than they themselves looking like the biggest douchebags out there, it seems almost unfathomable. I mean, I don't want to jinx him, but so far Kyle is dominating in the whole mood and temperament of that courtroom.
We had an objection.
And we're back. But just one angry comment, and that could all go badly.
The judge had time over lunch to reflect on how angry he is too.
He is salt city.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Get on the mic.
We can't hear you.
We want to know what you're saying.
Yes.
We are not a lip reading panel.
Of course, now we're all silent.
Is he making a motion?
We thought something's happening.
He says they will be. Hold on.
Is the stream muted?
Oh, let me fix it.
Nick.
And you see, and he.
This morning was two times. The state had commented on Mr.
I didn't
Rittenhouse's
mute
right
it.
to remain
It got muted. I don't know. Anyway.
The first time he was admonished by the court. Second time the court had the jury leave and re-admonished him on that.
47 is going to kill it.
Rittenhouse testifying. This court addressed various things with not only Mr. Rittenhouse, but with the lawyers.
At the motion to dismiss.
You had cited various statutes, and then you had asked if anything
mistrial
would be coming up on, for example, I think 90608. One of the other things you addressed was 90404. And you had said that based on the information that had come out at the trial, nothing had changed as it relates to your ruling. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Binger stated, and we looked it up, previously, he said to Mr. Rittenhouse, previously indicated that you wish to have your AR-15 to protect someone's property. Clearly in violation not only of the prior ruling that you had made, but the ruling that very day, that very morning. It appears to be that there are two really elements the court must consider when making a determination on a mistrial for what amounts to prosecutorial overreaching. And the first one is the prosecutor's actions must be intentional in the sense of a culpable state of mind in the nature of awareness that his activity would be prejudicial to the defendant. I would argue to you that that's clearly aware of that. You had warned him, you had told him prior to Mr. Rittenhouse testifying that these things, certainly the 90404 was off limits. You had warned him about the infringement on his constitutional right to remain silent. He did it again. The second one, I think, requires some action by the court in terms of a finding. The second one says the prosecutor's actions was designed to allow another chance to convict. That is, to provoke a mistrial in order to get another kick at the cat because the first trial is going badly,
Yes.
or to prejudice the defendant's rights to successfully complete the criminal confrontation at the first trial. Now, the case that I had cited is a Kenosha case, State versus Coping.
Opening?
Yep. 100 with second, 700.
COPENING.
He said coping on purpose.
In that case, the court didn't make findings regarding the prosecutor's actions. So I don't know that it's my role to sit here and say who's winning. I don't think that's
No, it is your role.
supposed to do.
You could say you're
I think the court has to make some findings as it relates to.
I think it's fair for you to
the
comment and say
bad
you win.
faith
I don't see that
on
as
the
an
part
issue.
of the prosecution, and if the court makes a finding that the actions that I had talked about
No.
bad faith, then I think
that in the courtroom?
both elements for mistrial with prejudice have been met. And I think under the circumstances, based on what I've put forth on the record, I would certainly ask the court to consider those.
Record.
And I would ask the court grant the motion with prejudice. Thank you.
Woo! The
State
bomb
feels-
has been ignited.
There we go. The state had to know this was coming.
Respond to this with a little bit of research. At first blush, though, and I reserve the right to present case law and additional sites to the court, but I do want to point out for the record that the defendant has presented interviews to at least one media source and at least one online source since his arrest. And there have been questions about that night. There have been questions about what he did, things like that. He has
Does not
decided,
use Fifth Amendment.
probably on advice of counsel in those circumstances, not to give a statement in the media about what happened. But he is talking about his family life. He's
Burden
talking
shift
about his
this.
friends. He's talking about the circumstances of the case. He's talking about how this has affected him and things like that. So my point in asking those questions was, you have agreed to talk to the media. You've agreed to talk about yourself. You've agreed to get interviews. But until now, this is the first time you're explaining your actions.
He's trying to justify his BS.
You can't justify this over
He's
stuff.
trying exactly. He's
Hold
trying
on,
to
hold
justify
on.
it.
Let's hear him.
What the defendant told them. He actually starts to tell them some things, and then he says he wants a lawyer, and they stop him. And they Mirandize him first, by the way. Then he starts to tell them some things, and he says, but I want to talk to my lawyer. And they're like, okay, we're done. So I'm not referring to that. I didn't ask any questions of the detectives about that. But since this, the defendant has spoken to the media. He has talked about his life, about circumstances related to this case. He just hasn't given his exact version of events that night. So his voluntary discussion to speak to the media has nothing to do with the Fifth Amendment. That is his own decision. And if he's going to pick and choose what he wants to talk about in those voluntary interviews with the media, then I think that's fair game. It doesn't implicate his Miranda rights. It doesn't implicate the Fifth Amendment.
You're in court now.
Voluntary choice.
Man. Well, wait a minute.
That's what you think.
Did give an interview about his awards he won in high school, or his demerits that he got, or his and about his sports activities and his swimming and that.
Wait for Fifth Amendment.
And declined to answer any questions about the incident in question, and that somehow a waiver of his right to silence.
Oh, sure.
I think he's doing more than that, Your Honor.
On Jupiter.
I don't know. I knew nothing about them. I never, I haven't seen all of.
You didn't
I
raise
haven't
them,
seen
Dinger.
Probably 1% of all the evidence, which is pretty typical, as you know. So I have no way of knowing it. And you have some interviews that he gave to media or to.
This is why
Whatever.
pretrial motions
Interviews
exist.
that I'm looking at on our computer right now from the Washington Post.
Doesn't matter.
where he
Doesn't
talks.
matter.
Agreed.
Yeah, the preacher that he violated the pretrial motion.
Magazine, where he speaks to the reporters also. And he doesn't go into specific details about what happened that night. But
Exactly.
It's not like he's talking about school or swimming or things
Well,
like that.
no. Don't leave it at, he doesn't go into specific details. I mean, it's certainly, there could be a waiver, but a very modest discussion about the activities of that night. And if you're suggesting that occurred, that could make a big difference. But even a small discussion on his part of the night in question might be a full waiver. I don't know, but I won't know until I see it. But why don't you make copies of it and.
Can we have a few minutes to
Well, we won't do it right now. I do agree with you that this is not something that I would want to do. Sitting here without giving you an opportunity to respond.
They should rest for the day.
Although I
Deal
would
with
be
this.
interested in your preliminary response to the excluded evidence that you touched on.
Elicited.
After having been told not to do this, or having been told that I was confirmed.
I do want to just point out right now, we've got it on the screen. This is a Washington Post article.
No, he asked you a different question.
Reference to an interview that he
Idiot.
says, the defendant says he did not regret having his gun because, quote, I would have died that night if I didn't, end quote. That's a direct quote
Really?
from the defendant to the media
That's the statement.
about that night.
What about that?
All I can say about that interview is there were prior counsel representing him.
I don't care about that.
It's irrelevant.
And I
Ask
mean,
about
he
that
was-
statement
He has
then.
an argument now.
I don't know anything about the circumstances of that.
Bad answer.
I'd have to read the article.
It's a party opponent admission. That's what they're trying to get it at.
Well, that might make a difference.
An admission that he would have been dead if he had. Boy, wow.
Yeah, well.
But they
you
could have
put it up
pre-trial
over
motioned
the
that
history roll.
statement for impeachment
Questions
purposes.
about excluded evidence.
Your Honor, we
Stop
went
avoiding
over this
question.
earlier, and I don't want to repeat myself because I know you've heard me, but if I could just summarize. I did hear you talk about that evidence this morning before testimony. The defendant then took the stand. He admitted that he had said to the person in the yellow pants that he had pointed the gun at that person. I have seen that video. You look like it was actually introduced by the defense. I think it was even in their opening statement. And there's this person who confronts the defendant and accuses him of this. Frankly, to be honest, Your Honor, when I watched the video the first time, I didn't hear the defendant's reaction. I thought it was someone making an accusation and then the defendant walking away as if trying to avoid confrontation. I was surprised to hear the defendant admit in his testimony on direct by his attorney that yes, I did tell that person that I had pointed the gun at them. He explained then that he was joking when he said that. The jury can evaluate that. It goes to his credibility. It goes to whether or not he's telling the truth. It goes to his decision making. That is, again, this is an incident that occurred that night, so it's not something that happened separate in time. It presumably happened a few minutes before. But like I said, I was taken aback by the defendant admitting that he had said to this person, yes, I pointed a gun at you. And I think it's fair to say that watching that video, that person, believes strongly that this happened. The defendant is telling him it happened. Now the defendant today is giving us a different version and saying, oh, I made it, I was joking, I was just kidding that guy or whatever. I'd like to probe that.
Which is no different to your witness, the guy that was the friend of Grosskreutz, saying, oh no, it was just a joke, I didn't mean to say that.
I'd like to probe what he said to that person.
I'd like to probe a lot of things.
Motivations were, etc. I'd like to probe whether, in fact, he really did do that. And
Then you bring it to the court first.
That changes the equation with regard to the CBS video that was the subject of the other acts motion.
But not the ruling.
In my mind, it is very similar. And I know we've disagreed on that.
To my mind.
Belabor the point, Your Honor, but that was where I was coming from. Was
No, you weren't.
There's been a change in the testimony of the defendant today that I think
You're
makes
right.
that evidence
It's a complete shaggy dog story.
much more relevant than it already was, and I thought it was already relevant. And the court is
Then you ask the court before you elicit it in front of the jury.
You're on the
He only
sideline.
came up with it during lunch.
Well,
he came up with that during
Yep.
lunch.
Yeah, I had made a ruling that the evidence wasn't coming
pissed.
in, and you decided that it was.
Yep.
If I could just respond.
Accurate.
Quickly, Your Honor, I was about to say, I did not interpret your ruling as an absolute. We had 3 state motions in there.
There was one in which we asked the court to introduce evidence that the defendant was at Pudgy's bar with Proud Boys, and you were clear, that is not coming in. There was,
don't get into other subjects. Come on, what you're telling me, you're an experienced trial attorney, and you're telling me that when the judge says, I'm excluding this, you just to take it upon yourself to put it in because you think that you found a way around it? Come on.
Oh, shit.
True.
Come on, man.
on our three motions and other acts motions was there were some gradations there. That you were clear that something was absolutely, and you left the door open on other things. I saw that mistake.
Dismiss it.
Clearly, I know this is out. But you
Oh,
left the
shit.
door open on other things. So I didn't interpret your ruling as this is absolutely never coming in.
I didn't interpret.
I have practiced before you, Your Honor. I have filed other acts motions before you. Your practice
prior good acts.
is to reserve ruling on those until you see the
digging.
evidence. And I think you even said something to that effect at our motion.
I undoubtedly did.
So I thought this is my good faith explanation to you.
No.
And if you want to yell at me, you can.
Good faith.
My good faith.
Oh, he's giving me permission.
So
you left the door open a little bit. Now we had something new, and I was going to probe it.
I don't believe you.
You came in with a wrecking ball.
Whoa. There better not be
You
another.
said it.
I'll take the
I don't believe you.
advisement. And you can respond.
Wow.
Taking it under advisement. I
And
don't
you say
believe
that
this
you
was
were
in
acting in
faith.
good faith. I don't
Wow.
believe that. Okay.
Wow.
He
Proceed.
doesn't believe him.
Everybody in good faith.
Wow.
All right.
No, you break for the
They're
day.
done for the day. He's in trouble.
No,
On
you
the
break for
record.
the day, and you deal with this.
Your Honor,
Defense.
I do have another item that I want to raise before the
Good luck.
trial and raise it with you. There was another acts motion with regard to the defendant being at Pudgy's bar after a court appearance in January, in which he poses for selfies wearing a shirt that says "free as fuck." I would like to ask the defendant
Outrageous.
pose for selfies
This is
after
in
a court
limine.
appearance with members of the public
Didn't they already do
wearing
this?
that shirt. I do not intend to talk about who those people were, what groups they were affiliated with, or anything along those lines.
No,
But
is it
I
relevant?
believe that it is relevant when the defendant goes to a bar after a court appearance and poses for selfies wearing a shirt like that.
Why?
I think it is relevant to some of the issues that have come up in this case.
No,
For
it's not.
example,
Just
Public
his
opinion.
remorse or lack of remorse, his utter disregard for human life. Those are things that I think come
That is
into
ridiculous.
play.
Come on.
Behavior is not consistent
Because he
with someone
wore a
with
shirt?
regard for human life.
He's about to
Jury's
get
already
railed.
watched him
He's going to get railed.
break down on the
Oh,
stand.
come on. This
I'd
guy's
like
a
to
fucking
know
joke.
how heartfelt and sincere these emotions are when you go to a bar and you post for selfies with people. When you're out on bond in a first-degree intentional homicide trial wearing a free as fuck shirt.
I wonder if he's bringing this to get
I
Kyle
wanna
mad
use the
before
word
Kyle
that
goes back on the
I'm not gonna
stand
talk about any of the people or who they were from. In
because he
fact,
knows he's going
the
to lose
photograph I'm
it.
going to use has actually got their faces.
He doesn't
marked
need
out.
to though. He's got Schroeder to get mad for him.
See any of the people in the crowd. We'll just
This is
see
for the media, not the
any
court.
other group of people for a selfie.
That he has no
Sure.
First Amendment right.
That's as far as I want to go.
You
No.
went way too far, man.
Nobody got an opportunity. First of all, you've made a ruling on it, and it was clear prior to him testifying.
He just said it was a clear
So part
ruling
of this
too.
is, would we have raised it? Would we have brought it up if we would have known that it was going to be coming in? We have done not. There's been nothing to open this door, Judge. Nothing that has been said to open the door about what happened 4 months after this is relevant in any way to what happened that evening. That is part of what the court had ruled. You had said 4 months after. I don't see how that goes to any 90404 type of admissible evidence. So my argument is, A, you ruled on it previous to him testifying. You confirmed your ruling, which you had made previously, where Mr. Binger just said you had shut the door on it. So apparently he doesn't believe a door that is shut should stay shut. However, now he's asking that something be admitted that, to be fair, this should have been brought up sooner. This jury, I did the voir dire, I would have voir dired on an issue of whether or not they heard it, saw it, were aware of it, how they felt about it, whether it had an impact on their ability to be fair in the case. We never went there because of your prior ruling. So there's nothing that's opened this door. And I don't think it's relevant, something
Great
that happened
argument.
4 months later.
It's a great argument.
We detrimentally relied on your
That's
previous
that
ruling.
night.
You can't change that ruling now.
Not 4 months later. There's nothing that's relevant about that. You've already made your ruling. I ask that you stick with it.
I'm struggling with why it would be relevant.
Because it's
to any
bad
of the
faith.
issues
We
in
all
this
are.
case.
We all are
You know,
struggling with why it's relevant.
We were in trial for using exquisitely bad judgment, if he were on trial for behaving in a very offensive way, then I could see the purpose. But an incident that occurred 4 months after the incidents in question, I don't see how that jury can work with that in reaching any conclusions about the issues in this case.
First of all, Your Honor, we have introduced evidence that the defendant had a slogan on his TikTok page, "Grow up just trying to be famous." This case has made him famous, and he's posing for selfies.
You're the one talking to the media.
One of our
He
theories
wants to convict him for being a bad guy.
figure that night was intended.
Hey man, you've
Or
worn a
having
different
poor
pin every
judgment.
day. Why is that?
That's propensity.
Look, 18-year-olds have bad judgment.
reap the
Wow.
benefits of that. Second of all, he is on trial, in my opinion, for exquisitely poor decision-making. Taking a gun that he's not legally entitled to have.
It's
coming
not the
down in
legal
violation of
standard.
Curfew,
Roasted.
running around the community.
They didn't
with
break
that gun,
curfew.
Trying to be a police officer when he's not, confronting protesters that he knows are hostile, and all of those
Whatever.
things, I think, are exquisitely bad judgment. So the jury can make that decision. The jury can give what weight they want to this evidence, but it's moments after he has a court appearance here. He's out on bond in this case when he decides to do this behavior, and nobody made him do it. Nobody forced him to go to the bar. Nobody forced him to wear the shirt. Nobody forced him to pose for selfies. It's his own decision making.
When I made reference to exquisitely poor judgment, I was talking about at the incident when he was wearing the shirt. Because everybody in all of humanity at one time or another displays bad judgment, sometimes exquisitely bad judgment. And we don't let it into people's trials.
Because it's propensity.
So I wasn't referring to his having had good or bad judgment on the day in question. That's a legitimate inquiry, and you're being allowed to present a lot of evidence on that subject. And the jury is going to be instructed in some of the element of some of the crimes that are charged here is going to deal with the caliber of his judgment. But you're talking about an incident that occurred 4 months later. So I'm not seeing it, and I don't want to waste any more time with it. I don't think that I've ruled before it's not admissible, and I have heard nothing to change my mind about that.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose.
I'm sorry.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose than it is today. The court has ruled that it can't be admitted for the prior purpose. But I'm
How long has he
seeing
had the porn
it for a
stash?
different purpose today.
Read the room, Binger.
Are we ready to go?
Guys, I tweeted out to the chat a little bit ago. I tweeted out, here, 1 second, let me pull it up. That Binger argues that interviews with the media about Kyle's family life should pierce his Fifth Amendment rights. Scumbag. Hashtag disbar Binger. Get it trending if you want. I don't know if you got Twitter out there, but this guy's an absolute asshole, and fuck him. Pardon my English.
He's a disgrace.
He's
a fucking
surprised.
disgrace. That's what he is.
The
Yes.
defense. I'm
What is
surprised
the
the defense
logic?
didn't ask to rest for the day to allow that motion to be more fully heard on the mistrial and not let Kyle finish
Yeah.
testifying again and give him a break for the day and
It was
break for the day.
It was a
He should've.
half-hearted motion. His whole motion
It
seemed
was.
very half-hearted.
Well,
it was
to-
not
that's shocking to me.
To be fair, he said we're going to bring a motion, and then the judge kind of asked him about it. That was muted. Sorry, when I switched over to the picture and switched back, for some reason it muted the live feed. But he said we're going to be bringing a motion. The judge asked him to explain the motion, and then he did. So I would think
they
the
want
judge
time to
would
brief it.
Yeah, if I were them, I'd want to brief it also, but or maybe not. Maybe you just want the judge's present anger to carry into it too. But
yeah, because he's pissed.
He's kind of tipped his hand though when he said he doesn't believe he did it in good faith. That's tipping, that's a big tip.
that is
Oh
tipping
yes,
his hand.
because that's the
Finger
first giveaway.
looking at a mountain to climb right now.
The prosecutor's office should be worried, and I'm sure if they have a ethics division, they are on the phone being like, well, what does this look like?
And
What
when
do
the
we
judge
do
says
now?
that they don't believe you, like you're making representations in court and the judge doesn't believe you, that is it. That's huge. All you have as a lawyer is your reputation and your
And a
ability to
pocket-
make
no, he has a pocket
representations in
square.
court.
He does have a pocket and a
Star
pen.
Wars pin.
Is
I
that
wonder
a
what the pin is
communist pin today?
It kind of looks like the Chinese flag, doesn't
Mayday.
it?
It looks Mayday.
Yeah, it does.
He
but
said,
it
I
can't-
made my argument to you in good faith. And the court says, I don't believe you. And the court then said, you're saying that this is in good faith and I don't believe you. That's
Yeah.
not going to go well in motions. I can't wait to watch that.
They'll just cite the record.
Yep. And I think they probably replayed some of the streams because they had exactly what he said. Not ours because we talk, but they went back and watched and had what he said, which is the benefit of having these things streamed, particularly.
We now
for
know
the
they
defense
didn't
right
eat
now.
lunch.
No, they did not.
Everyone's still hangry.
So you think CNN will hire Binger this year, or do you think they'll wait until like the spring?
Somebody on Twitter did comment that, and I was
Earlier
like,
that there were
oh.
times that evening when Mr. Rosenbaum had threatened you. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described him as wearing a red shirt with a blue bandana. Is that correct?
At certain times.
Yeah. When he threatened you, that's what he was wearing?
I believe the first time he threatened me, he was wearing a red shirt with the blue bandana. The second time, he had it wrapped around his face.
Had what wrapped around his face?
His T-shirt.
So he wasn't wearing a shirt the second time around?
Correct.
And you indicated at one point you thought he had a chain in his hand?
I believe so.
When he made the threat to you with the red shirt on and the blue bandana, did he have the chain in his hand?
I think one of the times he did.
Okay, and so which of the times was it?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I think it was the time.
I can't recall and then stop.
He was
They
threatening.
never listen to that. They never listen.
I don't need to know the threat. I just need to know which time it was. Was it the first time or the second time?
I don't remember.
The second time.
What was he wearing the second time?
He was masked. Well, the shirt wrapped around his face.
And he didn't have a shirt on his torso.
Correct.
And you could see when he didn't have a shirt on his torso that he didn't have any gun tucked in his waistband, correct?
I wasn't paying attention to that. I was behind Joanne Fiedler. I was somewhere over there.
So how far away were you from Mr. Rosenbaum when he made the second threat?
By 10, 15 feet. I'm not really certain.
But you were close enough to hear the words out of his mouth.
Yes.
And you took that as a threat to you personally?
I took the first one where he said, if I catch you alone, I'm going to kill you. I took that as a threat to me personally. The second time I took that as a threat to the group.
Can we have that photo exhibit 138 up on the screen, please? Do you see Mr. Rosenbaum in this picture?
I do.
And he's in the middle of the picture wearing the red shirt with the blue bandana, carrying the plastic bag, correct?
Yes.
Is that the way he looked when he made the first threat to you?
When he said, if I catch you alone, yes.
And he was carrying that plastic bag with him when he made that threat too, correct?
Correct.
How close was he when he made that first threat to you?
Close. I couldn't give you an exact estimate, but he was close, less than 5 feet.
So closer than Madam Court Reporter is to you now?
I'd say about the same, if not a little bit closer.
And you were next to Mr. Balch when that was said?
Correct.
Was anyone else there besides you, Mr. Balch, and Mr. Rosenbaum?
I believe there were other demonstrators around.
And you've seen in this trial that there's been a lot of video footage of that night, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen in this trial that there's a lot of video footage of you that night, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that there's no video of either one of these threats, correct?
I don't know if somebody filmed it that I'm aware of right now.
You're not aware of any, are you?
I'm not.
So Mr. Rosenbaum looked like that at the time of the first threat, but then looked different at the time of the second threat. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you say he was carrying the chain when he made the first threat or the second one?
The second.
Okay. And he was still carrying that plastic bag the second time?
Yes.
That plastic bag has a clear side to it that allows you to see inside of it, right?
Sorta. I didn't really look into the bag.
So you didn't know what was in the bag at all?
I didn't.
Did he swing the chain at you when he made the second threat?
He did not.
Did he physically touch you when he made the second threat?
No, he didn't.
In fact, that entire evening, he never once touched your body, did he?
He grabbed my gun when he attacked me.
And that's why I asked the question the way I did. He never touched your body that night, correct?
He didn't touch me physically.
My gun was
And
attached to me by a
neither the
strap.
first or the second time did he run at you or charge at you or anything like that, did he?
He didn't chase me.
He didn't even do anything physically aggressive to you, did he?
No.
He just said some words.
Yes.
And that chain that he had in his hand, he never did anything to physically threaten you with that chain, correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And other than the chain that you've described, at no point in the evening did you ever see Joseph Rosenbaum with any other type of weapon, correct?
Not that I saw.
Never saw him with a gun.
Correct.
Never saw him with a knife.
Correct.
Never saw him with a bat.
Correct.
Never saw him with a club.
Correct.
Just a chain.
How far apart in time were these two threats that you say Mr. Rosenbaum made to you?
I want to say I can't give you a definite time. I wasn't looking at my clock, but I'd say within the same hour.
And both of those threats occurred while you were on the 59th Street property?
The second threat happened at the corner, and the first threat happened towards Ruther Central High School.
Okay, could you use that laser pointer and point out on that map where the first threat occurred?
The first threat happened right here in front of the building.
So you're pointing at a location that is by the 59th Street car source on the south side of that property, along the building and Sheridan Road on the west side of the road. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was a second threat within an hour after that, correct?
Yes.
Where was that threat at?
It was somewhere over here, I remember, like on the other side of the property towards Ruther Central.
More towards the northeast corner of that same property.
Correct.
But you were still on the car source property when that second threat was allegedly made, correct?
Yes.
Did you remember what Mr. Rosenbaum had said to you later on when he's confronting you at the 63rd Street car source?
I took a mental picture of his face. When he said those threats, I recognized that was him that said that when he started chasing me.
So when you are running away from him at the 63rd Street car source, you're thinking to yourself, this is the guy who had made a threat to me earlier. Is that fair to say?
I was thinking this is the guy that said if he catches me alone, he'll kill me as I'm running away from him.
The reason I asked Mr. Rittenhouse is, how did you know it was the same guy when he's changed the way he looks?
His appearance, the shorts, his height.
But in both of those instances that you've described, he's got something covering his face, either the blue bandana in one instance or the red shirt in a different instance?
This is
Correct?
irrelevant.
He was wearing the red shirt when he chased me around his head.
So you remember that from the second time that you say he threatened you?
Yes.
And you thought to yourself, this is the same guy?
Yes.
He was the mean midget pedophile.
So when you eventually were getting to the point where you're going down to the 63rd Street car source right before the shooting, you recognized him as you're following him down the street, didn't you?
I didn't follow Mr. Rosenbaum down the street.
He was in front of you. You know that now, right?
I know that now.
But you didn't see him ahead of you as you're walking down there that night?
No, it was dark out.
But you, at some point as you get close to the 63rd Street,
it's fair.
start running towards that lot.
It was moon bright.
Towards the fire.
Get the
that-
almanac.
Duramax.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is running ahead of you, isn't he?
I don't believe so.
But you decided you needed to run because of the fire on the Duramax?
Yes.
Why? What was so urgent?
It was a fire.
There's fires all over the place, so?
I was getting to the fire to put it out.
We'll get back to that in a second. You indicated
Why?
while you were at the 59th Street car source, you said you put out a fire at the church next door. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you hear Joanne Fiedler's testimony yesterday that when you guys went over there, somebody had put some sort of flammable liquid on the door? Did you hear that testimony?
I did. I believe that was referring to the Ruther Central High School.
Okay, so when she described it as happening at the church, do you think that was, she was getting it confused?
Yes.
Is that yes? Okay. So whatever happened with this flammable liquid on the door.
Thank you very much for the super chat.
point
Look,
is,
I can't say that I
some
blame
other
you. It's certainly
put that out before you.
more engaging,
Correct.
shall we say.
Why did you feel that you should go around off the 59th Street car source property and put out fires?
Why questions?
To make sure my community didn't get burnt down and help.
And when you say your community, you mean Kenosha?
Yes.
Again, you're from Antioch. You're not living in Kenosha at this time when this all happens, right?
Good. Let him explain more.
That's right.
Lots of
Schmuck.
people in Kenosha, but you didn't, right?
My residence was in Antioch.
But you felt like you wanted to do things to protect this community. Fair?
The community that I was part of, yes.
And you felt like it was appropriate for you to take matters into your own hands to put out fires, for example.
To put out fires by using a fire extinguisher, yes.
Even though they weren't on the 59th Street property, correct?
Correct.
And were there other things that you decided it would be appropriate for you to go out there and take care of off the 59th Street property that night?
I was walking around and asking people if they needed medical help.
So you felt that you wanted to go out and help people, help protect people, help people feel better, treat people, things like that, even off the 59th Street property.
Provide first aid.
Normally in our regular society, that's something that we call 911 for, right?
Oh my
Normally,
God.
yes.
Where are we headed?
Where are we headed? What the hell is this? Why isn't the
He's
defense
reminding-
objecting?
He's reminding everyone that the cops had they weren't doing anything about the rioting and the arson.
Hold on one second.
Well, I'll let you pursue it, but
And that's exactly how these
Let Kyle
shootings
keep
happen.
talking about how he's a great hero who's going out, putting out fires and helping people with medical, please.
Without
Yes.
permission.
And
Without
responding to a 911 call.
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Normally, we would, if there's a fire, if there's somebody committing a crime, you call 911, right?
Normally, yes.
You didn't feel like you could do that night, correct?
I don't think that I saw from the nights prior that the fire department wasn't responding to put out fires.
Well, the nights before, there were businesses
He's
on
gonna-
fire along 22nd
now he's gonna
Avenue.
argue with him.
There's the car source.
Schmuck.
Yeah, he's agreeing with
large
him. Here's all the fires that were happening.
property fire
Right.
on the prior nights, correct?
Yes.
On the night of August 25th, we didn't have any fires like that. We just had a couple dumpsters, smaller things, right?
That I saw, yes. That I saw, yes.
But regardless of how
Well,
big
wait,
the
though.
fire is, you felt that night that calling 911 was not an option, correct?
I was there to put out the
I
fire. I
didn't
was there.
feel that if I called 911, anyone would show up.
Which is why you decided to take care of it yourself, correct?
To provide first aid and put out fires.
To do the things that normally we would expect the police or the fire department to do.
Yeah, we see where you're going.
Asked and
We
answered.
see
Asked
where
and
you're going.
answered.
Yeah.
To
Just
help.
like you thought you
help
were
you.
a policeman.
I thought the prosecution wanted to say he thought
Please
he was playing
move that
video games.
microphone a
Now he
little
wants to
closer
say
so we
he
can
was
make sure we
playing
hear everything you're saying.
police.
You
I
can,
mean,
you can
pick a
adjust it
lane.
if you need to move it a little closer. Thank you.
He's painting Kyle as a superhero.
Interrupt for just a moment. How's the temperature? How many are comfortable the way things are?
How's the temperature in your
Kyle's
body,
very
Binger? Are
comfortable.
you room temperature yet? You're getting killed.
Kyle's very
Ice
comfortable.
cubes, there's nothing to worry about.
Anybody want some cookies?
Boring, different.
The jury must look bored. No, the jury must
You
look. There's something the jury's doing that made the judge ask
to
that.
Kenosha that night, armed with the AR-15 and no other ways to physically defend yourself, correct?
I had an AR-15, yes.
Other than that, you had no other weapons or devices.
You didn't bring enough weapons?
These hands.
Correct?
Yes.
Right.
There's an interview in which you say you're not carrying anything non-lethal. Do you recall that?
I do.
You indicated in response to one of your attorney's questions that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I understand you correctly?
By friction, you mean?
Well, I'm using your words, sir. I heard you say in response to your attorney's question that there
What was
was
the
no
question?
friction with the protesters that night. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
And you're describing what you observed when you were at the 59th Street car source. Fair enough?
Yes.
So based on your several hours at that location, it seemed to you as though the crowd of, however you want to describe them, they've been called rioters.
Breathing was Kyle,
protesters,
guys. Chill out.
demonstrators, and you, things were fine. No tension, no friction, no nothing. Fair to say?
For the most part, other than Mr. Rosenbaum.
He was the only one.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to lie.
That you saw.
We've been going for almost 7 hours. At some point, I'm going to have to find a natural stopping point.
Exhibit number 18 at the 1 hour and 22 second and 14.
So
I'm sorry, 22 minute.
quite enjoyed this trial, but shocking difference in the judge.
Or it was
Tell me about
Binger.
it.
It's when you hear those
But thank you
big
for the super
breathing
chat.
sounds, that's coming from their mics.
I meant to start that.
I'm going to be up all night with this summary judgment.
Yeah, we should
This
just
was
start
not
writing it
supposed-
ourselves. Give him a hand.
I've written it enough times.
Yeah, someone walked by outside with a plate of spaghetti. Kraus smelled it and then breathed in heavily. That was that sound on the mic.
This had better be the most damning
Now,
video
Kraus
ever
has
at this point.
so many more failings than that.
I hope he shows a video of someone other than Rosenbaum threatening someone. That would be great. That'd be helpful to the prosecution, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
So you were out there because even police and firemen wouldn't respond to protect the community.
Isn't it
That's
true that you were under
basically what
threat
was said.
from many people that night and not just Rosenbaum?
The rundown live, Kyle Rittenhouse armed locals.
And
police.
militia are up there.
The militia video. The militia video.
Where? Oh, dumpster fire.
Just a dumpster fire.
Hey, it's just like
Okay, it's only another hour.
Yeah, right.
The prosecution's
If
case
2020 is a
Oh,
blunt, it would be
We'll
just
see how we
the
go.
guy who wants a doobie.
Yeah, we just be stand and see, man. I could use a doobie right now. All right, let's.
Binger, could you use a doobie right now?
He's gonna bring this guy up as belligerent.
Guys want to fuck around and find out? Hey. Reel in. Reel in. Don't cause problems when there's none here.
Don't cause problems.
When there's none here.
Yeah, that's true. Just stay on your property. Otherwise, you're there's way too many of them.
Can we object to this?
It's already come in though.
I have to agree with her.
This isn't Kyle's friction with them.
I was gonna say he's not even in this video, is he?
I have to agree with her.
Yeah, can we StreamYard limits at 10?
Didn't have any friction.
Theoretically, if I'm restreaming someone else that has a full panel, you can get 20 of us in the
I was about to walk
He
out.
brings the
This
dumpster.
video should have been objected.
We may see if we
to
can pull it off at
back.
some
It
stage.
should be objected to again. Not relevant
be in the
material.
back.
It's just prejudicial, unfair prejudicial.
Yeah, if you guys could switch them out. Just say somebody's a loose cannon. He's got a lot of rage.
All
He
this
said the wrong
background
thing. This
shit,
whole
too?
crowd burns you guys alive.
All this hearsay is being let in. This is ridiculous.
Check your
Let
property.
in
They
so
respect
much.
that. Just keep it there.
They did bring the rundown guy in though, who was talking at one point. They didn't bring the fuck around and find out guy though.
Dude, he's just trying to protect his property.
Yeah, there should be an objection. We don't see Kyle in this video anywhere. This is
Yep.
irrelevant.
They
You
let
will,
it in
though.
so
There he
long
is.
ago,
There he
it's
is.
already been marked. Get out of the street. He's pulling a dumpster out of the street.
Did you consider that a
That's their
YouTuber asked
property.
you to stay on your property?
So much
You think
authority.
that looks like friction?
Kyle wasn't having friction.
A little bit.
And you witnessed that, didn't you?
I didn't witness what Mr. Collette did. I didn't see that.
But you saw the reaction from the crowd, right?
No.
Yeah, a
I
little
couldn't.
bit. I wasn't really paying much attention to that.
Would you agree with me that it seems that the crowd was reacting
Objection
to
calls for speculation.
members
No.
of your group going out in the street
No.
and trying to interfere with what was going on off your property?
Bring the objection now.
Object.
These
Silent
defense lawyers don't object to. They really don't object
And
to
in
anything.
fact, Kriston Harris, who made this video, specifically told you to stay on your property and not go out on the street and try and put out
He wasn't
fires.
talking-
or
I didn't see him
interfere with
talking to
any
Who
of
the
that
hell
stuff.
cares?
Just protect your property.
He can say whatever he
Isn't that what I
likes.
told you?
He does right after that clip.
I believe so. I was just going to grab the garbage can, the dumpster that belonged to the car source that was on the car source property.
This is before you headed south towards the 63rd Street car source, right?
Yes.
This is before you decided to go down there with a fire extinguisher, correct?
Yes.
This is before you shot Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and at the person that was jumping over you, correct?
Yes.
You mean kicked his head?
So you knew
This was quintessential
that this was
hearsay,
a
by the
crowd
way.
that would not react very favorably to you going out there and trying to put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. You knew that, didn't you?
Jesus.
I didn't.
Even after that incident, you still didn't have any idea that this is a crowd that's not going to take it very well.
It seems like they were more mad at the part of him screaming what he screamed after, not putting out the fire. That's what it seemed like to me.
And he screams to them, fuck around and find out, right?
That's what he screamed to them.
After they had just tried to light a dumpster on fire.
Why isn't this
Right.
objectionable?
So what did you
It is. They're just
interpret
sitting.
that to me?
I didn't hear it.
I don't know. I didn't witness in the time.
There
I
you go.
grabbed
Boom.
the dumpster a minute after and tried to pull it onto the property.
Because it seems to me he's saying, you
Seems
light
to
stuff
me-
on fire and I'm going to
Who's testifying?
use my gun.
Your impression's irrelevant.
Thank you.
I'll withdraw.
Yeah. Finally.
Finally.
Oh, he's there.
And then withdraw.
He's remembering his first year of law school.
It takes them a while to wake up, but
you got a prosecutor standing up for the right of
Ask your
rioters.
questions. That's fine. Go ahead.
It was shortly after that incident that we just watched where you were interviewed by Richie McGinnis, correct?
Yes.
And you said you've never heard of him, never dealt with him before this night?
I have not.
So why did you talk to him?
He seemed like a nice guy.
Did he introduce himself as from the media?
He didn't specifically said, "Hey, I'm from the media." He was like, "Hey, do you want to do an interview?"
And when you heard
like
him
that
ask you to
YouTube's
do an
media now.
interview,
Thank
you
you.
didn't think that meant he's from the media?
No, it's not what I said. I said he didn't specifically say he was from the media.
Okay, but you assumed when he says, "I'm going to interview," that he's from the media, right?
Yes.
And
'Cause
did
you
he
wanna
tell
be
you he's
famous,
from the Daily
right?
Caller?
He did not.
So you didn't know what media company he worked for?
Correct.
YouTube.
But you agreed to have him interview you on camera, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 16?
Don't you usually call 911 when the media someone asks you to do an interview?
Binger will.
McGinnis wasn't holding a gun. He wasn't holding a club, right? He wasn't holding a knife.
He had a
one
cell
up there?
phone.
Did
And
he have
he's
a
not
tactical
blogger.
nuke?
He's not a biased blogger. That's what
Maybe he had a tank in his pocket.
Or he was just glad to see him.
Do we know? Have we seen? Oh, we haven't seen this.
Here we go.
Wasn't where I was going, but fair.
You do it out here, obviously you're armed and you're business is all
And in
right.
gloves. Really?
Audio.
Nope.
And what about these other folks? I should just let people who are armed as well. Gotcha.
And then what about these guys up on the roof?
That's the court.
The court's boomering the audio, by the way.
You have your
Finger
AR
is-
to protect yourself, correct?
Yes.
And
I don't see
you
the
indicate that you're
prosecution
gonna run
offering
out there
transcripts of these
and
videos to the jury like
treat
they're supposed
anyone
to.
who needs medical help, correct?
Yes.
Were you going to bring the gun along when you did that?
Yes.
To defend yourself while you're treating someone?
If I needed to defend myself while treating somebody, yes.
If you didn't think there was friction with the crowd and you're out there trying to help, why did you expect there'd be any danger?
From the previous nights when I saw people being assaulted.
Were they medics being assaulted?
I don't know who they were. I know one of them was just trying to put out a fire at his business.
So you saw someone put out a fire who was trying to put out a fire who got assaulted.
Yes.
But if you're going to help people, why would you expect anyone would try and hurt you?
Because they do.
I don't know. Somebody did try to hurt me, and I was helping people.
Well, you're talking about later on.
Yes.
Okay, but at this moment in time, this is before the shootings.
Yes.
This is before you cross 60th, before you deal with Rosenbaum, Huber, Grosskreutz, all that, right?
Yes.
So at this moment in time, you don't think there's a hostile crowd. You're there to help people, and yet you're going to run out there with the AR-15. I don't understand why you felt.
We don't
that
care
you're
what
gonna
you
be
understand.
danger if you're out in what you think is a friendly crowd, helping them.
Objection.
I mean, it's clear he doesn't understand this
I didn't
trial.
think they were hostile. I didn't think they
Where's
were
the question?
hostile towards us.
Okay, so they're not hostile to you, and you're going to go help them. Why do you need the gun when you go out there?
You didn't just show a video of a riot taking place?
I had to protect myself because somebody attacked me.
Why would you think anybody would do that?
I don't know.
They did, didn't they?
But you clearly planned on it. You were prepared for it. You thought it was going to happen.
No, I didn't.
That's the whole reason you brought the gun, isn't it?
I brought the gun to protect myself.
Exactly. Because you thought you personally were going to be in danger, right?
Not necessarily.
I don't understand.
Because you're an idiot.
You're going to bring the gun to protect yourself.
You don't.
So you thought you were going to be in danger, right?
I didn't think I would be put into a situation where I would have to defend myself.
You said that the people around you on
Deterrence
that
is the
property
best answer.
and the people up on the roof were there to protect you. That's what you said in the video, right?
Yes.
You meant when you go out in the crowd, they're going to protect you, right?
Watch over me, yes.
Watch over and protect you, right?
Yes.
Again, because you expected that if you go out in that crowd to try and provide medical service, you thought you were going to get attacked?
They were to watch me. They were on the roof to watch me, and if somebody was to attack me in their view, they could say, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
They've got AR-15s.
Yes.
We talked earlier about the fact that the AR-15, you can't use deadly force to protect the building, right?
Correct.
The AR-15 was to protect you, right? That's what you just said.
Not the AR-15. I said they could shout down to me and be like, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
This is dangerous.
So they're just carrying around the AR-15s for no reason?
I don't know why they're carrying around the AR-15.
Because it calls for speculation. Why is someone else doing something?
Can we play
ask that person?
This is the end. At the end of this video is where you invite Mr. McGinnis.
I'm gonna just send Richards an
follow
email that
you
says
and Ryan
objection.
Balch, correct?
Yes.
And you invited him to do that because you want.
Set it to repeat every 15 minutes.
Your attorney was asking you questions that you wanted him to film you while you were out in the crowd doing your thing. Okay.
I said it was okay for him to film me.
Let's play Exhibit 17, please.
It's gonna be with Yellow Pants Man.
The last 5 minutes has been the worst 5 minutes of the trial for Kyle.
Yeah.
I think so.
And it's his lawyer's fault.
That's
He
why you
should
don't
be
put him
objecting.
up. And yeah,
that's why you don't put him on the stand if you're not going to protect him and object. Literally. Sound is terrible.
He just asked you. So you're a certified
And he
EMT.
said no, from what
And
I
you
heard.
said
but-
yes, correct?
Yes.
That was a
Oh,
lie,
okay.
correct?
I'm not an EMT.
You're not a certified EMT. You're not an EMT of any kind. You weren't on that night, correct?
Yes.
So you lied to him, correct?
I told him I was an EMT, but I wasn't.
And you knew you were being interviewed by someone in the media when you told that lie, didn't
Objection.
Yes.
People lie to the media?
No,
Weird.
credibility.
Yeah. No, this is why you don't bring him on the stand.
Yep.
Thank you for your service. I appreciate your service.
This is undoing so much of the good work that they've done over the last few days.
Can we back up 10 seconds, please? And then just pause right there. We just heard a voice say something to you, Mr. Balch, about people throwing rocks or something along those lines. I don't really need to know exactly what they said, but did you hear that voice?
The police officer from the Bearcat, yes.
That's what I was going to ask. That's one of the law enforcement officers in that armored vehicle that you're walking past, correct?
Yes.
And this, what we're watching in this video happens a few minutes after those same Bearcats had come to the 59th Street property and handed you some bottles of water, correct?
Yes.
And they say to you something to the effect of, "We appreciate you guys." Do you remember that?
I do.
That's when you were on the 59th Street property and you were acting like you were guarding that property, correct?
Yes.
So how did it make you feel when the police are letting you pass the lines, they're warning you about people throwing rocks, they're handing out bottles of water, they're telling you that they appreciate you? How'd that make you feel?
I didn't really care. I was thankful for the water because I had OC.
Wait, is he seriously going to try and say, oh, you were doing this for your own ego? Fucking hell.
OC stuff, gas in my eyes. but I didn't really notice or care.
It didn't make you feel like they approved of what you were doing?
No.
It didn't make you feel like you're emboldened now to go out there and act on their behalf?
No.
Let's play the video here, please. Pause. You yelled something friendly. I'm not sure how many times, but you yelled friendly out.
Yes.
This is, if I can use the pointer, you are crossing on the west side of Sheridan Road. You are crossing south across 60th Street here, heading across the police line, which had barricaded across 60th and Sheridan. Fair?
Yes.
You understood at this moment that you are now entering a crowd of whatever you want to call them, protesters, demonstrators. Your attorneys called them rioters or looters or whatever. That's
you called them friends.
Who you're going to now be part of. You're going to be in that crowd, right?
I was walking through. I announced myself as friendly and that I was there to help them.
Because you had to do that to warn these people that, hey, I'm on your side, right?
I told them that I was friendly.
Because if you didn't say that, you were worried they would see you as hostile, correct?
A lot of them are idiots.
Yeah, ask your question. I'm trying to
Absolutely.
understand.
Yeah, I don't understand
If
what you're getting at.
You're going to go up to Dominic Black or Ryan Balch. You don't need to tell them you're friendly because they know that you're friends, right? We don't tell this to our friends.
Yeah.
We say friendly to people that aren't our friends, people that might be hostile to us, right?
Why are you
Yeah, I said it to them because they were throwing.
That's what I say to dogs in the park.
When I told them I
Friendly.
was friendly, they stopped.
Not friendly.
And to be accurate, they were throwing at the Bearcats, not at you.
Yeah.
One of them hit one of the armored vehicles and bounced off towards you and Mr. Balch, right?
Yeah.
It didn't do any damage to that armored vehicle, did it?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, can you imagine trying to harm an armored vehicle with a rock? That's pretty hard to do, right?
Can you imagine is an
They weren't-
objection.
No one was throwing
Yes.
rocks at you.
Can you imagine
You
asking
were
these
kinda in the
questions?
Ricochet.
I could get away with it,
Yeah.
and he's getting away with
So
it.
you wanted to
Where's
let these people know that, hey, I might look like I'm on the other side, but I'm really friendly. Fair?
I wasn't on any side, but
I didn't say that. I said that you.
Yes, you
might
did.
appear to them.
You
And
certainly
that was what
wanted
you
to
were worried
imply
about,
it.
right?
You're
You
asking
said
for
friendly,
someone else's
and
impression?
I notice you looking over at your attorney a lot. Can you
object?
I'm trying to.
Because he can't believe his attorney's not objecting.
When you are doing.
He's hoping his attorney's going to wake
Directly
up.
at Mr. Binger, and I'm behind him. He accused Mr. Rittenhouse of looking at his attorney. Does he want him to look at the ceiling?
Oh, this is what they object to?
Yeah, seriously.
You at this very moment announced yourself as friendly
Which was
because
himself
you were
rather
worried
than Kyle.
that the people on the other side of that street would see you as hostile. Fair?
Mike,
I don't.
Asked and
I
answered.
can't tell you how
Objection.
I think they would see me, but I just told
There
them.
you go. Speculation.
And I want to make sure you understand my question because I was
No.
asking you what you thought when you
They
said
thought.
this. You said you announced yourself as friendly because you thought to yourself at that very moment, I'm walking into a group that is hostile to me.
Misstates prior
Isn't that true?
testimony.
It looked hostile. They were throwing rocks at the
That's what he said.
squad car. Not the squad cars, the armored police cars.
And you felt it was necessary to tell them friendly, friendly,
Asked and
friendly,
answered.
so that they wouldn't do anything to you. Fair?
Yes.
They're hyper emotional and irrational.
Let's
So,
continue
yes.
the video.
Did you say friendly because you didn't want people to throw rocks at you?
Well, his point is that he's knowingly walking into a war zone, which is what agitates them. That's what he's trying to get the jury to feel.
Mm-hmm.
There's a person that comes up to you carrying a skateboard. Do you see that?
I do.
And he's got some fire extinguishers slung over his shoulder?
Yes.
And he says something to you about something putting out fires, and you respond, they know. Did I understand what you said correctly there? They know?
That's what I just heard, but I don't remember that interaction very well, other than helping the guy after with the shoulder.
And that's going to come up in a second here, but when you're talking to this individual about the fire extinguishers, do you remember anything about that conversation?
It's hard to recall, but I think it was about fires, that they were putting out fires.
Okay. And when you said they know, who's they?
I don't recall.
Do you have any idea what you were talking about?
I don't.
It seems to me, Mr. Rittenhouse, that this person is suggesting he's going to go put out some fires, and you're sort of assuring him that you don't need to, it's okay. Would that be a fair interpretation or no?
No.
But you don't remember what was going on?
I don't remember the conversation, what was about, other than fires, and I don't recall it.
This is one of the guys in the group that you later got your fire extinguisher from, right?
No.
We'll get to that in a second. Let's continue.
We'll follow this line of questioning at a later date.
Why not?
Oh, Pepperboy never hurt nobody? It's a little spicy, that's all. Yeah, that's awesome.
Such bad audio.
Anybody need medical? I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that. Anybody need medical?
You're walking around asking people in this crowd if they need medical. And you talked earlier about treating a couple, I don't know, somebody at the 59th Street car source, right?
Minor injuries.
Minor injuries. When you were walking around outside that property, when you're out in the street announcing what you're announcing, did anybody respond and say, yeah, I need help from you?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't recall an exact time, but somebody cut their finger open and I gave them some gauze and some bandage tape.
Was that before or after this? Do you remember?
Before.
Where physically did that happen?
Please say on their finger. Please say on their finger.
And was this a situation where you announced or yelled out that you could help, and then somebody said, "Yeah, I need some help"? Was that what went on in that situation?
Yes.
As you're walking along here, from this point until the end, till you shoot Rosenbaum and Huber and Grosskreutz, no one in this crowd ever says to you, "Yeah, I do need medical. Come over and help me." Correct?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue. This is the individual who accuses you of pointing your gun at them, right?
Yes.
And he says that you did so when he was on a vehicle, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he had been at the 59th Street car source location, climbing on, sitting on, jumping on one of the vehicles in that lot, hadn't he?
Remember in a second that Kyle just admitted to lying on the stand.
Joanne Fiedler testified to that. But
On the stand? No.
I don't remember seeing
On the
him
stand, he admitted
at
to
that
lying.
location.
Sorry.
About being in the
Accuses
embassy.
you of that.
Very big
To a
difference,
YouTuber.
though.
And you tell him, basically, yeah, I did point the gun at you, right?
Apparently Nick's not doing a
shrugged
show
it off
tonight.
and said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, meaning I didn't, but I just didn't want a confrontation. So I was like, I did, and walked away.
Why did you lie to him?
I didn't lie to
He
him.
just told you.
I was using sarcasm.
The words you said, yeah, I did. Those weren't true, were they?
Objection, asked and answered.
Oh, there's an objection.
Over sarcasm. This is a murder trial.
And perhaps we'll examine it. Go ahead.
When you told that individual, yeah, I did point a gun at you, that wasn't true, was it?
I didn't point a gun at him.
So why did you react to him that way in that particular moment?
I thought that would be the best way to avoid conflict. I just said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
He said what he thought the guy wanted to hear.
What conflict were you trying to avoid?
Any conflict, if he would have got, like, he was accusing me of something I didn't do, so I thought the best thing the best thing to do would be to walk away instead of getting into some argument. So,
but you didn't just walk away. You said to him sarcastically, yeah, I did.
I said sarcastically.
Asked and answered.
And walked away.
Because you're worried about a conflict. What conflict were you worried about?
Jesus Christ, I still not believe this.
This individual is clearly expressing to you that he's unhappy because he thought,
how is this
pointed your gun at him? Correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why someone would be upset when you point an AR-15 at them. Correct?
Yes.
You knew that even
calls for
before this,
speculation.
right?
Yes.
In fact, back at the 59th Street car source, that crowd that you described as not having any friction, many of that crowd got upset because they thought people in your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that?
I saw it in the videos, but I don't know what other people were doing.
I'm not saying anybody
calls
actually
for
was.
speculation.
I'm saying the crowd was upset, and you knew that. You heard them complaining, correct?
Object to
Watching the
anything.
videos, yes.
And even at that time, that night, you heard the crowd upset because they thought members of your group were pointing their
They
laser
thought?
pointers.
What do you think
Remember
they
that?
thought about what you think?
Objection.
Sorta, yes or no? I remember Ryan Balch saying something.
This isn't even interesting anymore.
telling
I
him
hate
to
Richards.
stop pointing at lasers.
Yeah,
before
same.
Something I don't really remember that.
I don't know what
Ryan
other people
Balch
were
was
thinking.
telling the people in your group to stop doing that,
The people on the roof
who were part of your group, right?
that were there, yes.
So
Did his lawyers go for lunch?
you know,
Seems
we're
like it,
talking
yeah.
about laser pointers. We're talking about the sight at the end of some guns that helps, almost like this, right? If somebody
Stop
does
it.
this at me, you know, that could be someone pointing a gun, correct?
It could be seen as that.
That's what Charles was complaining about,
Speculation.
right?
Yeah.
Stop this.
So
Comatose
you knew
defense
from
strategy.
that crowd incident, and you
Hearsay.
certainly knew from this incident that when people have guns
The
pointed
crowd
at
is
them,
saying, "Who the fuck's the
it
crowd?"
can really escalate the situation.
We need Schroeder to object.
This is calling
Yeah,
from so much speculation.
Yeah, I don't think anybody had lasers on their guns. I think
Yeah,
As
but
devil's
let's go
advocate,
back
though,
to your
they
group
can
at
see the
59th
jury and
Street,
we
'cause You
can't.
actually didn't know any of those
Yes.
people.
So they
other
may
than
be asleep.
Dominic and Nick Smith,
Or
right?
annoyed.
yes.
You had just met Ryan Balch for
That's
the first
fairly
time 3 or 4 hours before this video, right?
Yeah.
You had just met Jason Lakowski for the first time, just actually only a few minutes before this, right? Because he didn't get in until 10:45.
Correct.
So at this point in the video, I don't know, this is probably about 11:30 or so at night.
I met him about 35 minutes prior to that.
And probably had only spent, what, 10, 15 minutes at all in the same location as Jason Lakowski before you walk south?
Yes.
So again, Jason Lakowski was someone you'd never met before that night.
Again, how is that
And
even
you
remotely
barely
relevant?
spent any time with him that night, correct?
Correct.
And of course, the people up on the roof, other than Dominic Black and Nick Smith, you didn't know any of them before that night either, correct?
I knew Dominic Black and Nick Smith, but the people on
I misspoke their
yeah,
names.
sorry.
Dominic Black and Nick Smith.
I knew those are the two people I knew.
If you're gonna ask about
Other
question,
than
at
that,
least
you
let him
didn't know
answer.
anyone else before this night. Fair?
Correct.
Now, when this little interaction that we've just watched happens, you're still walking with Ryan Balch, aren't you?
I'm not. I thought I was at the time, but seeing hindsight view, I'm not.
He literally went for
When
snacks.
you decided to cross 60th with Ryan Balch, you two talked about the fact that if you get separated, to go back to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that conversation happening.
But you tried to do that, didn't you?
I did.
Because you felt like if I'm out here by myself, that's not good. I need to head back, right?
Yes.
And you also talked to Ryan Balch about the fact that when you get out into this crowd, keep your mouth shut. Don't antagonize them. Didn't Ryan talk to you about that?
No, we didn't talk about that.
So at this very moment, you're telling us you've lost track of Ryan Balch.
A little bit ahead, but around that time, yes.
Let's continue the video.
What, yesterday or today?
You have just walked off the screen, heading east across Sheridan Road to the Ultimate gas station, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you don't know where Ryan Balch is, correct?
When I stop and look around, yes.
And instead of deciding to head back at this point, you go over to Ultimate Gas and you talk to some folks over there. Fair?
I walk over to the Ultimate gas station. I walk around and I try to see if I can find Mr. Balch.
And you couldn't do that?
No.
So then you decided to approach the police line and cross back, correct?
Yes.
Because you decided your best course of action at that point would be to return to the same group that you'd been with, correct?
Yes.
Now, at that moment in time, the police had pushed everybody south of 60th, right?
Sorta. I don't really know if there were.
How would he know what the police are doing?
I said south of 60th. Let's go back a little bit. We watched that interview with Richie McGinnis where he first comes
Can
up.
someone get Richards a Coke?
Right? Mm-hmm. You remember that?
Yes.
Twix.
You're standing there at
Or
the
some Coke.
property, aren't you? And
Red Bull.
he talks to you about what you're going to do, and you're going to run out and help people, things like that, right?
Yes.
At that point, the police
Take
had
away his
already
pillow.
passed with all the Bearcats and MRAPs and armored vehicles, right?
It's what it looks like, yes.
And they had established a line on 60th and Sheridan, correct?
Yes.
And they pushed all of the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, all of them south of 60th, correct?
I don't know if I can honestly answer all of them. I don't know. I believe there are some people still north down Sheridan and in the put across the street.
So were there, I mean, we saw a crowd earlier of lots of protesters out in the street. That group, the numbers had dwindled quite a bit.
Yes.
Okay. So after the police move everybody south of 60th, there's no more actual threat to the 59th Street car source, is there?
I don't know.
Well, at that moment in time, what imminent threats did
Objection
you
calls
see
for spec. Oh,
to the 59th Street?
I couldn't see the car source.
I don't know.
Do you remember seeing any protesters out in the street in front of the 59th Street car source after the police pushed everybody south of 60th?
I believe there were some across the street, but not many. I can't recall completely.
And that was just 2 or 3 people, right?
I don't know how
I
many.
can't
people.
recall completely.
None of those people came across the street to the 59th Street car source, did they?
I don't know. If they did, I would have walked off by now.
So you didn't see them come across the street?
I did not.
Fair to say that after the police pushed everybody south of 60th, you never saw any people threatening that property, correct?
I didn't see anybody.
And your goal that night, you took it upon yourself to protect the 59th Street property, correct?
The owners asked.
Sure. But you were going to station yourself at that property to try and protect it from damage, fair?
The car source locations, yes.
And once the police had pushed everybody south of that, there was no more danger.
At that car source location, yes.
Okay. So why not go home at that point?
That contradicts another witness, by the way.
Because the police were still pushing people back, and then they were backing up, and I was still helping people provide medical first aid.
There you go.
Okay, so the police had established the line at 60th with their Bearcats at that point, right?
Yes.
And there was no indication that they were going to reverse and back up and move back north again that you saw, correct?
How do you know what the
No,
police
they-
are about to do?
They did it earlier in the night where they did the same thing.
Right, but this is at 11:30, 11:40 at night, and they've established that, the police have established that line, and as far as you can tell, it's going to stay there, right?
Objection calls for
And
speculation.
you talked about trying to provide medical help, but there's no one around that needs medical help at the 59th Street car source at that point, is there?
Not that I noticed.
So you don't have any purpose there anymore, do you?
Other than
So why not go home?
because I was going to help people with provide first aid and medical assistance.
But that wasn't.
How many more times can we ask this?
You were there that night to protect the 59th
As many as
Street
Richards
car
will
source.
sleep through.
It was one of the reasons I was there. Part of my reasons of being there was to protect the car source properties and provide.
Can we like call for a wellness check on the defense attorneys?
So you went out in the crowd, like we see in this video, looking for anyone who needed your help.
If somebody asked if somebody said they need help, I would have helped them.
So
help your defense attorneys. I think they've
Why
passed
go
out.
Because you're safer and better in pairs when there's somebody else that's also with you.
So when you crossed 60th, you were worried about your safety.
A little bit.
Even though you think this is not a hostile crowd and you're there to help them, you were still worried about your safety. That's why you needed Balch to back you up.
You
right?
bastard.
I said I didn't think they were hostile towards me. I didn't say that they weren't a hostile crowd.
Good.
So
Finally.
raise my question.
Finally.
To take that into account. You didn't think this was a crowd that was hostile to you personally. You
I
thought
feel
you were
like he's
going to help
asked
them.
this 1,000 different
But
ways.
yet you also felt you needed a backup, an armed former Army infantryman to protect you. Fair?
What?
The gravy seal.
And yet when he's gone and you can't find him,
With the presence of two Army
you don't
infantrymen.
immediately go back, right?
I looked for him for a second, and then I think max I looked for him for like 3 minutes, and then I tried to go back.
And when you couldn't get back straight across the police lines, did you decide to try and go around the police lines? For example, the Ultimate gas station is here at
How is this not
60th and Cherry.
compound?
Why didn't you walk down the street here and go over this way and around?
Nothing's objectionable if you never get up and object.
Why didn't you go west over this way and go around?
I don't know. I guess it was very close in time that I was heading back.
I guess I made a decision.
That I was turned down by the police before I got the phone call from Dominic Black. So I guess I didn't have time to really think like which ways I can go around.
You knew the layout of downtown Kenosha, right? Because you said you drove that area the whole time, right?
A little bit.
So you go over to the Ultimate gas station and you spend some time talking with folks that are there who are similarly dressed as you. They've got similar clothing, similar weapon, things like that, right?
Similar weapons. I wouldn't say similarly dressed.
But you went over there because you felt that those were people doing something similar to what you were doing that night. Fair?
I thought that would be the safest spot for me to go.
Why did you think you'd be safe with those people?
Because I was alone and they were, like I said, you're better in pairs. And I didn't want to be alone in that situation.
You didn't want to be alone out here with this crowd that we see on the screen right now.
I
right?
did not want to be alone with them.
You wanted to be with the group at Ultimate Gas that had AR-15s like you, right?
I wanted to be back at the car source where there weren't people around.
Right, and we've talked about that, but initially you go to Ultimate Gas
to look for Ryan, yes.
But you also talk to people who have AR-15s just like you, right?
I wouldn't say I talked to them. I asked after the phone call. I asked the guy for a fire extinguisher and to come with me.
Remember in the chat, if you're bored, so is the jury. That might be why they're not objecting.
Play exhibit number 11.
I'm making some progress on my summary judgment.
4 minute and 30 second mark.
This is painful.
I hate having to fold the Daubert argument into the summary judgment. I asked the court to let us do a separate motion, but what can I say? Because he just didn't want to see that many briefs. It's a simple argument anyway.
This is the Corey Elijah live.
Oh, is there another trial going on here?
He's in the ultimate gas.
Yeah, I mean, this is not how you generally do. Again, if he scored points, they're not going to be very well remembered.
Ryan Balch standing there in the ultimate gas lot.
He also keeps reminding the jury of just what an environment this was, and blaming him for being
brave,
weary of his safety, and also being courageous and helping other people.
How dare you put out those fires? You let that city burn.
Just like our city did.
Look at those gas prices.
We just saw
you can't catch him. He's the
run through
Flash.
This video, correct?
Yes.
I'll give you it now.
I started this video at the 54-minute and 30-second
Bing is
mark.
clutching at
It is now
straws. He's doing what he can to try and
54
discredit
minute and
Kyle.
56
And yes, there were bits and
second mark.
pieces there that
So for
have
26 seconds,
wheeled
Corey
back some
Elijah
of the
has
good work that
Ryan
was done
Balch
on direct.
on screen, center
But I don't think that
of this video.
I honestly think
during the entire time.
Bing
Right?
wrecked his own credibility.
Yes.
So I don't
How
think
dare
it's
you run right past where Corey Elijah's standing, right?
It's not
And
making
Ryan
legal
Balch
arguments.
is loitering there in the middle of the screen for at least 26
Ridiculous
seconds.
question.
Right?
Who cares?
That's what it looks like on the screen.
And your testimony is you were trying your best to find Ryan Balch at the ultimate gas station at this point because you needed him to protect you?
I was looking for Ryan Balch, but I didn't notice him as I was running away, running towards car source 3.
But for 26 seconds before you start running, he's standing right there, isn't he?
He wasn't there running there for 26 seconds.
When he's standing right there before I run with the fire extinguisher, I'm over here on the phone with Dominic Black.
How long was your phone call with Dominic Black?
About 30 seconds.
So before that, you'd been looking for Ryan Balch?
Before that, I tried to get back to the car source lot number 1.
And you'd also been looking for Ryan Balch?
Seeing if I could see him in the crowd of people.
Because you wanted a partner, a buddy to protect you.
To protect each other, yes.
And in fact, when you borrowed that fire extinguisher, you asked someone in that group to come along with you, right?
Yes.
Because you wanted someone there to protect you when you go down and put out what you think are some fires, right?
Yes.
Because you know that you're running into a crowd that is not friendly to you, right?
No.
That's why you had to say the word friendly, 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 because you knew this was a crowd that would not see you as friendly, correct?
How long
I
have you been on
screamed
that
friendly,
phrase?
friendly, friendly because somebody screamed burn inside.
I'm talking about when you crossed 60th. You yelled at them.
At that time, yes, but
And no one in the crowd is yelling burn inside or anything along those lines, are they?
not at that time.
And you also
Objection
wanted
here,
someone
say-
from that group to come along with you when you're going to go down and put out a fire, because you knew full well that anyone running around like you putting fires out is going to cause a reaction in the crowd, a hostile reaction.
He's answered this question
I
100
didn't think it
times.
would cause a negative reaction. I wanted somebody to come with me because you're better in pairs, and I thought there were other people at that car source before I got there.
Well,
Defense,
Dominic,
get
if
up
you're
and
telling
move
us
them
that
along.
Dominic Black called you to run 3 blocks down the road to put out a fire at the 63rd Street car source, then you must have known at that moment that there wasn't anyone else down there, right?
No.
Why would you need to go if somebody's already down there?
Mr.
Maybe it's a
Black
big
said to me
fire.
on the phone, hey, they're setting fires at the other car source. I need you to get down there, put out the fires. It must not have, I I took it as there's not other people down there.
Why would you need to go 3 blocks down if there were already people there?
Objection, idiotic question.
This witness doesn't know the answer, whether there are people there or not.
Oh, an objection.
Hey, Jeff.
Finally.
Thought there were. So I'm probing the basis of that and his understanding at the time. I'll repeat the question. Why would you need to run 3 blocks down to the 63rd car source if you thought there were already people there?
Because my friend asked me to.
I thought there were people there, but Dominic asked me to go down there. I thought that
Boom.
was to put out the fires that were down there.
This video that we're watching is minutes after you've left the 59th Street car source, right?
Yes.
And when you leave the 59th Street car
actually
source, you're
doesn't
with
know that.
Ryan
Almost
Balch,
died, John.
Yes.
Almost died.
and then this reporter, Richie McGinnis.
Yes.
And as far as you know,
But see, when I'm doing
when you leave
administrative work,
59th Street car source,
I'm doing legal
everybody
work,
in your group is still back
I
there,
could just sit here on camera.
right?
At the car source.
At 59th Street car
Yes.
source, everybody's still back there.
Yes.
Joanne Fiedler,
Yes.
Dustin Collette, Dominic Black, Nick Smith, Jason Lakowski, anyone else, they're all still there, right?
At that location, yes.
So none of your group is already down at 63rd Street car source, right?
The other group that showed up after we got done taking the pictures with the, I think I said 2 or 3 vans, I believe they were still down there.
And that was 2 or 3 vans of people that came out with what have been described as melee weapons, right? Like bats and clubs and things like that. Do you recall that? First of all, do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Do you remember seeing those 2 or 3 vans come to that location?
I do.
Do you remember seeing people get out of those vans?
Yes. Like I saw, I think there were 6 people. They in total.
And you saw them with weapons?
I saw them with rifles. I don't think I remember melee weapons.
They were armed. Correct?
Yes.
And you believed that they were going to be the ones protecting the 63rd Street car source, correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time in the evening, had anybody told you that those folks had left the 63rd Street car source?
No.
So when you're running with this fire extinguisher, you think there's already a group that's designated to that spot that's still down there, right?
Yes.
So again, why do you feel that you needed to run 3 blocks down there with a fire extinguisher if you thought there were already people down there protecting that property?
He's a good guy.
Because Dominic called me and asked me to go help put out the fires down there.
And in that phone call, Dominic never told you that any of the members of the 59th Street group that you were part of, he never said any of them were down there at 63rd, right?
Yeah.
And he never told you that the group that was supposed to be down there, he never told you anything about them, whether they were there or not there. He never mentioned that. Fair?
It didn't come up.
And you asked the people that you got the fire extinguisher from to come with you, right?
Yes.
You were looking for Ryan Balch for backup, right?
I was looking around for him, yes.
You had already tried to go back to the 59th Street location, right?
Yes.
And all of those failed.
Yes.
So then you decide to take it upon yourself to head down to 63rd Street to put out fires. Fair?
I wouldn't say that. I would say I went to go put out the fires that I was there to do. When I say protect the property, I mean by like put out fires. So I went to go put out the fires. I just believe there were people there.
And you brought your AR-15 along.
Yes.
Why?
Because it was with me already.
Yeah, but you'd taken it off earlier when you were treating someone. You gave it to Joanne Fiedler, right?
Yes.
So you know how to take it off, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Choice on your own whether or not to go armed with it or whether to give it to the person who is the lawful owner of it on that date, Dominic Black. Correct?
Are you suggesting he
I
stole
didn't
it?
take my rifle off there because
They have
there
suggested
was
that
nobody
multiple
I
times.
could hand it to. And when I
They're
took it
trying to-
off to hand it to Joanne Fiedler, I was in a safe spot in the corner of the building where there were people protecting me at that time right there. When I went to go to the car source number 3 to put out the fires, there was nobody I could hand my rifle to that could protect me while I'm providing first aid to somebody.
But you still knew you had it.
My
You s-
rifle, yes.
You still knew you had it strapped around your body.
Yes.
Right
and
up to the
you
point where I
made a
shot that
conscious
pedo.
decision to bring it along.
Yes.
Why?
Oh, asked and answered. We remember that's a thing. Oh, okay.
No, the rule in Wisconsin is the 14th asked and answered is when you can object.
And he's awake.
Well, was it simply that, well, I've already got it strapped on, so I might as well bring it along? Is that what you're telling us? You decided to bring along the AR-15 because, well, I've already got it?
My
Where'd you gonna put it?
I don't think I was thinking like, hey, I'm going to take my rifle off. I wouldn't have because there was people around that could have stolen my gun and I didn't.
Yeah, he's not going to just
Do
like
you-
leave it on top of one of those flaming cars.
Do you leave guns
I
around,
didn't
Mr.
take my
Binger?
rifle off because I was going there alone. I was going to be running there alone, and I didn't take it off because no one else was there to protect me as I was going there. So that's
I
why I
didn't
brought it.
have to take it off. Just stop.
Yes.
You don't have
You
to have a
brought it along
reason.
down there because you felt like you would need to protect yourself.
Oh my God,
from someone
again.
else
They're
harmed you.
trying to find a gotcha
Correct?
moment that's just not going to
That would
happen.
have happened.
It's not
I would
going
have
to.
protected myself, but I.
But
I
there's
didn't
a
think I
time
was
for the
gonna
defense
attack
to stand
him.
up and say, Your Honor.
Yes.
Said you had
Stop
a-
letting them fish for
Were
that
you
moment.
expecting you would
The
need
prosecution's trying to make fetch happen, Your Honor.
Okay, here we go.
Not happening.
Here we go.
Solid reference.
Hold on. Yeah.
I'm specifically focusing in on the time period
Oh,
where
good.
he is heading down to the 63rd car.
The judge
Street car
objected,
source. I have
I
not
think.
asked him about this yet, Your Honor.
Yes.
Well, go ahead. But, you need to.
That's his big objection. Well, go ahead.
I think the judge was indicating you need to get
When
to your
you
point.
decided to bring
He said,
your
"Well, go ahead."
AR-15 loaded with 30 rounds down to the 63rd Street car source location, what did you think you needed protection against?
My God.
Some
reason the
lunatic like
cops have.
Rosenbaum charging him.
I have to protect myself.
You told us just now you brought it along for protection.
I did, but I didn't think I was going to need to protect myself.
It's better to have it than not need it than need it not have it. It's the same thing as a
You brought
condom,
it
for
along
God's
for
sakes.
protection, But you
That's
didn't
what you
think you
said.
needed
It's
protection.
deterrence.
Binger, do you take
Oh my
condoms on a
God.
date?
Bing.
Do you put on a
Just in
seatbelt?
Thank you. Hold on, guys.
I'm trying to clarify the two different answers that I think he just gave, Your Honor.
Well,
No, he didn't.
go ahead. Can you?
Do you understand the question?
Not really.
I asked you why you brought the gun. You said you needed it for protection. I said, protection against what? You said you
I
didn't
just-
think you needed
I
protection.
didn't understand the question because I can't imagine
Confused.
anyone could be
Help
this
me
stupid.
understand why you're telling us you needed a gun for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection.
I
This
brought
has been
the
like,
gun
what,
for
45 minutes on this
protection,
line?
But what I was saying is I didn't think I would have to use the gun and end up defending myself.
Meaning deterrence.
How
So
many
you-
ways does he
this
have
video-
to say it?
Are
He
running.
needs to say that word, that magic word, deterrence.
Yes.
Yeah.
You run across
Same
the
reason you have
screen.
a fire extinguisher. I don't
Yes,
expect my
yes.
kitchen to catch
And then I
fire.
think you
but
testified
if it
on direct
does,
that as
Yes.
you made it down the block, I don't remember exactly how you phrased it, but you
'Cause you've
you
asked it
stopped
58
running and
times.
You walked for a little while. Is that right?
I jogged and walked occasionally.
Carrying the fire
Exactly what he
extinguisher and your gun.
Yes.
And you're alone at that point with no backup, right?
Yes.
And you testified that when you got down to the 63rd Street car source, you indicated that you came upon that vehicle we've been calling the Duramax. You know what vehicle I'm talking about?
I do.
And you indicated that when you got there,
The jury has to be
You
so
indicated.
annoyed.
walked around that
You
vehicle,
indicated.
saw a person that you now know to be Joshua Zeminski. Is that right?
Let's get to Josh.
I walked up to the Duramax. Yes.
You didn't know Joshua Zeminski's name at that point, correct?
No.
You hadn't taken any notice of him at
All right,
all
Billy
up
Murray.
until that moment, all night long. Fair?
Fair.
This is the first time that you see that this is a person that comes to your attention. Fair?
Yes.
And you said he had a gun in his hand.
Yes.
And you put the fire extinguisher down on the ground.
I dropped the fire extinguisher.
And then you hear or see Mr. Rosenbaum coming from behind you.
I when I get to the Duramax, I step forward, and then Mr. Zeminski turns towards me, and he steps towards me. I drop the fire extinguisher, step back, and that's when I see. I go to run back towards 59th Street.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is coming.
Yeah.
And then that's when I notice Mr. Rosenbaum running at me, leaving me with no other, right? Mr. Zeminski in front of me with the gun. Mrs. Zeminski right there, a couple feet away, and then some other people there.
And then the chase happens. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Have you told us everything
I'd
that
say
you
no.
did
He chased me.
when that
That's
situation
what's fair
just
to
happened
say.
at the Duramax?
Yes.
That's bait.
Can we play the iPad, please? The
They're going to
iPad
zoom
with-
in and show him raise the rifle.
This is
on the
exhibit number
enhanced video.
73. What are you guys going to do?
Yeah, that have you told me everything is always a trap question.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
only
enhanced
answer
video.
is I think so.
To the best of my
But-
knowledge.
I tried to
That's
answer
my
every
memory.
question, but yes.
Yeah,
The-
I've answered your questions.
Don't put the witness on, the defendant on the stand. But
Yeah.
the
Accurate.
the enhanced video where a cop used his iPhone to pinch to zoom is that literally testified to. That's what they're about to use to show that he definitely raised his gun at Zeminski, provoking the attack from Zeminski, and they're going to try and transfer that to the chase, and that destroying his self-defense claim. It's a real shit tactic because, because it's a
No,
shit
it's not.
tactic.
If the defense lets him do it, it's a great tactic. All unfair stuff is great if the other side lets you do it.
Yeah.
This is why you
That's-
don't put him on the stand when you don't need to.
Well, all right,
And
if you put him on the
do
stand,
put him on the stand, you got to be awake.
Gotta protect
Yes.
him.
Yes. Like a
Mr.
father.
Rittenhouse, this is a video that has been admitted into evidence as exhibit
Because no
number
one objected to
73.
foundation.
This is a video taken by a drone that was hovering south of 63rd at the time that you shot Mr. Rosenbaum. We're going to play the beginning of this video on the iPad, and I'm going to have Detective Howard use the pinch and zoom feature on the iPad to zoom in on the area.
Object.
Yes,
Thank you.
there's an
Oh,
objection.
finally.
There we go.
We got one.
Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read,
Ooh, motions.
watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Wow.
And don't come
I don't
watch
know if
us.
it's
Pinch-
just a break, but
I hate
Pinch
Richard.
to
Came early,
zoom,
kids. We got an
cropping
objection.
video is not accurate, especially when you get small, because it uses interpolation. That's an AI algorithm that is determining pixels that do not exist. So when
Adds
you're going to talk
pixels.
about Kyle, who's a tiny figure at the point that they're talking about raising a gun, you're literally relying on the iPad's AI to determine what happens. And we know that Apple is opposed to guns, so it will show him raising the gun.
I think
No,
that's
forgetting
a
that.
stretch, But
It's a dark
It's not
area
fair.
also, so a few extra dark pixels can change the entire parameter
Yes.
as to
Yeah.
the direction
Yes,
of the
that's
gun
true.
and what it is. There is no way that this is reliable evidence, and the notion that this is going to get in here as a way of trying to impeach Kyle is so absurd. It's practically as bad as the Fifth Amendment violation.
But Joe, I saw it
shadow
on
can end up
CSI.
looking
It's
like the
totally
gun.
possible. It totally
Zoom,
happens on TV.
enhance, zoom and enhance.
at
Can we get
least
filters on this?
they're going to listen, hopefully.
Your Honor.
Can we get the lawyer cat filter?
Ooh.
that's the motions.
I think they went upstairs. Go
I
ahead.
think so.
Your Honor, I don't know what the state's going to do next, but I
They've proved unreliable.
it's something along the lines of they're going to use the iPad, and Mr. Binger was
Yeah,
talking
Ken.
about
Yeah, there.
pinching the screen.
Yeah, this hasn't actually been submitted.
iPads, which are made by Apple, have artificial intelligence in them that
Good job,
allow
Nick.
things
Nick.
viewed through
Nick.
dimensions and logarithms. A
47's looking a lot less happy now.
Algorithm.
Algorithms.
And
Either way, it's
it
fine.
uses artificial intelligence or their logarithms to create what they believe is happening. So this isn't actually enhanced video. This is
Filling in the
Apple's
blanks.
Animation.
iPad programming creating what it thinks is there, not what necessarily is there.
Finally.
And I don't know what's going to happen, but we had this video enhanced. We have testimony regarding it. And this is one of the topics that came up. I asked my expert, I said, do you know of anything that does something like that? Because that was when Detective Antaramian testified about pinching his telephone. And that's what I was told. And that's what I think this is going. And I don't think that it's appropriate. It's wrong.
It's guesswork.
Mr. Binger?
And we haven't
Your
reviewed
Honor,
the
I
footage
think
we're about to
everybody
see.
in this room has a smartphone, whether it's an Apple iPhone or some other device.
So
And I think we've all
Are they all on trial for murder?
At one point or another, and use the pinch to zoom in feature. This is a
doesn't
common
make it accurate.
part
Yeah,
of
but that doesn't mean that
everyone's
it's
everyday life.
trial appropriate.
In
Yeah,
the
we've all
olden days, you had a
watched cartoons
photograph and
also. What's that
a
mean?
magnifying glass, right?
Another cartoon.
That doesn't
no,
change.
it's not analogous to a
photograph.
magnifying
Use a
glass.
Look at your
magnifying glass
Fifi.
to look at words on a paper, a photograph. The magnifying glass doesn't change the image.
But this does.
But this does.
Change pixels on the paper. It doesn't change the words in the book.
Print it out and get a magnifying
That's the
glass.
difference. That's the difference.
The pinch and zoom
This is
feature
guessing how to
on
fill it in.
the iPad or the iPhone
Oh, here we come
or
with the
the
disingenuous
Android phone,
argument.
whatever device everyone in this room has, does that exact same thing.
No,
It
you are
does
Also,
not.
No, it doesn't.
You are
Has
misleading
actually
the court.
will
Holy
say that
crap.
this is unreliable or distorting the image or something along those
But
lines.
that's what it
Even
does.
though This is something everybody in this room has done with countless videos and photos throughout
But
the
not
last
for evidence.
20 years, 10 years of our lives.
Remember,
Just for the
Schroeder already
disciplinary
doesn't trust him.
record.
In fact, this is a feature
Schroeder already
of
doesn't
daily
trust
life
what he
in America
says.
now with smartphones. If they want to have an expert come in and say it's unreliable and you can't believe what's on
That's
that
ridiculous.
screen,
After the jury looks at it,
they can do that.
that's
No,
what
you
he's
bring an
saying.
expert.
Screw you.
And then the jury can make a decision as to whether or not pinching and zooming on an iPad or an iPhone is tampering with the video
No, that's
or
not.
altering
Why do that
the
before
image
You're
the jury
going
sees it?
a 2-megapixel video versus a
So if they want to make a
20
jury question out of this,
megapixel or
they are free
12
to
on
do
an
so. We're still in their
iPhone,
case in
12
chief.
megapixel photo.
I don't frankly understand or agree with anything counsel just said. I've used my
You don't understand it, so how
Company
can you
has to
disagree
do
with
it.
it?
You don't
This is
understand
something
it.
within
My
everyone's
expert
common
told me about
knowledge
it. He should
to
win.
pinch and zoom on a screen.
You
And
need
that's
to
what's
provide
going
this
on.
before the jury gets
Not
tainted by
change the
looking at
image
this
in any way.
fictional,
It just
enhanced image.
Yeah, I think
Well,
they
I
would
don't
need to
know.
introduce
When
an
I
expert
put the
first
magnifying glass up,
on this issue.
then it's enlarging the image. It is not altering the image.
Yes.
What
Mm.
he's saying, and I think, and I know less than anyone in the room here, I'm sure about it.
Your Honor, we stipulate to
I'm
that.
hearing him to say that they're actually artificially inserting
Yes.
pixels into there, which
Yeah.
is altering the object which is being portrayed. And so, you know what, I myself, when confronted with these changes in technology, what I usually do is to have,
Weep.
to admit the evidence, but make sure that the finder of fact is aware.
Oh my God.
No.
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 What?
Isn't
No.
He
it?
said usually. He
and
said
the
usually.
by which it's been enhanced.
Defense hasn't even had an
And you're
opportunity to
suggesting
review.
that I should make the defense bring in an expert for it.
Why didn't the
thought you
prosecution
should.
bring an
Actually, you're
expert?
the one who's offering the
Yes.
exhibit, so you should
Yes.
have the position.
Yes,
To
thank
offer
you.
Evidence as to the fact that it is not distorting the object which is depicted.
I would submit, Your Honor, that I think it's common sense to everyone in this
Oh,
room.
Eric?
I've
I've got Eric from the Genius Bar. He can tell us.
The last refuge of a scoundrel.
People in this room are familiar with.
I thought I heard the expert say on the
He
stand.
did.
Believe me, when it's
Just ask him to take notice of
something
this.
I'm familiar with, but I thought I heard the expert say that you brought down in from the crime lab, that in fact that there were alterations made by adding pixels.
Yes.
Yes.
That's an alteration of the image.
Should have
So
never
I
been
don't have
admitted.
any problem with it being received, but you're going to have someone testify that it's
Yep.
a reliable, I don't want to say mirror image, but,
Enhanced.
because obviously if you
Seriously?
insert more
Depiction.
items
So no,
into
20 can do that?
an
Hang on.
area of space,
We've got the same phone.
it's going to distort what's depicted.
I think, Your Honor, when the pinch and zoom maneuver is used on a screen, it actually
Don't lie to the court.
It takes the high resolution.
You've already
that
said
see
you're not an
here,
expert.
and it brings it into the point where the pixels are actually spread out more.
I don't. You know what? I'm not going
Nope.
to.
No.
I'm not going to accept as accurate what Richards is saying, and I'm not going to accept what you're telling me. I
Bring an
said
expert.
if you can offer
Smart.
somebody who's knowledgeable in these areas,
Yep.
This issue.
the document
And
or
put him
the,
on cross.
I think you should be
Before the
allowed to
jury
use
sees
the
it.
image.
Before the jury sees
But
it.
this is high risk to me.
Yes.
If to me,
Opticals
if,
versus
if,
opticals-
if you
opticals
insert
only work
more
on-
data into an area of space where you're wagging your head no,
There's no
tell me
proof
where
of
I'm wrong.
There's no proof in this record that we're doing that, Your Honor.
I didn't say there was proof of that.
There's no
I
proof
said
you're
you
not.
have
Listen.
It's
proof.
your evidence.
You're the proponent of the exhibit.
Yes.
Yes.
You need to
Your
tell me
burden.
Good call,
it's reliable.
Runkle Bailey.
Already in evidence, Your Honor.
That I know.
The enhanced exhibit is not.
Look what happens when common
Yes,
sense happens.
thank you.
Well, then why show it?
Right.
I mean, the reason you want to show it is so because it enhances the image, right? No.
Do I want to
No,
custard bun or do I want to get into the chocolate eggs? I don't know.
Say what Mr. Cross was just saying. The defense has taken videos and photos and cropped them, zoomed in on them, on many exhibits in this trial.
And you didn't
Did you
object.
object?
Yeah.
Again, like I said, the magnifying glass is not changing the image. What the expert
That's
testified
not
Get a magnifying
analogous.
glass.
You're misleading
Get
the
a magnifying glass. Use
was
that.
that he uses,
Yeah.
we called it
Yeah. Actually,
Give him the
use the
original video and a
magnifying glass.
magnifying
Judge
glass
has
and
one.
see how well that works
software
out.
program he was using to create the additional images or the exhibits that were introduced with regard to this drone video. And he talked about what that software program does. He was not talking about the common, ordinary, everyday pinch and zoom feature on the Apple. They're two different things, Your Honor, and I want to be precise about this because
Same
I
question
don't think it's
47
fair
times
to
on everything.
equate.
Let's pinch and zoom on
Technical
Binger's
video editing
DMs
software
there,
used
by
by
the
the
way.
Crime Lab.
Post
gonna
them to
say-
Twitter, your best pinch and zooms.
They're different.
I'm
There's
surprised
a
his
couple
home screen
cowboys
isn't.
in those DMs. We
And I
know
don't
it.
think it's fair to
I'm
assume
surprised his home screen isn't Jar Jar Binks.
Every one of those jurors is familiar with this process.
What is that flag? Can we pinch and zoom on that?
Wait. It's much like 100 years ago, people used magnifying glasses. This is no different than that. And
Yes, it
Every
is.
different.
think
Then
it's
use a
common
magnifying
knowledge.
glass.
And
Pull out
I-
your
Or
damn
if it
magnifying
is,
glass.
get an expert in here to say that.
It's completely different.
Wants to quibble with it. They have an expert who can.
Oh, no, no,
That's not how
no.
that works.
The exhibit's
No.
already in evidence. It would be
Well,
no
first
different
off,
than
you're
me putting
burning.
up a photograph of it and then holding up an enlargement.
Then do that.
Yesterday with Walgreens prints.
He wants to flip the
Your
burden of
Honor,
proof.
I would know because I also work at the Apple Store because I'm a terrible prosecutor.
Well, that might be his next job.
Okay. Pissing off the judge again.
I don't want to hear about what happened earlier in the trial that came in without objection. If you
Damn
didn't
straight.
object,
Yes.
then I didn't address it. Now, I'm not going to police this case, so everybody, anytime somebody wants to put some evidence in, I'm going to say, well, wait a minute, what about that? What about that? I have to have an objection. I get an objection, and then I rule on it. There has been no objection during this trial when either side has exploded an image or anything like that. If you'd have brought in an objection, if he'd have brought in an objection, I would have ruled on it. But to say now, well, this has already been done during the trial. I've got an objection in front of me now. He's suggesting that the amplifying the image is altering what is portrayed, the image which is portrayed, and you're giving me as a defense, it's no different from using a magnifying glass. I don't believe that.
Damn
Because if I take the image is the same, and all it is doing is improving my poor old vision. Here,
Judge.
someone to correct me if I'm wrong. I do believe the expert testified that he had
Judge is relying
inserted,
on what he
or
heard.
either him or the device inserted additional pixels into the image.
Yes.
That
Different program, Your Honor.
Doesn't
I don't know
matter.
what kind of a I don't care
It's
what
this
kind of a
fucking
program it is.
screen.
Yes.
Question
It has
is
to
the-
fill pixels.
Is
period.
the image in its virginal state?
Virginal.
I care about what program it is, Your Honor, because these are technical issues. Mr. Richards has just
Then bring an expert.
with no basis whatsoever. Absolutely. Mr. Richards has just made technical representations with no basis.
So have
in this
you.
record. whatsoever.
Yeah,
He's
sorry.
using a
Same.
common part of life.
And his are accurate.
Everyone uses.
You're
every
lying.
single day. The expert.
I lie to
Doesn't matter
people
how
every day. Can
often
I
people use
can I
them,
lie
it
in
doesn't
court?
change how it
It
works.
does make a difference.
I don't know.
Well, then if there's going to be an issue, let's.
Well,
let's
you're
make
the
it a
proponent. I said before, I'm not going to talk about it further. You're the proponent, and you need to assure me before I let the jury speculate on it, that it is a reliable method that does not distort.
Go hire an
statistic-
expert for tomorrow, Binger.
So
Okay, so we're gonna take a break.
I understood you correctly. We can play it now, and then we'll tie it
No.
up later.
No.
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 You said
Not
the
what I
opposite of those
said.
things.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I did. If I said that, shame on me.
No,
I
you said
said-
you'd ordinarily do that.
Yeah, I said
Yeah, that's not what I
that
said.
we're going to take a break right now.
Disingenuous.
And I said, before I'm going to allow this to be amplified in the way that you want, it is going to have to be shown, demonstrated to me that it's a reliable way to do it.
Then you're requesting adjournment to do that now.
Well, we're not going to adjourn the case now to do that.
Well, before I am done with my cross-examination of this witness, I would like to use this video, and I look
Yeah,
for some
seriously.
time to make arrangements for what
The
you're asking.
attitude.
I would ask that before I am, I would like.
Yeah, at
time
least get your
accept
witness
what
to make a
I'm done
proffer.
cross-examining this witness, because this is an important exhibit that I intend to use with
Well,
this
it
witness.
depends. Why don't you get on it right away? And, maybe you can get somebody
Chop
to
chop, buddy.
testify on this within minutes. I don't know. So we'll take
You
a
got
break.
John Black right there. Ask
Mr.
him.
Buck?
We can answer that question.
Binger's next case needs to be Binger versus the disciplinary board.
What software are they using on the iPad? We don't know.
We
Thank
don't
you.
know.
Let's aim for 320 on that clock, which is
By the way, somebody in the chat and
let's aim
also
for
through
320.
Twitter DM said that the pin, the lapel pin on Binger might be the Marine Corps flag for the Marine Corps' birthday, which if he served in the Marine Corps, then sure. But if he didn't, that's next level pandering.
Or the Vietnamese flag, or the CCP flag. I mean, all those are reliable. All those are out there.
Oh
I
my
mean, as long as we're
gosh.
talking about Binger being up before the
This is
disciplinary
so
committee, I
bad.
feel like we have to talk about the defense lawyer for apparently continuing to forget what objections are.
I mean,
Well,
the
so
thing
somebody
is,
in
if the
the- somebody
jury's
in the court-
napping,
Yes, somebody in the
Yeah, I'll be right
courtroom
back.
is live tweeting, and they said that at least several of them are basically zoned out, and then no one is taking any notes at this point. And this was like a while ago. So my guess is that Richards is probably like, you know what, everybody's asleep. I'm not going to wake them up with objections.
exactly.
Yep. The
Objections
tweet
wake
was
'em
a
up.
quick update in the Rittenhouse trial.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few that seem to be unattentive, no longer focused on the testimony. Several
Mhm.
are leaned back with their legs and arms crossed, which is definitely an annoyed jury. Almost everyone has stopped taking notes. They've
Yes.
checked out and they're annoyed with the prosecutor. It might be tactical. I don't always agree with it, but it might be a tactical decision. And Alita brought that up earlier. When you look at the jury, you have to read them. I don't always agree with it, but the defense has read the room better than the prosecution thus far, though it's hard to watch this asked and answered go on and on and
yeah.
on.
Agreed.
It's fucking painful.
But that's
Agreed.
why it's not malpractice. And that's why, despite everybody saying,
Yeah.
oh, it's malpractice on Richards, no, because he's thinking about that. And it can be a bad strategy. You can have a
Yep.
losing strategy. You
Yeah.
can even have a
Yeah.
horrible strategy. But as long as you have a basis for that strategy, it's never going to be malpractice on the part of Richards, even though we disagree with him.
And when
Well,
you're
yeah, I mean,
representing facts for
all
the court
fairness
like
to this
that-
tweet
oh,
that it's saying the jury's falling asleep, since I can't see it, obviously, I can only base it off what I can see. And
Right.
I mean, we're going semi crazy over here with asked and answered, calls for speculation, and just I think every other objection known to man.
Attorney Tom is in the chat. He should join in because he's asking why Kyle's
Yeah.
on the stand.
Yeah,
Attorney
Tom,
Tom
join us.
is
We're all
busy
asking.
help us make sense of it
suing
all.
everyone.
Maybe he can answer the questions that we've been.
I'm sure Attorney Tom's super busy, but we don't know why the defense made this choice. What we do know is that Robert Barnes shared with us earlier that this is something that he disagreed with from the outset of his involvement in this case before he was no longer involved with this case. So
Well, and
he did share that with us. And I think, do we have 10 in here? I can't count the little
We have
squares.
We
eight,
did
I think,
before,
at the
but we don't anymore.
So
We
there might
purged
be
them.
room if Tom.
We have
would
room for Attorney
assist.
Tom.
We're down to 8. Yeah. Send it
I
to
didn't
Tom.
realize it was the purge in here too.
I'm just thinking,
Is
how's
there
this
a
gonna
limit?
go?
I didn't
Oh.
realize.
Yeah, there's a limit of 10. Isn't Tom in the group? Did I not add him?
We've got Binger, who's been.
It's a good point, John. I was literally just about to work that out for myself.
It definitely.
And I was going to bring
let
in
me
his
just have a look.
expert, and his expert is going to tell the court something completely different.
His expert's going to prove that he was
Unless he
misleading
lies.
the court, and he needs to. Binger needs to be aware that that's what's going to happen because the court already said, "I don't think your
So that's all
argument was
commentary,
in
commentary,
good
commentary,
faith
commentary, commentary.
earlier."
Yeah,
he's
commentary,
already on the back
commentary,
foot with this judge, and so
Yep.
to represent to the court, no, pixels don't get filled in. Of course, pixels get filled in. Yeah,
It's a function of the physical technology
There's another
of
hour
a screen.
40.
There are this many pixels, be it 1080p or whatever it is. Then you
That's what I'm
the
thinking.
tech
If I skip the
has to
commentary, we get
fill
straight into
those
the
lights.
court.
Otherwise, you'd have like a dot,
Then,
and a dot, and a dot. It wouldn't make any sense.
We might get
so
through. You know what? I think we might get through Kyle today.
functionality. And I'm an idiot. I don't know anything about tech, and I can tell you this.
Well, it's hard to believe that any trial
Let's do it.
lawyer doesn't understand
plow
this,
through.
because in the modern era, trials are video.
But yeah, what your VC
They
said
found
is
out we got over 71,000 views. That's what.
Yes. Thank you guys.
How many
Thank you
views?
to the
How am I
court.
doing on this
We
video?
appreciate your support.
Maybe they just realized that Nick hit 200K yesterday.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
probably
I guess so.
215.
By the way,
Yeah.
it's going around on the internet that when the judge's phone went off, the ringtone was "Proud to be an American." That's what the
Yes.
judge has as his ringtone. That's pretty funny.
Yeah,
I want the defense attorney in court
excuse
have
me.
Miley Cyrus as his ringtone. going
That
up in
is a
court. It was
song
great
that
moment.
Trump would often walk out to, according to Twitter. Therefore, judge is biased. Yes, I have actually seen that tweet.
I saw it.
Yep.
I saw it.
Oh, for God's sakes. Really?
Well,
why
my
people
favorite
are
tweet
reluctant
with
to use Twitter.
My favorite tweet were the people accusing him of being a Trump appointee, not understanding both that he's a state judge and that he has been on the bench about 40 years before Trump was even president.
Yes.
Well,
All right, guys, I haven't done it in a few days, but I'm going to do it just while we got a little bit of a break on here. Guys, mandatory grift, let's face it. I'm heading across to America in August to Matsuri. We all know that this trip is basically funded by you guys because I have to work my ass off to keep you entertained because the wife said that I can't take any money out of the personal accounts or the business accounts. So, if you wouldn't mind, if you're enjoying the content, if you can spare it, I'd love a super chat. More than happy to assist. Or hit me up on PayPal or Stripe or Rumble Rants, all that sort of stuff. But, as always, guys, we know that I'm going to be... that I do my best to provide you with premium content. I do have a couple more videos coming out soon. I worked on an entire script this morning at about 6 a.m. right the way through till about 7 o'clock. Really annoyed that I managed to delete the Word document because I hadn't saved it. Rookie mistake. But there's also going to be some more shorts and shit coming out. So, but anyway, just want to take the opportunity because I rarely ever grift. We all know that I suck at it, so... Anyway. Where are we?
Trump appointed
That's
him
how
as
deep
some
Trump's
real
game
estate
goes, man.
salesman.
If
The
he-
one thing
Now,
you
I
have
think
learned that people don't
PayPal,
understand
but
our
I'm
business.
happy with
If he
Rumble
was
Rants.
appointed
Either
by
way,
anyone, it was
it's
a
still
justice.
less than what YouTube takes.
That's who he's quoting.
Should really move that across. So I can
Oh,
see
no.
Rumble chat.
Back in Roman
I
times.
can't show that. Sorry,
What's
someone.
going on?
Well,
Shit. Don't tell me I lost Rumble.
this is the zoom and enhance. Oh no! Oh no!
Just a few added pixels. Just a few added pixels.
Just a few added pixels.
Okay.
You just rearrange the colors.
It's like
He
it's
said
a magnifying glass.
It's just a
Join
magnifying
with the
glass.
Edge
You should have
playlist.
stuck with no,
Thank
I
you.
can't show that though.
I know. Look, I live
Stay in the
dangerously.
drafts. Keep it in the drafts.
I mean, Attorney Tom has got stuff for meme review for days, though. He's got that going for him.
When he's done filing
Front
lawsuits.
centrally, we're going to watch exhibit number
Yeah,
8.
no
I'm
content
trying
this
to
week.
think
It's
of
been a very
ideas,
busy
guys.
week.
I legitimately
version
am.
of the
Because I
drone
suck at
footage
grifting.
that
I
was
know
introduced
this.
by
I'm
Watch it
well
how
aware.
you better not pinch that
from
fucker.
yesterday. And I'd like to be able to put this TV centrally so everybody can see it. So if you could let us know if you're able to see it when we move it, please.
Eliza, I've got some squirreled
Wonder
away.
if they're
If I
gonna
can make
withdraw
another
that pinch to
5K
zoom.
before
Are they gonna do
August,
it raw
I'll be happy.
pinching?
That'll make things interesting and fun.
He's
Anything
gonna
beyond
try and
that
point it
is
out
play
from the
money,
grainy ass video.
for the most part.
Sure.
They've already got one at 50% speed and enhanced. I don't know why they need to go further.
He's just gonna make himself look desperate if he's trying to be like, see, stop trying to make fetch happen.
I
keep
love that
trying.
movie.
I am
Thank you
all
so
for the
much.
Mean Girls memes.
That's what he keeps
I wrote
doing.
my.
It's pissing me off.
Hey,
I wrote
hey,
my-
y'all, I got to get out of here, but
Later, buddy.
I got people to sue. All right, see y'all.
People to sue.
He's got Travis
Royal
Scott to
problems.
As we play this video, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, I would
Squint like this, so you can see it enhanced.
Oh, thank you, C. Warren. I appreciate that. Awesome.
Is that an American flag tissue box?
Yes,
Yes, it is.
but like
That's
an
amazing.
old timey one.
this location, which is
Matter of fact,
Someone on
old
Twitter is
timey.
going to say it's a Confederate flag.
A Confederate flag.
Texan flag.
wheelchair,
Oh yeah, you bet I'm going to monetize the US content. Absolutely. No, my cat is ridiculously annoying and fat. My Labrador, while cute, isn't allowed in the house. A kangaroo can. I can maybe do that.
Oh, so clear.
So you don't have to share a room with vices. Thank you, Kimmy. I appreciate that.
That's amazing.
Every time they've shown that, I'm looking right at him and I can't see it.
We do still have another 24-hour stream coming up as well, guys. So if anyone has any thoughts as to what sort of things you want to see during that, please feel free to hit me up on Twitter or DM me on Discord or anywhere else.
what you didn't tell us is that right here on the video, you have your gun raised.
No, the feet cam is for 15,000 subs. Or shall I say only feet
I can't see
for
it.
24 hours is...
Could you pinch and zoom?
This is a nice
Can you pinch and zoom?
TV. I'm going to turn it a little bit towards you. Move it a little bit back.
He just said 4K.
Let's see that screen,
Made me
okay?
tickle.
Where is he?
See it now.
This video's altered. If it's 4K, that's a 1080p
No, look.
video.
It says slowed down
understand,
50%.
I'm
This
just
is the
thinking of-
edited one that was admitted. Remember? No objections to that.
Share the officer. Yeah, do you want to go over there as well?
The TV itself might be altering the image.
Would it be easier
Exactly.
to pronounce if you came and stood a little closer to that screen?
Is that the same
Well,
definition?
you know, and you're using the pointer, so we want to all be looking at the same TV.
Okay.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate for Mr. Rittenhouse to come
Sure.
stand closer to the TV? Would that
As
be
long as
okay?
he doesn't block the jurors, he and Mr. Richards can go over here.
All right,
And,
let's, I'll move this
Can
back.
Mr. Rittenhouse get by the jury without shooting them with an AR-15? Is that even possible, Judge? I don't know.
Let's go back to the beginning of the video, please. I'm going to tell you when to pause.
Don't want to sell it.
Which also indicates to the jury by having Rittenhouse come down to the well that the prosecutor doesn't believe he's a threat. I would not want to be standing next to a defendant in most of my criminal trials.
Vader, I would. I can't get my Lord here, and I can't get it imported.
I mean, that's part of why I like sitting.
That's
next
why
to
I have the absinthe.
My accused is
'Cause that's my
to
punishment
show,
shot.
Hey, look, I'm fine with this.
And
You know.
Emily's talking about the subtle subconscious.
See you, Jeff.
imagery.
Yeah.
Have a good day at work.
Well, it's part of the OJ gloves mistake.
Yes.
Prosecutor stood right next to him.
Let's play it one more time.
Oh,
Yeah, play it
Rossman
again.
Range,
This
thank
would
you
be
very
great.
much.
Just keep showing the jury how no one can see what the hell you're talking about.
I think it's about an hour 20.
Pause.
Fetch.
Mr. Rittenhouse, can you see in that video that you raised your weapon and pointed it at someone?
No.
So fetch.
I'm not too stressed tonight because I know that. Oh, hang on. What time's?
Play it one more time.
Shit.
Yeah, do it again.
Keep watching until you see it.
He says he can't see, so I'm trying to help him see.
Asked and
Go ahead.
You're
Oh,
trying
he
to
objected.
invent it.
You can
Trying to
ask him
make
that
him
every
see.
time. Kyle should know by now that the answer is always
Oh, he's
no,
live now.
even if he could see it clear as
Pause the
day.
video.
Oh well. That's fine, John. Have a good day.
No.
Evening.
Just
It should
know.
matter more what he remembers.
Well, it looks like my shoulders up, but my rifle is pointed downward.
Thank you.
We actually have.
All right.
I think we actually have footage of this moment from a cell phone that's
Banger,
nearby.
over on Rumble. Thank you very much for the $20. YouTube's run
You
by
they don't wanna play
Bunch
that.
of Twinkle
Testimony
Toad
today
communist.
Make out the
under oath
people.
is that you
That was
have
close.
no memory of raising and pointing your rifle when you first got to that location. Is
Objection
that right?
asked and answered.
Yes.
Yellow
You
corn
see yourself
whiskey.
put the fire extinguisher
Similar
down.
quality.
I see myself drop it. Yes.
Okay.
Let's
There
play
you go.
Exhibit 84 now, please.
Isn't that what you just played? Again, is the computer outputting 4K to the 4K TV? Have we asked this question? I mean, there's so much wrong with this. That bag almost hit him. I didn't realize that.
In this video, at this point, Mr. Rittenhouse, you have turned around and you are pointing your weapon at Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
And there's a point. Let's continue the video, please.
Okay.
All right, let's pause.
Show how he didn't kill him a second ago.
Again, please.
He could have, but he didn't.
Yeah, no, he thought he could maybe still get away, so he was trying.
Pause. Can you go back about half a second, please?
No, this only operates in seconds. This Windows Media Player. You should try VLC so you can go frame by frame.
Go back just a little bit more, please.
This is so ridiculous. That for like a millimeter of a second, his gun was up. He thinks this is making points with the jury. The jury's gonna be very impressed with this.
The jury's gonna
Yeah,
look at
just
this
go
and say,
back
"This
to the
is your
beginning and
case?"
try it again.
After the bag's thrown at him.
After the bag is clearly
Mellow
thrown.
corn whiskey, not
Oh,
yellow.
can you see
Okay.
yourself? No, there's a
Point
street light.
where Mr. Rosenbaum is running after you, where he raises his hands and leaps up in the air. Correct?
Mellow.
Oh yeah, I
wouldn't
can see
say
it.
he leaped in the air. I'd say he continued to run at me. He just threw his hands up.
He threw both of his hands up in the air. Right?
Yes.
And you could see that he was
Not
unarmed.
like that.
Correct?
Yes.
Please continue the video.
Straight corn whiskey.
Yeah, he's about to get himself a rifle, though.
Mellow corn bottled in Bond straight
This
corn
looks like
whiskey.
every
Okay.
cold-blooded murder I've ever
Interesting.
imagined.
Yeah. The part where you run away from the guy you're trying to murder, that
$80 plus delivery to have my stomach
Joseph
turn on me?
Rosenbaum never touched you.
It'll be
in
fine,
any way
Julie. He's at work, not asleep.
during that incident, correct?
He touched my gun.
No, buddy, you're not
He
gonna
didn't
do that
touch
again.
your body in any way, did he?
No.
He didn't kick you?
No.
He didn't punch you?
No.
Other than that plastic bag, he didn't throw anything at you?
No.
He didn't have a gun on him?
Thank you for
No.
being
He didn't
you
have a knife on
and
him?
chat being so
No. He
kind and
didn't have a
encouraging.
chain
I've
on
got a
him?
pretty tough
He
year.
didn't have a
This
bat
was
on
similar.
him?
Well, I appreciate
He
what
didn't
you
have
did,
any
Sam.
weapon
Thank you.
of any kind.
Seeing what I
correct?
can to get you closer to Operation
than
Aussie USA.
Pedophilia.
or
Grabbing
bust.
my gun. No.
Thank you, Caitlin. I really
Other than
appreciate it.
unleashed
That's awesome.
rage.
Have possession of that gun. You did, correct?
He's grabbing it.
Holding it. Yes.
And it was strapped to your body, correct?
Yes.
At all times during this incident.
No one has
you
been anything close to
retained
A for that whiskey.
possession
Fair
of
enough.
your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit? I apologize, Brian. I don't know if I mentioned this one earlier. I think it's 83. It's the full speed version of what we just saw. That was 84 just now, right? Okay, let's play 83, please.
find me a cop in the land who wouldn't have taken that shot.
None.
Any cop. Just one single police
While you're
officer.
watching this video, I'd like
Cops
you to
would take that
tell
shot
me
if it
you
was a
see
5'3",
Mr.
100-pound
Rosenbaum
woman
jump
chasing
up in
them,
the air with
Yeah.
his hands up. Okay?
Okay.
and they'd be justified.
Yeah,
I'll say-
absolutely.
And when he was
The Mellow
further
corn,
away,
the Mellow
before he
corn,
got
I get to.
They would have
against
taken the
it.
first shot when he turned around.
I'll tell you
They
what, though,
would
you know
have
what?
run.
Do you have?
Even in
Oh,
Canada.
wait,
They would have fired
Aggressive.
there.
Cool.
Oh yeah, I mean, if this was a trial of a police officer, it wouldn't be happening.
Pause. Can we go back to the beginning, please? And play again.
There's also case law on taking something from somebody's possession being assaultive. So
Yep.
You know.
It's a battery,
Well,
right?
and taking somebody's gun is, when you're
Right before Mr.
threatening
Rosenbaum
about that.
disappears behind that
I believe
car,
hand on the gun
you see him
also
jump up in the
is
air with his
dual
hands up?
possession under the
Yeah.
law.
I saw
Yes.
To quote legal, he touched the newspaper. It's battery.
That was a reaction
I saw that video also.
pointing the gun at him, correct?
He can't know that.
Yes, but he kept running at me, so it didn't deter him.
But it slowed him down a little bit.
There's the word.
Sort
Well,
of
that's an
jumped with
echo.
his hands in the air.
Ron, you're echoing.
Right?
No, he continues to gain speed on me.
Now let's play Exhibit 86, please.
Did he think that was scoring points with the jury?
Ron, you should be able to unmute when you got your audio set.
Okay. Hopefully my mic's not too bad now either.
I mean, open and shut case.
Oh.
Oh, let's be honest. I don't think you managed to touch.
Did you slow down?
Did I?
Yeah.
I turned around and I may have slowed down a little bit.
It looks like you slowed down before you even turned around.
Yes.
How is that relevant?
You've characterized Mr. Rosenbaum as advancing on you, speeding up towards you, but you actually slowed down, didn't you?
Because of the people around the cars, yes.
But
You're not really very
after the
fast,
shooting,
are you?
you run around
Oh,
of
been there, done
chocolate,
that.
sir.
You don't know the half of it.
towards the direction you originally wanted to go to, right?
Yes.
Did anyone watch Man vs. Food? I may or may not have recreated a few of those challenges. There's a reason I'm not that I have a wide waist. I love my food.
So those people didn't stop that, did they?
They weren't there after I shot Mr. Rosenbaum.
They scattered after you fired your gun 4 times, didn't they?
They scattered like
Yes,
rats.
they weren't there anymore.
Good-
And you've
good-
heard Dr. Kelly's testimony that the first gunshot from you to Mr. Rosenbaum caused Mr. Rosenbaum to start falling to the ground. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
And then you continued to fire 3 more shots into him after that, didn't you?
I continued to fire until he was no longer a threat to me.
Good
When
answer.
he's falling to the ground in front of you, he's no longer a threat to you. His
Objection.
pelvis is broken, right?
Objection.
How would he know?
Just put it right at the end of the
Calls for
statement.
I saw him
speculation.
lunging towards my gun, and I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
He's doing the best
Because he was
pro
trying
se
to push
job
you
of a
out of the
defendant
way,
in the
so you wouldn't
situation, I could imagine.
Thank you.
It does call for
Thank you.
speculation. How much time are we talking about? How many
Was
percentages of a second?
the risk
3/4 of a second
To
for
you.
all 4 shots.
of death
Yes.
or great bodily harm at the moment you killed Joseph Rosenbaum?
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum take my firearm from me, he would have used it and killed me with it and probably killed more people if I would have let
Brutal
him get my
dab.
gun.
Mr. Rosenbaum never said anything
That's the
to you
moment for him.
about taking your gun, did he?
Defend him. Defend Rosenbaum, you
He didn't say
scumbag.
anything, but he tried to take my gun.
And whoever's got that gun is a threat to everyone else?
Yeah.
Objection.
If he would have taken my gun, he would have used it against me.
You know that sitting here today?
Let's break that down. First of all, you had already prevented him from taking your gun,
He's
By running
arguing
away,
with him. This is
doing
not
that
cross
with-
exam. This is not
Yeah.
questioning of a witness.
right?
He was still coming after my gun.
But you could have kept running. You could
No,
have
I-
turned back around
No.
like you did, couldn't you?
Let him explain.
No, I couldn't have.
You have the gun strapped to your body at this moment, correct?
Yes.
The strap is designed to keep that on your body so it doesn't come off, correct?
To help retain it, yes.
And you
So
have
helping
both
for cocktails.
hands on the gun, correct?
Everything else,
Yes.
though. Mm.
And Mr. Rosenbaum has never said anything
Is he
at all
really saying he needs
about
to
wanting
wrestle
your
him
gun.
for the gun?
You never heard him say
He's
anything
trying to say
I have.
he couldn't have gotten your
You
gun
never
off
said
because it
anything.
had
He
a
never said
strap.
anything to you about using
is
that
dumb.
gun at all.
It's not
Correct?
correct either.
Yeah, no,
I-
bring a
I-
use of force expert to this, and you
Mr.
can't find
Rosenbaum
one.
was
They don't
thinking when
exist.
He tried to grab my gun.
Yeah,
No,
this
they
is
said they
true.
wouldn't
That's why they had to
use
switch it
assume.
to
Yeah, because they want to BS it.
I'm going to kill you.
Hang on, listen.
Was it
First of all,
Food,
ridiculous.
Food
And you
Nation or
assume
Nation
he's
v
gonna
Food
try
or
and
something?
Use it on you.
The guy who said I'm going to kill you.
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum get my gun, he would have killed me.
When you assume.
But you had already pointed your gun at him.
Yes,
When he
because
charged
he was
me.
chasing me.
Did you want him to think that you were going to shoot him?
No, I never wanted to shoot Mr. Rosenbaum.
Why'd you point
Yeah,
it at
bully
him
him
if
into
you didn't have
crying.
any
That'll be a
intention of
good
shooting?
fucking look, you ass.
He was chasing me. I was alone. He threatened to kill me earlier in that night.
He's making
I
Rittenhouse's
didn't want to
case.
have to shoot him.
Oh shit!
But you understand
Poor kid.
Thing is breaking
how
him.
dangerous
Binger, you
it is
fucker!
to point a gun at someone, don't you?
I pointed at him because he kept running at me, and I didn't want him to chase me.
But you
Finger,
understand
you're going to undo any
how
ground you gained
dangerous
with
that
this.
is, don't you?
Finger's handing him the case right here.
Pointed
Yeah,
at
he
him
is.
because he was chasing me.
I'll ask the question a third time, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Oh my
Why?
Asked and
Why?
answered.
Because his lawyer will let him.
Yeah.
Your question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would you say I'm not going to
You
ask it a third
understand.
time? You're writing the
Dangerous
objection.
it is.
Wait,
to point a
he
gun
just
at
did it
someone,
again, though.
Correct?
Yes.
You understand that that puts someone else in fear that they're about to be killed.
Not if they stop
Right?
charging.
He was chasing me.
You understand that when you point your AR-15 at someone else,
Asked and answered.
that may make them feel like they are about to be killed by you. Correct?
Feelings.
Asked and answered.
Mr. Rosenbaum was
Calls for
chasing
speculation.
me. He said
Facts
he
don't care about your
was telling me
feelings.
he got me alone. I was alone.
There you
I was
go.
running from him. I pointed at him, and it didn't stop him from continuing to chase me.
There you go.
Did you hear my question?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Chose not to answer.
Yeah, and he answered the
Are
goddamn
you
question.
serious?
Oh, objection here.
Thank you.
Finally.
My question is, you understand
I don't.
that
This
when
is
you
painful
point
to
your
watch.
AR-15 at someone,
Richard,
may
sit
make
up and
them
object.
feel
Stop playing with your
like
pen.
you're going to kill them, correct?
Yes.
Speculation.
Thank you. It's
Thank
speculative
you.
as to how they feel.
So as to perhaps deter the person.
Do you understand
The
my
judge
question?
said deter.
I do.
Yeah,
Please answer.
finally. Someone
He
told him to say the word
That-
deter.
Mr. Rosenbaum was chasing me. I pointed my gun at him, and that did not deter him. He could have
Thank
ran
you.
away instead
There
of
we go,
trying to
deterrence.
take my gun from me. But he kept.
Jury set up
shooting
for
me. It
this.
didn't stop him.
Mr. Rittenhouse, you're telling us that you felt
This guy's an
like you were about to
insufferable
die,
piece of shit.
right?
Yes.
But when you
This is
point
the part
you
that
feel
jury's
at
gonna
someone
make
else,
do.
that's going to make them feel like they're about to die.
Who fucking
right?
cares? They're trying to
That's
kill
what
him.
you wanted him to feel.
They're
No.
ready.
You wanted him to get the message from you that if you come any closer, I'm going to kill you. That's why
Yes.
you pointed the gun at him, right?
I pointed the gun at him to deter him from.
Perfect.
I pointed the gun at him so he would stop chasing me. That's why I pointed the gun at him.
Because if you point the gun at him, you were hoping he would stop chasing you because he would get the message from you that if he keeps coming,
Compound.
you're going to kill him, right?
This is badgering.
I didn't want to
This
have
is-
to kill Mr. Rosenbaum.
This is shameful.
I love his answers, though. I love his answers.
It
His
is
answers
shameful.
are great, but I think his lawyers. I'm sorry. There's
Richard's
no strategic or tactical
It seems argumentative.
justification for this.
Seems
Yes, it is
argumentative. Oh, thank
argumentative.
God.
Thank you.
Okay. He said
Thank you.
for so useful purpose, it's badgering.
Thank you.
Badgering.
Who
Badgering.
said badgering? Someone said
The
The
badgering.
judge.
The judge.
Oh, no.
The judge had to step in and say badgering.
Richards did too.
2 minutes ago.
I mean, to be fair, we were all yelling every objection that
Yes.
we've heard.
You intended
Okay.
in that
No, I only yelled about a
sequence
third
we
of what I
just
heard.
saw, you intended to point your gun back at Mr. Rosenbaum in the middle of the parking lot, right?
I
He
pointed
already
at
answered
him
this.
so he would stop chasing me, but he didn't stop.
That was your intentional decision to point at him. That wasn't an accident.
Yeah,
That's
knock
the
it off.
answer.
The jury cannot see you.
I thought we'd moved. I'm sorry.
No, so please get it out of there.
It's
They
a
gotta see
clever
what a
diffusion
douchebag
by
you
the
are.
judge.
What did the judge do to diffuse?
Made him move the
He's
TV.
making Binger move the TV so that
To
the
get
jury
him-
can see Binger. But that
The point
should
I'm
be,
trying to
in
get
my
at,
opinion, that's a
Mr.
warning to
Rittenhouse, is that
Binger.
That wasn't like an accidental turning around and it just happens to be pointing in his direction, much like I'm just happen to, wave
Objection
this
asked and
around.
answered.
You made an
Deterrence.
intentional decision in the middle of that incident to turn and point the gun at Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why that would make someone fearful for their life, right?
Speculation.
Continued to chase me after, so no, I can't.
Good.
It
Good
didn't-
enough.
Good answer.
That's pretty good.
It didn't stop Mr. Rosenbaum from chasing me.
Because
So
he
clearly
is
he
a
wasn't scared.
perverted
And even after
mental.
you shoot him one time and he starts falling, you continue to shoot 3 more times, right?
Because you shoot
Like
until you feel that the threat has ended.
Shoot until he was no longer a threat to me.
Good answer.
And after that,
Good answer.
you run around and he's lying there, face down on the ground, correct?
3 seconds
Yes.
after I just shot
And
someone.
you're a medic, correct?
I have a training, yes.
Well, you proclaimed yourself that night to be a medic, an EMT. You told everyone that.
And
right?
you said he was lying.
And you had your medic bag with you, correct?
Yes.
And this location is right
Maybe-
across the street
Maybe I'm just too biased.
from a
Like,
hospital.
I
isn't
just
it?
can't believe that this people sitting in this room
But
and
your
not
first
ripping this
thought
guy's heads
was-
off.
Run away.
My first thought was to help him.
You didn't do anything to help him. You didn't do a single thing, did you?
The crowd started to scream, get him, get him, get him. And I didn't want to stay there with the crowd building and the mob advancing on me.
Which is fair.
Were you surprised that a crowd would react that way when they just saw you shoot someone?
What does it
matter? When you stood over Mr. Rosenbaum's body, did you know?
Objection. He didn't stand over his body.
Never stood over his body.
Go ahead.
Bullshit.
When you stood over Mr. Rosenbaum's body,
Object.
did you know whether he was dead or alive?
I didn't.
Did you know whether or not it was possible at that moment to try and save him?
I
His-
wanted to.
His
help Mr.
tone
Rosenbaum.
is fucking infuriating.
And if
Yeah.
the crowd wouldn't have started screaming to get him, get him, get him, I would have stayed and did everything I could to help Mr. Rosenbaum. But the crowd just started to chase me and scream at me.
Let's play. Can we have Exhibit 14, please?
Make sure you mute
At
the audio, Binger,
3 hour,
to help your
58
self.
minute and 45-second mark.
I should point out, in general, it's difficult watching someone else try a case, regardless of whether it's being done well and which side you're sympathetic to. If you are a trial lawyer, watching someone else try a case is a toe-curling,
You see every mistake.
jaw-locking experience. Every mistake.
Yeah, well,
and
we've got
how you would do it
hindsight, they don't.
differently, and you don't have the red weld, of course. You don't really know what's confidential, but it is a lot of what you're hearing from us is.
I tell you what, though, imagine if you could do that. Lawyer by panel. Have the entirety of Law Tube just sitting there, watching as someone as people trying the court cases, and then they're actually not just watching the feed to check in and that sort of thing, but actually taking advice and instructions and, oh, we think about this. What do we think about this? It's just, I think that'd be fucking hilarious. Sorry, I'm just breaking it up because I'm not going to lie. This is quite disturbing. I'm not going to lie. The way that Bing is. Anyway.
Oh. Speaking of, that.
You also never walk out of a trial where you don't do this to yourself. And think of every place where you could have gone, I could have said something.
Well, I
better.
didn't walk out of a trial where I would have said, done this to myself.
Like regret your mistakes.
Well, you've
Yeah.
never bingered yourself, I'm
Oh,
sure.
yeah, I remember mistakes, but not.
If I ever bingered
By the way, I
myself,
never said it'd be a good idea. I just
myself.
said it'd be interesting to watch.
The fact
Remember,
that
we've
Kyle's
been spending
sitting
this
there-
entire cross on
from
the
mental ward
first
during the
murder.
riots. Hope they lost
Yes.
the license.
Or accusation.
I actually really hope someone looked into that. Might have got swept under the rug, same as him.
But the fact that Kyle's still composed on the stand with his mom losing it in the audience
Extraordinary.
It's amazing.
is really incredible.
Yes.
Most witnesses couldn't do that.
Excuse me.
After you fired your 4 shots at Mr. Rosenbaum, there were 3 more gunshots right after that, right?
Yes.
And those were coming from very close to where you were, weren't they?
Yes.
No idea.
They were coming from right here on the south side of the 63rd Street car source, right
you see it
alongside
happen?
63rd Street on the north side of 63rd, right?
Yes.
You
Why
didn't
didn't you
react
shoot
at all.
them?
to those gunshots, did you?
That time my audio was still going in and out partially.
Because he had just
He-
fired a weapon.
But again,
He
my
just
question
fired a
is, you
gun
didn't react
without
at
ear
all to those,
protection.
did you?
Not that I can see.
Let's continue, please.
Shot him, man. Shot him. Shot him, man.
Please show the super chat. He found out.
You laid him out. Laid him out. Laid him out.
Already know I did not see the King trial. Been there, done that. You wish.
It looks like he was looking at what Gaige was doing
was
to help,
calling
and then
someone.
when people came running, he went running.
McGinnis.
Yeah.
McGinnis, not
Or
Gage.
was that McGinnis? Sorry.
No
Yeah,
one in that crowd
McGinnis.
Who was
yells,
it?
"Get him!" or anything threatening towards you. Until
Literally
after
did.
You started running away, right?
No.
No.
You had time in that moment to make a phone call, didn't you?
I called Dominic Black, yes.
You could have called 911, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like they're gonna roll
But you
out.
chose to call your best friend, right?
Called the first number on my phone.
Is that quicker than 3 digits, 911?
Yes.
Oh my- Yes.
Yes.
I don't
we have
know.
a phone? We all have phones.
And then you started running.
Pinch and zoomer.
Yes.
And the first person you encounter as you're running is Jason Lakowski, correct?
Yes.
This is a person that you had barely known for 15 minutes that night, right?
Yes.
And you told him you didn't shoot anyone, correct?
No.
You heard his testimony about that, right?
Yes.
Can we please
He
play
lied.
exhibit number 12?
I'll be back.
They need to pinch this trial off.
His testimony, where he actually testified in court that he might have been wrong about what he said, that testimony?
While we're getting that ready, you talked earlier about this crowd and what they were saying, and you felt like they were coming after you. You had time to stop and have a brief little talk with Jason Lakowski, didn't you?
I stopped for a second and asked him to help me get to the police.
Even with this crowd on top of you, as you describe it, you still had time
That's
for that.
not how
didn't
he
you?
described it.
For a second. I stopped for a second.
Let's play exhibit number 12, please.
So he's saying he stopped for a second to ask for help.
They say he's going to the police.
This is all completely irrelevant, by the way, to the self-defense claim.
Yeah.
He
they're
could have
just
sat
trying to
down
make
on
him
his
look
corpse
bad.
and had tea if he wanted to.
So there was like 6 shots.
What I see is people running towards something that's happening.
Hey, look, there's a crowd after him.
Back up 10 seconds, please.
Now, why don't you play the next 10 seconds?
Go ahead.
You know why.
I hear a lot of people yelling.
Pause.
Why'd you shoot him?
There are people in the crowd that are asking you why you just shot someone, right?
Yes.
He should have
You
stopped.
told
Stop
him
and answer that.
he had a gun.
At the time I was a little dazed and I was thinking of Mr. Zeminski with the pistol he had at the Duramax.
Good answer.
So you shot Mr. Rosenbaum because Joshua Zeminski had a pistol?
That's not what he
Fuck
said.
you.
No,
That's
Jesus
disingenuous.
Christ. You don't get to shoot someone else because someone else has a
No.
gun, right?
That's not what he
Objection.
said.
But you told the crowd
He's characterizing his testimony.
he had a gun, didn't you?
And you lied after
That's what I
that.
said.
How dare you
And that
lie?
wasn't true. Mr. Rosenbaum never had a gun, right?
He didn't have a gun.
He had his hand
Now,
on your
can we
gun.
please play
I
exhibit
heard
number 3
literally 5
at the
gunshots
1 hour,
other than
17
mine,
minute,
and I thought he
10
had a
second
gun.
mark?
Sorry. God.
I can't believe he didn't object to mischaracterizing his testimony.
That's unbelievable.
Binger is actually making me like prosecutors more because I hate him so
Richard.
much, and I think he has to be off of, like, so far away from the average prosecutor.
gonna
Nothing
have to
can make me
disown
like
him.
Binger at this point.
After that, this point.
I'm hating Richards. Binger's pushing the boundaries on what his job is. Is Richards doing his job? Hell
No,
no.
but Richards isn't, but Binger is literally misrepresenting law, facts, and everything
I'm
to
not
the
saying-
court knowingly.
I'm not trying to justify Binger. Binger's an evil prick. What I'm saying is at least he's advocating for what he's supposed to be advocating for. Where the hell is freaking Richards?
Well, I don't know about in the States, but here the prosecutor is supposed to be an advocate for justice. And
Yes.
I
That's what
don't
here
think
is
that that's
too.
what Binger is advocating for here.
True.
You're exactly right.
Yeah,
It's
and that's
supposed to be
why-
to get to the truth and to find justice, and that's not what he's doing.
He faults him for not staying over to administer first aid. And then when he explains that the mob was chasing him, he says, well, how did you think the mob was going to react after you just shot somebody? So it's an impossible situation for Kyle, one way or the
Yeah.
other.
You're supposed to just let the mob tear you to bits.
How did
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Yeah. How did you not think completely clearly during the first 15 seconds after you shot someone dead for the first time in your life? How is it that your mind was like not exactly focused on calling this person versus that one?
No, but 911. He already
Also-
testified that 911 was useless.
What does it matter if he told them whatever he told them? Why does it matter?
You actually have
Wasn't
no
giving a
duty to
statement.
call 911 in a self-defense situation either. Like, you don't have to. It's a good idea, but you don't have to do it. It's not part of the equation.
Yeah. Would have been
Going back to
irrelevant if he
West-
cracked open a beer right afterwards and
Exactly.
taking a
Going back to
selfie with
Westlaw.
the corpse.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
Pause. You told Mr. Grosskreutz you were going to the police, right?
Yes.
And then you said, I didn't shoot anyone, right?
I can't really make out what the last part of the words were saying.
Do you remember what you said?
I remember saying, I think I said I had to.
Let's play that back 10 seconds and play it again, please.
And I went to the police, and they told me to get the fuck back and pepper spray.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
Yeah, I think I actually heard him say I had to.
I can't hear anything from
Exact
that.
words. I'm going to the police. I did not shoot anyone.
That's what I remember from that night, but watching that, it sounds like I said I didn't.
That, again, was not true. You just had shot someone, correct?
I did.
Why didn't you tell the truth?
I was being faced by a mob, and I don't really remember that interaction very well.
Good answer.
Good answer.
Authentic.
Let's play exhibit 9,
Another
please.
why question.
Right.
But he's getting,
Why?
he's
There's
getting away.
no reason to
Yes,
ask
it's
a
good
why
answer.
question on cross.
No, if he's Rittenhouse has got his wits about him. Why did you do it? Because a mob was chasing me down the street. I mean, it's
Yeah, that was the answer. God
Yes.
bless this kid.
On cross-examination, you do not ask why questions. You do not, because you just give them so
never
much
goes
room
well.
to give
Yeah.
their answer, not your answer.
It's
everything I've
basically
been
the
watching-
weasel out of this,
Self-defense to a certain
opening.
point. Gun rights, new.
One little, two little, three
Pause.
little batteries.
Now, we've heard a lot of testimony about this person who comes up behind you with something and hits you in the head. We've heard about Anthony Huber's first approach to you with his skateboard, correct?
Heard about these two
You
people who tried to
testified
hit
that
you.
After a few more feet, you felt lightheaded and you stumbled. That's what you told.
You just been hit in
when
the
your attorney was
head with
asking
a
you
fucking
questions, correct?
skateboard.
Yes.
No one knocked you to the ground. You lost your own balance, correct?
Bullshit.
I was hit to the point to where I stumbled.
You said in response to your attorney's questions that you stumbled because you were lightheaded. Do you remember telling us that?
Because he'd been hit by a fucking skateboard.
You were lightheaded because you had been running and you were being chased.
No,
That was
that's
why
not what he
you-
said.
That's
right?
Are you testifying?
That and being hit, yes.
Let's continue.
Object to that, Richard.
I mean, but it doesn't hurt him.
There is an individual who comes at you and jumps towards you and attempts to kick you, correct?
He does kick me, yes.
And you fire 2 shots directly at him with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
You intended to hit him with those bullets, correct?
I intended for him. Yes.
At that close range, it's a miracle that you missed, right?
I don't know.
Fuck off.
Good answer.
You intended
Speculation on religion.
with those shots, didn't you?
No.
Did you even
He intended
care
for it to be a deterrence, the same way that
whether
it
or
should have
not
been. He was
those 2
defending
rounds
himself.
were going to kill him?
That's not going through my head.
I didn't want to have to kill anybody that night.
Good
It
answer.
was either going to
In
be a
this
deterrence
moment,
from his immediate
you're making
from the
a
immediate
deliberate
danger that he was in,
decision to pull the
or it was
trigger
going to put an
That
end
night
to the
he
immediate danger
encompasses
that he was
this
in.
That wasn't
moment.
an accident. That was your conscious decision, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you're firing an AR-15 at close range to this individual, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And you knew
Bitch got what he
full
deserved.
well that if you hit him with 1 or both of those bullets, it could kill him, right?
There's that possibility.
If you hit him with one of those, wouldn't you agree it's a pretty strong likelihood you're going to kill him?
About 66% chance based on the case today.
Did that even factor into your mind at that point? Did you even care whether you were going to kill him or not?
I
In
didn't
that
want to
moment,
have to
no.
kill anybody. I was being attacked. That's why I shot him. But shot at him.
You shot at him with the intent of hitting him and killing him, correct?
No.
I didn't
Shot at
want
him
to
with the
kill
intention
anybody.
of defending yourself.
Then why are you shooting at someone with an AR-15 at close range if you don't want to kill him?
die.
No, I just want to
He's
bitch slap him.
attacking me, and he's stomping my face in, jumping and kicking my face in.
That you didn't see any weapons.
Are you
Oh
fucking
my
weapon?
God. No, I couldn't.
didn't see a
His
gun.
foot was too close to my
You
face.
didn't see a knife.
No.
You didn't see a
The
bat
sole
or
of
a
his
club.
shoe
You
obscured
didn't
my
see a
vision.
chain.
No.
All he uses is 1 foot, correct?
Oh, just that.
Just that. While a mob is bearing on me, saying
Yeah.
kill him.
How many people have been kicked to death? Oh, lots.
More than rifles.
If he gets knocked
Literally.
out, he's dead.
You've just shot a round into Anthony Huber's chest, right?
Yes.
Now, up until this moment, and probably for the rest of that evening,
This is
you didn't know
unduly
the name of
prejudicial.
Anthony Huber, did you?
It's,
I did not.
Up
there's
until
no
this moment in
material
this evening,
question
you
of whether or
had
not he
never
shot him, whether or
had
not
any
he killed him.
interaction with him, took any notice of him, fair to
You
say?
could argue for completeness, though.
Yes.
And when you shoot him,
Oh, excuse me.
he's got his skateboard in his hand.
Yes.
You didn't see any gun in his hand, correct?
No.
Oh
You
my
didn't see a
god.
knife.
This is
No.
such
You
stupid
didn't see a
question.
bat.
Every
No.
stupid
You didn't see a
time.
club.
He doesn't have to be armed
All
for it to
he's
be
got is
self-defense.
his skateboard, right?
You
And
see-
grabbing
In the head
my
with
gun.
twice, yes.
Okay. And you intended to pull the trigger at that moment with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't an accident.
Skateboards can be a deadly weapon.
That was your deliberate decision, correct?
Yes.
To protect
And
his own
you
life,
knew
yes.
That the way that gun was positioned, you were going to fire that bullet right into his chest, right?
Unbreaded as the
He was
therapy you
attacking me,
seek.
So I pulled the trigger.
And
Good
you
answer.
knew that when you
I
pulled
would
that
get
trigger, that bullet was
lampooned
gonna
if I
go
read
right
a
into his chest.
a page of
didn't you?
Unbreaded. Are you
No,
kidding me?
Can't say. I don't know where the bullet would have went exactly.
The end of that gun was pointed directly at his chest when you pulled the trigger, correct?
All in a quarter of a
Yes.
second.
And you knew that, correct?
Yes.
And you still pulled the trigger, didn't you?
Yes.
Because you intended to kill Anthony Huber at that moment, didn't you?
No.
Sorry.
What did you think was going to happen then?
Oh,
You got a
ask that
gun
again.
that's aimed directly at his chest. You pull the trigger.
He makes
What
it like
did you
this is like a
think was gonna
10-minute
happen?
decision.
I was going to make
If I
him
didn't
stop
pull the
attacking
trigger,
me.
I thought Mr. Huber was going to kill me.
Maybe
Very
I
good.
just phrase my question. Let me try again. When you
Nice.
Didn't like the answer. I'm going to try
Answer
again.
differently.
and it is directly against Anthony Huber's chest, what did you think was going to happen
He
to
would
Anthony
stop
Huber?
He
killing
would
me.
stop trying to kill me. Yeah.
Would be a threat to my safety.
Because
Yes.
he'd be
Good
dead.
answer.
He was drilled on this.
Because he wouldn't be a threat to me. I don't know if he'd be dead or not.
Nice.
Did you even care at that moment whether or not Anthony Huber lived and died?
No.
Your only concern in that moment was your own safety. Correct?
Yes.
Oh my God. Yes.
How
There's
dare
nothing
you.
wrong with that.
Is of Gaige Grosskreutz. We have stopped the video at a moment here when he is crouched in front of you with his hands in the air, correct?
Yes.
Your gun is pointed at him, isn't it?
No.
Nope.
No, it's not.
No.
No,
It's
it's not.
pointed downward towards his feet.
Thank you.
It's not even towards his feet.
It's
He was
pointed
sideways.
at his body. Some
No,
part
it
of
is
his
not.
body, correct?
No.
I don't think it is.
And he's no threat to you at this
I
moment.
wouldn't admit to that.
Is
It's
he?
not. It's sideways.
That's an argument you can make. I'm asking a question of the witness.
Oh,
Fuck
you
off.
rule on your own objections now, Bigger?
He's no threat to you at this moment, is he?
He is a threat. He has a gun in his hand.
You saw that gun.
Yes.
So at the
saw
moment,
that.
throughout all of these moments of your interaction with Mr. Grosskreutz, you were aware of the fact that he had that gun in his hand, correct?
Not until that moment.
I'm talking about from this moment on, correct?
Yes.
And of course, that's a handgun, right?
Yes.
And
Oh.
you have an AR-15, correct?
Yes.
At that distance, they're not less deadly.
He's not pointing
Ridiculous.
his gun at you, is he?
Not at that moment.
But you've got your gun pointed at him,
No,
correct?
Is your gun bigger than his?
In his
gun?
direction, not at him.
Yes,
Size
that is
matters.
exactly it. He's supposed to get shot with the,
From another angle, you
Just
can see
looking
he's
at
not
the
pointing
video,
at him.
I think I'm lowering my weapon. I think it's just a still shot of where you have it towards
Nice.
that, but I believe in the whole video I'm lowering it, and then he points his gun at me.
Excellent answer. Call him
Mm.
out.
That answer.
Can you help me understand, Mr. Rittenhouse? Why
No, because you're an idiot.
Gaige
No,
Grosskreutz,
I caught myself.
with
Sorry.
a pistol in his hand, is a threat to kill you, but you with
Bet
an
Nick regrets that now.
AR-15 pointed at him is not a threat to kill
He's not
him
pointed at him.
at this moment.
Are you serious?
Can you
I'm
help me
not charging
understand
him.
that?
He's charging me.
I've been attacked by several people, and he decided to come and point a gun at my head. Well,
As I'm
first,
on the
He
ground.
hasn't done that yet, has he?
Oh my God.
Oh,
again, I
wow.
ask you,
I didn't
in
shoot
this
him yet.
moment,
I didn't shoot him
You
yet.
told us Gaige Grosskreutz is a threat to you right now.
yes,
He is.
He's got a pistol not aimed at you. You've got an AR-15 aimed at him.
It's not aimed at
Why
him.
is
not
he
aimed
more
at
of a
him.
threat to you than you are to
Wait,
him?
that's
Because he chased him down, you moron.
being at me with a gun in his hand.
This is right after you've killed Anthony Huber,
Oh,
correct?
he's a police.
Yeah.
He's
Right
a,
after
he's
you
a
fired
avenging
two
angel.
shots at almost
doesn't know
point
Huber's
blank
dead.
range at the man running towards the camera right now and missing him, correct?
Yes,
After he kicked me in the face.
And you're telling us Gaige Grosskreutz is the real threat at this moment?
Yes, I'm the one on my
Yes.
yes.
yeah, I'm the one not on my feet with someone advancing on me. So yes.
I've changed my mind.
Can
Kyle
we please
Rittenhouse
pull up
should have been
exhibit
there that
number
night
80,
because God must have wanted these
beginning
people to
at
die.
frame 468.
Jesus, Nick.
There's no.
Let's go to
Yeah,
frame
you imagine-
468. That's great.
Imagine the stupidity of these questions. He says the other questions. So nobody had a weapon, nobody had chains, nobody had nothing. Now with this guy, oh, so he only had a gun and it wasn't pointed directly at you. at
Only
that moment.
pistol.
And by the way, it's really the angle of that picture of that still. When you look at other angles, it's not it's not even aimed at Gaige.
729.
It's
And that'll
horizontal.
happen. And that'll happen in closing, I think.
Go video that we just
On
watched.
redirect.
This is
Come on,
prepared
redirect.
by James
It
Armstrong.
should, but that'll be probably tomorrow.
I'm not going to show all 729, but I'd like to start
Thank
at
the Lord.
468.
He's going to show
and we're gonna
728
go
of them.
frame for frame from there until frame 500.
He's going to show them until we break for the evening.
He's going to show 728 of them, about 100 times each.
That looks like it's pointed at the ground.
Yep.
Mr. Stute, could you please slowly advance frame by frame until I
Oh my God.
Remember when frame by frame video was enough to get an acquittal for Rodney for the
Rodney King
in the Rodney King
beating
case, and that was decided to be prejudicial.
Yeah,
an unfair and inaccurate depiction.
Yeah,
if I
this is
heard-
not
This was
happening frame by
immediately
frame.
after Gaige
Yes.
Grosskreutz has stopped in front of you.
Lawyers.
He's not stopped. Look at his legs.
You are
He
doing
looks. He
something
stopped in the
with your
frame.
firearm at that moment.
He's playing freeze
Yeah,
tag.
exactly.
yes.
You were asked some questions about what you were doing at that moment.
Where's the objection?
Is
on
it
that?
fair to say that you turn your firearm over and you're looking at it, you're examining it?
Yes.
Oh, is he trying to get to
But
the
your
racking?
testimony is you didn't do anything to actually manipulate it at that moment. Is that
Correct.
fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Please continue.
Maybe if you squint long enough.
You can't see.
Get ready to say bicep.
Oh, Oh, that's painful.
500 shows you
no.
firing your AR-15 towards Gaige Grosskreutz. At this
Just
particular
quickly,
moment,
guys, if there's any Aussies in the audience,
he does not
or
have
any Melburnians, I
that
should say.
pistol pointed towards you. Does
Oh
he?
my
Father Bob
good
and
God,
Guy's passed away.
that's his argument.
His left
He hasn't shot
leg
you yet, has he?
is stepped across not directly towards you, but to the
I
side.
thought you said he was standing
of you,
there.
Correct?
Yes.
He's reaching in with his left arm towards you. Correct?
To hold you.
Yes.
To hug you.
He never steps back and puts the gun in both hands.
No, if he
in a
stepped
ready
back,
aim
that would be
position
retreating,
towards
you
does he?
moron.
He doesn't do that.
He never takes that gun with his right hand and stands there and holds it out with his right hand in front of him and aims it directly at you, does he?
Objection,
No, he does
stupidity.
just pointing it directly at my head.
Because, like Grosskreutz said, he never
That's
had the
way he was gonna
opportunity.
shoot you?
He showed him.
Yeah.
He should have
You
made a
thought
record of what
he
the
ran
defendant
up
was doing.
close to you to shoot you?
Yes.
You understand that he could have taken that gun if he wanted to and shot you from 10, 15, 20 feet away.
If he wasn't
right?
an idiot.
But he didn't.
That is a completely speculative question. What?
Yeah, objection.
Everyone's losing his shit.
Good.
You
Speculative
understand that a
question.
pistol like that doesn't
Kyle's
need to be right
objecting
up
for
close to
himself.
someone to shoot, right?
Yes.
It can shoot from 10, 15, 20 feet away, right?
Yes.
Mr. Grosskreutz could have stopped 10, 15, 20 feet away if he wanted to shoot you and
Calls for
fired his
speculation.
pistol at you, couldn't you?
How could?
He could have, but he didn't.
And your testimony is that you believe he ran up close to you and reached in with his left hand with his gun in his right hand because that was his way of using this gun to shoot you?
Yes.
Did you think he was reaching in to grab your gun?
I have no idea. He had a
You
gun
didn't think he
pointed
was
at
going
my
to take
face.
your gun away, did you?
I thought he was going to shoot me.
With his pistol,
Yes.
No, with the,
which he never
Oh,
actually
like with the
does.
small gun?
Correct?
He never actually
He
does.
never
He
does.
actually shot
He
you.
never
Okay.
fires that gun at you at all.
No.
Oh my
In
God.
fact,
made sure he
in
wouldn't.
this entire sequence of events, no one ever fired a gun at you, did they?
Calls for speculation.
Mr. Zeminski
I don't know.
fired a gun from behind me.
There you go.
Did Mr. Zeminski fire that gun at you?
I don't know.
believe so.
What do you base that on? Did you see it?
The video.
Did you see it?
No.
It was
That's
behind
you're
me.
talking about
Heard
back
it.
when the incident with
Heard
Mr.
it.
Rosenbaum happens, correct?
Yes.
That happened while you and Mr. Rosenbaum are running across the car source lot, correct?
Yes.
At that moment in time, you didn't see Joshua Zeminski fire a shot, did you?
No.
Heard it.
You heard a gunshot, right?
Yes.
But you had no idea who fired it.
I believed it was Mr. Zeminski.
and then someone said F
So
you and
that
tried to grab my gun.
gunshot did not at all factor into your decision to kill Joseph Rosenbaum, did it?
No, Mr. Rosenbaum trying to steal my gun did.
So you didn't think that was a gunshot from Joseph Rosenbaum?
No.
You knew he didn't have a gun?
You've been down this road already, Counselor.
He doesn't know that.
Oh, I see what your question is now. Okay. You didn't think that the shot which had been fired supposedly by Mr. Zeminski had been fired by Mr. Rosenbaum.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay.
So you heard a gunshot. You now know that was Joshua
Irrelevant.
Zeminski based on watching the videos, right?
Yes.
But at the time, you didn't think that was Joseph Rosenbaum firing that shot, did you?
No.
You knew Joseph Rosenbaum didn't have a gun, right?
Yeah.
No.
And you certainly would agree with me that you don't have the right to kill Joseph Rosenbaum for something Joshua Zeminski does, correct?
Oh my God.
Yes.
When you heard that gunshot, you didn't know whether it was fired
Actually,
at
you might.
or up in the air or
Actually,
at
you might.
Rosenbaum or
Different
anyone
place.
else, did you?
I heard it from behind me, but I didn't.
You didn't know where it was aimed, correct? You didn't feel it hit you, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear it ricochet anywhere near you, correct?
Correct.
You
Is Richard
received
trying to
no
portray that he
indication
doesn't care about
that
this
that
testimony?
gunshot was going to put your life in danger, correct?
I don't know.
Are
There
you
were
fucking
gunshots
kidding
going
me?
off all night long, weren't there?
What? There's no
He heard a
testimony or
gunshot
evidence
from
about
behind
that.
him. He
Firecrackers,
thought that he was in
fireworks.
danger.
Hard to tell the difference.
Yeah.
In hindsight,
Right
it's
after
fine.
you kill Rosenbaum,
At the time, he had
there's
no
three
idea who
shots
fired the
right after
shot.
That, aren't there?
Yes.
From very close to where you were.
Yes.
Yet you don't turn and shoot anybody there after you hear those, did you?
It's not restraint.
They weren't
So-
chasing me.
Getting back to my original question. In this entire sequence of events, no one ever fired a shot at you, did they?
No.
Not to my knowledge is what he should have said there.
After you kill Anthony Huber, shoot Gaige Grosskreutz, and attempt to fire those 2 shots at the person who jumped at you, you got up and you walked away, didn't you?
Okay, there we go.
Yes.
And you're about, what, a block away from the police line?
Yes.
And you know that police line's there because you're running towards it.
Yes.
And there's really nothing in the road between you and that police line, is there? After the shooting? Everybody
No.
scatters?
No, nothing.
I
in
do.
the road.
I do.
So you have a clear line of sight from where you did those shootings to those law enforcement vehicles, correct?
Yes.
And you still have your AR-15,
Yes.
and the crowd is pretty much run after they hear the shots, right?
Yes, we saw
Yes.
the footage of it being.
You still have your medic
point.
bag,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
You never once offer to help anybody that you just shot, correct?
I don't.
Fuck right
Correct,
off.
you don't?
Correct.
Anthony Huber is lying there over on the ground after you shot him once in the chest, correct?
He said I tried.
You didn't know at that point whether he was alive or dead, did
Thank you,
you?
Sandboy.
I didn't.
And for
You
everyone
never
else,
went
this
over
is
to
your
check,
reminder. If you
did
haven't
you?
already hit that button,
You
hit
didn't
the like
know
for
whether
me.
it was
The guy tried to
possible
shoot me in the
save his life
face.
at that moment or not, did you?
I didn't.
And you didn't even care. You just kept on walking.
Why
Correct?
would he?
I kept walking to get to the police line.
Gaige Grosskreutz, right after you shoot him in the arm, is yelling, "I need a medic." Did you hear that?
Yes.
That's in the videos, isn't it?
Yes.
You don't do anything to help
They're
him.
trying
do
to
you?
kill him.
He was trying to
just
kill me,
decide-
sir.
To get out of there as fast as you can.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, they were trying to kill me.
I was still being chased by a mob of people who would vote for you.
You didn't administer first aid to the man who had a gun that was pointed at your direction after you shot him.
Don't you
Shame
wish
on
Richards would come up and be like, do you think Mr. Binger is so mad because you killed 2 of his voters?
I think this is such frustrating questioning because it's just repetitive and there's no objections, but it will be interesting to see what redirect looks
If you
like
had
because the
seen-
defense gets to ask questions again.
So we're
Someone
going to
run
drag
the
this
chat
out
with
till
a gun,
redirects tomorrow.
And the crowd,
They will.
that person just shot someone. Like
He might
they-
even he might not even finish cross today.
You would have taken action. To
He
stop
doesn't
him
want to
yourself,
because he
wouldn't
wants to get into the pinch and zoom and he needs time to get
You're
that
running
expert.
around putting out fires, aren't
He
you?
doesn't
Yeah.
want to finish.
A shooting's far more serious than a fire, isn't it?
Yes.
You took it upon yourself to do the things that the police and the fire departments weren't doing that night, correct?
I helped put out fires, but I wouldn't say that.
You went around offering medical service because you didn't think there were EMTs or EMS that would be able to come in there, correct?
Yes.
So you took it upon yourself to do the things that you didn't think the police or fire could do, correct?
I wouldn't say I took it upon myself, but I was helping people with first aid and putting out fires at businesses.
So if you saw someone running with a gun and everybody said that guy just shot someone, you would have taken your AR-15 and tried to stop him, wouldn't you?
Yes, thank you.
Goes
Pavel
to
was
the
on
crowd's
cross.
reaction to him.
Interview with
Nora.
crowd
Where does
call
react
so that he
the same
had
way?
to hit the forward assist to close the chamber because the Huber shot did not have enough gas pressure to close the chamber again.
The judge doesn't like it.
Factor that bears on some of the counts as to what the surroundings were.
Not a jam, but the weapon had to be manipulated to be
Otherwise, the
operable
crowd is
again.
unimportant.
No
What
shit.
the crowd- what he
Judge
might
is
have done
tired of this.
vis-a-vis the crowd is,
Mhm.
I don't see where we're going.
The crowd's state of mind is not relevant. Kyle's perception
When
of the
you
crowd's
got
state of mind might be,
back to that police line.
insofar as he has to defend himself.
And they, what'd you say? They pepper sprayed you?
I believe so, but I don't remember it.
They told you to get out of the road
Yes.
because they were going in there
Yeah.
to do what you hadn't done, which is to try and help the people
What?
that you shot, right?
Yeah.
Calls for wild
And then you went
speculation.
He's
back
actually
after
giving
that
me a
to the
headache.
59th Street car source, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told them that you just shot someone.
Yes.
Someone, meaning an individual person, correct?
Oh, please.
Oh, give me a break.
Individual. I was saying I just shot someone. I just shot someone.
You were told by Nick Smith that the police were coming to your location, to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that.
And yet you decided to flee, didn't you?
I don't recall.
No,
You didn't stick around for the police, did you?
I went to go turn myself into the Antioch Police Department.
I went to their
A couple
car.
of hours later.
An
They
hour
parachuted me.
Wasn't a couple hours ago, it kind of was.
I'm asking the witness if the witness can answer.
He turned himself in. The witness
Space.
answered.
Good answer, sir.
It was a couple of hours later, wasn't it?
He
No,
was walking to the police with his
And
hands up.
in
We've all seen
between
this.
Leaving
God.
that location in downtown Kenosha and getting to Antioch, you were looking at social media, weren't you?
no, I wasn't. My phone was dead.
You had heard from other people that your name was out there.
Let's try this another way.
Later on in the evening, I believe I heard something, but no,
You knew that your picture was out there, right?
no.
You're telling me, as you sit here under oath, that after those shootings, between then and the time you turned yourself into the Antioch Police Department, you had no idea that there was social media out there with your picture and your name as the shooter.
I'm trying to recall, but
Objection relevance?
No, I mean, even if he knew or didn't know, he probably
I'm
suspected
trying
it
to
was the
remember.
case.
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Trying to say the only reason he turned himself in was because of that.
Who
Oh, yeah, no,
cares?
Which is
Yeah.
irrelevant.
He has
It
no
is
who
completely
did he turn
irrelevant.
himself in?
Yeah, objection, Your Honor. How are all these after event incidents? What do they matter? And they could be highly prejudicial.
It is highly prejudicial.
Oh, we stopped
Oh,
talking.
you're
done.
sir.
Oh,
He sat down.
Redirect.
no further,
Finally.
no redirect.
Oh,
But before that call, that witness, I need to use the men's room.
How about a
Wait,
5 to
what?
10 minute break? Please don't talk about the case during the break. You may either use the jury room or you may remain down here
I'm
in the library.
confused.
What?
Kyle, step down.
No redirect.
Why wouldn't you redirect? They
I-
gave
Oh
you
my
time.
I would have done it a very limited redirect,
Right.
Yeah.
just to
Ask him
say
4
this
questions.
all happened in a matter of what, minutes, seconds, what, and just leave it at that.
I'm not a big
that's
fan of redirects normally because usually what you do is you highlight all the places you got it that where they scored points. But this is the time. Like this is where you
Maybe he figures he doesn't want pinch and zoom expert to come in there, and if he redirects, that'll give time for a recross. So maybe
Yeah.
his thought is, I don't want to have that recross. You lost pinch and zoom, you lost all that video. I don't want that coming in, and whatever I can fix, I can improve on redirect is not worth
Maybe-
that recross.
Maybe
Well,
that's
they
it.
might still be able to.
and
They might still be able to recall Kyle though, right?
Well,
Yeah.
if
For
you
that
redirect
purpose?
him and they want to re-examine, what would they do? I mean, Alita, they'll bring up some of the inconsistencies, how many seconds it took, but that's already in the evidence. So for argumentation, I don't know what else they would be able to get in redirect out of Kyle that wouldn't, in theory, open Binger to come back and say, oh, now I can ask
Yeah.
more questions because I didn't know they were going to ask that. Plus, the jury might be totally disinterested, and Richards might see that to give him some credit for not
and the
objecting.
jury might just hate Binger at this point.
Yeah.
Like I don't
Who
think
doesn't?
that cross played as Binger hoped it would.
It did
Uh,
not.
If the chat is reflective of the sentiment of Binger, 1,000% of the jury members hate Binger.
sorry, Ron.
I mean,
You hope.
I get a read just from looking at things like I like to look at people who disagree with me on Twitter and look for the reasonable voices
really?
there, the ones who are reasonable but disagreeing. And I'm watching them going, this is ugly. I'm watching
Oh, they
them
come
say
back for like
this,
5 minutes. I'm going to skip across,
they're feeling bad for
and then we'll end
Kyle.
it for the day, I think.
Been opened yet?
About what the defendant was doing. The court's order.
Well,
on
let me
this-
just.
Oh, hang on. I just went too far.
To that,
There's a new report that we just received. Okay? And I
Oh.
object to it. It's beyond the scope of the court's order, and it's untimely.
Is it does it differ from the former report?
Your Honor.
Hot mic?
The only thing that is different is it adds
We're back.
new discovered video from Friday.
It also gives his opinions as to what the defendant was doing that night and his self-defense and what he was thinking and believing, etc., the pursuit,
Can we not
etc..
bring it? Has
There's a
the
lot
door to
of
use of force
opinions
not
in
been
here
opened yet?
About what the defendant was doing. The court's order.
Well,
on
let me
this-
just interrupt. I think I stated that I would allow the imaging sequences the measurement of that. And I think I said I would allow the observations he had made about the capacity of people to observe multiple objects. That's a poor way of summarizing it. That type of data, when he talked about the car accidents, and I think it was limited to that. So he may have leftover impressions or opinions, but I don't expect I would be admitting any of that.
And I'm not intending to.
Okay.
This new written report has those, so I am objecting. It should not be admitted into evidence or shown to the jury.
All right, I don't expect it will be, and if he's offered, it'll, unless he's got some astonishing justification, then it won't be admitted because I said I wasn't. Okay, now, the question becomes, how long will this take? Shame on me, it's 20 to 5.
It's been a long day too. I don't know if you did
Yeah.
that.
But he's here from Oregon and you want to get it in.
Well, no, you're available tomorrow, first thing. Okay. I don't want to start off.
I mean, if I thought you could get your direct in 20 minutes,
Absolutely not.
then why don't we wait till tomorrow? Well, I shouldn't say that. Tell me what the expected course of the case after that, because maybe I would let you if it.
It's the last thing. Maybe judge is thinking this is the last witness, and if it's the last one, I'll let it go.
Let's just wrap it up today.
With this witness, 3.
3?
Three more.
Who?
It's weird
She's
to
like,
bring
maybe
Kyle
more.
in the middle.
Raise your right
Kyle
hand.
do less.
That's funny.
That's what we have under subpoena. Well, Mr. Black isn't under subpoena. We have Drew Hernandez and Bray to clear up the racking spent shell casings and what evidence was recovered.
Well, I don't want to. I thought Officer Van Wee testified to emptying the gun one at the hospital.
At the crime scene, number 2, event
Right.
number 2, state is saying that my client, Gaige Grosskreutz,
I know what's being
re-racked
said.
the gun. If there was
Yeah,
a
I understand that. And I thought that Officer Van Wee said that there was a full except for 8 shots, 8 bullets.
But there was no, the word I'm looking for, live round found at event number 2. So if there was a re-racking of that bolt, there would have been a live round. And
Oh, see, I counted and I came up with a full load, even without any bullet being found.
maybe I'm just, and additionally, that Mr. Grosskreutz said he didn't know whether or not his gun had one in the chamber. Bukowski testified to it, and in fact, there is a live round right on the ground.
Oh, this is what your third. Okay, well,
Seems like a waste of
let's deal
witness
with
to
the
me.
realities of it. Unless you gentlemen are prepared to tell me that you're going to send me your proposed instructions on within by 4, like 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. And unless you're going to tell me that you're going to argue for less than an hour and a half each, then we're going to end up either working Saturday or working on Monday. So let's take a vote here because the jury did clear Tuesday.
That's fair because Monday is
And
Veterans Day.
of course, I think
Well, they want to do jury instructions and
Abraham
motions and then have the jury in on Tuesday, I think.
when he took a vote on the Emancipation Proclamation, all the votes were no. And then he said, but the deciding vote is aye. And so I'm going to take a vote about what you folks want to do, but that doesn't mean it's going to come out the way you want. So
Let's take a vote and then I'll decide if I want to agree with you.
who wants to work Saturday?
Saturday, I'll work Monday, I'll do whatever the court asks.
Who wants to come back on Monday?
Anya Richards.
Okay, so it's 1 to they don't care to, I'm going to vote with you on Monday. So, okay, so I know.
The judge doesn't want to come in on
Is it okay
Saturday.
if I tell the jury we are hopeful that we will conclude the case on Monday? I understand that. Is there going to be extensive rebuttal?
I don't think it's going to be extensive, but
Yeah.
we do reserve the right to call
Sure,
rebuttal, yes.
yeah, I understood. Well, maybe I'll tell him I expect that we'll finish in the time which was given to us, which was included Tuesday. And we'll see what happens. All right. Anything else before I call the jury down? Oh, and then I'm going to dismiss them for the day. And we'll start in the morning with Dr. Black. Anything else?
You want the instructions by stuff? Is that what you
Yeah, that'd be cool. But if you, are you telling me that would be?
I'll do whatever you want.
If you want by 8.
That'd be cool. Get me your
We're
jury
talking just
instructions.
about the count 6, right?
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll send you my preliminary. No, I won't do that. I'll send you my preliminary tonight, as long as we're not going to argument until next week. I'm not even going to promise that. Let's just cool. All right.
Don't be all like uncool.
Let's call the jury down. Dismiss them for the
I
day.
couldn't help it.
You don't have to send me anything tonight, and I won't send you anything.
Bring in all those flappers
And for the chat, they're talking about jury instructions. The attorneys and the judge work together to write the instructions that the juries will be read to reflect the law, reflect the charges, have the verdict forms, make sure there's no typos. It always feels tedious. It was my
So,
least favorite part of trial work.
Kyle is officially done now, regardless of the video question, the pixelation enhancing question.
I think so.
They
The
could
state
recall
can't
him
call
for
him.
that.
The state
No?
can't. No.
Yeah, they can now. I think. Couldn't they call him
They
in
could-
rebuttal because he?
Yeah, they
said,
should be able to do that in rebuttal. I would
Right.
think.
Rebuttal.
But they'd have to call their expert in rebuttal as well, right?
Yes. Yeah. First, they would have to get the expert because what
But
they
I-
would want it for is the zoom enhance feature.
But I wonder if if they legally forfeited it, but if they let it go in favor of trying to show it on the little video today, because they probably called anybody on earth and were told what was going to happen if they brought an honest expert to the stand, tomorrow. So I wonder if that phone call occurred and they're like, no, it doesn't change anything, does it? And they're like, well,
Actually,
You're in favor of my
I already told the
moving to
judge.
allow that light to flicker through the remainder of the trial. Why don't we get maintenance in here and hopefully they can fix that. And we're gonna stop for the day, and we're going to come tomorrow morning at 9. And I have just discussed the matter with the lawyers, and I'm very confident that we will.
Those
finish
lawyers can talk?
by Tuesday, as I asked you about a couple weeks ago. And there's a bare chance, I don't want to get your hopes up, but there's a chance we could finish on Monday. And that's the best of my information. And it isn't a promise, but I think that's very realistic. So in the meantime, please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Or discuss the case with anyone, including members of your immediate household. And any questions? See you tomorrow. Yeah. Please.
So speaking of how the media is going to misframe this, the media has already turned on the judge for his interpretation of the law, and they're going to run with the headline that Kyle didn't care if he killed somebody when he pulled the trigger. I mean, that's going to be their soundbite of the day, if nothing else.
yeah, no, I think so. Which
By the way, basic gun training, right? What do you do? What are you doing when you're pulling a trigger?
Pointed at the thing you want to kill.
Yeah, you're trying to destroy what your target is.
Yeah,
You
don't
know-
point it at anything you don't run.
It's just
You're not ready to kill.
you shoot center mass until you stop the threat. That's basically it. Whether or not you're not pulling the trigger until you're at that point where it doesn't matter if they live or die, because you're going to die.
Ducks.
And at
If
that
you don't-
point,
if you don't.
yeah. So this whole thing of like, if you're sitting there having a conscious thought, do I really care if this person lives? You're not at pull the trigger time.
But is there anyone out there who's actually going to be convinced or even swayed by the argument that he had a gun in his hand it was a smaller gun. It wasn't an AR, and he wasn't pointing it directly at you. So you didn't care if you killed him when you pulled the trigger at that point. Is there anyone on earth that's going to convince? Because if I'm on the jury, that is an insulting argument that makes me think this judge, Binger, is not out for justice, but rather out for prosecution.
Yes, everybody
Everybody
who's listening, everybody's listening to the Young Turks, who's listening to the left, everyone who's never handled a gun in their life. They will absolutely believe that because they just see bigger, scarier. They know nothing of the reality of handling firearms.
The
didn't
people
have
who
two
presume
hands on it.
Kyle guilty, except though the arguments Binger was making today. So that was about a third of the people that were committed to guilt. That was about a third of the Kenosha jury pool.
All right, well, guys, I'm going to pause it there because it's going to be another hour and a half of commentary and super chats. So a few things came out of today. Obviously, I wanted to slog through and get through Kyle's testimony. I wanted to do that in one hit rather than splitting it up. What do we really see here? Binger piling on for an ethics complaint. That was really about it, in my opinion. But we did get some great things out of this. So Photochad is actually locked in, hopefully, for an interview down the track, which is going to be great. Thank you very much for that, Nate. We will go through the Gaige Grosskreitz's civil complaints against Rittenhouse, Kenosha, and whatever else. We'll do that at some point down the track as well. Yes, Binger is pure evil at this point, and whoever had the idea of potentially pretending that he had dirt on Hillary Clinton, I can neither confirm nor deny my support for that. But if you do it, just don't get caught. And if you do get caught, don't call me. Now, surprisingly, I've been working the entire way through, so I've actually done a full 9 hours of work. But I want to thank you all for keeping me company while I go through this. This complaint never materialized. That is such bullshit. Honestly. I'm wondering if maybe that was the balancing act there, because we know that he's not allowed in Bruce's court again. So I'm wondering if maybe maybe that's the reason. But as always, guys, keep an eye out. I'm going to be putting out some more content. Tomorrow is the trip to the regional office, so it will be a short show for Law News and Laughter. But make sure you join me there. Yes, that is in no way legal advice. This show is purely for entertainment. Always consult with a qualified legal practitioner before engaging in any sort of scenario. Or better yet, always make sure you get proper legal advice. That's how you know I've been up long enough. I can't get my words out. Anyway, guys, let me just remind you that you watching, you are not a piece of shit. You do have value to society, and you do contribute to society, and you do have value. As always, guys, I'm Aussie Overlawd, and thank you for joining me for day 7 and 8. End of 7, all of day 8, of the Kyle Rittenhouse rewatch party. Thursday we'll be back for day 9, and it looks like we've got day 9 and day 10. And then feel free to send in your submissions for bits and pieces to watch of the deliberations, because we're not going to be watching the whole thing. I've already had some submissions from various people who have given me timeline things. So, but yes, as always, stay healthy, wealthy, and wise, and I will catch you on the flip side. Hang on, have I put my new outro in here yet? I don't know that I have. Hang on. New opener. Oh, how did I miss putting that up? Give me a second, guys. That really feels... that's really made me feel stupid. Where the hell's the outro gone? Son of a gun. Is it on the desktop? I think it's on the desktop. There it is. Alright, so I just need to upload that. Won't be a second. Apologies. A little bit proud of this. No worries, Bob. Always happy. Giving folk to watch this with. Couldn't do it the first time. No worries. Happy that you're enjoying it, Shani. Alright, is that uploaded yet? Almost there. Almost there. Don't have to look at my stupid mug for much longer. Ready? 3, 2. Oh, now it's processing. Are you kidding me? Make sure it's not on loop. Okay. All right. Here we go.
This shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.